Chapter 651. It can indeed be repeated. After careful investigation and optimization, the experimental group conducted several more experiments. And each time the platinum sheet can move different distances of 1.34 to 2.26 milliseconds. Now they can confirm that this idea is really feasible. Humans have really succeeded in using the warp engine they made to move objects. Although it is only at the millimeter level, it has finally knocked a hole in the tall barrier that almost made humans feel desperate. Everything is difficult at the beginning. When the computer was first invented, wasn't it as big as a building? Humanity still needs to explore along this gap. And one day, it will be able to create a warp engine that can drive warships. The displacement of 1.34 millimeters proves that this path is feasible. As long as humans continue to optimize the warp engine and use a large amount of positive and negative matter as fuel, they will definitely achieve their goals. This is already a foregone conclusion. When the warp experiment succeeded, after the new government verified this news, it spread throughout the entire human civilization in just a few breaths. Almost in an instant. This heavy news appeared in the streets and alleys of all the living spaceships within human civilization. On every living spaceship, the videos on the new government's public channel and the various projections on the streets and alleys all turned into reports of successful experiments. The entire human community was boiling at this moment. People who had been suffocated by the technological barriers of the fourth-level civilization for many years saw hope. And the emotions that had been suppressed by the future for many years were released at once. Although they knew that this was not the true realization of the grand unified theory. The warp engine was also a fourth-level civilization technology. Humanity had broken a hole in that technological barrier. The news of the success of the warp speed experiment made people understand and firmly believe that the path humans are taking now is not wrong. And the decision to build an astronomical particle collider is not wrong. As long as we continue to work hard, humans will definitely master the grand unified theory. This news is so exciting, especially in the context of the delay in the discovery of the grand unified theory. It can be said to be a shot in the arm for the entire human civilization. The previous voices that doubted the astronomical particle collider disappeared at this moment. And those voices that were not optimistic about the future of mankind also disappeared. Similarly, after spreading on the human side, this news also spread to the Red Flame civilization, the Nair group, the Dog-Headed group, and the Kuntai group through the human network system. Originally, humans just wanted to share their achievements with these subordinate races. But they didn't expect the effect to be better than expected. Especially in the Red Flame civilization. In the eyes of their scientists, climbing to the fourth level of civilization is harder than climbing to the sky. But humans can successfully build a warp engine without mastering the grand unified theory, which is completely unreasonable. It is precisely because of this cognition that the scientists of the Red Flame civilization finally admired human civilization from the bottom of their hearts for the first time. Because they believed that if the Red Flame civilization was allowed to do it by itself, even if there was an astronomical particle collider, it would not be able to accomplish such a feat. This is a shot of adrenaline. A shot of adrenaline for human civilization and several races affiliated with human civilization. Great race. Race favored by the universe. Race with extraordinary wisdom. Titles that all humans feel a little ashamed of. Circulated among the Chian civilization, the Nair people, and the Kuntai people. At this moment, the mental outlook of these races seemed to have changed, especially in their attitude towards human civilization. When mentioning human civilization, they changed from a somewhat reluctant state to an admiring and respectful look. At this moment, their scientific team seemed to be oriented towards humans, because humans did not implement the ideological imprinting strategy. Especially when dealing with scientists of various races. The scientific teams of these affiliated races were not very interested in humans before. But now this situation seems to have changed. Every individual life dedicated to scientific research tried their best to obtain the specific content of the successful experiment of the warp engine of human civilization through various channels. Those scientists who had previously criticized the government leaders of their race as traitors and were unwilling to join the research team could no longer hold back and started to move. They either used their personal relationships to obtain detailed consultations in this regard or simply joined the research team. Humans did not expect that this news would cause such a big stir among the subordinate races. Of course, this is a good thing. In such an environment, Yu Yuan came to the laboratory command center again. He came to see the experiment review and various core data of the experiment. In a society where technology is paramount, Every technology that promotes human progress should be valued. General. These are all the data of the warp engine. And here are all the data of the experiment process, including video data. Please look here. Under the guidance of the entourage, Yu Yuan cast his eyes on a large screen in the experimental operations center. And then he saw the process of the platinum sheet moving. In the picture, Yu Yuan saw that when the warp engine prototype entered the preset working value, a magical scene appeared on the platinum sheet. The platinum sheet that was originally quietly suspended in the zero-gravity environment suddenly became blurry, as if it was covered with a translucent flowing cover. At this moment, from a visual perspective, the platinum sheet seemed to be stretched and deformed, with one end being stretched and the other end being compressed. This was the visual effect. But Yu Yuan, who had a good scientific literacy, knew that the platinum sheet did not deform at all, but the space in front and back of the translucent cover that was covered on it. The scientists call the cover-like thing that suddenly appeared a warp bubble. Every time an experiment is successful, a seemingly hood will appear around the platinum sheet. It is a barrier that looks like a hood formed by the distortion of space. From the results of the data displayed by the warp laboratory, its function is to protect the platinum sheet in the warp bubble from being affected by the distortion of the external space. How many times is the picture slowed down? Looking at the warp bubble in the picture, Yu Yuan asked. That moment was shot by a 3,600 times high-definition dynamic camera with 90,000 frames. We can continue to increase the slow-motion multiple. And we also have more advanced shooting equipment. But it's useless. The researcher answered. Yu Yuan nodded, understanding what the researcher meant. In this picture, the moment the warp bubble appeared from nothing, the slow-motion multiple was equivalent to 1 second being stretched to an hour. But he still did not see any process of the warp bubble appearing. The warp bubble that wrapped the platinum sheet seemed to be spread all over the space near the platinum sheet at a certain moment. The researcher said that even if the slow-motion multiple was increased, it would be useless, and the effect would be the same. This shows that the warp bubble is not a real bubble, but a phenomenon that occurs during the warp displacement of the platinum sheet. These images and data are absolutely core technical secrets, and are generally not open to everyone, like the news that the experiment was successful. Well, what are you going to do next? Optimize the experiment and continue to expand the experimental subjects. Or, after looking for a while, Yu Yuan turned his head and said to Yu Nafeng on his right, it doesn't make much sense to continue to do experiments with different experimental subjects. But the optimization of the warp engine must be done. But I think this is not the point. The point is whether we can reversely find clues of the grand unified theory from the phenomenon of the platinum warp displacement. Yu Nafeng answered seriously. Humanity has obtained a lot of experimental data from astronomical particle colliders. And in his opinion, warp speed navigation technology should be realized after the grand unified theory is realized. The reason why humans can make it in the laboratory is naturally because of the disassembly of the warp engine. So he thinks that some clues of the grand unified theory are hidden in this warp. Chapter 652. At this moment, humans have mastered the manufacturing process of warp engines. And of course, they also understand the driving principle of warp navigation. But they still don't understand the interaction of various forces in the warp engine. It's like knowing how to make various things, but not understanding the force analysis of these things. So it's obvious that the next step for humans is to understand the mechanism. To understand what exactly happens in the core driving component of the warp engine during the process of warp navigation, and how the various forces inside drive the distortion of space and time. Human scientists believe that the principle of the grand unified theory is hidden here. There is nothing wrong with working hard in this direction. Of course, there are also various experimental data provided by astronomical particle colliders. Humans believe that at this point, as long as they continue to move forward, it is only a matter of time before the grand unified theory is discovered. It is just around the corner. When the successful experiment of the warp engine was announced, humans began to look forward to it. Humans are just one step away from the fourth level civilization. And ordinary people are naturally happy, because this is a matter for all mankind. They all know that every time the level of civilization is upgraded, it will bring earth-shaking changes to the entire human race. And the so-called earth-shaking changes will definitely include all human individuals, even the entire social form. Social relations, human living standards, and lifestyles may undergo tremendous changes, just like the upgrade from level 2 civilization to level 3 civilization. The full use of true nanotechnology has made everyone a Superman. and everyone has gained the super transformation of overclocking mode. This is the real enhancement that technology brings to human individuals. This is the case for level 3 civilizations. When reaching level 4 civilization, even if the individual's physical strength is not enhanced, it will be reflected in various tools, and many foreseeable technologies will appear in people's lives. For example, superluminal communication and warp speed navigation. These two things alone will change the previous human model, which will make humans no longer worry about communication delays. It is conceivable that the scope of human activities will inevitably expand, and interstellar navigation will truly become commonplace. By then, ordinary human individuals can even drive their own spaceships away from the civilization fleet and go to some nearby planets for fun or exploration without having to worry about communication delays causing loss of connection. This will greatly enrich people's lifestyles. The enrichment of life is also a way to improve the spiritual civilization of human individuals. And for people who stay on residential spaceships all year round, they are also very eager for new changes. Some people have begun to imagine that after humans step onto the 4th level of civilization, they will develop their own new lifestyle. In this way, in people's eager anticipation, mankind has gone through half a century of accumulation and finally came up with a set of self-consistent theories of various data brought by experimental data and research on the working principle of the warp engine. And it is this set of self-consistent theories that allows humans to see the background environment of astronomical particle colliders during collisions and analyze the interaction of 3 fundamental forces in this environment. And these analyses, after the efforts of countless mathematicians and physicists, finally converged into a formula expressed in human mathematical language. This formula includes strong interaction force, weak interaction force, electromagnetic force, and symbols describing space-time changes and superluminal factors. They are combined through a series of mathematical symbols to form an equation. After obtaining this formula, scientists brought various input data of the previous warp engine into it and found that all of them were self-consistent, and even the size and shape of the warp bubble can be fully reflected in the formula. It is worth mentioning that this formula has many variant formulas, that is, derivation formulas in certain aspects, which are mainly used to express the 3 basic forces with different emphasis. This formula perfectly unifies the 3 basic forces and perfectly explains the fact that electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force are one force under certain conditions. Humans have finally found the formula of the grand unified theory and finally mastered the theory of the symbol of the 4th level civilization. This formula looks so simple. When it is announced, every human can write it down easily. However, behind every symbol and every letter of this simple equation composed of mathematical symbols, there are countless human scientists who have believed and struggled. The emergence of the mathematical expression of the grand unified theory is not the result of the wisdom of a particular mathematician, but the result of the joint efforts of human scientific teams behind the scenes. If it weren't for the hard-working engineers who put in the effort to design the astronomical particle collider, if it weren't for the determination of the new government, if it weren't for countless scientific teams climbing up from failure again and again, if it weren't for batches of scientists constantly trying and failing, then this formula would not have appeared. So it belongs to the entire human race. It is the progress of mankind at the peak of science. And it is the progress of the entire human civilization. At this moment, all human beings can shout, Level 4 civilization. Here we come! Originally, there was no civilization level division in the universe. The logic behind the civilization level division was not a rigid rule, but was determined by a certain extremely difficult theory or technology. After a civilization obtains this theory or technology, it can form an absolute strength to crush the civilization without this theory or technology. The essence behind it is the depth of understanding of the laws of the universe. Later, civilizations with good intentions divided these barriers more clearly, and then they were recognized by later civilizations, which formed the civilization level circulated among the civilizations in the universe, just like the different classifications of civilization levels by the pioneers in ancient times. If we follow that classification, what humans have mastered now is the necessary theory to enter the threshold of interstellar civilization. The current level 1, 2, and 3 civilizations are all space-level civilizations, and level 4, 5, and 6 civilizations are interstellar civilizations. As for level 6 and above, the pioneers called them cosmic civilizations, but even the pioneers themselves did not reach that level. In other words, after the mathematical expression of the Grand Unified Theory was announced. The news that humans mastered the Grand Unified Theory spread throughout the entire human civilization and even several other affiliated races. At this moment, all humans and the intelligent life groups that depend on human civilization are boiling with excitement. Countless humans spontaneously celebrate in various ways, and every spaceship becomes lively. Happy humans gather together to open champagne, drink beer, or cook some strange food, wear their favorite clothes, gather in groups of 3 or 5, and pay tribute to every scientist who silently contributes behind the formula in their own way. At this moment, the human group seems to be really condensed into a rope, and everyone is proud to be a human, especially after seeing some human videos being reposted to the Chian civilization, the Nair people, the dog-headed people, and the Kuntai people, and then seeing the praise comments posted by these aliens under the videos. These ordinary people are even more proud. Chapter 653. Although humans and the affiliated alien races do not live in the same residential spaceship, they are under the same network. The network inside humans is the main network, and the other alien races use the human subnetwork. Because all the residential spaceships are in the same starry sky, although the network has some delays, it is still acceptable, since they have become affiliated with humans. The sovereignty and network must be dominated by humans. For ordinary people, the relationship between the human network and the networks of several alien races is equivalent to the internal and external networks. Some humans often go to various websites of other races through the network to browse. The human videos that appear on other races' networks are sent by these people. The original intention of these people was to see how aliens communicate with each other, and how their behavior and thoughts are different from humans. They also often post videos from other races on human networks for entertainment purposes. In fact, these are all spontaneous cultural exchanges that can broaden human horizons and knowledge. And the new government is happy to see this happen. While ordinary people are still immersed in the success of the Grand Unified Theory formula, the human scientific team has already set its sights on the farther front. First of all, the improvement of the warp engine. After mastering the Grand Unified Theory, humans have once again upgraded the warp engine they made, starting from the principle, and have made a higher quality warp engine. At the same time, research in other areas is also continuing. With the Grand Unified Theory as the cornerstone, humans have officially challenged various applied technologies, such as warp navigation technology research, tachyon communication technology research, force field control research, and the research on the 3 basic forces under the Grand Unified Framework, and the derivative technologies that may be born. Humans are well aware that under the framework of the Grand Unified Theory, there will definitely be many derivative technologies, just like the realization of controlled nuclear fusion. And the first breakthrough in these various studies is tachyon communication technology. In the second year after mastering the formula of the Grand Unified Theory, humans created the first tachyon detector based on the principles of the Grand Unified Theory. And after installing this tachyon detector on an astronomical particle collider, they successfully detected the tachyons generated during the collision experiment. This discovery is equivalent to proving the correctness of the previous tachyon theory. On this basis, humans successfully created a tachyon generator in the second year, and succeeded in the communication experiment in the laboratory in the second half of the same year. Then in the third year, humans created the first mass-produced tachyon communication device. After various actual communication tests at both ends of this space, humans found that the delay of tachyon communication is very low, and the delay is less than 1 millisecond at a distance of more than 10 light-years. Later, it was discovered that this delay is actually caused by the reaction speed of human electronic equipment. In other words, tachyon communication within a range of more than 10 light-years can be said to be almost instantaneous and real-time. Why is it almost? Because many scientists believe that although the speed of tachyons is faster than the speed of light, it has not reached infinity. From the concept of speed, it still has a speed. At least the tachyons that humans currently use for communication are like this. But humans cannot yet measure the breadth of the spatial scale at which it will have a delay. At the same time, some scientists believe that there is more than one type of tachyon, and there are speed differences between them, just like photons and other particles. But humans have not yet discovered other hypothesized tachyons. Based on this, the Academy of Human Sciences lists tachyons as a major branch of science and technology, a path of science and technology system, called tachyon technology. Under this current science and technology system, Only tachyon communication technology discovered and applied by humans is marked. Other applications and discoveries of tachyon technology are still in the speculation stage, such as the discovery of other tachyons that can be used for weapons. Relevant scientists have already started research in this area. If we say that in addition to tachyon technology, what is the most exciting technology that has emerged after humans mastered the grand unified theory? It is undoubtedly the gravity potential well technology. Human scientists have discovered that they can modify the input energy ratio through the grand unified equation, affecting the effect of electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force after fusion under a specific environmental background, just like the warp bubble and warp displacement effect, so that it can produce a space effect similar to gravity, which they call the gravitational potential well effect. And this technology is called gravitational potential well technology. What is gravitational potential well technology? As the name suggests, humans can create a device that produces a gravitational potential well effect. The gravitational potential well effect is easy to understand. It literally means that objects in the gravitational potential well are subject to a gravity-like effect. For example, if a force is applied to an object suspended in space, it will easily move around due to the force, just like touching an object in a zero-gravity environment. But if a gravitational potential well is applied to the location of the object, the effect will be different. The object will be firmly fixed in this area, and even if it is poked hard, it will still rebound to its original position like a spring, just like a small ball placed in a funnel. This invisible funnel is the gravitational potential well. Objects will tend to move toward the center of the gravitational potential well as if they were pulled by gravity. This is a great technology. A great technology based on the grand unified theory, because its emergence will bring earth-shaking changes to human civilization. First of all, in terms of antimatter, the existence of gravitational potential well technology makes it possible to store a large amount of antimatter. Humans can use gravitational potential well technology to safely place large quantities of antimatter in containers made of matter, without worrying about collisions between antimatter and matter, and causing annihilation reactions. The second is spaceships and warships. The emergence of gravity potential well technology will completely change the form of human warships and residential spaceships. Especially for residential spaceships, humans will say goodbye to drum-type residential spaceships, because it can be foreseen that after the gravity potential well technology is widely used, humans will no longer need to use the centripetal force generated by the rotation of the large disk of the spaceship to simulate the gravity effect, but can directly use gravity potential well technology to simulate. This means that human residential spaceships no longer need various rotating structures, which will make residential spaceships more solid and the available space will become larger, because the human living area on the residential spaceship will no longer be limited to the outer circle of the rotating disk. After that, the interior of the living spacecraft can be a multi-layered structure like a cruise ship. Similarly, human warships will bid farewell to the era of magnetic boots, and the rotating structure of the internal office and living areas can also be omitted, which will free up a lot of space for other uses in the warships. In other words, humans can finally feel the existence of gravity on the warships again, just like on Earth. Technology has indeed changed life. Perhaps some people say that humans are too obsessed with the gravity environment, and they will live in a weightless environment after going into space. But the gravity environment on Earth is an environment that all functions of the human body have adapted to for billions of years, and it is definitely the most comfortable environment for humans. Moreover, humans who have mastered the gravity potential well technology are not stupid enough not to set a switch. Chapter 654. Of course, if this technology is to be truly implemented on warships and residential spacecraft, more scientific research investment is still needed. After all, it takes a process from theoretical proposal to experimental verification and then to large-scale application. But one advantage of scientific and technological civilization is that once a certain technology is mastered, it can be mass-produced. After the gravitational potential well theory was proposed and then experimentally verified, human scientists have already considered its practical application. Using it in the floor of warships and spacecraft to act as a gravity effect is one aspect, and it is also the first application that people think of. However, there are still many difficulties in this application, such as how to make the huge floors of warships, living spacecraft, scientific research ships, and biosphere spacecraft evenly receive the same traction. This aspect is much more difficult than using it to preserve antimatter. To preserve antimatter, You only need to create a gravitational potential well. And then, you can preserve antimatter in a closed material container. This is something that experimental scientists can already do when doing experiments with matter. It is not too difficult. You just need to continue to improve the stability of the creation, and there will be no big problem. However, the difficulty of using it as a gravity effect on warships is geometrically increased. Although it is the same technical principle, the difficulty in different applications is also very different. At present, humans want to apply it to warships and various types of spacecraft to act as a gravity effect. There are several main problems. The first is the distribution problem of gravity potential wells. That is, the structural distribution problem. The second is how to insert the gravity potential well equipment into each floor of the warship, and how the warship should be designed after inserting it. The third is how to solve the problem of the interweaving of the traction potential energy field of the gravitational potential well. In fact, the first 2 points are not really difficult. The most important point is the third point. Human scientists must figure out what kind of physical phenomenon will appear when two gravitational potential wells are intertwined and superimposed. Is it the superposition of the traction force of the potential well field or other superpositions? Or will it become a chaotic gravitational potential well field? You should know that the potential well field energy size distribution of the gravitational potential well is actually a bit like a vortex funnel. The potential well field received at the center of the hole is large, and the edge is relatively small. Of course, this is just an analogy. In fact, the gravitational potential well is different from the vortex funnel. One is the traction force towards a point in three-dimensional space, and the other is the horizontal plane falling towards the center. But no matter what, human scientists must figure out what kind of physical phenomena will be caused by the influence of two gravitational potential wells approaching each other, and what kind of physical phenomena will appear when three or more gravitational potential wells are arranged and combined in different ways and directions. All these must be clearly understood, so that they can be safely applied to warships and spacecraft. Any technology, from theory to application, must ensure its safety, and of course comfort. In today's interstellar era, due to the development of life gene technology, human life individuals are now considered to be tough and thick. After entering the overclocking mode, basically all kinds of thermal weapons in the Earth era can be directly resisted by the body. Of course, weapons of mass destruction can still kill overclock humans. After all, human genetic modification today is still at the level of human form and impact resistance, and has not yet involved things like super strong biological force fields. Naturally, it cannot withstand heavy weapons, even if it is just a heavy weapon of a primitive civilization. In fact, human ability to withstand attacks is a byproduct of strengthening. After all, the original purpose of human strengthening is to withstand the high G generated by the acceleration of warships, not to study in the direction of specializing in resisting missiles. And if you really want to resist missiles, just wear tactical armor. Therefore, the research on the application of gravity potential well technology on warships is more about comfort, so that humans do not feel the change in the size of the gravity field they receive after walking a few steps, and try to study the best matching plan to make people feel the pull of the gravity potential well of uniform size. This is the problem that scientists are currently trying to solve by applying gravity potential well technology to warships and spacecraft. And it is also the focus of their work for some time to come. Of course, not all scientists are doing this. For one aspect of application, there are basically only dozens of scientific teams and engineering teams doing it. Other scientific teams have other things to do. After all, there are more than one application technology extended for mastering the grand unified theory. In fact, gravity potential well technology is a product of force field manipulation research, and it can also be said to be a phased result of force field manipulation research. As for force field manipulation, it is a major research direction derived directly from the grand unified theory, mainly focusing on various physical phenomena of the three basic forces of strong interaction, weak interaction, and electromagnetic force under the background of grand unification. There are comprehensive studies of the grand unified force, and there are also studies that analyze each of the basic forces and then try to control the range, scope, and intensity of some of the forces. There will be many subordinate branch scientific and technological research in both directions. And in the process of researching in these directions, various related derivative technologies will be born. It can be said that force field manipulation research is a general direction, and many application technologies will be born from this research in the future. Gravitational potential well is just one of the more advanced application technologies. As for other application technologies, although they have not yet appeared, some derivative technologies can be foreseen, such as the range of force in force field manipulation research. If there is progress in this research, then humans will be able to control the range of various interaction forces within certain specific creations through the grand unified equation. So it is very likely that humans will obtain new materials based on the grand unified theory of force field manipulation research. What kind of material is that? Experimental physicists and engineers in various fields have already made scientific reports on this topic while studying this topic. The report points out that if humans can use the grand unified force field equation to operate the range and scope of a single force, then the range and scope of the strong force can be extended and the range and scope of the electromagnetic force can be shortened, reaching the level where the range and scope of the two forces can be replaced with each other, so that a certain creation can show the physical phenomenon that the strong interaction force is a macroscopic force. The report points out that if this can be done, then humans will obtain a new material, which they call strong interaction material, according to the description of the force field equation of the grand unified theory. This material is achievable, and its appearance is a matter of time. As long as humans continue to deepen their research in force field manipulation, it will appear in human civilization in the near future. Chapter 655. I believe everyone is familiar with what strong interaction material is. It is the material used in the water drop detector made by the three-body civilization in the novel The Earth era of humankind. Of course, novels are different from reality after all. The strong interaction material described in the novel uses a special force field to eliminate the electromagnetic force between particles, so that the strong force becomes dominant, pressing protons and neutrons together firmly, turning it into a material with zero surface friction coefficient, indestructible, and no longer vibrating particles, and a temperature infinitely close to absolute zero. It is a light-reflecting material. However, scientists of human civilization have discovered through the grand unified force field equation that the grand unified force field equation cannot theoretically eliminate the electromagnetic force. The existence of the four fundamental forces is objective, and the grand unified theory is to unify three of them. Therefore, it is impossible to eliminate one of the forces in the equation, not even in theory, and even more impossible in actual research and experiments. However, it is possible to change the force range and interaction range on a certain specific creation to a certain extent through force field operation, such as swapping the range and force range of strong force and electromagnetic force, so that strong force becomes a macroscopic apparent force. Of course, this force field manipulation process must be supported by strong energy. As for how to operate it specifically, scientists and engineers are still studying experiments. Generally speaking, it is to operate the three basic forces in creation through some kind of force field probe based on the grand unified force field equation to achieve the desired results. It is worth mentioning that this operation process is not possible in any environment, but must be under the background conditions of the grand unified force field. In other words, if you want to produce strong interaction materials, humans have to build corresponding material manufacturing factories. There is no doubt about this. As for how strong the strong interaction material can be, we can only know it after it is actually produced and tested. However, this kind of material that can only be produced by a fourth-level civilization is, needless to say, a crushing existence for the third-level civilization creation. Sooner or later, human beings will have their own strong interaction material detector. Strong interaction material is one type, but force field manipulation is a general direction, and its branch technologies are more than just gravitational potential wells and strong interaction materials. During the preliminary research, a scientific research team used the number 2 alloy that humans currently have to conduct relevant experiments. They found that this alloy material, which was determined to be a quantum material at the time, actually showed a certain shadow of force field control, but not much. It is a quantum material, but if you look at it from the perspective of the grand unified force field equation, it is also a special electromagnetic force performance material. It presents a field distribution different from that of ordinary objects in the force field structure, like a physical property that appears after some microscopic quantum interweaving of electromagnetic force and weak interaction force. From this perspective, it is indeed a quasi-level for civilization material. When humans created alloy number 2, they did not have level 4 civilization technology. It was extremely unlikely that they could create it. It was a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. In terms of force field manipulation, humans have discovered that the branch technologies that can be studied are not only material technology, but also some optics-based technologies, such as optical invisibility. Optical invisibility is not visible light invisibility, but optical full-band invisibility. Scientists have discovered that in theory, they can start with force field manipulation and adjust the expression of electromagnetic field force fields, so that the surface of the object being acted on is covered with a layer of strange electromagnetic field. This electromagnetic field has no other effects, only the effect of full refraction of light, regardless of the wavelength of light. Any light that enters this special electromagnetic field will be affected by the special magnetic field, refracted, and then bypass the object in the direction of the magnetic field. Just like water passing over a duck's back, there will be no reflected light, no diffuse reflection, and no diffraction. Scientists call this special electromagnetic field an invisible electromagnetic field, because light that penetrates the invisible electromagnetic field will bypass the electromagnetic field and then be emitted from the other end of the object in the same direction as the incident angle. So to an optical observer, the object is completely invisible. All optical means cannot detect the object, which is truly invisible. However, it is obvious that from a theoretical point of view, this kind of invisibility can be detected by gravitational technology, such as gravitational wave detectors. But the required gravitational wave detectors must have very high accuracy, and special particles such as tachyons can also be detected as detectors. From this point of view, this invisible electromagnetic field seems to be useless, and is indeed useless. After all, there is no fourth-level civilization that does not master tachyon detection technology. However, it is not useless. For example, a warship equipped with electromagnetic field invisibility is invincible to civilizations below the fourth-level civilization, without high-precision gravitational wave detection and tachyon detection. Such a warship cannot be discovered at all. It can be said that if humans are willing, they can completely create a detector with electromagnetic field invisibility, and then hang it on the mother planet of the third-level civilization to observe them all the time without worrying about being discovered. Unless a blind cat hits a dead mouse during operation and hits a spacecraft in orbit. The advantage of a higher-level civilization over a lower-level civilization is so outrageous that a fourth-level civilization can easily produce any technological creation, whether it is a strong interaction material or an invisible electromagnetic field, which is enough to crush a third-level civilization. So are there any other derivative technologies in the field of force control? Of course there are. After mastering the grand unified theory, scientists have already opened their minds. They think that force field control can also be used on the shield of warships, based on the grand unified theory and force field control as a means. A grand unified force field is constructed. Scientists call this shield, which is still only in the theoretical demonstration stage, a force field shield. If successful, it will be the main defense shield for human warships in the future. As for the research on related new weapons, humans will naturally not fall behind. Not only have they not fallen behind, but many experts have already been doing research on new weapons after mastering the grand unified theory. First of all, it is the reverse of force field control technology. Experts immediately thought of gravity bombs. They think that they can create a powerful bomb that can cause force field turbulence based on gravity potential well technology. Yes, anyone with a discerning eye can see that gravity bombs are weapons that exist specifically to destroy force field shields. The competition of contradictions still exists even in space and interstellar space. On the other hand, there is the application of antimatter. Since the fourth-level civilization uses antimatter as its core fuel, it must have the ability to mass-produce antimatter. So humans naturally cannot ignore antimatter-related weapons. The appearance of weapons such as antimatter bombs and antimatter warp missiles is a foregone conclusion. In addition, some weapons experts who advocate miracles with great force also believe that the electromagnetic guns mastered by the third-level civilization have a lot of room for improvement. It can be further upgraded with the technology of the fourth-level civilization by changing its electromagnetic structure to a grand unified force field drive, and then directly replacing the electromagnetic shells with antimatter. The weapon is still in the conceptual design stage, and these weapon design experts who advocate miracles with great force have claimed that this is a powerful weapon that combines the advantages of extreme kinetic impact and antimatter destructive power. Chapter 656. The Weapons Design Department predicts that this conceptual weapon has great prospects. Its general design idea is to use antimatter as fuel to provide energy. Use the grand unified force field as the direct driving force. And the warhead is also composed of antimatter. In general, it is an antimatter kinetic weapon. Originally, when it was first designed, weapons experts only thought that it should be a fourth-level civilization version of an electromagnetic railgun. After all, the development route and ideas of this weapon are based on the original electromagnetic railgun. But what shocked them all was that when the design drawings appeared and they began to verify various feasibility, they found that this weapon was surprisingly powerful in various performance indicators. According to theoretical data, the high-efficiency energy of antimatter plus the powerful driving force of the grand unified force field, combined with the powerful energy of antimatter annihilation, the theoretical value after calculation can actually reach the level of Star Destroyer. Yes, Star Destroyer. Of course not a star. Humans do not have the ability to shake a star. In weapon design, the theoretical value calculated by experts is that the huge explosive energy is so huge that it can easily destroy an asteroid. Yes, it can be easily destroyed, because the value is far greater than the energy level required to destroy an asteroid. This is the conservative estimate of the experts. If the weapons made by humans can be extremely close to the theoretical level, then it is not impossible to destroy a satellite or even a planet. Antimatter annihilation and the grand unified force field are combined to exert terrifying energy that humans could never imagine before. Now, some weapons experts have suggested that the weapon being designed be named Star Destroyer. This suggestion has been shelved for the time being because the weapon has not yet been truly built, and people have not yet witnessed its power in reality. If it is really as powerful as it is in theory, then it will definitely be named Star Destroyer. Star Destroyer. What a resounding name. But it is not easy to actually manufacture such a weapon. First of all, it is mentioned in the design that the acceleration part of the weapon must reach at least 150 kilometers. Such a lengthy acceleration part is naturally to allow the shells to have enough acceleration time to achieve a higher shell speed. As it is a kinetic weapon, such a length, coupled with the powerful acceleration ability of the grand unified force field, is enough to increase the antimatter shell to sublight speed. Then the kinetic mass enhancement effect brought by the super strong kinetic energy of sublight speed, plus the huge energy of antimatter annihilation itself, is enough to destroy a planet. In the third-level civilization, humans can at most plow the surface of a star. Even if the entire civilization explodes with all the power and all the weapons available, it cannot shake a planet. However, the fourth-level civilization is different. Just from the theoretical energy level, humans have the confidence to destroy a planet. The power that the grand unified theory brings to mankind is too strong. Now, mankind finally realizes why the fourth-level civilization is classified as a high-level civilization. It is indeed that the level it is at is strong enough. The stars in the starry sky that were previously unshakable can be easily destroyed by the fourth-level civilization. In the design plan, the barrel wall of the Star Destroyer is full of devices that produce the grand unified force field. The grand unified force field generated by these devices will be cleverly interwoven in a special form to form a powerful force that drives the antimatter shells in the barrel forward. Needless to say, the energy supply system of the Star Destroyer must be the antimatter engine on the battleship. However, because the Star Destroyer is too large, the warship must be large enough. The longest warship currently available to humans, the Lyra, is only 15 kilometers long, which is 10 times longer than the current size. It is definitely not enough. So if we want to make the Star Destroyer a reality, we must simultaneously manufacture larger warships. To manufacture larger warships, we need to make breakthroughs in all aspects of human technology. Material technology is definitely a must. The emergence of the Star Destroyer will inevitably change the war situation. Natural planets in the starry sky will no longer be space fortresses, because a fourth-level civilization can destroy it with one shot. All road-based defense cannons built on planets, like the defense measures of third-level civilizations, will become decorations, and will become the dead souls under the Star Destroyer cannon. Of course, if there is the ability to transform a planet into a war star, it will be a different story. However, it is obvious that even if the grand unified theory is mastered and the grand unified force field equation is possessed, humans cannot see any possibility of driving a planet by themselves. It is possible to destroy a planet, but it is not even theoretically possible to drive a planet away at warp speed. The reason is that the mass of the planet is too large. Based on the current technical parameters of human warp navigation, it is impossible to generate such a huge warp field. Installing tens of thousands of conventional magnetic thrust engines can push the planet, but it will be as slow as a turtle in the interstellar space. And it will be a sitting duck. It is meaningless and cannot even keep up with the normal human fleet. In fact, humans can push a star in a second-level civilization, but they cannot drive a star as fast as a battleship even in a fourth-level civilization. Now some scientists who study warp technology are puzzled, because they find that the current warp theory of humans seems to have developed to the limit and can turn the theory into reality. But it cannot produce a warp bubble that wraps an entire planet. In other words, it is not allowed in the existing warp theory. This makes them very puzzled, because as early as the era when humans came into contact with Kuntai civilization, they saw some descriptions in the Kuntai civilization data. They said that their mother planet was because a civilization called Quill civilization received a broadcast of the Galactic Center Alliance near their mother planet. And finally their entire mother planet was packed away. Humans know that the technology of packing up planets is very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. That's non-destructive packing. In the past, humans only knew it was powerful, but they didn't have much concept. Now it's different. Even though the grand unified theory has been realized, humans still can't theoretically pack up a planet and take it away. This shows that the civilization whose name is unknown in the Kuntai civilization database is at least a level 5 civilization. From these data, human dynamics experts speculate that a level 5 civilization should master a warp drive method that is more powerful than a level 4 civilization. Otherwise it would be impossible to pack up a planet and take it away. And that way of obtaining it may be related to the theory of everything, just as the current human warp navigation technology is related to the grand unified theory. This is easy to associate. After all, the pioneers have told humans the theory or technology of the hallmarks of level 5 and level 6 civilizations. Chapter 657. Time flies, and more than a decade has passed in a flash. The grand unified theory is indeed the core theory and landmark theory of level 4 civilization. After humans realized the grand unified theory, many technologies based on the grand unified theory appeared one after another, which can be regarded as a wave of technological explosion. Of course, scientists at the forefront of scientific research know that it is not really a technological explosion, because they prefer to say that it is the result of accumulation of quantitative changes leading to qualitative changes. Since the realization of the grand unified theory, many theoretical physicists have faded from the public eye as usual, continuing to work silently in their fields, continuing to improve the possible flaws of the grand unified theory, and of course putting more energy on the future development path of mankind. The development from theory to application is more the work of experimental physicists and top engineers in various fields. The role of ordinary people is to reserve human beings in various fields. The new government coordinates the overall situation. Each link has its own division of labor, and each department performs its duties, forming a thriving scene of human civilization. Over the years, many derivative technologies rooted in the grand unified theory have also sprung up, like mushrooms after rain. Among them, the most talked about after dinner thing is the strong interaction material, which is a typical material. It is a mechanical material developed based on the grand unified theory, and the grand unified force field as the technical foundation. It is an application of force field control technology. Other branch technologies under the framework of force field control technology include full optical stealth technology, force field shield technology, warp drive technology, gravity potential well technology, etc. And there are many applications developed from these technologies. For example, antimatter storage devices, warp engines, antimatter warp missiles, force field shields, gravity bombs, star destroyers, etc., covering the maneuverability, defense, and attack of warships. On the other hand, there is research in the field of tachyons. Currently, there are only tachyon detection technology and tachyon communication technology. Many scientists are also committed to research in the field of tachyons, hoping to discover other types of tachyons and develop them into superluminal weapons in their phenomena. But no tachyon technology suitable for weapons has been found so far. Any one of these derivative technologies and applications is enough to defeat the third-level civilization. For example, the emergence of tachyon detection makes all the light-speed weapons of the third-level civilization useless, and all light-speed weapons lose their suddenness, allowing warships to detect them in advance and avoid them at any time. The emergence of force field shields completely renders electromagnetic railguns ineffective, because the force field in any force field shield actually refers to the grand unified force field. According to theoretical descriptions, a warship equipped with a grand unified force field shield will form a protective force field, like a cover, outside the warship when it is turned on. These force fields will play a good defensive role against incoming material attacks. It is not a head-on confrontation, but through the grand unified force field. The attacking object is guided by the force field and directed to other directions, thereby avoiding the warship being directly hit. It's like artificially creating a violent turbulent undercurrent around a sailing submarine, and then rolling the incoming torpedo to other directions. Yes, the force field shield is different from the shield that can block all physical attacks and people's phenomena, or the shield that can resist all physical entity attacks. It can't be created by a grand unified force field. Scientists actually believe that such shield technology exists, but they think it should be mastered by a more advanced civilization. I don't know whether it is a level 5 civilization or a level 6 civilization. Humans know very little about this. After all, the diamond crystal that represented the pioneers back then didn't say anything, and the awakeners didn't show such ability in front of humans. Based on this, some human scientists speculate that the shield may be a special technology that only certain races can master. All of these are derivative technologies and related applications of the grand unified theory. Of course, these are mostly applications in the general direction, reflected in the progress of the entire civilization. It directly improves the combat effectiveness of the entire civilization to a higher level. As for the changes in the human body and individual human life, there are actually some, but they are insignificant compared to those used on warships. For example, after the realization of the grand unified theory, human biological scientists added the concept of grand unified mechanics to the biological brain and consciousness, combined it with the previous quantum mechanics, and re-established a new biological brain model to study the technology of biological consciousness. Then they were surprised to find that the thought imprinting technology previously mastered by humans did have loopholes, or unknown side effects. The School of Life Sciences spent more than 10 years studying this unknown side effect, and found that this side effect seemed to affect the thinking activities of intelligent life in imagination and innovation. In other words, any intelligent life that has been branded with thoughts may have its creativity imprisoned at the same time. Imprisonment is only a phased result of the current human Academy of Life Sciences. There may be other unknown effects, but they are still unknown. Also, biologists are not sure whether this effect will be passed down from generation to generation. This discovery made the human leaders feel lucky. When this technology appeared, the new human government explicitly stipulated that it should not be used on humans themselves. Now it seems that this decision is really correct. It also shows that human thought imprinting technology is not a complete technology. It may just be a derivative technology in a certain direction of technological development. In short, looking at this technology at the current level of human technology, scientists feel that it is even weirder than when they first mastered this technology. Because when their vision was still at the third level of civilization, scientists at the Academy of Life Sciences felt that the emergence of this technology was very reasonable and perfect. But after mastering the grand unified theory and adding various concepts designed by the grand unified theory, they felt that it was very weird to master this technology at the third level of civilization. There was even a sense of confusion. Scientists realized that this matter seemed a bit serious, so they reported it. As the leader of civilization, Yu Yuan soon noticed the relevant report, so he went to the School of Life Sciences to learn about it. This trip made him a little confused, because the scientists of the School of Life Sciences told him about the various side effects of the thought imprinting technology, and also told him many details of the implementation of the thought imprinting technology, as well as their various records of individual lives that have been used with the thought imprinting technology over the years. After learning these details, Yu Yuan frowned even more, because he deeply felt some unspeakable malice from these records. We humans seem to have mastered this extremely dangerous technology inexplicably, which can even easily destroy the future of the entire civilization. This is what Ikai said when Yu Yuan left the School of Life Sciences. Chapter 658. Extremely dangerous technology. And they mastered it inexplicably. When they were in the third level civilization, the scientists of the Academy of Life Sciences said that they had fully mastered its principles. It is true. According to previous scientific theories, humans can indeed create creatures that imprint thoughts on consciousness. But after adding the theory of the fourth level civilization, the various side effects of these technologies were seen. Not only that, the scientists of the Academy of Life Sciences also told Yuan that after years of research, they found that this technology is indeed a derivative technology in the field of spiritual consciousness. But the prospects of research in the field of spiritual consciousness are still somewhat confused after arriving at the fourth level civilization, and they don't know which direction to focus on. In other words, they saw the flaws of the thought imprinting technology, but they didn't know where to start to solve this flaw. Although their horizons have become higher and their knowledge has increased, they can't foresee the research direction in the field of spiritual consciousness related to this technology. This feeling is very bad, as if the development of this field has come to an end. But all scientists know that the field of spiritual consciousness has definitely not come to an end, because they can still see the flaws of the thought imprinting technology. However, some scientists have put forward different views. They believe that it is not that the thought imprinting technology is flaws, but that the thought imprinting technology is like this. It is an extremely dangerous technology that can even destroy civilization. The emergence of the term extremely dangerous technology has caused scientists to re-examine the technology of mind imprinting, hoping to find out whether the defects of this technology are real defects or just the way they are. To this end, they once again carefully analyze the intelligent life of the vassal races that use this technology, analyzing the changes in their behavioral habits, changes in their mental states, reactions to the imprinted consciousness, etc. After various tests, a scientist suddenly had an idea and proposed that scientists from the Red Flame civilization, the Kuntai people, the Nair people, or the Knoll people learn this technology, from principles to applications. A whole set of technologies will be taught. This proposal will definitely be rejected. No doubt. Because humans are not generous enough to pass on technologies and theories that only their own civilization has mastered to other races, even vassal races. However, this scientist proposed a reason that the new human government could not refuse. He only said one sentence in his report. Is the thought imprinting technology or the spiritual soul field a unique technology and unique technological direction of mankind? Humans learned about special technologies from the Awakeners, and then learned more about special technologies from the diamond crystals representing the pioneers. Since then, humans have been looking forward to the fact that their race may also be unique in some way. Otherwise, the Awakeners would not have repeatedly reminded humans that they have talents and not to sell scientists. But there has been no clue about this matter, and humans themselves don't know what the talents that the Awakeners mentioned back then are. Obviously, the words of this scientist now made all the human leaders excited, but they still remembered the words of the pioneers. When the rhombus crystal mentioned this special technology, it vaguely said that whether a race has special characteristics will not be shown in the low-level civilization period. At least the pioneers found that their race's understanding of certain technologies was unmatched by other races after reaching the 6th level of civilization. But when did humans realize the technology of thought imprinting? That was the 3rd level civilization. That was a low-level civilization. It doesn't match what the pioneers said. So humans have never paid attention to this aspect until this time they discovered the idea proposed by this scientist. Maybe humans are so special? Everyone thinks so. Anyway, it's okay to give it a try. Just find a few scientists in the relevant fields of the vassal races to learn and you will know. Then you can control them. Now humans are the boss of the vassal races, and there is no need to worry about defections. Moreover, scientists from the Academy of Life Sciences also said that the thought imprinting technology is a derivative product of the research in the field of spiritual consciousness, and it cannot be regarded as the ultimate product. They think that if it is really a special technology, it should be some ultimate application after further research. In this case, let's give it a try. This test confused all the scientists of the human race, because they found that the scientists of these subordinate races could learn, but it was very difficult for them to understand. For some concepts, even if humans can't remember them, they can understand them quickly under the teacher's explanation. But the scientists of these subordinate races showed a phenomenon that learning was very painful, and they needed to rack their brains and think hard for many days and nights before they could understand. This is interesting. After discovering this phenomenon, the Human Academy of Life Sciences quickly realized that their experiment was not rigorous, because the scientists from the vassal races they called to study were basically top scientists who had participated in the vision of the human grand unified theory. In other words, their vision was already at the level of 4th level civilization, and they understood the grand unified theory. So, another learning experiment for scientists from vassal alien races began. This time, humans only selected scientists who had not been exposed to the baptism of the grand unified theory. After selecting them, they first gave them the scientific theories of the third-level civilization level to learn. After they had mastered them, they began to teach various theories and applications of spiritual consciousness, and finally taught the huge knowledge concept system and technical details of the thought imprinting technology. At this time, human scientists discovered that the scientists of the vassal races could only barely understand what they were saying. It was a very easy to understand concept, but they showed an expression of incomprehension. Some vassal scientists even expressed doubts to human scientists, saying that this was advanced scientific information that humans had dug from some ruins. This result really shocked the human scientific community. Yes, the scientists of the vassal races could understand and learn, but their performance was far less easy than that of humans themselves in understanding these various related ideological imprints and technical concepts. At this moment, the entire scientific community of mankind realized what this meant. Thought imprinting technology is indeed a derivative technology in the field of spiritual consciousness. And further in-depth research in the field of spiritual consciousness is likely to produce special technology. Extremely dangerous technology. Special technology. But it shouldn't be like this. If thought imprinting technology is a prerequisite for humans to master a certain special technology, then how could the Awakener know it? You must know that when humans first met the Awakener, they were not at the third level of civilization. There are still many speculations and mysteries in the human scientific community regarding related thought imprinting technology. But this discovery has made humans more eager to study spiritual consciousness. And at the same time, vigilance against thought imprinting technology has been raised to another new level. Chapter 659. While some scientists from the Academy of Life Sciences were digging deeper into the new discoveries of thought imprinting technology, other scientific teams were also working on other aspects. As we all know, the symbol of level 4 civilization is the Grand Unified Theory, which is the theoretical basis of gravitational potential well technology. With gravitational potential well technology, humans can preserve antimatter on a large scale. So where does the so-called large-scale antimatter come from? It must be made by humans themselves. It can't just appear out of thin air and be given to humans. So after the realization of the Grand Unified Theory, some scientists and engineers of mankind have devoted themselves to the production and manufacturing of antimatter. So how to manufacture antimatter? The method of manufacturing antimatter is not to directly write on a bag of antimatter, and then immediately produce a sack of antimatter. No. Humans said that we don't know this method, so we can only do it step by step. Everyone is very clear about the composition of matter. Atoms are the basic particles that constitute matter. Atoms are composed of atomic nuclei and extranuclear electrons. The atomic nucleus is composed of protons and neutrons. The concept of antimatter has existed since the Earth era, and humans also have corresponding processes for producing charged particles such as positrons and antiprotons. The positron cannon is a sign that humans have the ability to produce a large number of positrons. Then electrically neutral antimatter can also be produced according to this idea. This method is called gamma-ray bombardment by humans. First, human engineers need to build a gamma particle stream generator. Gamma particle stream is produced by the process of radioactive atomic nuclei at high energy levels transitioning to low energy levels after alpha decay and beta decay. Generally speaking, nuclear explosions themselves are a gamma ray source. This is not difficult for humans, with mature controlled nuclear fusion and fission technology. The gamma particle flow generator is the first and key step in creating antimatter. Because after obtaining the gamma particle flow generator, humans can separate positive and negative electrons through various scientific and technological means. The principle is that heavy elements have abnormal absorption of gamma rays, accompanied by energy release. And this energy release is the light radiation produced by the annihilation of positive and negative electrons. So human engineers can add a magnetic field constraint in this process to separate positive and negative electrons. Next is the second step. Human engineers need to add a magnetic confinement device to the environment where positrons are produced by gamma-ray bombardment. Then make a proton synchronous phase accelerator. The purpose of this accelerator is to accelerate protons to a sufficient energy level and then bombard them on a copper target. At this time, various mixed particle objects such as antiprotons, protons, neutrons, and various mesons will be produced. Then human engineers also need to make a star-shaped magnetic confinement separator and connect it to the previous link. The function of the star-shaped magnetic confinement separator is to separate antiprotons from these particles. Theoretically, one antiproton can be produced for about 30,000 particles. Antiprotons can now be produced. The third step is to use a particle accelerator to accelerate antiprotons, which are negatively charged, using the same counter method, and bombard protons. During this high-energy bombardment, neutrons and antineutrons will be produced and then separated. Finally, these devices are assembled, and the separation path of antiprotons and antineutrons enters the same magnetic confinement storage, and they form antinuclei. After the positron is produced, it is introduced into the nucleus synchronously with the first two. These mixed antiparticles will be like particles in real life, in the special environment of human creation, through various interactions in nature, such as the strong interaction force. The antiproton and antineutron will be firmly bonded together to become an antinucleus. The positron will also enter the outside of the nucleus according to the law of the charge Coulomb formula due to the electromagnetic force, and become an extranuclear electron. At this point, human civilization can create an antiatom. Yes, just an antiatom, since the first antiatom has been produced. As long as this method is used to continue to produce it, as more and more atoms are produced, they will form molecules and macromolecules under various interactions. So human civilization can obtain antimolecules composed of antiatoms. Antimolecules finally aggregate together to form antimatter. Antimatter produced by this method is generally hydrogen molecules. A large number of hydrogen molecules aggregate together to form hydrogen gas, and humans will get a lot of antihydrogen gas. Of course, the formation conditions are not so easy to control, so antihelium may also be produced in this process. But whether it is antihydrogen or antihelium, or the formation of other elements to form other macromolecules, they are all antimatter needed by humans, and they will undergo annihilation reactions with normal matter. It is harmless. After these antimatter are prepared, they will be stored in a gravitational potential well confinement container. They will be compressed into high-density hydrogen or helium, floating quietly in the container without any contact with the container wall, because once they come into contact with anything in the material world where humans live, a matter-antimatter annihilation reaction will occur. And then, there will be a mass energy equation, an ocean of energy. From this, we can see that antimatter is not an energy source, but a highly efficient energy, because its preparation requires more energy. Why does it take more energy to make it? Because of the second law of thermodynamics. It is impossible to transfer heat from a low-temperature object to a high-temperature object without causing other changes. The entropy of an isolated system can never decrease automatically. Entropy does not change in a reversible process, but increases in an irreversible process. The increase in entropy predicts the heat death of the universe. The production process of antimatter is naturally not immune to the clutches of the second law. Its use is also the process of gathering and releasing it with energy. But compared with other forms of energy, antimatter has a higher energy level and a greater energy density. But since it is so difficult, why do we need to create antimatter? It is like asking why we need to work hard to make a battery as the lighting energy for a small light bulb when we can use dozens of tons of wood to light a fire and illuminate your beauty in the dark night. No one wants to carry dozens of tons of wood around in the dark. But there are people running around with flashlights everywhere. So this is a kind of high-efficiency energy. Human civilization needs it. And the fourth-level civilization needs it to truly drive the warp engine. Humans need to build an antimatter factory, and then use the matter in the universe as energy to continuously produce antimatter for themselves, and use it as fuel for various new creations, new warships, and new spacecraft. Such a big effort is just to obtain more antimatter. It is conceivable that the material required by the fourth-level civilization is not the same as that of the third-level civilization. It can even be foreseen that the fourth-level civilization can hollow out a planet's rock and burn it with heavy nuclear fusion technology, and then convert it into a new energy form of antimatter. Antimatter factories must be built, and construction must begin immediately, because the demand for antimatter is already huge. All future warp engines will use it, and all new warships and new spacecraft will need it as fuel. This is a gap in the entire civilization, and it is inevitable after upgrading to a level 4 civilization. Chapter 660. Antimatter factories can be built. After the realization of the grand unified theory, humans have been planning this matter, and it has already started. The materials used to build the factory come from human inventory, and the remaining materials from the construction of the astronomical particle collider. However, although the factory can be built, The production of antimatter has not reached a large-scale level. The reason is that there is not much material left for humans now. Or in other words, there are very few materials that humans can use in this space. The rocky planets in the 8-star systems have basically been hollowed out by humans. Now the only resources available to humans are the remaining gaseous planets and the remaining materials. The production process of antimatter is not very efficient. It requires a lot of material energy to be converted into a small amount of antimatter through the antimatter factory. For this situation, humans currently have no other way, because humans have not found other more efficient ways to produce antimatter. According to the efficiency of the antimatter factory designed by humans, it often takes more than 10,000 tons of matter to produce 1 ton of antimatter. And these more than 10,000 tons of matter include the consumption of fuel and production of antimatter. It should be said that the energy system of the antimatter factory is actually provided by nuclear fusion, a cheap and easily accessible energy source. Energy is generated by nuclear fusion reactions, and then converted into antimatter needed by humans through antimatter factories. It seems a bit embarrassing to use nuclear fusion energy when we have already reached the 4th level of civilization. But we need to understand that energy and energy are different concepts. Nuclear fusion reactions are energy sources that are easily obtained in the universe. Antimatter is an energy aggregate of a higher energy level. It is not everywhere in the universe, like nuclear fusion. It will not be generated spontaneously. So there naturally needs to be an energy system to power the factory. Of course, the antimatter produced can also be used as fuel to drive the antimatter factory. But this will undoubtedly consume more energy. This is not a question of whether human technology is advanced, but the second law of thermodynamics, which is the result of the law of increasing entropy. For this reason, humans have no intention of mass-producing antimatter factories. At this stage, humans plan to use the remaining resources to build a factory and a warship that uses antimatter as fuel and can achieve warp speed. After that, we have to find a way to leave this space. Although this space is safe, the remaining materials are not enough for human beings to upgrade comprehensively. It is true that there are many gas planets, but the difficulty of developing gas planets is many times greater than that of rocky planets. There are so many star systems in the Milky Way, and there is really no need for humans to fight here, unless there is no exit and they have to do it for survival. Otherwise humans will not do such a thankless task. Of course, humans are not without any contingency plans. If there is no exit in a short time, then humans really have to start developing the gas planets in the 8 stars. Although it is only to obtain fusion fuel, it is better than nothing. However, at this stage, what humans need most is still heavy elements. As humans who have just stepped into the 4th level civilization, the way to obtain heavy elements is actually no different from that of lower level civilizations, which can only be obtained through the development of rocky planets. This is also the case for many civilizations, unless technology has reached the point where supernovas can be created by hand. From this, it can be seen that galaxies in the universe are still the main place for civilization activities. Even if humans reach the 4th level civilization, they will still have to plan their navigation in the future like the 3rd level civilization, using the star system as their port of call in the vast sea of stars. As time goes by, relying on the powerful industrial capacity, the antimatter factory of mankind gradually appears in the starry sky from scratch. Next to the factory is the astronomical particle collider, with a length of more than 6,000 astronomical units. This newly formed antimatter factory seems a little small here, but in fact it is also a behemoth. It is larger than the largest Tianqin battleship currently owned by mankind. It is a space fortress with a length of more than 20 kilometers. The antimatter factory adheres to the consistent design ideas of mankind. It is composed of many parts. Each part is specially reserved by human engineers for the installation slot of thrusters, so that it can be modularly separated and set foot on the starry sky with the human fleet. Such a demand undoubtedly increases the difficulty of manufacturing antimatter factories. But humans have sufficient technical accumulation in machinery, so the problem is not big. While the antimatter factory is being built in full swing, another plan is also being carried out at the same time. Human engineers are ambitious. They hope that the new warship of mankind will be a 4th level civilization warship in the absolute sense. Then the requirements for the warship are obvious. First of all, the warship must have a weapon system that matches the 4th level civilization level. Secondly, the fuel technology of the warship must also use antimatter annihilation to provide energy. Finally, the warship must have the ability to travel at warp speed. This is the most basic requirement. On this basis, the new warship must also have the new shield technology of the fourth-level civilization. That is, the force field shield developed based on the Grand Unified Force Field. Then the warship must also have a conventional navigation method. That is, the magnetic propulsion system of the third-level civilization must also be installed. The conventional navigation method is mainly used for navigation in areas close to various planets within the star system. Because human scientists have discovered that the gravitational environment of the stars in the area close to the stars will have a certain impact on the warp speed. And it is easy to cause accidents if you forcefully enter the warp speed in these areas. However, the exact impact range and the consequences of forcibly entering the warp speed will have to wait for scientists to conduct field experiments with warp engine-equipped spacecraft to get accurate numbers. These must be studied and obtained in advance so that humans can safely use warp speed navigation in various gravitational environments in the future. Compared with new warships, experimental spacecraft are much easier. They only need to use old spacecraft as a framework for modification, install warp engines and various testing equipment. For a period of time, countless humans have devoted themselves to the construction of the fourth-level civilization. Many new projects have been launched at the same time, and new creations have continued to appear. The starry sky where humans live presents a busy scene. Warp engine power experiments, warp spacecraft trial experiments under gravitational environment, antimatter factories, force field shield experimental platforms, tachyon communication tests, tachyon detection tests, research on the application of gravity potential well technology and large ships, tests of large magnetic thrusters driven by antimatter, research on antimatter kinetic weapons projects, research on antimatter warp missiles, research on weapons related to gravity potential well technology, from theory to technology, and then from technology to technological creations. Humans are transforming themselves into a true fourth-level civilization. Chapter 661. And most of these technical application studies will be used on new warships. The design of new warships is constantly updated as many technologies become reality. The reason why they are updated with new technology-related creations is that many original design plans are found to be seriously inconsistent with the warship design plan after a certain technology-related creation appears. In this case, it is natural to replan the warship layout to make the design plan adapt to the new creation. After these new technology-related creations appeared one by one, the design blueprint of the new warship was finally finalized after multiple rounds of screening. In the design plan, the main frame of the new warship is made of strong interaction force materials, and the rest of the parts are all made of number 2 alloy. Only in this way can the huge body of the main new warship be supported to perform various actions without collapse. As for why all strong interaction force materials are not used, it is naturally because the production cost of this material is too high. Engineers estimate that if humans want to use strong interaction force materials to build the main frame of a warship, it is estimated to be a huge and time-consuming project. Because this material is not only difficult to produce, but also more difficult to process, or even impossible to process, because it is too hard and strong. If you want to break its strong interaction force structure, you have to put it back into the Grand Unified Force Field and remelt it. The only other way is to use antimatter to annihilate it. Antimatter annihilation is uncontrollable because it will produce incomparable huge energy. So this material is basically what it is when it leaves the factory. High strength and hardness are its advantages and disadvantages. It is difficult to be used on other delicate creations, but it is good for supporting the main frame of large creations or the shell of small detectors. For this reason, the warship built according to this so-called new warship design plan will definitely not be the first new warship of mankind, but will be used only after the shipbuilding technology of manufacturing level for civilization warships is fully mature. At first glance, this shipbuilding plan seems to be useless. But it is not, because it is not based on the design concept of ordinary warships. It is the design plan of the new flagship of mankind. As for ordinary warships, the material of their main frame is a modified version of number 2 alloy material, which is an improved version of number 2 alloy material made by humans. Although it is an improved version, its high temperature resistance and impact resistance have not been improved. Humans have only improved its toughness by a large unified force field, so that its parameter performance can be used as the main frame structure of new warships and spacecraft. It can also be said that this is a material for the main frame of an ordinary warship and various giant crater-bearing structures. In the design plan, An ordinary new warship will be equipped with 2 warp engines working together, which is a twin-engine warship. There are 2 options for its main gun. One is a positive, or anti-neutron gun. The so-called positive, or anti-neutron run refers to the neutron gun and the anti-neutron gun. This does not mean that a warship has 2 main guns, but that this main gun can both launch super-strong neutron jets and super-strong anti-neutron jets. It is a weapon with a grand unified force field as its driving force, and is one of the applications of the grand unified theory, because neutrons are not charged. If you want to directly accelerate neutrons, you naturally cannot use the traditional electromagnetic field, but a grand unified force field, because neutrons are not charged. This weapon can ignore the protection of the magnetic shield and directly penetrate the shield to hit the warship. Polarized shields are also useless against this weapon, because polarized shields are specially designed to defend against high-energy lasers. Its defense target is high-energy laser beams, which are essentially photons. When this weapon is filled with neutron beams, it is also called neutron killing by weapons experts. When it is filled with anti-neutron beams, it is called neutron explosion. It can be said that all the shield technologies of the third-level civilization are useless in front of neutron weapons. The only thing that can defend against it is the position shield of the fourth-level civilization. The force field shield can protect the neutron jet like the electric field protects the positron beam. However, this weapon is still a weapon below the speed of light. Yes, in the fourth-level civilization, the movement of warships has exceeded the speed of light, and weapons naturally have superluminal weapons. That is, warp antimatter missiles, warp gravity bombs, etc. Before the discovery of the tachyon type that can be used for weapons, superluminal weapons are of this type. As can be seen from the name, they all need the support of warp engines. Just like intercontinental missiles and hypersonic missiles have engines and need rocket technology to propel them. According to the current human thinking, if there is no accident, the main guns of human conventional warships should be of this type of warships in the future. Another option is a warship with a star destroyer as the main gun, compared with warships with neutron killing or neutron explosion as the main gun. The requirements for the star destroyer on board are much greater, because the star destroyer is too large. The length of this gun alone reaches 150 kilometers, and ordinary warships cannot carry star destroyers at all. Therefore, if you want to carry star destroyers, you have to design larger and stronger warships. In the plan drawn up by humans, the length of the warship equipped with the star destroyer will reach 300 kilometers, and the parameters of width and height will also reach the level of 100 kilometers. Only by building it so large can it accommodate the star destroyer with a length of 150 kilometers and have enough surging energy to drive the star destroyer. And this is the planetary warship plan of humans. The level of human warships ranges from the mountain level of the first-level civilization at the beginning, to the lake level of the second-level civilization, and then to the sea level or continent level of the third-level civilization. When it comes to the fourth-level civilization, humans simply call it the planetary level. This level of warship is not named planetary warship randomly, nor is it that the warship is really as big as a planet. The main reason is that this kind of warship can destroy stars. It is worth mentioning that the star destroyer can not only destroy stars. It is not a weapon specifically used to destroy planets, because human weapon design experts are already evaluating the possibility of installing a warp engine on the antimatter warhead of the star destroyer. If successful, the antimatter warhead fired from the muzzle of the star destroyer will be able to enter the warp state after leaving the gun. At the same time, because of the powerful kinetic energy propulsion system of the star destroyer itself, it also has unparalleled powerful kinetic energy. However, there are still some unresolved issues with this design, such as the preservation of antimatter in the warhead during the violent acceleration of the grand unified force field. This requires humans to study the gravitational potential well technology more thoroughly. Otherwise it will explode once it is activated. Of course, it can also use antimatter as a warhead, but in that case, its power will be much smaller, and it will directly become a warp plus kinetic weapon. In addition to these 2 options, there is actually another design option, but it requires humans to find a fast type suitable for combat. So this battleship design option is still in the conceptual stage, and humans don't know whether their conjecture about the tachyon technology tree is correct. So this plan can only remain in the conceptual stage for the time being. In addition to the main gun, each warship design will also have different types of secondary guns, such as mini sublight speed weapons, close defense guns and warp missiles. warp gravity bombs, etc. Chapter 662. Equipping different types of weapons is not to show the advancedness of the warship, but each weapon has its own meaning. For example, the sublight speed weapon mentioned above is actually mainly the positron cannon. Yes, the powerful positron cannon of the second and third level civilizations can only be used as close-in defense cannons in the fourth level civilization. The main function is naturally to use high-frequency shooting to block the shells entering the extremely close range. In addition, there are electronic cannons and laser energy cannons previously equipped on the third level civilization warships. These have all become close-in defense cannons. The reason why electron cannons are equipped in addition to positron cannons is mainly because humans have never seen other fourth level civilization warships as the main weapons, so they can only guess based on the main guns in their own design warships. You must know that the Star Destroyer cannons designed by humans now can not only fire antimatter warheads, but also conventional normal matter warheads. So close-in defense cannons must also have normal matter firepower, as well as antimatter firepower. The purpose is naturally to efficiently block the opponent's Star Destroyer warheads. If the warhead is normal matter, use antimatter such as positron cannon to shoot it. Otherwise use electron cannon to block it. Positive and negative matter annihilation is a physical law, and the fourth level civilization has no ability to change the law. So no matter how high-tech it looks or how powerful the shells are, it cannot escape the law of positive and negative matter annihilation when they touch each other. The same is true for the armor of the fourth level civilization warships. Whether it is number 2 alloy or a more powerful strong interaction material, no matter how powerful your material performance is, as long as it is directly hit by an antimatter bomb or an antimatter missile, it will inevitably be annihilated and destroyed. For this reason, on warships designed by humans, force field shields have become the main defensive capability. Perhaps not only humans, but also any civilization that has realized the grand unified theory and stepped onto the fourth level civilization and mastered the various technological applications of the fourth level civilization will do so. Force field shields have become the main shields of warships. As for the status of warship armor, its role will not be as great as that of low-level civilizations due to the large-scale application of antimatter-related weapons. Of course, it is not useless. Strong armor is still much better than armor that can be broken with a single poke. After all, even if everyone can be blown out of a hole by an antimatter, the structure of a warship with better armor is definitely more stable and can better withstand the trauma caused by the explosion. At the same time, it can also better adapt to the harsh cosmic environment. Just like a detector made of strong interaction force materials, it can even dive into a star. But after entering, it will not be able to drive its warp engine to run out due to the huge gravity of the star. So in this case, the repairability of the warship is extremely important, and nano-repair technology has been elevated to an extremely core position in the fourth level civilization. For this reason, it is impossible for the main battleship to be made entirely of strong interaction force materials, because once this material is destroyed by an antimatter bomb, it will cause the entire material to undergo irreversible changes. This change was already known when humans developed strong interaction materials. It is a whole piece of material. Once it is destroyed, its internal mechanical structure will change, resulting in the strong interaction no longer being dominant, which also changes the nature of its material, turning it into an ordinary material, and then collapsing. So although strong interaction materials are strong and hard, they are not omnipotent. They are not suitable for use as armor for large warships. They are very good for skeleton keels and mainframe supports because they can withstand the size of large warships themselves, so that the warships will not fall apart due to various ultra-high-speed inertial speed changes during combat. The reason why humans dare to design a warship with a length of 300 kilometers and a width and height of 100 kilometers is mainly because of the confidence given by the strong interaction material. It can even be said that it is an essential material for designing super-large warships. In the future, humans will definitely use this material as the main framework. As for other warships, they can probably only be modified with number 2 alloy. After all, strong interaction materials are still too difficult to obtain. The high production difficulty also means that humans can only focus on high technology on the flagship, and other ordinary warships cannot be built so huge. Fortunately, in addition to Star Destroyers, warships that use neutron killing or neutron explosion as their main guns do not need such a large body. Therefore, it can be predicted that the flagship of the future human fleet must be very conspicuous. Because it must be the largest and most advanced warship in the fleet. Of course, it must be the most powerful. Because warship design experts plan to put several nano-repair robot production workshops on this future period. And at the same time, the internal design of the warship has also changed from the past, adopting an internal and external armor compartment mode. That is, the battleship is also equipped with internal compartment armor, like the battleship's external armor, just like the bottom compartment of the ship, so that the battleship will not leak air everywhere if a hole is punched. This mode is like covering the human internal organs with a layer of skin, making the battleship more resistant to attack. The design also requires that the new flagship must have super high maneuverability and cannot become bulky due to its large size. To achieve this requirement, the new flagship must have enough powerful power. And the so-called powerful power of the fourth level civilization must have two types. One is warp power, and the other is conventional power. In terms of warp speed, designers have calculated that such a large warship must adopt a multi-engine linkage drive method to generate a large enough warp bubble to wrap the entire warship. After precise calculations, scientists have concluded that there are 4 large warp engines, 2 more than the conventional new warships. They are placed in appropriate positions on the warship and then controlled by a central control. It is worth mentioning that the warp engine does not actually need to expose the tail nozzle like the conventional one. So the 4 warp engines can be placed inside the warship with full coverage, which is very different from the warp engines in the movie. However, the design of the new flagship still has a tail nozzle style engine, which is a conventional large magnetic thruster, with 4 at the head and 4 at the tail. They are all mechanical structures that can be mechanically flipped up and down and retracted to be retracted into the warship and released to work outside. Humans have long been able to do this easily in terms of mechanics, and therefore have omitted the thrusters on both sides and in both directions, saving a lot of space for the warship. For this design requirement, the warship design department didn't know how much hair they had to pluck out. But fortunately, human genetic technology is advanced enough to prevent designers from changing their hairstyles. Chapter 663. Because it is not as easy as simply putting together. There are many things to consider for such a large warship. The linkage operation control of the engine, the aiming and attack of the main ship guns, the close defense attack command of the secondary guns, the search for the enemy, the detection and the fuel control of the warship. All these things must be linked to one system, so that the behavior of the warship under various actions can be more effectively coordinated. The planetary-class warship is large enough, and the space inside is certainly not comparable to that of the C-class warship. Because of the emergence of gravity potential well technology, the warship can be designed into a compartment layer plywood structure. The warship can be divided into many layers, and a large number of buildings can be built inside. Of course, building a large number of buildings is the business of living in a spaceship. The interior space design of the new flagship of mankind is not designed for large-scale population living, but for combat effectiveness. So inside it, even though there is a lot of space, it is basically filled with some military equipment. In addition to the necessary parts, such as warp speed generators, conventional thrusters, main guns and various secondary guns, there are various production factories serving the war, such as ammunition production workshops for various naval guns, multiple nano-repair factories, various parts warehouses, and even antimatter production workshops. This warship can completely import various mineral resources and energy materials from the outside world, and then it can digest them internally and turn them into combat power. As a flagship, its starting point is a comprehensive warship. In addition to these institutions and various production workshops serving the war, the new flagship certainly has a comfortable area for human habitation. After all, at that time, the human high level will basically live on this flagship, and comfort and luxury are definitely needed. However, the design of the daily living area is definitely different from that of the living spacecraft, because it needs to meet the needs of combat. So many living facilities will not be the type that can be moved and placed at will, but most of them will be designed to be retractable from the warship structure. The same is true for tables, chairs, couches, sofas, and other objects, all of which are designed to minimize the number of unfixed objects. In fact, the previous warships were also designed in this way, which is a continuation of the same tradition. In fact, judging from the design drawings of the new flagship, the interior of this flagship that has not yet appeared is very large. If it were not for the functional needs of the warship, it would not be a problem to build roads and cities inside. This point cannot be used on warships, but it can be used on residential spacecraft of level 4 civilization in the future. Of course, even if it is a residential spaceship, you can't really build roads and high-rise buildings inside it. After all, it is a spaceship. In addition to warp speed travel, it sometimes needs to perform regular acceleration and deceleration. However, spaceships have their own construction plans. Buildings and roads like those on Earth are difficult to achieve, but it is easy to build some houses that are firmly connected to the spaceship structure. For example, in the design of new residential spaceships, there are many building modules embedded between the upper and lower layers that serve as both support columns and living rooms. The design of the new residential spaceship has been finalized. The entire residential spaceship is no longer designed to be drum-shaped, and it is also different from the melon seed-like streamlined shape of the battleship. The residential spaceship looks more like a fat battleship, which looks a bit round. From a distance, its overall shape is a bit cute. This design is mainly considered to consider the living space problem. The chubby appearance can have a larger internal space, and various living facilities can be arranged freely without space restrictions, which can make human residents live more comfortably. The length of the entire living spaceship is about 150 kilometers, and the width and height are about 90 kilometers. The interior of the spaceship is divided into many layers, and the height between each layer is about 50 meters. The ceiling is the floor of the upper layer, but it is not only a ceiling and floor function, but also many devices are stuffed into it by humans. The ceiling has the function of simulating blue sky, white clouds and sunshine, and on one side of the floor, there are many devices based on gravity potential well technology. The positions generated by these devices are intertwined to provide an Earth-like gravity environment for the superstructure, because it is a gravity-like environment achieved by gravity potential well technology. The 50-meter open space cannot be completely evenly covered by simulated gravity. The upper part will receive less potential well force than the floor part, so generally there will be a blank area in each floor of the building. That is, the height area where no one lives. Also because of the gravity potential well technology, various equipment needs to be placed in the ceiling of each floor. So in fact the floor and ceiling are thicker than the space where humans live. After all, basically all the functional equipment related to life is stuffed in there, so it is normal to be thicker. Fortunately, the new type of living spaceship is large enough and has enough space for humans to use. It is conceivable that building such a living spaceship is more complicated than building a modern city. None of its layers, supports, structures, and facilities are arranged casually. Its internal structure can be said to be extremely complex, and no third-level civilization can build it. And such a large spaceship is also the largest spaceship that humans can build in addition to using strong interaction as the main structural support. If it is larger, it will face the problem of falling apart during conventional high-G acceleration and deceleration. If it is only warp travel, it can be built bigger, but that is meaningless, because even if it reaches the 4th level of civilization, humans still need conventional thrusters. From the fact that warp travel will be affected by the gravity of the planet, and the 4th level of civilization still needs to rely on the activities of the star system, it can be known that it is not only humans, but other civilizations should also be like this. There are new warships for warships, new residential ships for residential ships, and other types of ships also need to be updated and replaced. All need to be replaced with ships of the 4th level of civilization, and all need to be equipped with warp engines. Humans plan to upgrade their own ships first, and then upgrade the Red Flame civilization, the Nair people, the Kuntai people, and the Null people. These alien races have become human vassals, and humans must take them with them because they are still very useful. And such an upgrade will be a huge project, especially the flagship with the most difficulty. Judging from the design drawings, its complexity may require humans to spend several centuries to complete it. And this is still under the condition of strong artificial intelligence. It has been determined that the heavy elements in this space are not enough to support humans to continue such a large-scale upgrade project. So at this stage humans plan to build several sample ships for testing and to hone their shipbuilding technology. Once the sample ships are completed and various warp speed experiments in various gravitational environments are successful, humans will leave this space. Chapter 664. The heavy element resources here are not enough for humans to complete industrial upgrades, civilization technology and creation upgrades. So humans must leave. But humans still have no idea how to leave this space. The Awakener once said that when humans advance to the 4th level civilization, the exit will naturally appear. But now humans have mastered the grand unified theory. But the so-called exit has not appeared. This matter has attracted attention at the moment when humans master the grand unified theory. And it has also made the scientific expedition teams that are still exploring the edge of space pay attention to the developments in this area, and have launched many detectors in all directions of this space. But the entire space has not changed at all. Some people even doubted whether the Awakener had not set up the exit properly. Yu Yuan was now worried about this all day long. He was sure and clear that the Awakener one had said this to him personally, but he did not tell him specifically how to activate the exit. Sometimes he still hated this kind of rhetoric, like you will know it later. Can't they just tell humans what conditions must be met for the exit to appear? Although he knew this, Yu Yuan was helpless. The Awakener one disappeared after he finished speaking, saying that he was going to participate in the War of Civilizations. Even if he wanted to ask, he had no chance to ask. So now we can only treat this as a test. However, if the Awakener one has no intention of playing tricks on humans, then what he said, the exit channel will appear after reaching the 4th level of civilization, must be true. That is, the Awakener one must have set up some kind of monitoring trigger device somewhere in this space, so that humans can trigger the command to open the exit channel after meeting the conditions. But humans cannot find it. Then this condition is also clear. The symbol of the 4th level civilization is the grand unified theory. So to reach the 4th level civilization, one must either master the grand unified theory at the theoretical level or demonstrate the practical application of the grand unified theory. Now humans have already mastered the grand unified theory in theory, but the so-called exit channel has not appeared. So there is only one possibility left: application performance. Humans must demonstrate the grand unified theory as it should be. And this is what humans are doing now. In the eyes of human scientists, applications such as warp speed travel, tachyon communication, force field shields, gravity bombs, and antimatter bombs are all. So they plan to work with weapons experts and military departments to use all these new things in the name of experimenting with various weapons. At this stage, only tachyon communication has been tested, but the switch of exit channel opening has not been triggered. Then, there are two possibilities. One is that the application of tachyon communication is not counted as a trigger condition, and the other is that the application of tachyon communication is one of the trigger conditions. No matter which one it is, humans must experiment and implement it. The reason why humans plan to build a new warship and a new living spaceship first is also based on this consideration. What worries scientists most is the discovery of tachyon types suitable for weapons. Humans currently have no clue about this. Over the past period of time, astronomical particle colliders have been operating and collision experiments have been ongoing. But apart from this type of tachyon that has been used for communication, no other type of tachyon has been found. If the conditions for opening the channel also have this application, it would be a bit difficult. Well, it's just difficult. This space is large enough. It can be regarded as a small universe. The entropy will not increase so fast. And there are still 8 stars and many gas planets. So humans don't have to worry about energy shortages in the short term. Just from the vastness of this space, humans can feel that one really doesn't want to embarrass humans. He really cares about humans. Humans who understand this can't help but have a better impression of the Awakener. It would be great if Juan could come back now. Perhaps Juan has come back. He may have been hiding somewhere in this space watching humans. Some humans have expressed such feelings now. But they don't know that Juan, the Awakener of their thoughts, can no longer come back here. As time goes by, humans have made breakthroughs in applied technology. New experimental ships have been successfully built. Force field shields have been installed. Warp engines have been installed. Powerful star destroyers have also been tested in experiments. And there are neutron killing and neutron explosion weapons. Gravity bombs and antimatter bombs were also successful. Now, humans have completely turned these technologies into reality. And with years of testing, the level of creation has become more and more sophisticated. It can be said that humans are now fully capable and have sufficient level to truly build a new flagship. The completed test ship was first placed by humans in the empty starry sky with weak gravity for experiments. With Yu Yuan's order, the warp test of the test ship was confirmed to begin. Warp engine number 1 and warp engine number 2 are in synchronous linkage state. The system is self-checking. Self-checking completed. The antimatter container force field stabilizes the antimatter combustion chamber and is ready. The antimatter input is being adjusted and matched with the corresponding positive matter input. The parameters are connected and the system is ready. The relative position of the test ship has been confirmed. The destination of this experiment is confirmed again. And the sailing time is confirmed. The warp engine starts to ignite. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Gravity potential well detected. Warp bubble target parameters corrected. Warp bubble generated. As the participants operated, this huge ship, which was hundreds of kilometers in size, began to turn red in the eyes of everyone. And then people saw the experimental ship turn into a long afterimage and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, conventional detectors could no longer detect the figure of the experimental ship. At this time, only the tachyon detector installed at the human headquarters could capture its trajectory. Even though the experiment has confirmed that warp speed will definitely succeed, people are still filled with emotion when they actually see the warp speed spacecraft appear in reality. This is the first spacecraft with warp speed navigation function made by humans themselves. Although it is a test ship, its appearance means that humans have indeed become a superluminal civilization and a fourth-level civilization. This is a qualitative leap. The distance that used to take hundreds of years to cross can now be completed in just a few decades. Such superluminal speed does not violate the theory of relativity, because it does not directly and violently push a mass object to superluminal speed, but travels through warp speed. Just like the expansion of space itself at superluminal speed does not violate the theory of relativity. Of course, humans do not actually worry about whether a certain method violates the theory of relativity. If a phenomenon that violates the theory of relativity really occurs, then it can only be said that the theory of relativity cannot fully describe all physical phenomena. Not that this physical phenomenon is wrong. Chapter 665. The test of warp speed sailing was completed smoothly without any accidents. Then humans made a few small warp speed test ships and ran to the vicinity of the few remaining gas planets to test warp speed sailing, and then to the vicinity of stars. The result was indeed as people expected. In the area close to planets and stars, warp speed sailing is easy to deviate, especially in the position close to stars. One of the unmanned test ships of humans directly crashed into the star. After many tests, people can basically determine that the range of the gravity of stars, like the Sun, that affects warp speed sailing is about 0.8 to 1 astronomical unit. The reason why it is not a definite value is that the so-called impact also depends on the stability of human equipment. That is, the level of warp navigation technology. The more thorough the research on warp navigation technology, the more advanced the warp engine, the less the impact of star gravity. And even when this aspect of navigation technology develops to a very high level, the impact of star gravity can be completely ignored. Just like when the Awakener and the Harvester directly attached to the star's chromosphere to start warp navigation. As for the impact of the planet, the range is also small because of the weak gravity. After testing, it was found that as long as the human test ship does not enter the orbit of the gas planet, there is basically no impact. For planets like the Earth, human ships do not need to worry about the warp speed unless they enter its orbit to dock and transport between the ground and the orbit. In other words, after all ships are upgraded, the human fleet can directly drive into the star system, as long as they are careful not to break into the star range, which is not much different from theoretical calculations. Think about it. Gravity is the weakest of the four fundamental forces, and although its range is infinite, it is still not enough for a spacecraft that can directly generate a gravitational potential well and achieve warp speed, unless it is close to or encounters an extreme celestial body, such as a neutron star or a black hole. This result makes human scientists very satisfied, because it means that humans can achieve rapid maneuvers in and out of the star system in the future, and can quickly enter the warp state and leave after discovering danger. The warp speed navigation experiment also has another purpose, which is to test the warp speed that humans can achieve at this stage. In fact, strictly speaking, it is not quite accurate to describe warp speed with speed, because warp speed sailing is not the traditional ship movement, but everyone can understand it, so there is no need for humans to change these words. After many rounds of tests, scientists have come up with the current warp speed level of humans. At the beginning, when the warp engine was not running at full power, the test ship only ran at 1 times the speed of light. That is, the speed of light. As people increased the warp speed parameters and increased the engine power, the warp speed of the test ship immediately soared, from 1 times the speed of light to 10.079 times the speed of light. This value is very accurate because it is exactly the same as the result calculated by humans from the warp speed related formula. According to this company, scientists can also calculate that based on the current human gravitational potential well warp speed, there is theoretically a next level of warp speed. They have calculated it, and the result shows that it is 38.941 times the speed of light. However, the current human warp speed engine cannot reach this multiple of the speed of light at full power. In this regard, scientists are full of confidence. They believe that the current human warp speed engine must have room for improvement. As long as they continue to improve the process and improve the level of creation, humans will definitely be able to achieve 38.941 times the speed of light in the future. 1x light speed, 10.079x light speed, 38.941x light speed. 3 warp speed multiples. Human scientists directly divided them into 3 warp speed levels. And this warp speed level was directly moved to the warp speed gear of the ship by human engineers. Yes, warp speed gear. There are 3 gears in total. Warp 1 is 1x light speed. Warp 2 is 10.079x light speed. And warp 3 is 38.941x light speed. Of course, human warp ships now have only 2 gears. Warp 1 and warp 2. And warp 3 has not yet been realized. This gear is not set randomly, but is determined by the calculation formula of the gravitational potential well technology and the degree of space distortion calculated. Not only that, it also shows that there is a reaction in the creation. The 10.079 times the speed of light of warp 2 is like a technological threshold. This is still fresh in the memory of human engineers. When they were testing the warp engine, they found that the first generation of warp engines could not break through the double-digit times the speed of light. Later, after years of research, they found that the problem was the problem of technological precision. After the manufacturing process precision was improved to a higher level, the warp engine they manufactured broke through the shackles of 1 times the speed of light in one fell swoop, achieving a gradual improvement from 1 times the speed of light to 10.079 times the speed of light. In fact, at this time, human engineers did not realize that the reason why they could directly break through the shackles of 1 times the speed of light in such a short time was entirely due to human mechanical expertise. Humans have always been very advanced in mechanical technology, even more advanced than civilizations of the same level such as the Red Flame civilization, which enabled them to succeed so quickly. It can be said that humans, unknowingly, relied on their proficiency in mechanics to cross a small technical barrier of the 4th level civilization. According to the classification of civilization levels by the top civilizations in the Milky Way, after entering the 4th level civilization, humans quickly jumped from the primary stage of the 4th level civilization to the intermediate stage of the 4th level civilization. Of course, humans do not know this now, until one day in the future, when they encounter a civilization with a speed of only 1 times the speed of light. Humans will realize how much other civilizations envy them for breaking through the shackles of 1 times the speed of light in such a short time. Not only that, without humans realizing it, human engineers even thought that with the current level of human manufacturing technology, it would not be difficult to break through the shackles of 10.079 times the speed of light. Perhaps another breakthrough in mechanical technology would allow the manufacture of warp engines with higher precision and efficiency. And all humans felt that it was not difficult to improve their own mechanical manufacturing technology. And they all thought it was just a matter of time. The mechanical proficiency derived from becoming a wandering civilization brought benefits to humans that they themselves did not even realize. Similarly, humans now do not realize what their talent in mechanics means if other civilizations know about it. It was not until they found more civilizations trapped at the speed of 1 or 10.079 times the speed of light that humans realized that what they thought was natural was actually difficult for some civilizations. Chapter 666. Several years have passed, and humans have successively completed warp speed experiments, force field shield installation tests, gravity bombs, antimatter bomb experiments, and star destroyer cannons, neutron killing or neutron explosion tests. Almost all the technologies that can be applied at this stage have been used. But the things people are worried about still happened. Through the feedback from the detectors distributed in various places in space, nothing unusual was found, let alone any exit. The information fed back by each detector is the same. The space is still the same space, and no information about the universe is seen. We have built a warp engine and successfully tested 10.079 times the speed of light, but we still don't meet the standard? Do we really have to develop the hypothetical tachyon weapon to meet the standard? For a moment, the human leaders became a little suspicious and focused their attention on the only possibility they thought. But so far, human scientists still have no idea about the type of tachyons that can be used for weapons, which makes people very puzzled. Isn't it said that when we reach the fourth level of civilization, the export will naturally appear? We have obviously done it. But what about the export? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Is it true that we are still lacking a means of attack with tachyons? The more Yu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If it is true, then this is bad news. But also good news. The bad news is that humans still have to continue to explore the field of tachyon technology until they find the type of tachyons that can be used as weapons, and then turn them into weapons. The good news is that humans' conjecture about the existence of tachyons that can be used as weapons is correct. The space channel did not appear, but humans did not give up on themselves. Under the leadership of the new government, everyone still did what they should do. Research on the boundary of space continues. Astronomical particle collision experiments continue. Warp speed experiments continue. And the construction of new ships has not stopped. There is also tachyon technology, which is the focus of research at this stage. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, and the days are passing by in this square and meaningful way. Yu Yuan also has a normal schedule as usual, waking up to work, and going to bed when he is tired from work, which is very normal. Until one night. Oh! Old man. Didn't you say you were too busy to leave? Why are you back? Why didn't you call me so I could pick you up at the station? An old woman with obvious crow's feet at the corners of her eyes shouted at the visitor. The passing years had changed her appearance, but not her voice. Her shout attracted the neighbors next door, as well as the boy who followed the old woman out of the room to greet him. Dad? You're back. You've worked hard. The boy spoke first. Then the neighbors who quickly gathered around also started talking. What good things are you bringing back for your sister-in-law? Are you not bringing a doll? Several women and 2 children who followed in succession also interrupted. Uncle, do you take a car or a plane when you go out in the city? Others looked disdainful. Oh, that's nothing strange. We have cars in our village too. My father bought them in the city. At this time, the man who came back from outside opened his suitcase, took out a bag of things from it, and handed it to the old woman who came up to him, eyeing. You've worked hard. Take it. Help distribute these to the children first. We talk later. Then he took out a bag of fancy candies from the suitcase and shouted to the boy behind the old woman, "A Yuan. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come up and help?" Oh! Here comes Dad. Yu Yuan responded, then stepped over the woman in 2 steps. Stepped forward and called his man to carry the gift back to the house. After putting the gift in a corner, Yu Yuan turned around and returned to everyone. Only then did he realize that the weather was good today. It was already evening, and the faint glow of the sky shone through the clouds, reflecting on the mottled fields. The enthusiasm of the day was restrained, and the earth showed a faint green in the distance. It was a rural scene that could be seen everywhere on Earth in the early 20th century. But Yu Yuan thought the scenery was very nice. He was fascinated by it as he watched. He always thought the setting sun was very beautiful, so he wanted to watch it more. As he watched, he didn't know when it was night. The bright moon rose in the sky, and the wooden window behind him, which was not closed tightly, made a clacking sound in the breeze. This sound aroused Yu Yuan's idea. He turned around and looked at the window, but found that the group of neighbors who had gathered there before had disappeared. Maybe it's late at night, and everyone has gone home, Yu Yuan thought. Through the window, Yu Yuan could see that his father, who was tired from the journey, had taken a recliner and was lying on it with his eyes closed, while his mother was cleaning up the dishes at the table, and seemed to have finished dinner. Why didn't you call me after dinner? Seeing this scene, Yu Yuan felt a little strange, but he thought it was quite reasonable, because he thought at this time that he had just had dinner with his parents, and he came out to see the moonlight after dinner. Yes, that must be the case. Yu Yuan did not suspect anything and turned back to the house. Yuan, you rarely go back to your hometown this year. I should not have said anything to you, but you came back alone again. Didn't you tell me last time that you had a girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her back to celebrate the new year together? Although our house is a little shabby, it is still a home after all. What's wrong? Did you break up again? The moment Yu Yuan walked into the house, he lay on the recliner with his eyes closed and suddenly spoke. What do you mean our house is a little shabby? Isn't our house tiled? The outer walls are tiled. We live a relatively good life in the village. All this is due to your hard work outside. Yu Yuan thought. He didn't say it, but answered no. My girlfriend's name is Manuimiai. Didn't I tell you before that she is an officer and has to defend her country? She is not as free as us. She can't come back this year. Maybe next year. I will definitely bring her back next year. After saying this, Yu Yuan shook his head, then turned around and walked out the door to look at his home. He wanted to confirm whether the outer wall was really tiled. This time, it was indeed tiled, and it was the more expensive kind. At this time, he put his eyes on the wooden window again. At this moment, the wooden window still made a clicking sound in the breeze, and there were still some spider webs hanging on the wooden window. The old hand-pushed wooden window seemed a bit out of place with the exquisite wall tiles. But Yu Yuan did not find it strange, but thought it was very normal. You ran away after saying a word. Why are you running away? It's for your own good to urge you to get married soon. Okay. I won't say anything more about you. Why are you still standing there? Dinner is ready. Come and eat together. At this time, a man's voice sounded again in the house. Yu Yuan turned his head and looked inside. But his father and mother had sat at the dining table without knowing when. And there was a candle lit beside the table. Here they are, Yu Yuan replied. And at the same time thought, I didn't have dinner. So I said so. Yu Yuan was happy and returned home happily to eat. But somehow, he finished eating. And he didn't have much impression of how he finished eating. He just knew that he finished eating. What I ate just now seemed to be stir-fried beef with shredded radish. Yu Yuan thought he was eating beef. But then he thought it was normal that there should be no beef on the table. Chapter 667. How could there be beef? Before he figured out the problem, Yu Yuan saw his mother cleaning up the dishes. He felt that the scene was familiar. Wasn't it the same scene as before? Sure enough, he looked at his father next to him. And his posture was indeed the same as before. Yes, his parents had already eaten a meal just now, and then asked him to eat another meal. Yu Yuan felt something was wrong. But somehow, he felt it was quite normal the next moment. As if life should be like this. Suddenly, Yu Yuan felt the whole earth tremble. And then, the house he was in also shook violently. The ceiling that had been plastered and putty began to drop tiles. Earthquake? Yu Yuan thought. It seems to be an earthquake. I should take my parents out and run to flat ground. The sooner the better. Thinking so, he turned his head to look at his mother, who had just cleaned up the dishes, and his father, who looked calm and at ease. But he didn't see anyone. The house was empty, with only tiles falling from the ceiling. Oh! Are these tiles so slow? I dodge again! Yu Yuan felt that his parents should have gone out first. At the same time, he seemed to have forgotten his plan to run outside. Instead, he looked up at the falling tiles and began to move around. After dodging more than a dozen tiles that hit him, Yu Yuan felt that his vision suddenly changed. Before, he looked up at the falling tiles and dodged, and only saw the tiles falling down. But now the change in perspective allowed him to see himself dodging among the falling tiles. This feeling was like watching himself from a surveillance camera, and he could control his movements. Obviously, Yu Yuan was dreaming. In his dream, he changed from a first-person perspective to a third-person perspective. However, he did not find it strange now. Instead, just like the strange phenomena he had seen before, such as the wooden windows with exterior wall tiles, his parents eating twice, and the tiles falling from the ceiling of the bungalow, his subconscious mind automatically ignored the abnormalities, making him feel very normal in his dream. However, the good times did not last long. As the speed of the falling tiles became faster and faster, Yu Yuan finally failed to dodge, and was hit by a tile running towards his forehead. At this time, when the tile hit his forehead, his perspective automatically changed from the third-person perspective to the first-person perspective, which he thought was normal. So, when the tile hit his forehead, Yu Yuan, waked up from his sleep. It was just a dream. After waking up, Yu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the technological bedroom, and the light on the ceiling that automatically detected and lit up when he woke up. Yu Yuan's mind was clear, but his heart was still pounding because of the scene of being hit by the tile in his dream. He had realized that he was now on the Tianqin, in the space created by the Awakener. After relaxing for a while, he stood up and checked the time. It was 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was true that Yu Yuan was on the Tianqin, but the time on the Tianqin was set according to the time on Earth. 24 hours a day was the life cycle that humans were accustomed to. And the spacecraft also tried to simulate this kind of work and rest as much as possible. After getting up and drinking a glass of water, Yu Yuan continued to sleep. But this time, he did not continue to dream, because he did not fall asleep. The next day, Yu Yuan continued to work at his workplace as usual. He did not think there was anything wrong with his dream last night. Indeed, he had not dreamed for a long time. But science told him that it was not that he had not dreamed for a long time, but that he had dreamed and forgot it when he woke up. The human brain still dreams unconsciously during sleep. But some dreams are subjective and cannot be perceived. Therefore, Yu Yuan thought it was just a dream, which was very normal. However, he dreamed again when he went to bed the next night. This time, the first thing Yu Yuan saw was a green lake, and the setting sun was about to fall in the sky, against the backdrop of the twilight. The lake was deep green, with a hint of black and purple. There were floating white clouds in the sky, and dense green trees in the distance. While he himself was in an exquisite pavilion, Yu Yuan could see all these scenes, including himself standing in the middle of the pavilion to enjoy the scenery. Yes, he entered the dream of the third-person perspective again. And this dream was clearer than last night. Yu Yuan could clearly see all these scenes reflected on the calm lake. When the breeze blew gently, he could even see the ripples of the lake water both near and far. This feeling was like admiring a shaking brocade, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Yu Yuan felt that he had not seen such a beautiful scenery for a long time. But just as he had this feeling in his heart, he suddenly felt that the lake was not so beautiful. The sunset cast a fiery red beam into the embrace of the lake, and it refused to leave for a long time. The air was suddenly permeated with heat and boredom, and the perspective that followed also became the first person. Looking at the lake, Yu Yuan felt as if his heart was being devoured by a caterpillar. Itchy and hot. An unprecedented sense of fatigue came over him, and he was extremely exhausted. He really wanted to find a place to sit, even if it was just to lean on it. Hey, am I not in the pavilion? With this thought, Yu Yuan's perspective changed to the third person again. He looked at himself leaning on the bench in the pavilion as he wished, and suddenly a cool feeling filled his whole body. At this moment, a light and slightly delicate piano sound floated out from the small bamboo forest across the lake, slowly occupying Yu Yuan's entire heart. Who is playing the piano there? Is it so elegant? Yu Yuan wondered. As he thought about it, his third-person perspective went beyond the lake and covered the bamboo forest. Yu Yuan found that he could not only see himself and the pavilion, but also the entire lake and everything around the lake. Even the music floating in the bamboo forest could be seen as notes. At the same time, there was the bright moonlight that appeared in the sky at some point. The whole land and sky were in his sight. The moonlight and the music are so good. In the third-person perspective, Yu Yuan carefully appreciated the beautiful scenery and the moving piano music. He controlled himself to slightly look up at the moon in the sky. Then a magical scene appeared. Yu Yuan found that he could see himself at the same time, and he could also see the desolate moon behind the moonlight in the sky directly on the ground. And it was still very clear. Ah, this is Yutu too. This is Guanghan Palace. The dream from the third-person perspective directly let Yu Yuan know what existed above the moon in the sky. Of course, it was not the real moon, because the real moon had long disappeared. It was just the reorganization of the information stored in Yu Yuan's mind. However, Yu Yuan did not notice all this at the moment. He just felt that he seemed to be able to see whatever he wanted to see. And magically, he could see himself at the same time. This was a beautiful dream. When he woke up, Yu Yuan still remembered the details of the scene in the dream, which seemed to be much clearer than his first dream. He still thought it was normal to dream, and did not care. So he dreamed again on the third night, and then on the fifth and sixth nights for a month. And he dreamed almost every night. Chapter 668. The reason why I say almost is because Yu Yuan himself can't remember which night he didn't dream. But it seems that there was a night when he didn't dream. After dreaming for almost a month, Yu Yuan has suspected that something is wrong with him. At first, he didn't care. After all, everyone dreams, more or less. But as the number of dreams increased and became more frequent, Yu Yuan began to wonder if he was too tired. When the spirit is close to overdraft or lack, it is easier to have dreams with memories. He knows this. For example, the kind of dream that is confused and makes the whole person feel very tired after waking up is the case. However, after noticing that he had been dreaming continuously, he paid much attention to his daily routine. But he did not expect that he would still dream every night even if he had a normal daily routine. This made him even more confused. And it also made him think for the first time about what exactly happened to his recent dreams. He found that he could still remember the dreams from many days ago. And it seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. At the beginning, he would forget half of the dreams he had at night when he woke up during the day, and only remembered the last few things. Later, as time went by, Yu Yuan's memory of dreams became clearer and clearer. So much so that he could remember even the details of each dream. Will I continue to dream tonight? Before going to bed that night, Yu Yuan thought about it for a moment. And he felt that it was very likely. Because of this mentality before going to bed, he reminded himself subconsciously that if he really dreamed again, he must understand that it was a dream. Yes, Yu Yuan didn't want to be deceived by those outrageous things in his dreams. Before going to bed, he secretly gave his subconscious a hint in his heart that if he saw such abnormal and contrasting things again, he must remind himself that it must be a dream. With this in mind, Yu Yuan gradually fell asleep. As he thought, not long after he fell asleep, his dream began again. And this time the dream actually continued the last time. Yu Yuan had never encountered such a situation before. And of course, he was not aware that he was dreaming in the dream now. This time, as soon as he entered the dream, he saw himself in the pavilion by the lake listening to the melodious piano music before waking up last time from a third-person perspective. The piano music was melodious and moving, and it seemed very appropriate to the calm lake environment now. Yu Yuan looked at himself leaning on the bench in the pavilion, enjoying himself, just like finding a soulmate in the mountains and rivers. Why do I look like an artistic youth? It's a bit funny. Seeing himself like this, Yu Yuan had a different psychological activity in his dream for the first time. Huh? Am I thinking about myself? If not just now. But now I am thinking. Then why is the me in the pavilion not in sync with my thoughts? He is still listening to music. No. No. He is me. Right. Right. I am listening to music. And what I am thinking about in my mind should be the enjoyment of music. That's right. Yu Yuan felt strange. But his subconscious mind hypnotized himself again. At this moment, the melodious sound of the piano seemed to change direction gently and gracefully. And with the soft moonlight and the gentle breeze, it gave people a feeling as if the earth was shrouded in a soft and mysterious fog net. Like a dream. However, just as Yu Yuan was about to appreciate this softness, suddenly, the sound of the piano's strings suddenly became sonorous. And then Yu Yuan heard a series of discordant notes besides the original sound. The strings were trembling violently, making a clamorous and anxious sound. The lake was trembling violently, and the calm lake surface suddenly turned into a raging storm. The sky was also trembling violently, and the idle clouds in the sky were dispersing and soon shrouded in darkness. Dark clouds, lightning, and thunder followed, and Yu Yuan felt a trace of fear of the power of heaven in his heart. But in this extremely strong melody, another musical image slowly emerged. That was a low humming wind. It was wandering in the thunder and lightning, looking for a gap between the lightning dragon and the dark clouds. And finally it jumped up. With the help of the dominant main melody in this song, it turned into a huge tornado and rushed towards the dark clouds that were heavier than the mountain. This moment made Yu Yuan feel uncomfortable, and he felt that all the ugly things had retreated. And the moonlight, clear light, bright, and tenderness returned again. That's it? That's it? Yu Yuan subconsciously uttered two words of contempt for the lightning, thunder and raging waves. He felt that this little thing could not scare him at all. Oh, that's not right. There is no contradiction or strangeness. I didn't find the contrast with the old wooden windows and luxurious wall tiles before. How can I tell? Oh, could it be that this is not a dream, but reality? Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise how could there be no loopholes for me to find? Yu Yuan was very proud of himself, thinking that he had found the truth. Oh, that's not right. This scene seems to be able to change according to my wishes. Suddenly, Yu Yuan subconsciously realized that something was wrong. As if the series of changes just now were not natural, but were changing according to his own thoughts or subconscious activities. But how could reality change according to people's thinking? Is this a dream? Is I dreaming? If it is a dream, then can I do this? Yu Yuan subconsciously thought, If this is really a dream, then can I fly? Flying has always been a dream of mankind. Being able to fly in the sky like a bird is basically the dream of every earthling. Just do it if you want it. Yu Yuan began to hint to himself subconsciously that I can fly. I am in a dream. I have the final say in everything in the dream. If I say I can fly, I can fly. Thinking of this, he really controlled his body and gradually floated up. Haha. It really works. It really is a dream. Look at me flying over the lake. Look at me flying into the sky. I want to fly to the moon. This is Chang'e flying to the moon. Yu Yuan thought excitedly, and then tried to float over the lake, even to the moon in the sky. However, when he left the pavilion and floated to the lake, he found that he seemed to be falling down. Damn gravity. Gravity wants to stop me. Haha. Look at me flying. Yu Yuan realized that he was falling into the lake and tried his best to rise up. But he didn't know how he did it. But after rising for a while, he continued to fall and finally touched the lake. Yu Yuan thought about floating on the water. So he stepped on the water and floated forward like a dragonfly. The moment his feet touched the lake, Yu Yuan's subconscious seemed to have found a reasonable explanation for flying again. So Yu Yuan saw himself suddenly soaring into the air and getting higher and higher. Sure enough. Haha. I have the final say in the dream. Seeing himself flying from a third-person perspective, Yu Yuan became excited. But just as he got excited, his subconscious reminded him again, hey, that's not right. Since I know I'm dreaming, what does this dream mean? Or is it a continuation of the previous dream? Why is this? What's the meaning of this dream? Also, why do I have such a dream? Why do I have a TV series dream? Yu Yuan asked himself in the dream. But unfortunately, no one could answer him in the dream. Since I already know that I am dreaming. Can I wake up? Suddenly, Yu Yuan had a sudden thought. He felt that he should be able to wake up. After all, he felt that he had just had an ordinary dream, which had nothing to do with Inception. Chapter 669. I can't be unable to wake up. Right? Thinking of Inception, Yu Yuan's subconscious mind was a little worried that he really couldn't wake up. However, just when his subconscious mind was worried, Yu Yuan, who was originally flying in the air in the third person, suddenly found that he had changed to the first-person perspective and was still falling. The speed of falling was getting faster and faster. And soon it was like a free fall. No matter how Yu Yuan tried to fly, it was useless. I'm going to be killed by the fall. What should I do? What should I do? No. 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 I am dreaming. I won't die from falling. No. No. Maybe it's Inception. Maybe I'm awake. Now I'm falling for real. It's over. I'm really going to die this time. No. No. I've been genetically enhanced. This height won't kill me. Yu Yuan was a little proud. He just flew to a height of several floors. He really won't die from falling. Overclocking mode. Start. Yu Yuan subconsciously activated the human body overclocking. And then a magical scene happened. In reality, unknown to him, the man who was sleeping in bed actually entered the human overclocking mode. His comprehensive qualities increased geometrically, and he could resist blows, shocks, and high G acceleration. However, even so, he still did not wake up. And what Yu Yuan did not know was that this time he entered the human overclocking mode almost instantly, and did not need to brew for a period of time in advance like when he was awake. But he did not know it at the moment in his dream. In the dream, Yu Yuan really fell freely. But just as he subconsciously told himself, nothing happened. Just a big hole was smashed in the ground, and the surrounding soil and rocks were flying. However, the dream reversed again. After changing to the first-person perspective, Yu Yuan found that the peaceful and tranquil scenery around him had changed into a terrifying hell. The huge pit he had smashed under his feet also shattered. At the same time, a huge mouth hidden in the depths of hell bit him at lightning speed. Yu Yuan could not avoid it, and was bitten by the huge mouth of the abyss. This bite also aroused the fear in his heart. So he woke up suddenly. When Yu Yuan woke up, he found himself covered in cold sweat. This dream is too real. Yu Yuan looked at the ceiling and everything around him, as he did in the previous times to relieve the confusion of his dream. At this moment, he felt that something must have gone wrong. But what was wrong? In the following days, this problem continued to bother Yu Yuan, making him seem a little absent-minded in his daily work and life. But it was not very obvious, so other people did not notice it. In this way, time passed day by day. On this day, Yu Yuan returned to his residence and worked and rested as usual. And before going to bed, he was ready to continue dreaming. Sure enough, he dreamed again after falling asleep. But this time, it was not a continuation of the previous dream. Nor was it about things on Earth, but the scene after humans came to the starry sky. After the starry sky and the spaceship appeared in the first dream, Yu Yuan found that these two elements appeared in his dreams almost every time. Gradually, dreams seemed to become his night routine. Later he even found that it was not only at night, but also during the day. As long as he fell asleep, he would dream. Of course, Yu Yuan also knew that this was not the normal day and night, but the time period set by humans in the spaceship environment. In other words, whether or not to dream has nothing to do with the day and night schedule set by humans, but only with whether or not to fall asleep. Yu Yuan's days of falling asleep and entering dreams continued. And this time he fell asleep and entered dreams as usual. And as soon as he entered the dream, he started his dream journey directly from a third-person perspective. The dream scene was also very familiar. As soon as the dream appeared, Yu Yuan knew that he was on the first-generation Tianqin, because he remembered the equipment and layout on it, and the size of the interior space clearly. The dream started from the third-person perspective and went smoothly, although there were not many things that felt out of place in the scene. Yu Yuan knew he was dreaming after a few scene changes, which had never happened before. And after realizing the dream, Yu Yuan found that he had become more proficient in controlling the things in the dream. Of course, as he dreamed more and more, he also discovered some rules in the dream. The most obvious thing he could feel was the relationship between the switching of the dream perspective and the content of the dream. Yu Yuan found that when he dreamed from a third-person perspective, he could more easily control the third-person self and the things in the dream through his subconscious mind. In one dream, Yu Yuan found that he could even create things out of thin air according to his own wishes. Just like a fairy magic. Of course, only limited to things he was familiar with. Similarly, when he started dreaming from a third-person perspective, he could easily see the things in the dream very clearly. And this trend seemed to be getting better and better as time went by. Moreover, the third-person dream has another advantage. Basically, nightmare scenes will not appear in the third-person case. On the contrary, when the dream perspective is inexplicably changed to the first-person perspective, the entire dream scene seems to be out of control, and the scene becomes scary. Many horrible things appear, and they wake him up in the dream. As the number of dreams increases, Yu Yuan's feeling of dreams becomes clearer and clearer. After a while, he even knows that he is dreaming after entering the dream. With this foundation, Yu Yuan decided to try whether the third-person dream and the first-person dream would really have such a difference every time. So after a dream that somehow entered the first-person perspective and caused horrible things to appear in the dream, Yu Yuan tried to drive his subconscious and tried to pull the dream to the third-person perspective, but failed. However, as the number of dreams increased, and as Yu Yuan tried to do this every time, he gradually found that he actually had the ability to actively switch between the first-person perspective and the third-person perspective of dreams. Later, in a dream, he verified his guess. It is true that when the dream enters the first-person perspective, it will become a nightmare. And when the perspective changes to the third-person perspective, it will become a beautiful dream. Why is it like this? Yu Yuan asked himself. He had thought about telling others about his continuous dreaming for a while. And even now, he deeply suspected that there was something wrong with him. Dreams are related to the subconscious and conscious. It seems that I have to talk to the scientists in the School of Life Sciences, who study the field of spiritual consciousness. I hope they know what is going on. Well, it's time to get off work now. Let's go tomorrow. Yu Yuan made up his mind to ask what happened tomorrow. After all, it was not a very urgent matter, so there was no need to look for it during the break. But he sincerely hoped that scientists in those fields could give an explanation. Now, Yu Yuan can basically be sure that his series of dreams are not accidental. Because it is too weird. How can a normal person dream every night for such a long time and feel it? And the memory and control of dreams will get better and better as the number of dreams increases. There is definitely a problem. But where is the problem? With their own doubts about the dream. The next morning, Yu Yuan went straight to the department of the Institute of Life Sciences that studies the direction of mental consciousness. Chapter 670. Humans actually have a lot of research on dreams. Well, A lot of research refers to the background of the Earth age. For today's humans, the research on the Earth age can only be considered as some research. Of course, the general description is still similar, but the depth of research is different. According to the Earth age of humans themselves, dreams are a continuation of human daily life. Of course, this is just Plato's opinion. Psychoanalyst Freud said that dreams satisfy repressed desires through deformation. Physiologist Thompson believes that dreams are normal neurosis. And dreams make each of us go quietly and completely crazy every night of our lives. There are various opinions. After the development of modern medicine, the concept of dreams is more inclined to be a kind of psychological representation activity caused by the incomplete cessation of excitement of local brain tissue during sleep, which is the intersection, overlap and fusion of physiological and psychological activities. According to this explanation, the content of dreams is generally related to a person's consciousness and impression of life when awake. However, Yu Yuan's situation was obviously not the case. The content he encountered in his dream had nothing to do with what he thought during the day. He had never even seen some scenes, such as the absurd rural scene in his dream. This scene was more like the brain extracting information from the latent memory and then stitching it together. It was more like the brain's own imagination, the result of some kind of interaction between the subconscious and the conscious. So Yu Yuan felt that there was something wrong with him. Maybe it was a problem with his brain nerves. Of course, it could also be a psychological problem, a mental illness or something like that. Therefore, Yu Yuan planned to go to the School of Life Sciences to discuss with scientists on mental consciousness, and then go to a psychologist. Yes, psychologist. With the development of human beings, the population is large enough, and many professions have been reawakened. Psychologist is one of them, and it is a very important profession. Many people with deep space phobia are cured by psychologists. Soon, Yu Yuan came to the mental consciousness research branch of the School of Life Sciences. He is the leader of human civilization, and came to the office of the dean of this branch without any obstacles. Yu Yuan had greeted the director of the branch before he came. So when he arrived, the director was already waiting for him in the office. Director, please sit here. What do you want to talk to me about? The director of the Institute of Spirit and Consciousness is called Daida, who is grateful and grateful. He is about 3,800 years old, less than 4,000 years old, and is a new generation of human beings. In fact, many experts and scholars are new generation of human beings. So there is no saying of new generation of human beings and old generation of human beings among human beings. After all, such sayings are easy to create estrangement. Humans who have lived from the Callisto era to the present rarely label themselves as older humans. This policy has worked well. Well, there is something. It's my personal matter. It's like this. I found that I've been dreaming recently. Which is nothing. It's normal for humans to dream. But, Daida got straight to the point. And Yu Yuan didn't beat around the bush. After sitting on the sofa in the office, he directly stated the purpose of his trip. Yu Yuan looked at Daida while talking about his recent dream experiences. Daida looked like a man in his 30s. But he didn't seem very energetic at the moment. Just as Yu Yuan was still chattering about his dream experience, Daida interrupted him. General. Wait a minute. General. What's wrong? Yu Yuan looked at Daida, trying to read some information from his somewhat solemn affection. But Daida didn't wait for him to analyze anything, and said directly, General, the situations you mentioned may not only happen to you. Not only me. What do you mean? Looking up at Yu Yuan, Daida frowned deeply, his face more solemn than before. I also had a dream. Not as early as yours, but also for many days in a row. About 20 days. Well, but the content of your dream is different from that of the chief. Hearing this, Yu Yuan looked at Daida seriously, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, but still opened his mouth to confirm. Dai, has the dean also had a dream in recent times? Yes. Daida nodded, indicating that he was not joking. Is it a lucid dream? Yu Yuan asked again. Not at first. It was just a normal dream at first. But as the number of dreams increased, I found that I gradually realized that I was dreaming. The contents varied, but in summary, there were two: sweet dreams and nightmares. Daida answered solemnly. In fact, he was similar to Yu Yuan. At first, he thought it was a normal phenomenon. But later, he realized that something was wrong when he dreamed every time he fell asleep. But he always thought it was his own business. caused by his own physical condition. So he never told anyone about it. It is worth mentioning that Daida's dreams are mostly nightmares. So his sleep is not very good now. Generally, dreams are divided into many types. The first type is physiological dreams, which are dreams that reflect physiological conditions, such as cold, hot, and urgent urination. The second type is emotional dreams, which are dreams that reflect individual life emotions. The third type is archetypal dreams, which dream about some common cultural phenomena, such as dragons and phoenixes, sages, or gods and Buddhas. The fourth type is a spiritual dream, where one dreams of being enlightened by gods or something. The fifth type is a lucid dream, where one is aware that one is dreaming. Daida had the first type of dreams at first, but later, as the number of dreams increased, he also had lucid dreams like Yuyuan. However, from what he said, he seemed to be unaware of the relationship between the switching of the first-person and third-person perspectives in dreams, and good dreams and nightmares, in order to confirm whether the person being dreamed was the same as himself, with nightmares in the first-person perspective and good dreams in the third-person perspective. Yuyuan asked Dean Dai, "What perspective do you have when you have a nightmare? First-person perspective?" Dade, who was not aware of this problem in the dream, was obviously stunned by Yuyuan's question. He frowned and thought about it. After a moment, he spoke again. "Well, it seems that when the nightmare appeared, I was in the first-person perspective. The dream in the third-person perspective seemed to be quite beautiful." Hearing Daida say this, Yuyuan knew that he did not connect his continuous dreams with the spiritual consciousness field. Perhaps he was still in the stage where he had not realized the abnormality. Then, Yuyuan asked Daida a few more questions about dreams. It turned out that Daida had continuous dreams later than himself. And now Daida couldn't control the dream scene as freely as himself, and couldn't switch the perspective subconsciously, so it was no wonder that he didn't notice anything unusual. Chapter 671. Yuyuan felt that if he hadn't come here, Daida would have to dream for 10 days or half a month to find that his dream was abnormal. By then, he should have discovered that he could control the scenes in his dreams, just like he did at that time. From this point of view, although Daida also dreamed, the dreams were different, and the time points for triggering continuous dreams were also different. From normal dreams to lucid dreams, from lucid dreams to being able to control dreams, from being able to control dreams to being able to control the perspective of the person in his dreams. Each transformation takes a different amount of time. The only thing in common is probably continuous dreaming. Yuyuan did not expect that he originally wanted to ask Daida about the relationship between dreams and spiritual subconsciousness. But it turned out to be the current situation. Now it seems that the situation is reversed, and it has become Yuyuan asking Daida about his dreams, and then comparing his own dream experience. During the conversation, Yuyuan also realized that if only he had continuous dreams, then it must be his own problem. But if other people are the same, for example, like now, Daida also has continuous dreams, and both of them have this situation, then it may not be a personal problem. Of course, the universe is so vast that there are many things that can happen to two people at the same time. So what about 3 people? What about more people? Thinking of a possibility, Yuyuan signaled Daida to stop describing his continuous dream scenes, and then directly communicated with the AI built into the brain chip to help contact the Psychological Inquiry Department. Yuyuan wanted to know what kind of psychological consultations were most common recently. After the communication was connected, Yuyuan went straight to the point without any greetings and asked the Psychological Consultation Department about the recent consultation situation. However, the expert on the other end of the communication showed a puzzled expression, as if he did not expect Yuyuan to ask about this directly. There are indeed many psychological consultations on continuous dreaming. The person on the other end of the communication first showed the recent consultation data, and then added, "Director. In fact, we have noticed the abnormality of continuous dream consultations, and have begun to compile them into a report to the higher authorities. But to be on the safe side, we plan to collect some more data cases. To be honest, it's not just the consultants, but also me and our colleagues in psychological counseling. Moreover, I'm afraid it's not just us and those who come for counseling. How many people are currently consulting on related issues?" Hearing this answer, Yuyuan felt a little heavy, but he still asked with a calm look. "There are some in each living area, totaling about 1,000 people. More than 1,000 people is not a lot. After all, There are more than 20 billion people in the world now. But the real situation cannot be judged by the surface data. Because Yu Yuan learned that those who seek psychological counseling experts for related psychological counseling also have differences in early and late. The time and duration of continuous dreaming are different for each person. Just like Yu Yuan and Daida. In this way, perhaps many people have already fallen into the situation of continuous dreaming. Or just the first night. The second night. In short, the actual situation is likely to be worse. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan immediately thought of the worst case scenario. That is, this kind of continuous dream is a nightmare infection, which will spread from one person to 10 people in the dream of human beings, and eventually sweep the entire human group like a virus. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Yu Yuan shook his head and shook it out of his brain. No, it should not be a dream virus, but more like the process of awakening some ability. Yu Yuan pondered, combining his own experience in the dream from being unaware at the beginning to later realizing that he was dreaming, then being able to control the dream scene in a small range, and then being proficient in controlling the dream scene and seeing the details of each dream, and finally discovering the difference between third-person dreams and first-person dreams, and being able to switch between first-person and third-person dreams at will. The changes seem to be a gradual relationship, not a nightmare disorder caused by virus destruction. Combining the situation of the psychological counseling department and Daida, Yu Yuan believes that this is the case. But why? Why does this kind of dream appear? And why do so many people have the same continuous dream situation? Yu Yuan was puzzled. And at the same time, he was eager to know how many people in the entire human civilization have experienced this kind of continuous dreaming, and whether there will be more people who will experience this situation in the future. If continuous dreams are a good thing, then the previous problems are not important. What is important is whether there will be people who will have this kind of continuous dreaming in the future. If it is a sign of awakening or awakening of a certain ability, Yu Yuan hopes that all humans will have continuous dreams. If it is only a part of the people, it will be difficult to deal with, although it is not known whether this situation is good or bad. If the final result of continuous dreams is the awakening of a certain ability, and not all humans have it, it is likely to cause divisions within the human race. The drama between the new humans and the old humans is very likely to be staged in the future. If so, it will definitely be a crisis within the human race. Yu Yuan is in a very heavy mood now. As a leader of a civilization, he is worried about this. But at this moment, he still can't help but think about why this continuous dream appears. What is the cause of it? Seeing Yu Yuan frowning and seeming to be concentrating on thinking about something, Daida beside him also waited quietly and did not disturb him. After a moment of silence, Yu Yuan made another call. This time not to the psychological counseling department, but to the department that manages the alien races that are subordinate to humans. Because he thought of a possibility, and he wanted to know whether those races that are subordinate to humans also have continuous dreams like humans. The other end of the communication quickly gave him a reply. A very definite reply, no. Whether it is the Qian civilization, the Nair group, the Kuntai group, or the dog-headed group, none of them have continuous dreams. After receiving this news, Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled. He raised his head slightly, as if he could see through the lyra he was on, looking at the nothingness in the space, and muttered, "Awakener Huan. Is it you? Humanity has already stepped onto the 4th level civilization. But the exit passage that the Awakener Huan mentioned before leaving has never appeared, and humans can't find it no matter how hard they look. Under such circumstances, so many people among humans suddenly have continuous dreams. Yu Yuan has no reason not to suspect that this is the work of the Awakener. After all, this space was created by the Awakener. But what is the result of this continuous dreaming? How many people have continuous dreaming? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Or everyone?" After a long silence, Yu Yuan looked up at Daida in front of him. His sharp eyes met his. And then he said solemnly, "You can't make the continuous dreaming public for the time being, and wait for the relevant departments to investigate." "I understand, General." Daida nodded heavily, and it was obvious that he had thought of that as well. "Okay." Yu Yuan uttered a word, and then without saying anything else, he stood up and left Daida's office. As soon as he left the office, he immediately contacted Zhu Pit, Man Yueme, and other fleet commanders, and of course other senior leaders of the new government, to inform them that a crucial meeting was about to be held. Chapter 672. There are very few meetings that Yu Yuan can personally notify. Usually, his assistant will notify them, and they are basically video conferences. But this time, everyone is required to be present in person. Such situations are rare, so those who receive the notification are very serious. There are not many people, probably about 100 people. Those who were notified are either government officials, fleet commanders, chiefs of staff, scientific officers, and top scientists in various fields. As soon as he arrived at the venue, Yu Yuan didn't even say an opening speech, but went directly to the podium in the large conference room, looked at everyone with a serious face, and then the first sentence was, "Did you have a dream last night?" The people who were originally prepared to listen to Yu Yuan's opening speech and take this opportunity to inquire about the content of this meeting were obviously stunned, because they really only received the notice, but didn't hear what this meeting was about. Well, they were only stunned for a second, and they reacted the next second. "Did you have a dream last night?" Such a simple sentence made everyone present startled at first, and then began to look at the people around them, as if observing their reactions. For a moment, the venue was silent. Everyone had the answer in their hearts, but no one stood up to speak first. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan turned his eyes to Zhu Paite, who was closest to him. "Yes." Zhu Paite looked up and added, "And it has been many days in a row." Hearing his answer, the others at the scene frowned at first, and then most of them showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So the second person gave the same answer, followed by the third and fourth people. Almost in an instant, the venue turned into a vegetable market. "Okay." Yu Yuan raised his hands and pressed them down. After the voices of the crowd quieted down, he asked again, "How many of you realize that you are dreaming while dreaming?" I clearly feel that I am having a lucid dream, and I find that as the number of dreams increases, I can control the dream." An astronomer answered first. Almost at the same time, others also said that they did the same. Seeing that everyone did the same, Yu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "How many of you have managed to switch between the third-person dream and the first-person dream?" After asking, Yu Yuan asked those who had done it to raise their hands. This time, not all of them. About 90% of the more than 300 people present successfully switched between the first-person dream and the third-person dream. After getting this answer, Yu Yuan conducted targeted inquiries on those who did not raise their hands, and found that these people had continuous dreams relatively late. As expected, after getting this answer, Yu Yuan had some understanding in his mind. It was indeed similar to what he had guessed before. People who dreamed a lot and had continuous dreams early on could basically switch the perspective of the person in the dream. After understanding these situations, Yu Yuan told everyone the purpose of calling everyone to the meeting, and also told everyone his thoughts and guesses about the appearance of dreams. The chief is worried that not all humans have this kind of dream? After listening to Yu Yuan's statement, a sociology expert touched his chin and spoke. "Yes." Yu Yuan nodded. "What do you think?" According to what the chief said, the data from the psychological counseling department shows that more people than us present have experienced continuous dreams. At the same time, the data collected by Tyne Heswang also shows that humans living on various spacecrafts have actually experienced this situation. But it may be early or late. Because of this, everyone is still in the stage of doubting whether they have problems. So there has not been a phenomenon of large-scale dissemination of this news for the time being. The sociology expert then spoke into the microphone on his conference table. "So I think this situation is very likely to have occurred to all human beings, just with a time difference. Therefore, what we should worry about now is not the non-existent group of people who do not dream, but we should prepare to give all human beings an explanation for this continuous dream." As soon as the expert spoke, most people in the conference room cast their eyes on Daida. Daida is the dean of the mental consciousness branch of the School of Life Sciences. When it comes to the interpretation of dreams, he is naturally the most suitable person. After all, it's the interstellar age, and Zhou Gong's interpretation of dreams is no longer popular. Humans need scientific explanations for dreams. However, these looks puzzled Daida. He is the dean of the spiritual consciousness branch, and he has been studying things in the field of spirit and consciousness. But he has not reached the level of explaining this situation where everyone dreams together on a large scale. It's okay to try to explain it, but doing so is actually just pulling out some specious excuses that everyone thinks are true. And there is no way to really explain this phenomenon. Feeling everyone's gaze, Daida said helplessly, combined with the data of Tyne Heswang, We now probably know that this is most likely an event for all mankind. To be honest, we have no ability to explain such things. I think the only one who can cause this phenomenon is the Awakener. You know, we are now in the space created by the Awakener. It is appropriate to attribute the dream event to the Awakener. Yu Yuan also spoke for Daida. He had been to the Human Spirit and Consciousness Research Institute before, and knew that it was impossible to explain this phenomenon based on the current research and theory of human spirit and consciousness. At the same time, Yu Yuan also understood that if everyone's analysis was correct, then this incident was most likely done by the Awakener. But he didn't know why the Awakener hadn't appeared yet. Maybe it's a test of our human civilization? Yu Yuan gave himself an answer that was not really an answer in his heart. Calling all the senior executives to the meeting was definitely not just to ask these questions. So the meeting continued. After roughly inferring the situation, Yu Yuan returned to the host position of the meeting again and began to make arrangements for this matter. First of all, there was the issue of stability within the human race, which he still left to Zhu Pit to handle, while the fleet personnel issues were handled by the commanders, chiefs of staff, and scientific officers, and government officials were responsible for coordinating various related tasks and formulating emergency plans for this matter. After arranging the things that needed to be arranged, the meeting lasted for several hours. After the meeting, everyone followed Yu Yuan's instructions and waited. What were they waiting for? Of course, they were waiting for the various departments of the new human government to fully mobilize, and then fully activate the light of the Milky Way to conduct an open and secret investigation of the entire human race to find out whether all human beings had continuous dreams. The results of the investigation came out quickly, and they were the same as the results discussed at the conference, which was indeed the case for all human beings. Chapter 673. After confirming that it was an event for all mankind, Yu Yuan's previous worries were gone. So, under his instruction, the relevant departments of the new government made some explanations on the continuous dreaming issue that the public was concerned about, roughly saying that this matter was most likely done by the Awakener, and it might be a process of human awakening a certain ability, and finally asked everyone not to worry. While explaining and guiding, the relevant departments of the new government also specially invited some experts to come and analyze dreams in front of the public. Of course, this kind of analysis is not dream interpretation, but telling ordinary people some dream experiences summarized by everyone. For example, how to turn dreams into lucid dreams, how to control things in dreams and lucid dreams, how to avoid nightmares, how to switch between first-person and third-person perspectives, etc. Continuous dreams have been around for a while, and the new government is very efficient. It has collected most people's dream experiences and summarized a set of empirical methods. This set of methods summarized through experience and big data has a good effect after being shared with subsequent dreamers. And under the various response strategies adopted by the new government, humans have temporarily survived this national dream event. Yes, temporarily, before the whole dream event has no final result and humans cannot find the final cause. Everything is temporary. However, what surprised the new human government was that the Awakener that all mankind expected did not appear. As time went by, humans went from having dreams for some people to having dreams for all people, and then slowly gained the ability to control dreams, and learn how to use subconsciousness to switch between first-person dreams and third-person dreams. However, almost all humans have mastered the switching between first-person and third-person perspectives, and the Awakener still did not appear. As if humans' guesses were wrong, no Awakener appeared in the starry sky, and the voice of the Awakener, one that they had been thinking about, did not appear on the Tianxin. Is this the end of the dream event? Is it just to allow us to freely switch the perspective of the person in the dream? Is it just to allow us to avoid nightmares? What kind of ability is this? For a while, doubtful voices began to appear among humans. They did not question the new government's rhetoric, but questioned the dream itself, because they felt that this ability was useless. Is it just to allow us humans to have beautiful dreams every night, and then reach the legendary state of living in a dream? The doubtful voices gradually turned into questioning voices, and many speculations about the appearance of dreams also emerged. Some said that this ability to control one's own dreams is indeed an awakening ability, but it is of no great use, just to improve civilian entertainment, so that everyone can still entertain themselves while sleeping. Some said that it might be some kind of subconscious control ability, which might be used for spiritual weapons that appear in the future universe. It is the ability of the Awakener to take care of humans and help them awaken. Others said that this is the Awakener's way of testing humans. Only when all humans learn to freely switch between the first-person perspective and the third-person perspective in dreams, the channel of this space will be opened. Now that the channel has not appeared, it means that some humans have not reached this standard. According to this third statement, some people have denounced those who lied that they could control the switching of two perspectives. There is a tendency to attribute the failure of the channel to those people. It is becoming more and more serious. And under this trend, the dream event has made new progress. And the discoverer is still Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan found that after he could switch the perspective in the dream, the scenes he dreamed of became larger and larger. At first, small villages appeared frequently. Then a province, a spaceship, and after switching to the third-person perspective in this case, the first thing Yu Yuan saw was not himself standing in the command center of the battleship, but an entire spaceship. As this scene appeared, the scene in Yu Yuan's dream suddenly became clear, and the whole scene changed from the internal conditions of various spacecrafts and trivial matters on the Earth to the starry sky. A dream scene based on the human spacecraft cluster and the entire starry sky as the background. The stars in the universe suddenly appeared at this moment, and the stars disappeared at this moment. Yu Yuan saw the depth in the distant starry sky, the darkness in the deep starry sky, and the abyss demon in the dark starry sky that seemed to be hidden in the void. Yu Yuan was very familiar with this feeling. It was the fear of deep space. After so many years in the universe, Yu Yuan had already overcome the fear of deep space. So his subconscious in the dream told himself to face the deep starry sky. Of course, he did so. His attention was focused on the distant starry sky that seemed like an abyss, and on the abyss between the stars. When Yu Yuan faced the depth of the starry sky, the scene of the dream changed again. A change that was beyond his control. His perspective was pulled back to the star field where the human fleet was located. At the moment when the perspective was cut back, Yu Yuan felt as if he was above the entire starry sky, looking down above all human warships. Above? The universe has no up and down. Seeing this scene, Yu Yuan was puzzled. And then a magical scene appeared. His perspective was directly changed 180 degrees. From the above, of the human battleship cluster to the below, of the battleship cluster. Hey, the universe has no up and down, but it has left and right. It would be great if I could see it from 360 degrees at the same time. Finding that his perspective actually met his wishes, Yu Yuan had a new idea. Then, the magical scene appeared again. He found that he could look from the east, south, west, north, up, down, left, and right at the same time to see the entire human warship and spaceship cluster. This perspective was very strange. Yu Yuan had never experienced it before. It felt like he had clones distributed around the human warship and ship cluster to see at the same time. Or his perspective was connected to a group of cameras shooting at the same thing. It was so wonderful. This perspective was a magical experience that he had never had before. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe in words. Even in a dream, Yu Yuan was still fascinated. However, just when Yu Yuan was concentrating on feeling the wonderful feeling brought by this perspective, everything he was seeing suddenly turned black. And then he knew nothing. When Yu Yuan saw things again, he saw a bright light like the one in the operating room, and several worried faces in front of him. Yu Shui, you are finally awake. Great. Just when he was about to see the face clearly, Yu Yuan heard a worried voice in his ears. Finally awake? Where is this? Am I fainted? Yu Yuan did not rush to speak, but concentrated on feeling the current situation. He probably understood that he was indeed fainted. Chapter 674. What's going on? Yu Yuan's vision gradually became clear, and he also saw the people around him. They were Zhu Pit, Yi Kai, Dade, and some scholars and staff in the field of spiritual consciousness and genetic research. Yu Yuan found that the bed he was lying on was still connected to various data cables, many of which were attached to his body. This is a device with human microcurrent sensing. The principle is similar to the cockpit of tactical armor. It is used to detect microcurrents generated by human thinking activities, brain waves, etc., and is used here as a body detection device. You fainted during sleep, and the distress mode set by your brain chip notified Tianhe Light. And then Tianhe Light asked the intelligent robot to send you to the Academy of Sciences. Tianhe Light judged that you fainted because of too much mental burden. Well, you should feel very tired now. The speaker was Daida. At this stage of human development, there are still hospitals. But the main function of hospitals now is not to treat diseases, but to do various genetic modification-related examinations and enhancements. Because humans are basically not sick in their current physical condition. Diseases have been almost completely eliminated in this era. The reason for saying almost is that human genes will inevitably produce unpredictable changes under certain circumstances, which will cause some strange diseases. But they are not a big problem. Such diseases can almost be solved through genetic treatment. The reason why Yu Yuan was not sent to the hospital by Tianhe Light is that Tianhe Light judged that Yu Yuan was just fainting due to normal mental fatigue. Part of the reason for sending him to the Institute of Subconscious Research was to use the Institute's equipment to test himself after fainting. And the bigger reason was that Yu Yuan himself set up emergency measures for his brain chip. Indeed, as Daida said, Yu Yuan now feels that he is still full of strength. The kind that can punch through steel plates with one punch. But he feels very tired mentally. Shaking his head slightly, Yu Yuan stood up and looked at the people who had been surrounding him. How is it? Did you detect anything during the time I fainted? I'm sorry, General. Our equipment detected that you were overworked and mentally exhausted. And there were no other abnormalities. Judging from the brain activity signals during your coma, it was like a person who didn't sleep on a good day. So, Daida was still the one who spoke. He looked at Yu Yuan at the end, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. So what happened to you? Or what did you dream about last night? Yu Yuan could guess what Daida wanted to ask, because it was so easy to guess. First of all, humans have been dreaming recently. And secondly, Yu Yuan himself has not done anything all night recently. So if he suddenly fainted as if he hadn't slept for several days, the problem is most likely in the dream. Yu Yuan did not hide it. After all, this was not just about him, but about the dreaming of all mankind and the mystery of dream events. I saw a very magical scene in my dream last night. The starry sky, the warship, and the 360-degree panoramic view were magical. But the appearance of all this seemed to be related to whether one had overcome the fear of the starry sky, and whether one dared to face the abyss of the deep starry sky. Yu Yuan recalled everything he had dreamed about in his sleep, and also stated his personal opinion on the reasons for all this. If the equipment cannot detect the problem from the brain wave feedback, then we can only start from other aspects, such as the experience of the witnesses. After a pause, Yu Yuan continued to say, I think the situation I dreamed of should be an advanced stage. My brain activity should be very intense at that time. Otherwise I would not be so tired. But how intense it is, and which part of the brain activity is intense will be clear after the next test. How about this? Adjust all your testing equipment tonight, and I will sleep here. If my dream last night was not accidental, it would definitely happen again. Even if we don't know the principle of brain activity in dreams, at least we need to know which part of the brain is experiencing intense activity. With our current scientific and technological strength, it shouldn't be difficult. Daida nodded yes. As long as there is obvious brain wave signal fluctuation in the brain, we can definitely detect it. If we can really detect the information in the brain area in the dream you are in, it will help us study the connection between dream scenes and subconsciousness. Yu Yuan nodded slightly, then looked at Zhu Pite and others, and said, well, I'm fine. Pite, you and others should do your own things first. Be very well prepared. You can tell the soldiers of the security department in advance that there may be a dream advancement. Go and control the situation. I am probably not the first one to have this kind of dream situation. Whenever someone faints in sleep, it should be. I have given Tine Heswang the authority to cooperate with your investigation. I understand. Zhu Pit left in response. After Zhu Pit and the others left, Yu Yuan continued to say to the remaining Ikai and Daida, you should also pay attention. Don't worry, General Manager. Our brain chip has relevant sleep monitoring functions, and we have set up relevant permissions for this part. So there is no big problem. Ikai spoke for the first time. Daida on the side said that I am the same. Okay. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, and then said, you are the pillars of the School of Life Sciences, and this dream event is closely related to your research. In the future, you will need to pay more attention to this information. Yu Yuan first said some meaningless but necessary conversation, and then turned the topic back to his opinion of last night's dream. He looked at the two people with a questioning look on his face. Do you think it is possible that the Awakener has placed a dream machine somewhere in this space in advance? Or something similar? This machine can affect our dreams and make us have all kinds of dreams. From the current situation, this dream seems to be some kind of spiritual guidance. Through last night's dream, Yu Yuan clearly felt that if he had not faced the deep fear of the starry sky at that time, and had not overcome this fear in his heart, the magical perspective would not have appeared later. And the appearance of the third-person 360-degree wide-angle perspective later was obviously the direct cause of his mental overdraft. It was the perspective in that state that greatly and quickly consumed his mental power. This was unprecedented in the previous dreams. If it was really done by the Awakener, then it might really be that the Awakener was giving some kind of guidance to humans. But what could it be? If you want to give some guidance, can't you just say it directly like before? Dade, who was in deep thought, also had such doubts. After listening to Yu Yuan's words, he said to himself, yes. Before, we went from being aware of our dreams, to controlling dreams, to being able to switch between the first-person and third-person perspectives in dreams at will. All these changes are enough to show that it is some kind of advancement. Now it seems that it is correct. If it is really the Awakener. No. It must be the Awakener. The Awakener is giving us some kind of guidance. But what exactly is it? Chapter 675. General Manager. Dean Dai. You should still remember the first time we met the Awakener. At that time, the Awakener told us why they were called the Awakener. Could it be related to this? Ikai also interrupted. Ikai is no longer a man in his 60s. He looks much younger than before. All thanks to genetic modification. The only thing that is similar to before is his white hair. White hair can actually change color through gene editing. But Ikai seems to like his white hair. In his words, it makes him look more knowledgeable. Of course, this is just his own obsession. Nowadays, human society no longer equates white hair and glasses with knowledge. After all, humans now live a long life. Even after thousands of years, many people still look handsome. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are all handsome men and beautiful women. Only the older generation has this special hobby. In fact, Yu Yuan is also like this. He always likes to keep a short beard. Ikai's words instantly made Yu Yuan and Dai to look at each other. And then, they both looked at Ikai at the same time. You mean awaken? Yes. Awaken. 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 Yu Yuan frowned, muttered a few words in his heart, and then shook his head. No. The Awakener said that the object of their awakening should be the fallen civilization. We have just stepped onto the 4th level of civilization. The civilization is in a positive and vigorous period. Not a fallen civilization. If it is not a fallen civilization, why do we need to awaken? Could it really be some kind of guidance? But what could it be? Now most human scientists agree that it was the Awakener's work. And Yu Yuan also thinks so. But what puzzles him is why the Awakener didn't say it directly. Obviously, such a thing can avoid a lot of trouble just by saying it. Maybe it won't work if I say it? Yu Yuan himself acted like a great scholar and argued for the Awakener. In my opinion, at this time, Ikai stroked his beard and said, this kind of power that can make the whole human race dream is not something we can understand now. Let's try to study it. If it is really done by the Awakener, it should not be a bad thing for us. As for the result, we will only know when the Awakener comes out. Or our dream has produced a result. I think so too. Dade stood up and paced around the room, saying, since the general has already shown an advanced dream state, the others will probably be soon. Just like before. And I want to emphasize that this is definitely some kind of guidance given by the Awakener to us humans. Because other races in the same starry sky do not have this situation. Which is the best proof. It seems that Dai De is very convinced that this was done by the Awakener. Yes, if it was somewhere in the universe. He might still wonder if it was caused by encountering some unknown mysterious object, mysterious phenomenon, or some kind of advanced civilization relic. But this space was truly isolated from the universe by the Awakener, so other factors can be ruled out. And now, these scientists have no good way. They can only try their best to study, and then wait for the results. As a 6th-level civilization, the Awakener's technology level is too advanced for humans, if they want to study and understand the cause of the dream. Except for the Awakener himself to come out and say it. Humans really have no good way. And to be frustrating. Even if the Awakener really came out and told humans the principles of dreams during this period, humans probably wouldn't understand the essential reasons and the scientific principles involved. Indeed, for today's humans, there are still some people who think that the recent national dreams are not the power of science. National dreams are indeed a bit outrageous. You can say it's a fantasy nightmare, but it has absolutely nothing to do with magic cultivation. Yu Yuan and Ikai and Dai De then discussed the dream advancement together. At the same time, Yu Yuan also asked the two about the possible role of life science in this. It was considered a discussion in their professional fields, and then ended the conversation. After the two left, Yu Yuan, who was left alone, did not do anything and just lay back to rest. At the same time, under the control of strong artificial intelligence, soothing music sounded in the room at the right time. Yu Yuan just lay there with his eyes closed to rest. It was amazing that although he felt very tired at this moment, he did not feel sleepy. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yu Yuan finally fell asleep to the soft music. But this time he did not dream. After a rare dreamless night, Yu Yuan felt full of energy after waking up. This situation also confirmed Yu Yuan's conjecture. Dreaming is related to mental state. The advanced dream the night before was a great mental consumption. And after the spirit is severely consumed, there will be no dreaming. Sure enough, after spending a day full of energy, he dreamed again that night. This time, the content of the dream was still the universe, the deep sky, battleships, spaceships, and the wonderful third-person 360-degree panoramic view. After having such a dream, Yu Yuan's spirit was exhausted again. But this time he did not faint. But he was listless after waking up the next day. A few days after Yu Yuan's condition, other people also began to experience this condition. But their performance seemed much worse than Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan only fainted once, while others would faint again after having the same dream. But the time of fainting became shorter and shorter each time. This was the same as Yu Yuan's subsequent dream performance. Yu Yuan seemed to be ahead of all humans. Oh no! There was another person who was in a similar situation to Yu Yuan. That is Lu Xiaofan. She was the one who inhaled the red gas on Callisto at that time. Just like Yu Yuan. Like Yu Yuan, she showed a very fast recovery from mental fatigue. And she was the only one besides Yu Yuan who fainted only once in this dream. This discovery excited the experts of the School of Life Sciences for a long time. Because now humans can basically confirm that the alien spacecraft that crashed on Callisto was a creation of a fourth-level civilization. But judging from the current dream performance of Yu Yuan and Lu Xiaofan, the red mist seemed to be seriously incompatible with the technology of a fourth-level civilization. Because the performance of the two people is too obvious. Their mental recovery is faster than other humans. And their performance of dreams is almost exactly the same, which makes people think of the red gas on Callisto. In other words, the red gas on the spacecraft was probably not created by the civilization itself. The red gas was either obtained from an interstellar trading market or from the remains of a civilization. A fourth-level civilization spacecraft carrying some unknown civilization crashed on Callisto. Thinking about it, the innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. It is not certain that there is an unknown story behind the spacecraft. As time went by, the human dream continued, and Yu Yuan soon discovered that he was getting more and more comfortable in this new dream. As time went by, he even felt less and less tired after waking up. This feeling was too obvious. Now Yu Yuan was 100% sure that the continuous dreams during this period of time must have been caused by the Awakener. And the Awakener was helping humans to complete a certain evolution. This evolution was achieved through dreams. At present, this evolution is still continuing. As for how long it will last, to what extent it will end, and what humans will become after it ends, no one knows. But it is not a bad thing anyway. At the same time, many people also speculated that the reason why humans have already set foot on the fourth-level civilization, but have not found the exit of space, may be because of the Awakener. And setting foot on the fourth-level civilization is to trigger the conditions left by the Awakener to make humans dream. Perhaps when the dream is advanced and humans have certain abilities, they will naturally find a way out. Chapter 676. There are many different opinions. The new government department played a stabilizing role among the many opinions. Various departments and experts cooperated with each other to explain from different directions and conveyed a message to the public. Dreams will be advanced and beneficial to mankind. I hope everyone will take every dream seriously. A few months after the dream incident was made public, many instructions on how to dream better, how to adapt to advanced dreams, how to deal with various situations in dreams, precautions, etc. appeared on the official website of the new government. Don't panic when something happens. And don't panic when you faint in a dream due to energy loss. Under the intentional guidance of the new government, there is no panic in the dream events of the whole human race. On the contrary, the whole human race now accepts this statement. They even share the progress of their dreams with their relatives and friends around them after waking up. Many people have also opened similar forums to share everything they dream about every night and their coping measures. The entire human race is discussing dreaming, which seems to be a very absurd thing in the Earth era. If it really appeared in the society of the Earth era, it would be no different from heresy and would be labeled as feudal superstition. But this kind of thing happened to the entire human civilization that has entered the fourth level of civilization. And it is openly discussed every day. Countless citizens are also enthusiastically sharing their valuable experiences online. Now, under the introduction of some videos and articles about dream guidance by the new government, all kinds of comments have exploded. Now everyone knows that the reason why they keep dreaming is not because of some fantasy gods and demons, nor is it feudal superstition, but because the awakener has achieved it through some technological means. At least this is the official general explanation at present. As for the specific explanation, it is the answer given by experts in human spirit and consciousness. Of course, it is not accurate, but such an explanation can be accepted by humans, because compared with the general explanation, they can understand it and think it should be the case. That's what they say. Human scientists argue that existence determines consciousness, and consciousness is a reaction to existence. This is the basic materialist argument about consciousness, and everyone is familiar with it. On this basis, scientists propose that the awakener may influence the information processing method of the human brain through some creation based on consciousness information, so that humans have various dreams, and people are aware of their various behaviors after dreaming in dreams, such as controlling dreams, using subconsciousness to influence various things in dreams, and even creating things, etc., which is a manifestation of people not only reflecting the world, but also knowingly creating the world. It is a manifestation of the source of wisdom of intelligent life. The scenes in dreams are interpreted as a process in which people's self-awareness creates new information with their thinking, and then processes it in the human brain, an information processing field, and then materializes and concretizes it. And this process is the process in which human self-consciousness changes from passive to active over the subconscious. And the control over dreams is a proof of this. The awakener seems to be awakening or guiding humans in some way, so that human self-consciousness changes from habitually passively accepting the subconscious to consciously leading everything. The result of this guidance, many experts in spirit and consciousness believe, is a kind of strengthening of mental power. This statement is not groundless, but has real examples, because it is happening to Yuan right now. After experiencing many third-person battleships and starry sky perspectives, Yuan found that he began to change from the first fainting to a normal life. As the number of fainting increased, he found that he not only did not feel listless after waking up every day, but felt more energetic. This feeling became more and more obvious. After more than 10 days, Yuan could even stay awake and work for 24 hours without feeling sleepy. After finding that he was more energetic, Yuan also tried to stay awake for 30 hours before going to bed. He did feel sleepy and fell asleep, but he woke up after only 6 hours and felt energetic again. Of course, he still dreamed while sleeping. The same starry sky, battleships, and third-person perspective. But now this kind of dream and entering this magical third-person perspective no longer made Yuan feel tired. On the contrary, it was more like a process of quickly replenishing energy. This situation continued. As time went by, Yuan felt that he had more energy. He could even go for several days without sleeping and not feel sleepy. His rest and sleep time was further shortened, from 6 hours to 5 hours. That is to say, at this stage, Yuan only needed to sleep for 5 hours, and he could stay awake and work for 3 or 4 days. This feeling of increased mental strength was very obvious. And after Yuan, this effect gradually appeared in the entire human civilization. If there were still people who questioned whether dreams were harmful nightmares, such voices have completely lost their market now, because everyone feels that their energy is growing. If reality has an energy bar like in games, the energy bar of each human being is at least 10 times longer than before, and the recovery speed is also faster than before. From another perspective, the shortened sleep time and the increased wake time are actually no different from indirectly increasing human lifespan. Of course, increasing lifespan is only one-sided. The biggest beneficiary of this situation of one gaining while the other loses is actually the entire human civilization, because individuals are full of energy and recover very quickly. This greatly improves the efficiency of the development of the entire civilization. Imagine that two individuals of two civilizations originally had the same schedule, sleeping 10 hours a day and waking 14 hours a day. Under such schedules, it would take a year to master the technology of a certain branch of science. But now another race is awake longer and sleeps less. So under the same scientific research conditions, this race may only need 6 months to successfully master the technology of a certain branch of science. Under the same cosmic time environment, this civilization's utilization of time becomes higher. Under the same creativity, the time it takes for this civilization to reach a higher level becomes shorter. Then the time this civilization stays at a certain level of civilization is shortened. And the shortened time in a certain civilization means that the probability of this civilization encountering a higher civilization and being exterminated by a higher civilization is reduced. This principle is easy to understand. So the entire human race now knows that dream events bring not only individual benefits, but also the improvement of the entire civilization. This is an internal improvement, an internal hard power that other civilizations cannot see from the technological level. Chapter 677. This is a real benefit, a foreseeable benefit. If the difference in the combat effectiveness of warships in different scientific fields of civilizations at the same level is the external manifestation of the power of civilization, the military performance, and the external strength of practice, then such improvement is the internal strengthening, which is the internal strength of practice. When two civilizations at the same level go to war, the civilization with strong external strength can certainly flourish for a while. But if it cannot directly push the civilization with weaker external strength, but strong internal strength on the other side, then the strong internal strength will gradually manifest itself at this time. And the civilization with only strong external strength will find that as the war goes on, the other side will become stronger and stronger, and even counterattack. It can be seen how important it is for a civilization to cultivate both the inside and the outside. For a long time, human civilization has relied on the strength of alloys 1 and 2 and the combat power brought by mechanical proficiency, which is considered very powerful among civilizations of the same level. Kuntai civilization and Qian civilization were defeated by humans in this way. And now, humans have been strengthened in internal strength. And the entire civilization will surely appear stronger and stronger, and will appear stronger than ordinary civilizations of the same level. Of course, other alien races also have long awake time and short sleep time. After all, alien races cannot be like humans 24 hours a day. The work and rest of each race is basically affected by its mother planet, which has evolved from the billions of years of sun and moon cycles of its mother planet. Therefore, it is normal for other races to have a day several times longer than humans. But similarly, such races will also have longer rest time. Although this conclusion has not yet reached the point where it is universally applicable, humans have at least seen the shadow of this law in the lives of Kuntai people, Nair people, dog-headed people, and individual lives of the Red Flame civilization. They all have one thing in common. That is, they are carbon-based life. And the rest and sleep time is proportional to the wakefulness time. Sure enough, the awakener appeared in a civilized posture. So the target is also human civilization, not one of the human individuals. However, what humans don't know is that this is just a benefit of the national dreaming event, just a product of the process. Moreover, the original intention of promoting the growth of human energy is not to enhance the internal strength of human civilization as humans think, but just a side effect. Of course, humans have not discovered this problem yet, and the entire human race is still immersed in the joy brought by this side effect until several years later. On this day, as perhaps the first person to discover that he was dreaming continuously, Yu Yuan found that he did not dream when he slept. This would have been a very normal thing a few years ago. But after years of dreaming every night, it was abnormal to suddenly stop dreaming. Such a contrast also caught Yu Yuan's attention. As soon as he woke up, he realized that this might be a new development of the dream event. However, it was just one night without dreaming. So Yu Yuan did not rush to find scientists from relevant departments to discuss it. He just asked Tine Heswang to record it and wait for the situation in the next few nights. If he continued to dream, it would mean that it was just an occasional event. If he stopped dreaming, it would mean that there was a real change. A month passed quickly, and Yu Yuan realized that the change had indeed occurred. In every subsequent sleep, he did not have any related dreams. Is this the end? Or is it about to start a new stage of dreams? With doubts, Yu Yuan opened the network through his brain chip. After the virtual UI interface appeared, He summarized his recent experiences of related dream events into a series of experiences and uploaded them to the Human Data Center for others to refer to. Yes, he did not go to any experts, because it has been proven many times before that in the face of this phenomenon created by the sixth-level civilization, human exploration has no practical progress at all. This was the case when exploring the boundaries of this space. And it is also the case when exploring the source of dreams now. Humans have neither found any traces of the Awakener nor any mechanical equipment appearing in the void. If nothing is found, naturally there is no way to know the source of the power of dreams. It should be over. The reason why the Awakener has not appeared, or the truth of the matter has not appeared in front of humans, is probably that some humans have not yet ended their dreams. After more than 10 days, Yu Yuan had this thought again. Yu Yuan felt that if there was a mental strength, his mental strength had been strengthened more than 10 times in the past few years. He has even been awake for more than a month. And he only needs to rest for one day to replenish his mental state. This is a gradual process. In recent years, in addition to the feeling of being full of energy, the dream events have brought him another benefit, which is about sleep. Yu Yuan found that he could actively hypnotize himself without knowing when he started. The method is also very simple. That is, to use the subconscious suggestion in the dream to tell himself that I want to rest and sleep. Under this suggestion, he can quickly enter the sleep and rest state after lying down. Most people fall asleep unconsciously when they are passively sleepy from being awake to sleeping. The self-consciousness of the self is in a passive state in this process. But Yu Yuan is not like that now. He can actively enter the sleep and rest state. In other words, you can sleep whenever you want. Not only that, soon after discovering that he could control when he fell asleep, Yu Yuan was surprised to discover another new ability, which is that he can wake himself up at a relatively accurate time before going to bed through the subconscious suggestion in his dreams. That is, he can actively control his sleep time without the help of an alarm clock. On a spaceship with an alarm clock and advanced technology, this ability seems useless. But Yu Yuan, who has a good scientific literacy, knows that it is not useless, because this involves human control over their own subconscious and conscious minds, and the ability to actively and accurately control their biological clocks. These things are what the field of spiritual and consciousness research needs to study, and are also one of the areas where humans explore their own biological secrets. Of course, this ability is not always effective, and it is not effective when you have enough sleep and are full of energy. Yu Yuan has read other people sharing about dreams on the internet. He knows that this ability is not only his, but also other people have it at a certain stage. He is just faster. Yu Yuan, who originally thought that the dream was over, did not expect that the surprise brought by the dream of it was not over yet, because he subconsciously hinted himself the time to fall asleep and the time to wake up before going to bed one of the following times, and suddenly thought, could he also hint to have a dream? So he really hinted to himself like this, and he really had a dream when he fell asleep. Since then, Yu Yuan has used this method to make himself dream every time, and he will not dream if he does not hint. Of course, dreaming in this way did not give him the feeling of continuous growth of mental power. In other words, Yu Yuan turned passive abilities such as sleep, sleep duration, dreaming, and dream control into active abilities. Is this the result of the national dream time, making humans energetic and turning many passive abilities about dreams and sleep into active abilities? Yu Yuan thought. Chapter 678. Now, he doesn't care so much. Just try to experience the changes after each advanced dream, and upload the methods and precautions of how to awaken these abilities in the dream to the human database, so that others can have a reference. At the same time, after discovering that he can sleep whenever he wants and dream whenever he wants, in the days to come, Yu Yuan will enter the starry sky dream every time he sleeps to carefully experience the dream, in order to try to discover other possible abilities. But the result was not satisfactory. He did not discover any new abilities, and his energetic state did not get strengthened again. In this way, several years passed, and not only Yu Yuan, but others did not awaken new abilities in dreams. Moreover, these abilities of sleeping at any time, dreaming when you want to dream, and switching between first-person dreams and third-person dreams at will are not the privileged energy of a certain person, but all human beings have them. The difference is that some people master them quickly, some people master them slowly, some people master them better, and some people master them a little badly. Specifically, for example, the ability to control and create dream scenes in dreams. Some people can create scenes that are very close to reality in a regular manner, while some people work hard for a long time and carefully create some rather absurd scenes. There is also the switching between the first-person and third-person perspectives. For people like Yuan, he can now switch perspectives at will, but some people still need to prepare for a long time before switching. There is another ability, which is unique to third-person dreams. Yuan discovered and mastered it very early. That is, in the third-person state. As long as he hints in his subconscious mind where he wants to see, he will clearly see the originally very far-away places in the dream, as well as what happened in those places. At that time, Yuan was dreaming about the scenery by the lake, and then focused his attention on the moon in the sky. This is this ability. However, these are only abilities in dreams. Such fantasy-like abilities have not appeared in reality. This is also the reason why some people said that the ability gained from the National Dreaming Event was useless. Of course, when you reach the energetic stage, there is no such saying. Ordinary people see it this way. But high-level human scientists have a completely different view on dream events. They all start from the perspective of the entire human civilization, which is what we said before. Practice internal skills. This will allow humans to progress faster in the same cosmic time. However, it is not without disadvantages. After seeing Yuan upload the information that he can sleep when he wants to sleep, dream when he wants to dream, many scientists have raised the disadvantages and dangers of dream events. Especially like dreaming. They think this is likely to make humans fall into a false dream and indulge in things that cannot be obtained or realized in reality in dreams, such as satisfying the creator's addiction in dreams. People with strong dream-building ability can achieve it. And they can also dream continuously. And they can continue dreaming from where they dreamed last time. The disadvantage of this ability is that it may make humans indulge in false dreams. And over time, they will not be able to recognize the difference between dreams and reality, thus causing social problems for the human group. It is the same as virtual reality and metaverse. And even more harmful than these two. People may no longer pay attention to real life, and instead regard dreams as their real world. When a person is addicted to it, and cannot distinguish between dreams and reality, this person is useless. Once this trend spreads in human society, it will be a disaster for the entire human civilization. And it is not impossible for human civilization to fall into depravity. This needs to be vigilant. Fortunately, when this ability just appeared, the new government leaders and experts discovered this drawback and had enough time to find a solution. However, it is not easy to completely solve this problem, because it is not a technology that humans can master. Humans do not even know the reason for their continuous dreaming, and cannot find the scientific principles of continuous dreaming, dream control, and switching perspectives in dreams. It is just a passive change. Therefore, there is no question of prevention through scientific means, because it is impossible. Moreover, everyone's dreams are not the same. As long as the dreamer does not want to make his dream public, others will not know what kind of scene he has constructed in his dream. In this way, dreams will inevitably become everyone's own private world. On the positive side, this will become a way for everyone to vent their emotions. On the negative side, dreams and reality will become blurred and eventually social problems will arise. The only comfort is that the time for rest and sleep is short, and people do not have enough time to sleep all the time, which may largely prevent people from falling into a state of blurring between reality and dreams. Yes, after having so many dreams, humans discovered that at the beginning, when dreams were still uncontrolled and confused dreams, the time of dreams passed very casually. But when it comes to lucid dreams, when subjective consciousness becomes the dominant rational dream, the time in dreams becomes less arbitrary, and people feel that the passage of time in dreams is almost the same as in reality. This is a subconscious feeling of the passage of time, and does not affect the ability to change the dream scene to suddenly appear new things. This situation, coupled with the fact that humans are energetic, will allow humans to know to the greatest extent that they have been in reality for a long time, thereby avoiding the blurring of dreams and reality to the greatest extent. Scientists believe that this is something set up by the Awakener. They believe that this magical dream is likely caused by some technology of the Awakener, which has worked on the Awakener himself before it worked on humans. The Awakener may have been troubled by the blur between dreams and reality before, so now humans are enjoying an improved version, the complete version of the Awakener's technology. In this way, the Awakener is really good to humans. From the first encounter with humans to the Awakeners' care for humans. Sometimes humans can't figure out why the Awakeners are so good to them. Is it just because of we need partners in the future? Is it really as the Awakener Juan said? Because the long voyage is too dangerous and the Awakeners need partners? But how can the weak human civilization be so valued by a 6th-level civilization boss? What is there about humans that is worthy of being valued by the Awakeners? While getting the benefits brought by the dream events, the human leaders can't help but ask themselves. Chapter 679. Perhaps this technology that allows people to dream and grow their energy in dreams is also a dangerous technology. Yu Yuan couldn't help but daydream. And at the same time, he was a little puzzled. But when will this dream event end? Many years have passed since the dream event appeared. During this period of time, humans have not only successfully conducted warp speed navigation experiments, but other 4th-level civilization technologies extended from the Grand Unified Theory have also been verified one by one. And humans have also successfully created the first 4th-level civilization technology warship and the first 4th-level civilization technology living spaceship. Shipbuilding technology has also been confirmed. And now humans are fully capable of building the new flagship that was originally planned. In the plan drawn up by humans, the length of the battleship equipped with the Star Destroyer will reach 300 kilometers. And the parameters of width and height will also reach the level of a planetary battleship at the level of 100 kilometers. It stands to reason that under such circumstances, humans should have long been satisfied with activating the exit channel of this space. But now there is still no movement. Just when the human decision makers were thinking about whether they really had to build a new flagship, and scientists were thinking about whether they really had to find a type of tachyon that could be used for weapons, the change that the entire human race had been expecting for a long time finally appeared. On this day, Yu Yuan, as usual, came to the Tianjin Command Center after finishing his daily work in the office. Well, for Yu Yuan, it shouldn't be called this day, because today is the 12th day he has been awake and working. Due to the improvement of human energy, most people can now go without sleep for a month. It has also caused some social problems. Yu Yuan just saw a considerable part of the reports on this in the office. Mainly because humans are energetic and don't need to sleep and rest every day like before. The previous work and rest system is no longer suitable for the current reality and needs to be reformed. In the reform proposal, it is mentioned that according to the current situation of human energy, working hours can be increased so that the entire human civilization can improve the utilization of time. This inhuman proposal was naturally opposed by quite a number of people. However, the opposing voices are basically experts, scholars, and scientists, because in the current human civilization, most of the production and manufacturing-related jobs have been replaced by strong artificial intelligence. Ordinary people actually have very few jobs, and the jobs they do are basically hobbies. Therefore, the only people who are targeted when it comes to increasing working hours are researchers, scientists, and experts and scholars who lead the progress of human civilization. In fact, they are also very contradictory. On the one hand, it is the need for the progress of human civilization as a whole, and on the other hand, it is the individual's own leisure needs. If we follow the previous work and rest system, humans will have more rest time, because all the time we slept before was rest time. According to the 8-hour work system, you can rest for 16 hours in a 24-hour day. In fact, it is okay to follow this work system. But because of the abundant energy, many people always feel that it would be a shame not to increase their working hours. However, there are also quite a few people who remain silent. They think the current situation is good, but due to political correctness, they have to stand up and support the proposal to increase working hours. Because this is all for the efficient development of the entire human race. Opposing it will make you seem a little unservice-minded. In fact, Yu Yuan also saw this. In fact, he supports increasing working hours. But then he thinks that people who do scientific research are already very tired. And the development of human science and technology all depends on this group. Now that they have more time because of their energy, increasing working hours is a bit exploitative. Yu Yuan knows that if this proposal is brought to the meeting for discussion and decision, then 9 out of 10 people will support increasing working hours. But the specific increase is still to be discussed. He did not make a decision directly, but waited for the matter to settle for a while to see everyone's reaction and acceptance. However, no matter how the reform is carried out, it is impossible to turn it into a perverted system where people work as long as they are awake. Changes in human beings will lead to social problems, which the new government has already encountered. So Yu Yuan is not too worried about this matter at the moment. The work system will definitely change, but it will not be decided so hastily. It is estimated that several more meetings will be held for discussion, because it involves many issues, not just the work and rest system. After all, if the work and rest system is changed, then should humans still maintain 24 hours a day time unit? Should we propose another time unit to adapt to the vigorous energy of human beings? There are all kinds of opinions in the opinion report. Some people support all changes, while others support maintaining the status quo. Those who support the change believe that human beings should keep pace with the times. Since individuals themselves have evolved, the actual system should also change accordingly, rather than sticking to the old system of the Earth. That will only make human thought stagnate and never become true space life. Those who support maintaining the status quo also have their own reasons. They think that modifying the time unit is meaningless. At most, it will add a burden to human memory and increase the difficulty of daily narrative communication. This group of people actually support changing the existing work and rest system, but they do not support modifying the names of various time units. The social problems that arise after humans become energetic are not limited to this. Because of their high energy, people on the living spaceships have some violent problems. They are the kind of people who feel that they are very strong and always feel uncomfortable if they don't destroy something. The problem is not big, just adding some daily work to the security department personnel. Of course, it is not all bad since humans have become energetic. At least some changes have occurred among ordinary humans living on spaceships. Many people stay awake for a long time because of their energetic energy. And all kinds of work within the human body are basically done by strong artificial intelligence. In this case, they have become a group of people who are bored. Therefore, in order to avoid being idle and having nothing to do, a considerable number of them have joined the entertainment industry, while others have found things to do according to their own interests and hobbies. For example, you can set up a studio, or several people with the same hobbies can join together to set up a hobby club and make some small inventions in it. Some folk masters have also set up high-tech studios, trying to compete with strong artificial intelligence in manufacturing precision in some aspects of creation. There are also some top talents who, in their spare time, study various precision mechanical structures because of their hobbies, which can be regarded as a contribution to the further development of human mechanical proficiency. In general, after the dream event occurs, humans still need quite some time to digest the changes brought about by all this. Chapter 680. This matter involves a lot of things, so we must not rush it. While Yu Yuan was still thinking about which plan was better, and which suggestion was more suitable for the current human society, something unexpected suddenly happened in the bridge of the Tianqin. At this moment, Yu Yuan just walked to his usual captain's seat. There was a relatively open space in front of him, because the Tianqin was no longer the small Tianqin, but a C-class battleship. This open area was actually as big as a football field. During normal combat, or when the Tianqin receives external information, 3D projection is used to project onto this empty area, which is often referred to as a large screen. With the advancement of technology, the original traditional screen has long been transformed into an immersive three-dimensional projection. And now, this large projection screen suddenly opens automatically. And then before all the staff in the command center can react, a strange object appears on the projection screen. Then, a long-lost voice came from the Tianqin command center. Very good, human civilization. You have finally mastered the grand unified theory, and finally stepped into the ranks of level 4 civilization. You did not disappoint us. This voice is exactly the same as the timbre that the Awakener 1 had made before, although everyone present knew that this should not be the original voice of the Awakener 1. After all, the Awakener is not a human being. The human voice is a timbre selected by the Awakener 1 from the human database. Humans knew it before, so this computer-synthesized timbre has been sealed and not used by humans, just to show respect for the Awakener, as humans have been waiting for answers to dream events for a long time. It is conceivable how excited everyone is to hear such a voice now. As soon as the voice appeared, everyone on the Tianqin looked at the large projection screen. The first officer, scientific officer, communicator, fire controller, scientific officer, and various staff members present all looked over and listened attentively. In the past, when the Awakener 1 spoke, there was no picture, but now it appeared. How could everyone not be looking forward to it? They really wanted to see what the Awakener Juan, who had been taking care of humans for a long time, looked like. And they also wanted to know what the individual life of the Awakener looked like. However, this look disappointed them, because what was displayed on the huge projection screen was not an intelligent creature at all, but a technological creation. They were very sure that what they saw was a technological creation, because it was too obvious. No intelligent life would grow into a rectangular block with clear edges and corners. The appearance of the rectangular block looked exactly like the Awakener worship that humans saw at that time. It was a rectangular block built strictly according to the golden ratio, but its material seemed different from that of the worship. It also looked like the marble texture on the surface of the worship, but there was an extra layer of flowing light looming on its surface. Everyone can see that this is not real light flowing, but a phenomenon formed by the material itself after the light is reflected. This feeling gives people a feeling that the original material is coated with a layer of crystal film. The simplicity reveals a high-tech luxury beauty, and people intuitively feel a sense of unreality that seems like a dream or reality. This cuboid is a perfect combination of the simplicity and technology luxury, with the length of each side conforming to the golden ratio. It looks better the more you look at it. Its appearance is very similar to the Awakener battleship, but it has many different features. In addition, it is a projection, so its true size cannot be seen. This made everyone in the Tianjin Bridge confused for a while whether it was a projection of the Awakener battleship. You are Juan. Yu Yuan was the first to speak. He wanted to use a respectful title, but suddenly remembered that the Awakener Juan said that he didn't like it, so he changed it to a more casual title. Have you been testing us? This time, the dream of all mankind is you using the dream to give us some kind of ability? Are you waking us up? And, don't worry, answer the questions one by one. Since I'm here, I answer all your questions. Seeing Yu Yuan asking a bunch of questions in a row with an impatient look, the sound system in the bridge of the Tianjin once again sounded the sound used by Juan, and the rectangular block in the picture also moved with the sound. After saying this, the voice continued, first of all, I am not Juan. I am just an intelligent system left by Juan. Ah? Such an answer made Yu Yuan stunned, and the others were also a little confused, because the voice was the voice used by Juan before. So they all preconceived that it was Juan. Has Juan not come back yet? Is he still in the war? Yu Yuan said with some tacit agreement. Everyone present knew that when Juan left before, he said that he was going to fight the Reaper. This independent small universe is set up to isolate the outside world from communication. So I don't know if my creator is still fighting. But he has not come back. If he came back, it would be him who appeared here now instead of me. After the intelligent system answered, it added, It seems that you are very worried about my creator. Yu Yuan did not answer with words, but nodded to the rectangular block on the projection screen. He believed that the intelligent system could see it. Sure enough, the next second, the intelligent system said again, Don't worry. My creator is much more powerful than you think. He was able to sweep half of the Triangulum Galaxy with just one ship. In my database, my creator's ability is comparable to that of the genius named Yu in his civilization. Even if the Reaper is a level 6 civilization with unique technology, it is impossible for us to be the opponent of the Awakener. This intelligent system was created by the Awakener Juan, so it is normal that its worldview is somewhat similar to Juan. After hearing this, the worry on Yu Yuan's face faded a lot. And then he looked at the rectangular object on the projection screen again and asked, Is this the battleship you are on? Hearing Yu Yuan's words, everyone in the bridge of the Tianjin also pricked up their ears to listen, because they also had doubts like Yu Yuan, and couldn't tell whether the rectangular object on the projection screen was a battleship or the carrier of the East-West intelligence system. However, the answer of the intelligent system surprised everyone. No. This is something my creator left for you. Aren't you curious about what makes you have continuous dreams? This is it. Chapter 681. What? It's not a warship, nor a carrier of the intelligent system. Just when everyone was stunned, the voice of the intelligent system sounded again. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Awakener civilization where my creator is. And it is also a gift from my creator to you. In fact, my creator had this plan after discovering your racial talent. But your civilization level was too low at that time, and it was impossible to use it. So it was delayed until now. Although the 4th level civilization is a bit of a stretch, it can still be used. I hope you can cherish it, and don't let my creator down. My creator and all the awakeners are waiting for you in the 6th level civilization. Human civilization. Ah? What is this? The intelligence system mentioned racial talents again. But no one present knew what talents humans had. And the passage it said did not make it clear what the rectangular block in the projection screen was, leaving everyone a little confused. Feeling the expressions and eyes of everyone in the bridge, Yu Yuan naturally knew what he should say. Wait a minute. What exactly is the racial talent you are talking about? We have talked about it many times, but he has never told us clearly what it is. He said, haven't you noticed it yet? This is not right. According to what my creator said, you should have discovered it after experiencing the dream guidance. The intelligence system did not answer directly, but expressed its doubts. Dream guidance? Dream events are related to our racial talents? What is that? For a moment, everyone in the bridge looked at each other. Of course, they had thought of this possibility, but they could not imagine what the dream and the abilities obtained from the dream had to do with racial talents. While everyone was stunned, the automatic door leading to the bridge of the Tianqin was opened, and then several scientists came in one after another, including Ikai and Dade, who were all people who came after receiving the news. They had already learned the general situation from the communication. So a group of 7 or 8 scientists came directly to Yu Yuan, looking at the rectangle on the screen with curiosity, thinking about what the intelligence system said. After the dream event, we should discover the talent of our race? Why don't we know? Are you talking about the ability to control dreams? Daita thought for a moment. This is just a part of the guidance. Not up to standard. The intelligence system directly denied it. Is that the ability to sleep whenever you want and dream whenever you want? Ikai on the side also spoke up. No. The intelligence system still said in denial. But this time it did not wait for the people present to ask again, but continued, it seems that you are not very smart. It is right that you can't think of such an obvious talent. After all, this may be very common to you. So common that you don't care about it. The words of the intelligence system made people more curious. We think it is very common? Is it so common that we don't care about it? Is it a dream? This is indeed a rare and common thing. But it's not right. As early as the Earth era, humans have proved that animals also dream. So it can't be a racial talent of humans. A big question mark popped up in everyone's head. And for a moment, they couldn't figure out what the Awakener thought was the talent of their race. The intelligence system didn't let the people present wait too long. After about 2 seconds, seeing that everyone was thinking, it didn't continue to keep them in suspense and said directly, the third-person perspective in the dream can also be called a third-person perspective dream. Huh? What? What the hell? Dream from third-person perspective? Is this a racial talent? Doesn't this happen to everyone in dreams? So it's a racial talent? When they heard that the third-person perspective was a talent of their race, everyone was a little confused. What kind of talent is this? And humans will have a third-person perspective when they dream. But it's not always a third-person perspective. Right? Dream guidance. Could it be that the people with quick brains seem to have thought of something? At this time, there are still people who can't figure it out and can't help but say, dream from third-person perspective. Are you sure this is a racial talent? But even if it is, what use can it have? How can it be useless? In the history of scientific development, do you think there are not enough useless things? The intelligence system imitated human laughter and laughed loudly, and then said, it's just that your technology has not reached the corresponding level, and what you think is sparse and ordinary is a luxury for other races. As far as we Awakeners know, most races in the universe, at least the ones we have encountered, will dream, but they are all dreams from the first-person perspective. Only a very small number of races can have third-person dreams. We are one of them, but not as exaggerated as your human civilization. We Awakeners are only some of the individual lives that have this talent. If other individual lives want to have a third-person dream perspective, they will have to go through countless years and spend countless resources to guide dreams, and they may not all succeed. This is the case for every individual life of yours. After the intelligence system said something that shocked everyone present, it asked as if talking to itself, Awakener. Awakener. Why do you think the civilization where my creator lives is called the Awakener? In response to this question, a scientist present recalled the first time he met the Awakener, and then answered, awaken the fallen civilization. Let the fallen civilization recover from the abyss of fall. Continue to climb the peak of science, and continue to let them rekindle their fighting spirit to explore the mysteries of the universe. This is not the original words of the Awakener Juan, but it is almost the same meaning. Humanity has always understood the behavior of the Awakener awakening the fallen civilization in this way. That's right. But not entirely. The intelligent system explained in a sighing tone, the reason why the Awakener civilization, where my creator is, awakens the fallen civilization is not only to awaken its fighting spirit, but also for another important reason. That is, the Awakener civilization discovered that in the process of using our dream technology to awaken the fallen civilization, the individual life of the fallen civilization has a certain probability of gaining the ability of third-person perspective dream. Of course, this probability is extremely small. Sometimes, even if the entire fallen civilization is awakened, there may not be such an individual life. Moreover, this ability obtained through acquired awakening is not at the same level as the ability naturally possessed in terms of strength and development potential. But you all have this ability. Now you know why my creator, the Awakener Juan, values you so much. And why the entire Awakener civilization values you so much. Your talents don't need to be awakened by the Awakener at all. The dream-related equipment left by my creator Juan is just to guide you. You already have this talent and don't need to be awakened. In fact, without the guidance of my creator, you will most likely discover your talents in the future, because you have already developed in this direction under the current level of technology. If you continue to develop in this way, it can be predicted that when you really step into the 6th level civilization, you will definitely master the special technology based on your talents. Chapter 682. This speech made everyone silent for a long time. They needed to digest this sudden information. If Juan hadn't said it, then everyone present, even humans, would not realize that the third-person dream perspective is a gift of humans. Because it is indeed too sparse and common for humans. Although humans do not always dream in the third-person perspective. Everyone has known for many years that they have dreamed in the third-person perspective. Not many people care about the third-person perspective that occasionally appears in dreams. Nor do they realize, or even think about whether other alien races also have third-person perspective dreams. And now Juan. Yes, although it was said by the intelligent system left by Juan. But the intelligent system can say these words and tell humans these things. It must be the creator behind it. Juan, who wants it to say it. So it is equivalent to Juan saying it. In fact, since the official attributed the dream events to the Awakener, humans have always believed that the dreams they have, the abilities they have gained in the dreams, becoming energetic, gaining the ability to switch the dream perspective at will, and being able to sleep whenever they want, are all awakened by the Awakener. And it is the Awakener who awakens the racial talents of humans. But now Juan tells humans, you already have the racial talent. We just guide it and speed up the process, not awaken it. Yes, the reason why talent is called talent is that it is naturally possessed. I didn't expect that the things we take for granted are our talents. Looking at the silent crowd, Yu Yuan also sighed in his heart. This kind of thing is difficult to discover. After all, few people have studied this thing, let alone discover the difference between their race and other alien races when dreaming. It can be said that if humans had never come into contact with other alien races, they would never have discovered that this was a talent of their own race. Only a well-informed advanced civilization like the Awakener, who has come into contact with many races, and whose own race has few individual lives with third-person dreams, and who is also a civilization that spans the entire galaxy, dares to say so. This time, humans have really received a great favor from the Awakener. Now everyone also realizes why the Awakener warned humans not to sell their scientists. Now it seems that not only can we not sell, but every human being must not be captured by aliens. If we are captured by aliens who do not understand third-person dreams, it would be fine. But if we are captured by aliens who understand dreams as well as the Awakeners, but there is no civilization as kind as the Awakeners, then humans will be in danger. Now, according to what the intelligent system said, the Awakeners also have such ability. At this moment, Yu Yuan realized a problem. The reason why the Awakeners can discover the talents of humans is probably related to the fact that their own race also has this talent. They have the technology related to this talent, so they can easily discover the racial talents of humans. But humans were too weak at the time, so they did not say anything, but just silently paid attention to humans behind the scenes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Thinking about it this way, all the actions of the Awakener make sense. No wonder the Awakener said that he was a human being before they set out on the great voyage. Then the fate of humans might be different. Yes, the entire race is born with this talent. How can I not be moved? Fortunately, the Awakeners seem to have passed a certain stage, and their pursuits are different. That's why they turn to help humans. I hope that humans can become their partners in the future. Yu Yuan quickly went over the events from meeting the Awakener to now in his mind, and connected the whole thing. After a while, Yu Yuan looked at the creature on the big screen and asked, "Excuse me, is the talent of the Awakener civilization race the same as ours? A third-person perspective dream?" "Yes." The intelligent system answered in the same voice as when it talked to humans. "But our Awakener civilization did not awaken this talent at a low civilization level like you did. It was only when we reached the peak of the 5th level civilization that our race had third-person perspective dreamers. And as time went on, there were more and more of them. And they were discovered by an institution that had been specializing in the field of consciousness technology. After years of research, it was confirmed that this was our race's talent." Hearing this, Yu Yuan muttered in his heart, "We are not a low-level civilization that can awaken this talent. That is the ability that everyone is born with in the primitive civilization stage. It is not awakening at all." The intelligent system continued to speak. "And it was just like telling a story at that time. We call this third-person perspective dreamer an awakener. Later, with the advancement of our technology in the field of consciousness, we found that everyone in our race actually has this potential, but it is extremely difficult to awaken. Fortunately, our scientific foundation in the field of consciousness is deep enough. With the efforts of countless scientists, we finally found a way to awaken our individual lives." Dade, who has devoted his life to the study of spirit and consciousness, couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Is it a dream? You created a dream machine?" "Well, the name of the dream machine is appropriate. But in our civilization, this kind of machine is called a consciousness resonator. The name is not important. What is important is that we have created a machine that can awaken the talents of our people." The intelligent system narrated slowly, and seemed to put itself into the role of the Awakener civilization. But it did belong to the Awakener civilization, and it was not wrong to call the Awakener civilization we in the narration. With the help of the dream machine, there are more and more individuals in our civilization who use the third-person perspective to dream. Of course, it is not easy. Some of our individuals cannot awaken their talents even if they use the dream machine to stimulate them for a lifetime. In order to understand the reasons why some individuals cannot awaken, our Awakener civilization has made great efforts. We have traveled almost every corner of the Triangulum Galaxy and found one civilization after another. During this period, we conducted countless experiments and finally found some clues. After the fallen civilization is awakened, there is a small probability that a third-person perspective dreamer will appear. Our scientists have been studying this phenomenon for tens of thousands of years, trying to figure out the reasons, and then apply the results to our own civilization. After the efforts of countless scientists, we have indeed achieved some results. With these results, the number of our awakeners has increased. Therefore, we have become the awakeners in many civilizations. We also like this name, so we promote to all civilizations that we are the lucky awakener civilization of the fallen civilization. Chapter 683. The intelligent system continued to narrate, "Our dream-making technology, or awakening technology, has indeed stimulated the fighting spirit of the fallen civilization, changing the spiritual outlook of their entire civilization and rekindling their strong desire to explore the unknown mysteries of the universe. The third-person perspective dreamers generated in this process will join our civilization and become our brave and invincible warriors, escorting our civilization in exploring the mysteries of the universe. For us awakeners and those fallen civilizations, this is a win-win situation." "Wait, you mean warriors?" a military expert interrupted. "Yes, warriors." The intelligent system obviously knew what the expert was asking, and it went on to explain, "Warriors. In our awakener civilization, only those who awaken the third-person perspective dreamer are worthy of being called warriors. Because only individuals who awaken this ability can bring out the true power of our special technology." "Doesn't this mean that special technology is developed from racial talents?" Ikai, who was standing by, stroked his beard and said, "That's right." The voice of the intelligent system came from the audio equipment on the Tianjin Bridge. "Our special technology is indeed developed from our racial talent, which is the third-person perspective dream that you humans are most accustomed to. After we discovered our racial talent at the peak of the 5th level civilization, We conducted research on it for tens of thousands of years, and finally made a breakthrough. This also made our civilization become the most powerful civilization in the Triangulum Galaxy after becoming a 6th-level civilization. With the special technology developed from our racial talent, we are invincible and have no rivals in the Triangulum Galaxy. To deal with ordinary level 6 civilizations, we only need a fleet of tens of thousands of warships to easily conquer them. Even geniuses like you and my creator Juan only need a small fleet of warships to travel around the world. Our strength makes all level 6 civilizations bow down. In the end, we became the absolute overlord of the Triangulum Galaxy. We Awakeners are invincible with our unique technology. There is no decent opponent in the huge Triangulum Galaxy. We finally set our sights on the vast universe. Because we found that even if we are invincible, we still cannot break through the level of level 6 civilization. Our scientists clearly know what technology is needed to become a level 7 civilization. But we can't find its law in the universe. It was not until we found traces of the previous generation of voyagers in the ruins of a certain civilization that we realized that it was not only us who encountered this problem, but also other level 6 civilizations. So after countless years of preparation, we finally decided to follow the footsteps of the previous generation of voyagers and embark on a great voyage to the depths of the universe and explore the unknown mysteries. So we turned our attention to the wider galaxy where you are, the Milky Way, because we found that the previous generation of voyagers seemed to come from the Milky Way. You should be familiar with them. Perhaps they are the pioneers you mentioned. The intelligent system imitated the tone of Juan's previous communication with humans, making everyone present feel that they were listening to Juan's narration at this moment. This might be intentional when Juan created the intelligent system. The voice continued to come out from the audio device, but it is not easy for a level 6 civilization to make a long voyage. Just like we only came to the Milky Way from the Triangulum Galaxy. If there were no star gates left in the ruins, we would not be able to reach the Milky Way so easily. But even so, we paid a huge price in the voyage. Because of this vast universe made us, who were proud of it, feel our own insignificance again, and also made us understand the difficulties of long-distance voyages. Since then, the goal of our Awakener civilization has finally changed. There are countless galaxies in the universe. If we want to make long-distance voyages, the power of a civilization is ultimately limited. Even if we are as powerful as we are, we don't know what kind of civilizations exist in other galaxies. So we need friends. And ordinary level 6 civilizations are obviously not qualified to be our friends. They are too weak. When facing unknown civilizations in unknown galaxies, they are of little use. Only civilizations with the same unique technology can become our partners. In this case, my creator Juan met you who have talents like us. Although you are weak, you have talents. We have enough time to wait. And we firmly believe that you can develop unique technology. And then join us, the Awakeners, on the great voyage and explore the mysteries of the universe together. Listening to the words of the intelligent system, everyone on the Tianqing couldn't help sweating. If humans had encountered the Awakener civilization in the Triangulum Galaxy period, they would probably not be so lucky. At this time, a member of the command who had just arrived at the bridge of the Lyra asked, "You said that only individuals who have awakened the ability of third-person perspective dreams can bring out the true power of your special technology. So please," before he really asked the question, the audio system in the bridge of the Lyra sounded again, "Haven't you thought of it?" The intelligent system first asked a question in return, and then patiently explained, "Well, you may still have doubts in your heart at this moment, wondering what the so-called third-person perspective dream has to do with special technology, and what the third-person perspective dream has to do with reality." "Yes," the member of the command replied. Others who still couldn't figure it out nodded, while those who roughly guessed the connection bowed their heads in thought and listened carefully. The intelligent system didn't keep humans waiting for long. After a few seconds, it continued to answer, "Let me tell you this. Our special technology is developed from the third-person perspective dream. So having a third-person perspective dream is the basis for controlling special technology creations. And this special technology is used by us on warships. All the warships driven by our Awakener pilots can switch between first-person perspective and third-person perspective. In the third-person perspective, our pilots can easily spy on what is happening far away from the battleship. Even artillery fire, attacks, and other means of attack within range. As for how to spy, this involves spiritual technology, which is too profound for you now. Perhaps you can understand it when you reach the 6th level of civilization." "I see," The Triangulum Galaxy is invincible. The absolute overlord of the Triangulum Galaxy. I see. Now everyone understood that the so-called third-person perspective driving mode is not centered on the driver, but a third-person perspective centered on the entire battleship. The third-person perspective in the dream is just an individual, but the Awakener has raised it to the level of space, using it on the battleship, realizing the God's perspective driving mode centered on the battleship in the state of the universe. It turns out that this is the characteristic technology of the Awakener. And this is the characteristic technology that allows the Awakener to travel across the Triangulum Galaxy without any rivals. Everyone present who understood all this became excited. The Awakener developed such a characteristic technology with this talent. And humans also have such a talent. Isn't it? Chapter 684. Doesn't this mean that humans can also develop such special technologies? Judging from the attitude of the Awakener one towards humans, the Awakener seems to be very confident about this. Of course, it is definitely not now. Humans' current research on consciousness is not enough to reach the level of the Awakeners, so they will not master special technologies at this time. You must know that even the Awakeners only completely developed this talent into special technologies after reaching the 6th level of civilization. Humans have only stepped onto the 4th level of civilization now. And there is still a long way to go. No matter how gifted humans are, they cannot fail to follow the laws of scientific development. Indeed, the Awakeners now use their technology to help humans improve the seemingly mysterious spiritual strength. But it is still a technical application. Humans have no relevant theories at all, and they know nothing about its scientific principles. Therefore, it is definitely impossible for the characteristic technology to be mastered in the current 4th level civilization. However, the Awakeners let the intelligence system come out to tell humans this at this time. And it should not just let humans understand the cause and effect. Yu Yuan still remembers what the intelligence system said. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Awakener civilization where my creator is. And it is also a gift from my creator to you. Actually, my creator had this plan after discovering your racial talent. But your civilization level was too low at that time, and you couldn't use it at all. So it was delayed until now. The "it" in this sentence refers to the golden ratio rectangle on the big screen. The civilization level was too low at that time to use it, which means it can be used now. But what exactly is this thing? With curiosity, Yu Yuan asked this question. And the intelligence system that was originally arranged by Huan was not ambiguous, and directly said, "This is a set of consciousness frequency connection equipment, a gift specially left by my creator for your human civilization. It can move your dream perspective to reality and realize the battle perspective like our Awakener civilization. In the past, because your consciousness was too weak to bear it, my creator did not give it to you. But after being guided by the dream machine, you are barely qualified. Of course, although you humans have the same talents as us Awakeners, because your spirit and consciousness are not strong enough. Even if you can use it, you can't use it alone like us Awakeners. Fortunately, my creator has considered all of this for you. You can access the device through multi-person synchronous connection to realize the use of the device. By then, you will be able to achieve the third-person perspective battleship driving mode like us. With it, I believe you will not fall on the road to the 6th level civilization. And my creator can rest assured to complete other things without having to pay attention to you all the time. As I said, my creator and the Awakener civilization he belongs to are waiting for you. Don't let us down. Human civilization. It turned out to be a set of equipment for driving battleships from a third-person perspective. Hearing this, everyone in the Tianjin breathed heavily, and their faces showed excitement that could not be concealed. That's driving a warship from a third-person perspective. The Awakeners are an invincible technological product that can traverse the Triangulum Galaxy. Most of the people present have experienced dream events. They know that the so-called third-person perspective of driving a warship is not the third-person shooting game of the Earth era. Although the perspective of a third-person shooting game is also third-person. The perspective has a fan-shaped direction after all. What you see behind you is only a small space. And you can only see your own character from behind. The third-person perspective experienced in a dream is different. That is a 360-degree view of the surroundings without blind spots. Yu Yuan has a deep understanding of this point, because he has dreamed of the universe perspective centered on the human warship formation more than once. It is really a wonderful perspective. The first time, his brain fainted because he could not bear the information shock brought by such a perspective. Now it seems that it is not only the information shock, but also the reason why the human brain cannot adapt to that perspective. This situation is slowly adapted as the dream progresses. Humans originally thought that this adaptation process was a kind of brain self-adaptation. But the intelligent system told humans that it was not. Instead, it is a process of adapting human subconsciousness under the guidance of the dream machine. At the same time, in order to adapt to this change, the human brain also undergoes some physical changes in this process. This explanation is that the spiritual consciousness changes the material, which is a bit idealistic. But the intelligent system denies it and explains the general mechanism to humans. In general, this change seems to be the spiritual will directly changing the real brain. But in fact it is a product based on the framework of the universal theory combined with the technology of the spiritual consciousness field, which is realized through a kind of universal force field, not the power of thinking. It also involves the dark matter-related technology of the sixth-level civilization, the application of microscopic quantum fields, etc. Such a general statement makes humans feel like they are indecisive in quantum mechanics. I remember the Awakener once said that for the development of our human civilization, the Awakener wants to see more possibilities. Doesn't this count as interfering with the progress of civilization? At this time, a scientist asked. The intelligent system almost thought, not really. Because my creator thinks this is just a technological creation. After being guided by dreams, your human civilization has only reached a point where it can be barely used. What's more, your race has this talent, and will one day embark on this unique technological path. We just advanced this process a little bit, and it doesn't count as interference. Then, there were questions about how humans can perceive targets light years away from a third-person perspective. But this time the intelligent system did not answer at all, only saying that it was a technical application in the field of spiritual consciousness. And you will naturally know it when your own technology develops to a certain level. The scientists present did not ask further about this. After all, they were still sober and knew that even if the intelligent system gave the answer now, they would not understand it. And at most they would just hear the name, which was not very meaningful. You said this is a set of equipment. So how do we use it? And where is it? After the voices of the scientists and crew members fell silent, Yu Yuan once again asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Yu Yuan's question was not a casual one. He was considering that if this creation could be used by humans, and used on warships, then we also need to understand in detail how to use it, which is related to whether to change the design of the new flagship that has not yet been manufactured. Chapter 685. Those who understood Yu Yuan's meaning also pricked up their ears. The thing on the big screen was a genuine sixth-level civilization creation. On the screen, humans could not see any connection ports at all, nor did they see any structures such as doors. From a distance, it looked like a coffin. You could understand that in the gap in the space where your fleet is located, this set of equipment needs you to reach the fourth level of civilization before you can use it. It's not just about your spiritual consciousness, but also the fourth level civilization technology creation. The voice of the intelligent system slowly sounded and floated into the ears of the people present. Now you just need to leave enough space in the design of your new spaceship. When the time comes, place this equipment in your new warship, and it will automatically connect to your warship system. The people present listened quietly to the explanation of the intelligent system. As the intelligent system explained, everyone gradually understood this awakener's gift. Its appearance is the same as what you see on the big screen, but its size is much larger than humans imagine. Its longest side is 10 kilometers long, which is too long to fit into any transport ship of human beings at this stage. Human ships are indeed longer than 10 kilometers, but the outer length is not the same as the internal capacity. For example, the spacecraft that humans built for warp experiments before was very large, but it was full of various equipment, and there was no extra space at all. This time, the Awakener did not do any tricks like you will know when the time comes. And I will show you when the time comes. Instead, after the intelligent system was introduced, the creation appeared. It suddenly appeared in the human fleet in such a grand manner, and then quietly floated there. But when this creation appeared, humans were in trouble, because this thing was really too big. The only way for humans to transport it out now was to install a warp engine on it, or add a conventional propeller to it. After all, the intelligent system said that this thing was actually a technological creation used inside the warship, but it had no power system. However, what no one expected was that the next words of the intelligent system directly stunned everyone. It is a set of consciousness connection equipment, and it is also the key to the exit of this space. In the method of opening the channel, Once you are familiar with the use of this equipment and complete the consciousness connection, you can open the exit channel. Ah! This made everyone's heart sink. They understood what the intelligent system meant. The channel will only appear after humans learn to use this equipment. Well, this seems to be a redundant word. But it is not. Because the so-called learning to use it means that humans need to enter the third-person perspective driving state centered on the battleship. In other words, if humans want to get out, they must create a new warship that can accommodate this technological creation. This makes humans a little difficult, because the Awakener only gives one gift. According to the intelligent system, this is the host of a complete set of equipment. Only by activating it with a level 4 civilization warship can humans get its subsystem kit. In other words, only one warship can use this thing, and humans can install its subkit on other warships. As for which warship the main machine is installed on, there is no need to think too much. It must be the new flagship. Yes, this set of technological creation is a complete set of equipment main machine. After humans open this set of main machine, many sets of sub-equipment will appear, and the sub-equipment can be used on other warships. There are a total of 2,990 sets of sub-equipment. In other words, with the main equipment, humans can arm 3,000 warships. After all the equipment is equipped, humans will have 3,000 warships that can be driven and operated from a third-person perspective. After carefully reading the instructions sent by the intelligent system, humans also learn that with their current mental strength, if they want to control this equipment and enter the third-person driving mode, at least 8,000 people need to access the equipment together on the main device to share the mental load brought by the operation of the equipment. Of course, this number will decrease as humans advance in the field of mental consciousness, and as the strength of human mental consciousness is further strengthened, and eventually reach the point where only one person is needed to drive a battleship, just like the Awakener. In other words, each spaceship needs at least 8,000 pilots, one of whom is the main pilot, and the others are co-pilots. It is worth mentioning that other pilots will have the same perspective when they access the equipment, and can also convey their meaning to the main pilot during driving, and then let the main pilot control the warship to make various responses. This driving mode reminds humans of a science fiction movie in the Earth era. But driving that kind of mecha only requires 2 people to work together. But now, it takes 8,000 people. Fortunately, all humans are third-person dreamers. Otherwise it would be impossible to achieve this with just the number of drivers. What makes humans difficult is not the driving method, but the construction of a new flagship. Originally, humans planned to leave this space and build a new flagship. But now the intelligent system tells humans that they must first have a new flagship and then load this set of consciousness synchronization equipment before the channel can be opened. It's not that humans don't trust the Awakeners. After all, the Awakeners have done this. If they really wanted to harm humans, they could have directly kidnapped humans to serve as their warriors. But the resources in this space are really running out. And now the remaining heavy metal resources are not sure whether they are enough to build a new flagship, regardless of whether they are enough or not. The intelligent system said so. And as far as humans know, this is the condition set by the Awakener 1. And this intelligent system cannot change it. Then what else can we do? We can only count the resources and roll up our sleeves to build a new flagship. For the resources mentioned in this space, humans actually have data. So Yuan's order? The summary data of the materials required for the new flagship was quickly passed to him. The new warship is 300 kilometers long, 100 kilometers wide and high. The frame is designed with the most advanced strong materials, which shows the difficulty of manufacturing and the amount of materials used. The statistical results are as expected. Not enough. After repeated consideration, the experts propose to dismantle some astronomical particle colliders and resmelt them to extract the required heavy metals for the alloys needed to manufacture warships. This will definitely be enough. That's right. The reason why this space has become scarce is entirely because of the astronomical particle collider. Basically, most of the metals are used on it. The problem of lack of various metals can be solved as long as the astronomical particle collider is considered. Yuan did not hesitate about this proposal. He did not even invite a large number of people to a meeting. He directly decided, demolish. Anyway, the grand unified theory has been found now, and there should be no need to demolish it all and re-refine it. The most urgent task is to accept the gift of the Awakener civilization, and then leave this space with scarce materials. Yuan still knows what is important, and what is not. Even if this astronomical particle collider is needed in the future, Some parts can be made to make up for it after leaving. This astronomical particle collider was designed in a modular way when it was manufactured. As long as the core parts are not removed, it is not difficult to replenish them. Chapter 686. Well, humans who were ready to return to the universe are now forced to stay here. But there is no other way. Humans can only do what the illusion has set. So, the big project of the new flagship was launched. In the construction plan, the new flagship of mankind is very large. In order to adapt to the Star Destroyer cannon, its total length reaches 300 kilometers. Its width is about 200 kilometers. And its height is more than 100 kilometers. It is definitely a space giant. Before this, the designers have completed the blueprint design. Although now, in order to make room for the consciousness synchronization equipment, it only needs to optimize the core parts inside the battleship. The designers did not need much time to complete it. The name of the new battleship remains unchanged, still called Tianqin. But the difference is that this time it is a planetary battleship Tianqin. Its exterior design is just like the design drawing, shaped like a large melon seed, and uses a multi-engine linkage drive method. The designers have long calculated that to generate a large enough warp bubble to wrap the entire battleship, for large warp engines are needed. 2 more than the conventional new battleship. They are placed in appropriate positions on the battleship and then controlled by a central hub. It is worth mentioning that the warp engine does not need to expose the tail nozzle like the conventional one. So the 4 warp engines can be fully covered and placed inside the warship, which is very different from the warp engines in the movie. However, because the human warp engine design is based on the alien spacecraft that crashed on Callisto, the tail nozzle style engine is still retained in the design. Just like the structure of the warp engine that was dismantled that year, the tail nozzle is connected to the warp engine. That is a conventional large magnetic thruster, 4 at the head and 4 at the tail, all of which can be mechanically flipped up and down and retracted to the inside of the warship and released to the outside. Humans have long been able to do this easily in terms of mechanics, and therefore have omitted thrusters on both sides and in both directions, saving a lot of space for the warship. This design not only saves space, but also allows the excess heat generated by the warp speed to be discharged from the spacecraft through the conventional power tail jet system. The conventional power system is also connected to the warship's cooling system. This is the design that humans refer to the spacecraft that crashed on Callisto. And it has been proven that this design is very good. The manufacturing process of the planetary-class Tianqin is very complicated. In terms of complexity alone, it is more complicated than an astronomical particle collider. Its shell needs to be made entirely of number 2 alloy material, and its main support frame must be made entirely of strong materials. These 2 items alone are a huge project. However, the construction of a warship is not just about materials, but also about the construction of a shipborne supercomputer that can carry comprehensive strong artificial intelligence. Yes, as the flagship of a 4th-level civilization, humans cannot use the original supercomputer, so everything needs to be rebuilt. And the latest technological achievements are used to build this new warship. There are also weapons systems, power systems, and detection systems that all need to be newly built. Among them, the weapons system includes many categories, including the Star Destroyer cannon with an acceleration of 150 kilometers. The force field shield system, whose parts need to be distributed in various positions of the warship, and various secondary guns and gravity bombs, antimatter bomb projection devices, etc., all of which need to be produced from scratch. These things will be started together with the structural shell of the planetary-level Lyra. Like the warp engine, they will be processed and produced in different factories, and then transported to the warships that have completed the frame construction for installation. Since the warship is very large, humans do not plan to build a huge space dock first, and then build it as before, but directly build a basic working platform in space, and then start building from the basic working platform. Such a large warship is naturally impossible to be formed in one go. So whether it is its shell or frame, each part needs to be processed in the space factory first, and then transported to the construction site for secondary processing and assembly. This poses a problem. Strong materials cannot be processed twice. It is impossible for humans to mold the entire warship frame in the factory at one time, so they can only rivet and connect by manufacturing various mortise and tenon structures, plus interlocking, screws, external reinforcement, etc. This workload is very huge and difficult. Some places cannot even be fully automated. They must be manually driven over by engineering ships. Like bees building a nest. Building such a huge warship is just these major items. The construction of the warship is also extremely complicated, with a huge size of hundreds of kilometers. Its internal structure is more complicated than building several large cities. It must have various compartments, plywood, partition units, living facilities, workplaces, combat command, weapons and ammunition depots, resource warehouses, and a complete set of things needed for human life and combat. It even has various scientific research departments, technical colleges and other institutions, and various industrial production and mechanical processing factories. It can be said that such a warship is a comprehensive collection of the creations of the entire human civilization. It is no exaggeration to say that if this warship is placed on the Earth, it will be larger than the Treasure Island. An island can only be built on one ground plane, while the interior of this planetary-class warship is multi-layered and three-dimensional. Let's put it this way. The entire Treasure Island spans only 395 kilometers from north to south, and only 144 kilometers from east to west. A comparison will give you an idea of the huge size of this warship. To build such a complex warship that ensures its powerful combat effectiveness, the construction period is definitely long. Experts estimate that the construction period will be about 500 years. In order to accommodate the consciousness synchronization equipment, the interior of this new flagship must be designed according to the design drawings given by the Awakener's intelligent system. In particular, the various equipment in the command center must be placed according to the layout it gives, so that the warship can use the equipment given by the Awakener. Moreover, these equipment are completely different from the various equipment that humans usually put in the command center. Visual display systems such as large screens are completely unnecessary, and external input devices such as workbenches that humans usually use are also unnecessary. These are no longer needed, but many other devices are needed, such as external input devices. Humans have to make enough space in the ship to accommodate that set of equipment and arrange a lot of dense access ports here. All the control system ports on the warship must be connected here. The purpose is self-evident, which is to connect the consciousness synchronization device to the entire warship. Of course, the command center still exists, and humans need to build at least 8,000 cockpits here. Chapter 687. The so-called cockpit must be connected to the consciousness synchronization device. But it is obvious that humans cannot make such advanced things. Nor do they need to make such advanced things. Humans only need to build at least 8,000 cockpits according to their own ergonomic design and reserve the connection ports as required. According to the intelligent system, when the consciousness synchronization device is deployed, it will naturally connect to these reserved ports automatically, thereby realizing the consciousness connection. Humans don't know how the Awakener's consciousness synchronization equipment will be connected to their creations. But they don't need to know. Just do it. Fortunately, humans have already carried out another round of industrial upgrades before this, and new force field material and strong material production factories have appeared, so they can be put into use at the moment the new ship plan begins. The same is true for other manufacturing industries, such as antimatter factories. So after the astronomical particle collider, humans once again entered a vigorous era of construction. And this time, it was just to build a new flagship. 500 years of vicissitudes in the Earth era is considered a great change. But in the Interstellar era, it has only allowed humans to complete the construction of a flagship. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. But in this new flagship construction plan of mankind, it is changes that promote the plan. During this long period of time, in addition to dismantling astronomical telescopes and recycling their materials to build new flagships, humans have never stopped exploring and researching in the field of science and technology. During this period, humans have continuously improved their application technology, and many branch technologies have produced a lot of application results, which have played a role in promoting the construction of the new flagship. Many new technologies and new creations have been used on this new flagship. Similarly, over the years, humans have become more and more mature in various application technologies at the fourth level of civilization. And various manufacturing processes have also reached the fourth level of civilization. The most noteworthy thing is that humans have finally successfully mastered holographic imaging technology under the framework of the Grand Unified Theory. Holographic imaging technology is also called holographic screen technology. Humans are actually very familiar with this technology. After all, Holographic screens appear in almost all movies and TV series that have anything to do with science fiction. It is considered a standard technology for science fiction. From this perspective, it is a common technology. But in fact, this technology is not as easy to implement as in science fiction movies, because the technology it is designed for is not just video display. To truly master it, this civilization must have extremely deep research in optics, electronics, aerodynamics, and informatics, and research in force fields is even more important. It can be said that the holographic screen technology, which seems to appear in every science fiction movie, contains a lot of pre-technologies, the core of which is the force field shaping extended from the force field control technology, optoelectronic binding technology, the sensing technology between ergonomics and force field, as well as data collection and processing, holographic imaging technology, interaction and display technology, etc. After all, the real holographic screen is not just a holographic projection, but a three-dimensional screen without a physical frame. At the same time, the content and display objects on this screen can be grabbed, moved, rematched, etc. by manual touch. If it is just a traditional holographic projection screen, then humans have already done it in the Earth era, which is a technology that uses the principles of diffraction and interference. For example, in some museums, this technology is used on the stage for display, and people can see virtual singers such as Hatsune Miku appearing, which is the application of holographic stereoscopic projection equipment. But that is just a holographic projection screen, which is completely different from the technology that appears in film and television dramas, where you can grab every structure in the holographic screen with your hands and rearrange it according to your own wishes. And now, this technology is what humans have achieved. When the holographic technology is upgraded, people only need to press a button like turning on a computer, and a holographic screen that can be operated by hand will appear on the workbench in front of them. People can also set whether their operations are synchronized to the server in real time. This technology is not only convenient for the staff on the warship, but also provides a very concrete research perspective for scientific researchers such as mechanical structure research. For example, for an engine, designers previously needed to use a mouse to operate a computer to draw its structure, and then use various software to test its feasibility. But now it is no longer so troublesome, because designers can directly grab parts one by one and add them to this visible three-dimensional model. And after the simulation runs, they can even zoom in or out the three-dimensional model to see every detail of the model's operation. It can be foreseen that this technology will be applied at all levels of human society. By the time the humans have completed the full upgrade, the new spacecraft they live in will be filled with touchable 3D projection screens in the operating room. It is conceivable that the living environment of humans will be completely renewed, and it will become a sci-fi environment at a glance. If the virtual operating UI created by the brain chip is a technology in the field of spiritual consciousness, then today's holographic technology is an advancement in the operating system at the physical level of the visible real world, compared with the virtual UI created by the brain chip. Its advantage is that the operation is more precise, and the functions are more comprehensive. Now, all display devices on the new flagship use holographic technology. Time cuts every life like a blade, while also shaping civilization. As the planned construction time gradually arrives, the void that was originally empty is gradually replaced by a huge warship. The head of this warship is a huge caliber naval gun, which is now wrapped in its silver shining shell, and the various secondary guns on its hull are also hidden under pieces of movable shells. Therefore, at this moment, the new Tianqin looks like a large melon seed with a smooth surface and a streamlined aesthetic. In fact, there is no air in the universe, so humans don't need to design a warship into such a streamlined shape. After all, the new Tianqin is unlikely to drive to the surface of the planet. But the designer does not allow his aesthetic cells to be wasted, so such a warship appeared. This appearance design has been approved by the new government department, and new warships built by humans in the future will also follow this template. Of course, the warships manufactured in batches in the future will not have the same configuration as the Tianqin. After all, the cost of building a Tianqin is too high. Just looking at the time cost, it takes 500 years of the entire civilization. If humans build new warships according to this standard in the future, they will not have to go anywhere. Chapter 688. I'm back. Wife. I'm back. It's so cold. Why did you turn the air conditioner so low? Are you crazy? You turned on the air conditioner with an electric stove? The woman who just stepped into the room shivered because of the cold air in the room. She quickly looked up at the man in the room. He was sitting in the hall with an electric stove in front of him. The room was now 5 degrees Celsius due to the air conditioner. The woman had to ask the smart system in the room to adjust the temperature to a comfortable range as soon as she entered the room. However, before she could say anything, she heard the man's leisurely voice. On Earth, today should be the winter solstice. But unfortunately, there is no such festival now, the man said as he stood up and walked to his kitchen. After a while, he brought out a large pot of hot dumplings and a large plate of glutinous rice cakes. These two are the foods that people often eat on the winter solstice in the Earth era. Come, wife, try them and see how my handmade products are. The woman did not take the dumplings and glutinous rice cakes. Instead, she looked at her husband with a suspicious look on her face, and then reached out her hand to touch his forehead. This is not a disease. I say, are you suffering from the syndrome of missing the Earth again? The woman made up the syndrome of missing the Earth. She took her hand back and spoke. She was wearing thin clothes, but she didn't put on a coat because it was cold. Instead, she turned on her overclocking mode to resist the cold weather. She was a new generation of human, and her husband was an Earthling from the era of Callisto. The age difference between the two was 1,800 years, but it didn't prevent them from becoming husband and wife. Let's create some atmosphere. I have signed up for the Tianqin Warrior Selection online. I have passed the test. If there is no accident, the notice will come soon. We will not see each other for hundreds of years. Shininan, who looked like he was in his 40s, simply threw away the heavy coat on his body and turned on his human overclocking mode. Mainly because he saw the woman turned on the overclocking mode. If he didn't turn it on, he would not be able to defeat her if the gun went off accidentally. It tastes good. What's the filling? It tastes a bit sticky. The woman nodded, then came to the man's side, picked up the dumpling and threw it into her mouth. Improved version of the ancient beast, originating from the dog-headed planet. The meat products made from alien planets are only available in this interstellar era. If it were in the past, it would be unthinkable. Well, this meat is really sticky. The man also threw a dumpling into his mouth and ate it. Did you really pass the test? The woman picked up the glutinous rice cake next to her and ate it. This glutinous rice cake was made of glutinous rice flour, but it seemed to be mixed with some alien ingredients. However, the woman had never eaten real glutinous rice cakes on Earth, so she couldn't tell the difference. How can this be false? Although your husband is not as smart as you, his development in the field of spiritual consciousness is very good. The test results are out. My perception in the spiritual field and my control of the subconscious mind have exceeded the admission indicators. I estimate that I will go to Tianqin in 10 days or half a month to adapt to the real consciousness connection. The man's tone was full of pride. He thought he would just live an ordinary life, but he didn't expect that he had a talent in this aspect. The man was from the era of Callisto, but he was not an elite scientific researcher or anything like that. He was a thoroughly ordinary person. He used to be a soldier in the security department, but later, as time went by, his service period expired. So he returned to a certain residential spaceship and lived an ordinary life. After that, he met a woman who was a scientific researcher. They got married and had 3 children. However, the children now have their own lives, so they have been living together. He had no worries about food and drink, and he often brought back some memories of the Earth era to spice up his life. The woman also liked him like this. Just like this time. After eating these things, they probably had to be affectionate again. As for the selection of soldiers for the Tianqin, those with strong consciousness control and perception abilities were selected as one of the 8,000 pilots. The Tianqin has been built, and the selection of 8,000 pilots required by the consciousness link will naturally be put on the agenda. As the most powerful and advanced flagship of mankind, the personnel required must of course be the most outstanding talents. This type of selection not only selects those who have good control over the spiritual consciousness field, but also requires sufficient military knowledge and various battlefield response ability assessments. After all, as a pilot, although not necessarily the person who directly controls the actions of the warship, under the shared third-person perspective, it is also necessary to listen to 6 directions and see all directions. So basic military literacy requirements must be met. Because of the high requirements for controlling one's dreams, this selection is not limited to the military. but for the entire human race. It was under such circumstances that the man discovered his life value again. He originally thought that he would just be a man behind his wife in this life and live an ordinary life. But he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to face the sea of stars. Although spending a lifetime on a living spaceship and sailing in the universe with a human fleet can be regarded as traveling in the sea of stars, how can this feeling be compared with being a pilot of a human flagship, which is really facing the deep universe? The number of consciousness-linking devices is limited. And now almost all humans have known that their racial talent is the third-person dream. So being able to board a new warship and become a driver so that their talent can be put to good use has become the dream of many humans. However, what these ordinary people don't know is that the number of warriors selected and admitted to the Tianqin is not just 8,000, but more than 20,000. This is only the current plan, and it may increase in the future. The reason is simple. It needs to prepare personnel and replace personnel. As far as humans know, driving a warship in a third-person perspective using a consciousness connection will lead to mental fatigue, so it is impossible to meet the minimum requirements. If there are only 8,000 people, what will happen if everyone gets tired halfway through the battle? There must be a replacement driver. For humans, everyone has this talent, so there is no need to worry about no one. And the new Tianqin is large enough to accommodate 1 million people. So personnel is not a problem. In this case, the most elite people must be selected first. If it were in other civilizations, it would be unthinkable. The Awakener civilization cannot do it like humans. Because even for Awakeners, every individual life with awakened talent is extremely precious. Otherwise, they would not have been doing the awakening of fallen civilizations as a business. Chapter 689. In fact, not only the Lyra, the new government has approved it, and the pilots of new warship formations in the future will also be selected according to this standard. Yes, the Awakener only gave humans one set of consciousness link equipment, but there are 2,999 sets of sub-equipment. So in addition to the Lyra, humans still have more than 2,000 such driving mode warships to be manufactured, which also requires a large number of pilots to drive. Only in this way can we form combat power. According to the military, this will be the most elite and powerful fleet of mankind. Although there are only 3,000 ships including the flagship, it must be a killer existence. There is no doubt about this. While the military was recruiting people from the entire human society, the new Tianqin finally reached the last step of its completion. At this moment, the new Tianqin had been completed inside and outside, and it was only necessary to activate the consciousness given by the Awakener one at the same frequency, so that it could be truly connected with the warship. Now this huge device is already inside the Tianqin, waiting for Yu Yuan's order. Oh no! According to the instructions, it should be necessary for humans to be in this set of equipment, and then connect to consciousness before it can be activated. This equipment is 10 kilometers long, and the width and height are in strict golden ratio with the longest side. It is a golden ratio cuboid. Its appearance also looks like the appearance of the Awakener battleship, giving people a feeling of marble texture. But it has an extra layer of flowing light on its surface, just like a transparent and flowing film coated on marble. At this moment, Yu Yuan, several great scientists, and a dozen military humans are standing at the golden section point of the longest side of this golden ratio cuboid. The manual says that there is a hidden door here, which is the passage leading to the inside of the golden section cuboid. After Yu Yuan and his party arrived here, they did not need to do anything or shout slogans. A door frame automatically appeared at the golden section point on the side of the cuboid. The next second, the door that appeared from this side of the cuboid opened. In front of everyone was a passage that looked like it was paved with bluestone. It was very wide, and several elephants could walk side by side without any problem. It also showed the golden section ratio. The group followed Yu Yuan's footsteps and moved forward. In the passage, they did not see the splendor and technology, but only an ancient passage. After walking for about a minute, they felt that the front was suddenly open, and they came to an empty inner space. The space was very empty, hundreds of meters in radius, but the overall color was still the ancient marble style. As they looked around, they saw stone-like pillars and rectangular pillars standing in the empty space. This is not the center yet, so everyone just took a few glances and continued to move forward according to the prompts of the intelligent system. According to the intelligent system, this set of equipment was specially made by Huan for humans, so the living environment inside is also based on human standards. So everyone is not worried about any accidents when entering. Finally, after following the instructions for half an hour, Yu Yuan and his party arrived at the core of this set of equipment. The main tone here is still the ancient style. But there are also differences, because they saw something that can be clearly seen as an instrument, especially the large area of flashing indicator lights in front of them, which can be seen at a glance as a bunch of working equipment. Here it is. Yu Yuan, the leader, looked at a set of chairs in front of him that looked like large human recliners. According to the instructions in the manual, this chair was the consciousness access port of this device. Yu Yuan, who had read the instructions many times, didn't waste words. He motioned to the people who came here with him to wait for a moment, and then walked to the chair and sat down. As soon as they sat down, the chair moved with a series of Chinese voice prompts. However, the imagined things such as various wires touching the body and various induction lines sticking to the scalp did not happen. Yu Yuan only felt a layer of soft light around him. And then this soft light flooded his entire vision. And then another scene appeared in front of him. All the ancient equipment before disappeared. And in front of Yu Yuan were 9 rectangular blocks floating in the air. Yu Yuan, who was already familiar with the operating instructions, knew that these rectangular blocks were only seen after his consciousness was connected to the equipment. They were the activation switches for certain functions of this equipment. Yu Yuan reached out and grabbed one of them through his mind control. He identified that this was the start switch of the main device. After pulling it to the front, he raised his hand, and the floating pillar immediately unfolded into a golden rectangular screen. Then a series of specific contents that Yu Yuan could not understand appeared inside. But he knew it was a progress bar to verify his human spiritual consciousness. After the progress bar was finished, Yu Yuan changed from the first-person perspective to the third-person perspective. At the same time, he saw a start button floating in front of him. Without saying a word, he directly raised his hand and pressed it through his subconscious control on the screen. Obviously, if the life form that came in did not have the ability to dream in the third person, this step would not be possible. Unlike what Yu Yuan saw, the others only saw Yu Yuan sitting on the recliner. And then the scene they saw changed dramatically. After Yu Yuan pressed the start button in his mind, this originally rectangular device seemed to come alive. And its inside and outside seemed to change from rigid material to flexible material in an instant. The marble-like surface began to show fine lines. If you look closely, you will find that these lines are all in the shape of golden section rectangles. As the lines become more and more small rectangles appear, until the divided rectangles become as big as a fingernail. The next moment, these rectangles are like a group of stacked small tiles, falling down. At this moment, the whole set of equipment seems to be half melted, turning into small rectangular blocks, which look like a group of pixels flowing. Except for Yu Yuan, who started the equipment. Everyone stared at all this, looking at the scene in front of them that seemed like ice and snow melting. They actually knew that this was an application of nanotechnology, but they still couldn't help but exclaimed. This set of rectangular equipment was like ice and snow melting, and it extended to the surroundings like a carpet in front of everyone's surprised eyes, and then covered the floor, walls, and ceiling of the Tianqin Command Center like a floor. After everything stopped, everyone found that in the entire Tianqin Command Center, all the equipment that humans had reserved according to the design instructions were covered with a layer of marble-colored shell, which looked somewhat transparent. Through the shell, people could see that the things inside were like etched circuit boards, one end of which was connected to human equipment, and the other end was connected to a golden section rectangular block standing in the middle of the Tianqin Command Center. From a distance, the cuboid in the middle looks like a big tree, and the connecting routes are its roots, rooted in the access ports of human devices. Next to this cuboid with the largest golden ratio, there are more than 2,000 cuboids with the same appearance but smaller. These should be sub-devices. Seeing these cuboids piled there like bricks, this sentence suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Chapter 690. It turns out that the big rectangular block before was just a container, and what we see now is the main body of the equipment. The Awakener used nanotechnology to pack 3,000 sets of equipment into the big rectangular block, and Yu Yuan's operation just now was to open the container and connect the main unit of the equipment to the new flagship of mankind. After completing the operation, Yu Yuan also withdrew from the consciousness connection. He was as curious as everyone else. So after getting up from the chair, he kept looking at the floor. This place was previously an empty space specially created to accommodate the consciousness synchronization equipment. Now the container of the consciousness equipment has been opened, and the components inside have been connected to the equipment preset by humans through the flow of nanotechnology. So this place is now considered empty. However, it is not empty, because this area is also the location of the cockpits, specially built by humans for many pilots. The main cockpit is of course here. Now these cockpits have been connected to the consciousness synchronization equipment standing in the center of the empty space by crisscrossing cables. Consciousness synchronous frequency. The appearance of the device is the same as the Awakener's usual style. Also a golden section cuboid. Now its bottom and top are stuck to the floor and ceiling of this empty space. And many cables extend from both ends, like tree roots. All the cables are wrapped in a layer of amber-like material, and then extend outward to connect to the equipment built by humans according to the instructions, so as to establish a physical connection with the new flagship Tianqin. And on this very empty floor, there are layers of compartments, each of which is a separate cockpit, a total of 10,000. It is indeed not 8,000, because humans are always used to making more for backup. As for why the space used to accommodate the consciousness synchronization equipment can still create so many compartmented cockpits, it is also because the Tianqin has not yet turned on the switch of the gravity potential well to simulate artificial gravity. So it is still in a state of weightlessness, which also avoids the problem of large containers pressing on the cockpits. Similarly, it is precisely because of the consciousness synchronization equipment that the command center of this new flagship of mankind is very different from the original one. It no longer has a traditional command center like the previous Tianqin. The previous group of people working together, a bunch of computer monitors, a bunch of workbenches, and a large central screen have been cancelled. Instead, each person has a separate space with a separate driving position connected to the consciousness synchronization device. Everyone also has a large screen, and they are all large screens made of holographic projection technology. Not only that, each cockpit is not just a driving position, but also has many supporting facilities, and living and rest facilities. It can be said that each cockpit is equivalent to a luxury suite. If the equipment inside is placed in the Earth era, it would be a fully functional underground base. Here, after the consciousness synchronization equipment is connected, it is equivalent to a town, and the town is full of cockpits, and there are roads between the cockpits like in the city. The roads are also three-dimensional roads, with two types of ground roads and air passages. If you want to say where the command center of this new flagship is, then it should be said that everywhere is the command center. Or this time the area within a radius of several kilometers is the command center of the entire battleship. And it is also its core area. From now on, the pilots of the Tianqin will basically live here. Similarly, the scientific officers of the warship and various staff such as communicators will also work here. But each of them has their own independent cabin. Connected to this area are other departments on the warship, such as the Scientific Research Institute, the Engine Group, the Staff Residence, the Intelligence Department, the Staff Group, etc., all scattered around this core area. Further out, up and down, are the various functional equipment rooms of the warship, ammunition depots, resource storage rooms, fuel tanks, and various factories, such as nanorobot production workshops. As the new flagship of human civilization, it is very large and has various functions. It is a comprehensive warship. It carries many small spaceships, including transportation ships for large warships and spaceships, transport ships for transporting supplies and previous warships, and special parking platforms for personal outbound ships. The new flagship Tianqin is a warship in wartime and the political and military center of mankind in normal times. Basically, the number of people living on it for a long time will not be less than 100,000. After the pilot selection was completed, all the personnel on the old flagship were moved here, and the starry sky cut out by the Awakener also opened a channel at this moment. Human detectors quickly detected the channel that existed at the boundary of space, where the detectors could even see the starlight coming from the universe. Humans don't know how this channel appeared, but they know it is a space technology. According to the information Yuan got after connecting to the consciousness frequency device, humans only need to drive the large fleet there to leave this space created by the Awakener. The resources here are not enough for the entire human civilization to upgrade its creations, so there is no reluctance or nostalgia. After the passage appeared, the human fleet began to pack up various unfolded work platforms, and slowly headed towards the passage leading to the universe. The Tianqin, which used the previous name, took the lead and directly started warp speed navigation in space to the entrance of the passage, and then returned to the universe first. The first thing the Tianqin had to do, when it arrived in the universe, was to explore whether the surrounding environment was safe. After confirming that there was no danger, it quietly waited for the human fleet cluster at the exit, because the other ships of mankind have not yet completed the upgrade. The navigation technology of the third-level civilization is still used at this stage, so the process is not fast. It took several years for the human fleet cluster to come out of the space completely. When the human fleet cluster came out of it, the passage disappeared, and the space created by the Awakener 1 was hidden in the universe again. According to the information obtained from the intelligence system left by Juan, this space is actually a small universe. It will continue to exist after humans leave until the energy system that supports it, that is, the energy of the 8 stars inside, is exhausted, and it will collapse and return to the embrace of the universe. The intelligent system left behind by Juan did not leave with humans, because it is actually the intelligent AI of this small universe. All maintenance work of this small universe is done by it. According to Juan, it will continue to exist with the small universe as a relic of civilization, and then wait for a civilization with great luck to pass by here. Chapter 691. This is what Juan had already set up, and the target civilization that this small universe is waiting for is actually known to humans, and it is a low-level civilization. The intelligent system did not hide it from humans, and it told humans all the arrangements when humans left. As for what is in this small universe as a relic, humans know it very well, because it is an astronomical particle collider that humans have dismantled by 1/3. Yes, humans can't take away the astronomical particle collider that has been dismantled by 1/3. According to the intelligent system, it is to leave hope to the civilization with a predestined relationship. The Awakener gave humans a set of consciousness linking equipment, so humans should also leave something for this empty shell of the small universe, so that later low-level civilizations have the opportunity to upgrade to the 4th-level civilization. If there is really a low-level civilization passing by here and entering this small universe, they will be able to learn from the intelligent system that there is a civilization called human civilization in the Milky Way that once left an astronomical particle collider that is only 2/3 the length of the astronomical particle collider. And at the same time, there is a civilization called the Awakener who came to the Milky Way and embarked on a long voyage. Humans have no objection to Juan's arrangement. After all, although they are reluctant to part with the astronomical particle collider, it is nothing compared to the 3,000 consciousness-linked devices. And if there is really a low-level civilization that can admire its own creation and find a way to upgrade to the 4th-level civilization from its own creation, it can be regarded as, predecessors guide me, and I guide those who come after me. The road to the galaxy is long. As a wandering civilization with warships as its home, humans once again sailed towards the vast sea of stars after returning to the universe. Seeing the familiar starry sky from the porthole of the ship, everyone's heart seemed to be suddenly enlightened. And one by one, they used this as an excuse to have a big meal with their friends. On the Tianqin, the scientists had no mood to eat and drink, especially the experts in astronomy, because they were carefully observing whether there were any unknown changes in the vast starry sky. The universe was still as quiet as ever, although humans knew that there were actually countless civilizations behind this quietness. Humans did not find anything abnormal as before, and even if they used the Sky Survey telescope array to observe, they did not find any clues. When humans returned to the universe, they immediately observed the starry sky. The reason was not to find traces of the battle between the Awakeners and the Harvesters, but to observe the surroundings of this star field to detect whether there were traces of other civilizations. After all, humans have only been in this space for more than 2,000 years. And humans learned from the Awakener 1 that the battlefield he was going to was about 8,000 light-years away from here. Even if the battlefield radius radiated 1 or 2,000 light-years, the aftermath of the war had not yet reached here. It was the 8 stars that disappeared for no reason after this space was cut into a small universe by the illusion. Humans were worried that during this period, the disappearance of these 8 stars would be discovered by other civilizations nearby, and then come here to investigate. In the end, nothing was found, which made humans feel a little relieved. In fact, humans have tachyon detection technology that can detect events outside the light cone relative to themselves. But tachyon detection is not omnipotent. The power of human tachyon detection equipment is not strong enough to detect things thousands of light-years away. The same is true for tachyon communication. It does not mean that with tachyon communication, real-time communication can be achieved at both ends of the Milky Way. Tachyon communication like tachyon detection, depends on power intensity. For example, the current tachyon detection technology of human beings can probably only scan events outside the light cone within a light-year range. Of course, it is still difficult to scan a warship within a light-year range, unless the warship does not take any concealment measures. After all, compared with the cosmic time of a supernova explosion, the impact of a warship is still too small. Tachyon communication has a longer range than tachyon detection, reaching about 2 light-years. If it is farther away, communication distortion will occur. Scientists analyze that it may be due to the quantum foam in space. Of course, it is just a possible guess, and there is no actual observation data at present. If you want to achieve real-time communication over longer distances, you must establish a tachyon information relay station to strengthen and replace the transmission of tachyon information. But then again, the range of tachyon communication and tachyon detection is not fixed. It will be improved as humans advance in the field of tachyon technology. This is extremely important in the field of tachyon detection. After all, tachyon communication can build communication relay stations, but detection can only be based on the radius of the ship. After waving goodbye to the intelligent system left by Juan, the human civilization returned to the universe and observed the surrounding environment again, and then led by the Tianqin to the nearest star. Since now only the Tianqin and a few experimental spacecraft in the entire human civilization fleet are equipped with warp engines. After all, only the Tianqin is a 4th-level civilization technology creation. Therefore, the entire fleet's voyage this time was not fast, and it was still at the level of level 3 civilization, so it would take at least 20 years to reach the nearest star. This was also unavoidable. The theory and technology application had reached the level of level 4 civilization, but it was impossible to upgrade the creations due to resource constraints. So the next step for humans was to upgrade creations in an all-round way, and upgrade all warships, residential spacecraft, industrial spacecraft, biosphere spacecraft, and scientific research ships. In the process of heading to the target star system, the Tianqin, as the only warship capable of warp speed, will naturally not sail slowly with a large fleet. In the next plan of mankind, the Tianqin will arrive at the target star field first during this period to conduct a field survey of the resource conditions of the target star field. If the number of rocky planets in the target star system is not large enough, then the human fleet is likely to change course to another star system after receiving the information from the Tianqin. Humans are lucky. After going out for a circle, the Tianqin found that the number of rocky planets in the target star system meets the needs of human development and does not need to change course halfway. However, the expert team also made some budgets based on the resources of the target star system, and believe that if humans want to complete the creation upgrade, they will most likely dig up all the rocky planets in the target star system. In this regard, the new government said it didn't matter. Just dig it up. Anyway, the most abundant thing in the universe is planets. However, this conclusion triggered some experiences deep in Yu Yuan's memory. Yu Yuan remembered that the star system where the dog-headed people were originally located had no rocky planets except the dog-headed people's home planet. Could it be that the UFO civilization is like humans today, digging up the star system where the dog-headed people's planet is located because they want to upgrade their civilization creations? Yu Yuan muttered to himself. He felt that it was possible, because UFOs are round, and they are probably designed to rotate to generate inertia to simulate gravity. Therefore, the UFO civilization that appeared there at the beginning might really be a 3rd-level civilization. After all, as a 3rd-level civilization, it still takes a long time to go from one star system to another in such a sparsely populated place. If you can complete the creation upgrade in one place, you definitely don't want to go a little further. From this point of view, the emergence of UFO civilization must have a lot to do with the clean starry sky of the dog-headed people's home star system. Chapter 692. After arriving at the new star system, humans were like beggars who had been hungry for many days. When they saw a rocky planet, they rushed up to it and mined there. In order to improve mining efficiency, many weapons originally used for war were even used. Yes, it is true that humans have the nano-mining robot Xiaohui. And it is also true that the minerals mined by Xiaohui will directly turn into various metal elements. However, if Xiaohui uses his own ability to mine, he will have to find and dig holes on the planet. Especially for digging holes, he needs to dig down little by little. Just like the situation of the planet where silver mist was when human power saw it. For humans who are already hungry for resources and urgently need to upgrade all civilizational creations, this efficiency is really a bit low. So after some discussion, humans decided to use star destroyers to mine. Today, the only star destroyer in human history is installed on the Lyra. There are two main sequence stars in this star system. One is a very common red dwarf star with a mass of about 0.4 times that of the Sun. This type of star has a long lifespan and can maintain a stable state for about 200 billion years. The other is an A-type star, which has a white light on its surface and a mass of about 2.5 times that of the Sun. Because of its large mass and volume, its fuel burning rate is also fast, so it is also brighter. If compared with the Sun, its brightness is 25 times that of the Sun, but its lifespan is much shorter, only about 1.3 billion years. Therefore, if you look at this star system from far away in space, you will not see a binary star system, but only the brighter star. In fact, most star systems in the sky are not single stars, but more binary star systems, followed by triple star systems, and then single star systems, and finally extremely rare systems with more than 4 stars. So the star system that humans came to is the most common star system in the universe. It has 2 stars, because the mass of the small red dwarf is too small. Its trajectory looks like a planet of the larger star. However, through orbital calculations, it can be known that the two are actually moving around a common center of mass in the void. Of course, this center of mass is based on the local star system as a stationary reference system. If their orbital speed in the Milky Way is also taken into account, then this center of mass will also move. However, no matter which reference system, humans have a way to accurately calculate their orbital trajectory. So the activities of the fleet entering the galaxy are naturally no problem. There are a total of 14 planets in its entire system, 3 of which are gas planets, located in the 7th, 9th, and 14th orbits respectively, and the rest are all rocky planets. In addition, the 3 gas planets have many satellites, and the 11 rocky planets also have 1 to 3 satellites each. In total, there are more than 100 satellites of different sizes, which can be said to be rich in resources. According to the normal metal abundance in a general star system, this star system is definitely enough for human use. There are rocky planets that can obtain various heavy metals, and there are gas planets that can extract gaseous substances such as hydrogen, helium, sulfur, methane, and carbon dioxide. It is simply an ideal place to obtain resources. This binary star system does not have an asteroid belt and Kuiper belt like the solar system. The space in the entire galaxy is relatively clean, and there are no comets. It is probably due to the large mass of the A-type star and the 3 gas planets in the planetary orbit. Astronomers speculate that they have cleared the nearby orbits with their own gravity over a long period of time. As soon as the human fleet entered the star system, it dispatched all engineering ships and mining ships. The main civilization's residential spaceship cluster headed directly to the gas planet on the 7th orbit because it happened to be located in the middle orbit of the star system. No matter where the human main spaceship cluster orbited with the gas planet, it would be relatively close for resource transportation. Humanity planned to place various engineering platforms outside the orbit of this planet, and then concentrate resources here to start upgrading creations. After some exploration, humans discovered that most of the planets in this binary star system have cooled their cores, and only the planets near the innermost star still have hot cores due to gravitational pull and star heating. After obtaining the data, humans chose to conduct the first violent mineral mining on the planet in the orbit of the 5th planet. The Tianqin, which was as big as an island, quickly came near the star, but did not enter the far or near orbit of the planet, but came to the space outside of it about 1 astronomical unit, and then pointed the huge muzzle at the planet that was slowly orbiting the binary star system just like countless billions of years ago. The warp engine has been shut down. Conventional power fine-tuning has been completed. The Tianqin has arrived at the destination, 16,832 kilometers away from the target, and the battleship's attitude adjustment has been completed. Target planet number, red and white planet 5. The specific parameters of the planet are as follows: mass 8.7457 times 10 to the 24th power kg. Average density 5,998 kilograms per cubic meter. Diameter 15,560 kilometers. Orbit, semi-axis length of the autobiographical orbit. All functional facilities are operating normally, and the antimatter energy system's rated output force field acceleration rail has entered the pre-start state. The antimatter warhead of the Star Destroyer has been loaded, and all data of the Star Destroyer are normal. The Star Destroyer is ready. Inside the Tianqin, the internal communication of each department sounded one after another. At the same time, the fire control system of the Tianqin also locked the target planet. This planet is larger than the Earth. Its core has cooled down. It is a dead planet. There is no atmosphere on the surface of the planet. It is a typical rocky planet in the universe. There are 2 satellites in its orbit. One is a regular sphere, and the other does not show a regular sphere because of its small mass. Humans intend to blow it up with one shot, and then send out mining ships and nano-mining gray replicas to collect resources from its planetary corpse fragments. Obviously, this is a very rough way of mining, which directly turns the environment on the planet into the same as the resource mining of asteroids in space, which is very convenient for wandering civilizations. However, it is only possible for civilizations, like humans, who have Star Destroyers to do this. The Tianqin propulsion system has restarted, and the anti-recoil damper value is normal. Please all crew members enter the human overclocking mode. The Star Destroyer countdown is 10, 9, 8, 1. After a while, the Star Destroyer entered the launch countdown. Tianqin has 2 driving modes. One is that 8,000 drivers connect to the consciousness connection system together and drive the warship from a third-person perspective. This mode is very convenient, but it is generally used in combat. Under normal circumstances, another driving mode is used, which is the traditional multi-person cooperative control mode. This mode is actually not much different from the third-level civilization. That is, people in each position are responsible for their own part with the cooperation of artificial intelligence, which is why there are various voice broadcasts. The warhead of the human Star Destroyer is antimatter. In the shell, the antimatter is sealed in the head of the shell as a warhead by the powerful gravitational potential well technology. From the appearance, the shell looks more like an intercontinental missile familiar to humans. Chapter 693. This type of shell is divided into 2 types. One is a conventional kinetic shell, and the other is a warp antimatter shell equipped with a warp engine. The 2 have different initial launch velocities and different uses. The initial launch velocity of shells equipped with a warp engine is generally slower, only about 90% of the speed of light. It is not that the launch velocity cannot be increased. The main thing is that to achieve a higher speed, a larger acceleration force field must be applied in the barrel. A larger acceleration force field also leads to a greater acceleration and inertial force. Excessive acceleration may cause the antimatter stored in the gravitational potential well to break through the restraint of the gravitational potential well and collide with the matter behind it due to static inertia, thereby triggering the annihilation of positive and antimatter and causing the barrel to explode. There are 2 measures to avoid this situation. One is to improve the technical level of the gravitational potential well, and the other is to slightly reduce the force field acceleration. The first one cannot be accomplished overnight, so humans can only choose the second one. For this reason, this type of artillery shell equipped with a warp engine is not suitable for bombing planets. Its main use is in battles between warships, using the superluminal characteristics of warp propulsion combined with its own kinetic impact and antimatter annihilation power to strike the target warship. It is a superluminal weapon. The other Star Destroyer mode is now activated by humans. In this mode, the shells with antimatter warheads will first be pushed into the Star Destroyer launch force field, where there are also force field restraint devices made of gravitational potential well technology. Then the shells will release their own restraint force field, and then the Star Destroyer's own force field will restrain the antimatter as the warhead. The next step is to use the shell originally used to store antimatter, exit the restraining force field, and leave the antimatter in the force field of the barrel to be fired. Finally, the various acceleration components of the Star Destroyer violently accelerate the antimatter shells. After accelerating for more than 140 kilometers, the antimatter shells are fired out of the muzzle at sublight speed and hit the target with superkinetic energy. If we only look at the kinetic destructive power, the fired shells can only be regarded as a powerful version of the electromagnetic railgun. But its power is not only kinetic energy, but also the powerful energy released by the antimatter annihilation itself. The reason why the Star Destroyer can destroy planets is because it combines these 2 forces, making it a destructive force that is greater than the sum of the 2. This firing mode of the Star Destroyer is not suitable for fighting enemy warships at a distance, but it is accurate for targets such as space fortresses, planets, and asteroids. It is definitely dangerous to use antimatter as a cannonball. After all, once antimatter touches matter, it will undergo an annihilation reaction. Therefore, when humans designed this cannon, they added various layers of protection inside and outside to prevent the explosion of the entire ship. Of course, the Star Destroyer can actually use conventional materials as shells. But then the Star Destroyer will become a kinetic weapon that only relies on kinetic impact to cause damage. So in general, there are actually 3 modes. But generally this conventional shell mode is not used much. It can be regarded as a multi-purpose gun. The Star Destroyer can destroy stars. But it can do more than just destroy stars. But now, it is the first time that humans have officially seen the power of the Star Destroyer. When the countdown reaches 0, the antimatter shell constrained by the force field is instantly shot into the acceleration force field. And then the various acceleration components of the Star Destroyer burst out with a powerful standoff acceleration thrust under the powerful antimatter annihilation energy supply, which suddenly accelerates the shell inside from a relatively static state. Under the acceleration of the unparalleled force field, the shells flew out of the barrel in the blink of an eye, and rushed all the way, like a stream of light that cut through the darkness, and hit a planet 1 astronomical unit away. In the process of accelerating the antimatter shells, even though various anti-shock systems had been activated in advance, and the tail nozzle propulsion device of the warship itself had been activated, everyone on the warship could still feel that the Norda warship had a backward shaking. A warship like an island could cause such a commotion. And the majestic power of the Star Destroyer can be seen. The force is mutual. If it were placed on other warships, it would fall apart. Only the Tianqin, a warship built with a strong material frame, could remain safe and sound, under the watchful eyes of the public. The result of this shot was seen by humans more than 9 minutes later. The time is the time it takes for the shell to rush towards the planet in space, because humans have placed a detector near the orbit of the target planet in advance. And the detector is equipped with a tachyon communication module. The time it takes for the information to return to the Tianqin can be ignored. It can be regarded as an event that humans have seen outside their own light cone in the universe. The speed close to the speed of light greatly increases the kinetic mass of the antimatter shell. When it hits a planet, it is no longer a light shell, but an asteroid with a huge force. The powerful impact directly smashed the crust of the target planet. At this moment, the huge target planet raised a wave of earth and dust around the world and rushed straight into space. It was also at this moment of contact that the antimatter with ultra-high kinetic energy annihilated with the matter of the planet itself in an instant. And countless masses instantly turned into energy 100%. At this moment, light, heat, and shock waves became physical terms that could describe the impact point. The turbulent shock waves and violent energy exploded instantly. At this moment, in the slow-motion video, people saw winding cracks appearing on the surface of the planet Nanada. The winding cracks spread out from the impact point to the outside of the sphere. And then, the entire planet shattered in the subsequent incomparable powerful explosive energy. At this moment, countless dust turned into material jets, stretching out into space. Behind the light and heat, the planet exploded in space like cow dung stuffed with firecrackers. Under this powerful explosion, small pieces of debris directly broke away from their original orbits and flew everywhere, while larger pieces separated at a slower speed and continued to float around in their original orbits under the gravitational force of distant stars. If humans do not mine in the next step, these fragments will become the asteroid belt of this binary star system over time. Or some fragments may be captured by the gravity of other planets after billions of years of collisions, and become comets, satellites of other planets, or insignificant meteorites that fall into stars. Humans dismembered a planet in the most explosive way, turning it into a space mine that is easy to mine. Chapter 694. After bombing the planet, the Tianqin turned around and left. Other mining ships will come to mine, or push the rocks away with thrusters just like capturing asteroids, or drive the smelting platform nearby, or directly release the small ash for nanomining. No matter which method or several methods are used, this mining method is much more efficient than driving the spacecraft to the interior of the planet and digging slowly. This mining method was unthinkable in the past, and the power of the fourth-level civilization was fully demonstrated here. Seeing the scene of the entire planet exploding, some old people couldn't help but recall the silver mist that humans encountered when they set foot in the starry sky. If they had this method at that time, they could have destroyed the silver mist with one shot. However, After the Tianqin blew up this planet, it turned around and went to other planets, and then continued to blow up. Any planet that was favored by humans would inevitably be crushed into space mineral deposits by one shot. Of course, the Tianqin did not continue to destroy recklessly. After bombing 5 planets, it probably met certain resource needs, so it stopped temporarily. Yes, it is only temporary. The reason is that humans in this period have not yet completed the upgrade of the 4th level civilization creation, so space transportation capabilities have not been fully utilized. For this reason, the first step for humans after mining and obtaining resources is to build new production and transportation tools on a large scale. That is, transport ships, mining ships, engineering ships, etc. with warp speed capabilities. After building these, they will continue to expand the scale of mining and continue to improve the efficiency of resource acquisition, and then enter the replacement of residential spacecraft, biosphere spacecraft, large equipment transport ships, etc. As for the obsolete residential spaceships, humans will not discard them, but will pull them back to the dock for transformation, install warp engines on them, and then give them to several subordinate races such as the Red Flame Civilization and the Kuntai People Cluster as residential spaceships. As a subordinate race and vassal civilization, it is reasonable for the residential spaceship to be smaller than that of humans. Of course, the individuals of the subordinate races who have contributed to science will not be stingy, and they will also be given spacious new 4th level civilization residential spaceships as residences. And this living condition will be promoted in the society of each of their races. And the purpose is naturally self-evident. It is to let them understand that only by working hard to make scientific contributions to the entire group can they have better living conditions. Who doesn't yearn for better living conditions? When you are still living in a small spaceship that uses rotational inertia to simulate gravity. When you are still living in a room composed of cabins. Others have already stepped onto the spacious 4th level civilization spaceship. Envy is useless. Only by working hard to contribute to the collective can you enjoy this environment. This difference in living environment will to a certain extent motivate the efforts of other races, which is beneficial and harmless to the entire human civilization cluster. In the comprehensive upgrade plan of creations, humans not only have to upgrade the creations of their own civilization, but also take into account other races. After all, they still need to travel through the universe with humans, and their 3rd level civilization spacecraft must be upgraded to keep up with the main force. However, the creations of other races will be upgraded later. Humans will first upgrade their creations completely and arm themselves to the teeth, and then consider subordinate civilizations and subordinate races. Time in the starry sky always passes quickly. After the Tianqin blasted a star with a shot, the Great Construction Era was measured in centuries. After several centuries, humans finally completed the upgrade of various ships of this civilization. Then it took several more centuries to build 2,990 planetary warships based on the connection of consciousness frequency equipment. These warships will be the most elite fleet of mankind together with the Tianqin. Although they are not completely manufactured according to the high standards of the Tianqin, their mainframe structure also uses some strong materials. There is no way around it. The production of strong materials is too difficult. If they are all manufactured according to the standards of the Tianqin, then it will take at least 10,000 years to complete the construction of 3,000 warships. The time cost is too high, and it is not worth it. If completing the upgrade of living spaceships, engineering ships, mining ships, biosphere spaceships, scientific research ships, and other spaceships means that human life and production have reached the 4th level civilization level, then the appearance of these 2,999 warships is the symbol of humanity's formal 4th level civilization combat power. And this is not the end. A mere 3,000 planetary class warships cannot meet the safety needs of mankind. So humans will continue to build new ones, which are also planetary class warships. But they are ordinary planetary class warships without consciousness synchronization equipment. The plan for this stage of human beings is to build a fleet of 3 million planetary warships, which are still divided into 3 fleets. That is, the first fleet directly led by Tianqin, the second fleet led by Jupiter, and the third fleet led by Saturn. Yes, Jupiter and Saturn. These 2 warships were planned to be built when the 2,990 warships were produced. They were specially designed as the flagships of the second and third fleets. Their performance configuration is actually similar to other warships in the same batch, but they have many more equipment for overall command. because the time cost of manufacturing strong materials is too high. These two warships cannot be equipped with star destroyers like the Tianqin, because the structural strength does not allow it. So they can only settle for large neutron killing or neutron explosion as the main gun. Of course, other weapons such as gravity bombs and warp missiles are also not lacking. At present, due to the time cost, humans can only have one star destroyer. As for why there are only 3 million other ordinary warships, the main reason is actually the time cost of shipbuilding. The planetary warships of the 4th level civilization are much more complicated than those of the 3rd level civilization, and the amount of resources consumed in shipbuilding is also geometrically increased. Even with fully automated production, the time cost caused by the complicated process cannot be ignored. Therefore, unless the 4th level civilization has existed for a long time, there will generally not be too many planetary warships. In this way, the fleets of the 4th level civilization are much smaller than those of the 3rd level civilization. But the small number is only temporary, because time will increase everything. And the small number does not mean weak combat effectiveness. Humans stayed in this binary star system for almost another 1,000 years to complete the creation and upgrade of various 4th level civilization creations. After completing all this, there are basically few rocky planets left in the entire binary star system. And even the gaseous planets have shrunk a little because of the long-term absorption of hydrogen, helium and other elements. Chapter 695. It is said that the more advanced the technology, the greater the impact on the natural environment. The impact of human technology in the Earth era is only to cause some climate change. The 1st level civilization can at most dig the moon and build a few bases in outer space. The 2nd level civilization can at most clean the surface of the planet. The 3rd level civilization has the ability to hollow out a galaxy. But that is when all the power of the civilization is used up, and it takes a long time. The technology of the 4th level civilization can directly and easily change the environment of the entire star system. After thousands of years of human exploitation, the originally quiet binary star system has now turned into a space mine. The entire space is filled with dust particles spread by the planets destroyed by humans, which can be said to have made this binary star system a mess. It is estimated that the main sequence stars of the binary star system and the gas planets in the galaxy will work together for tens of thousands of years to make the environment clear again. The Milky Way is very large. Even if there are thousands of civilizations like humans that are engaged in destructive mining, they are just a drop in the bucket. The damage caused to the original environment of the Milky Way is not even as much as a war between level 6 civilizations. After completing the creation upgrade, humans will soon leave here and set foot on the starry sky again. This time, humans have no definite goal, but only a general navigation direction, which is to stay away from the direction that the Awakener Juan told humans to go. Staying away from that direction means staying away from the battlefield of the 6th level civilization. Humans are very concerned about the situation of the Awakener Juan, but they also understand that the war between the Awakener and the Harvester is not something they can participate in now, and they can't even get close to it. Even though the Earth star region where humans are now located has been carried by the Awakener for more than 1,000 light years, and they have traveled around, they are not too far away from the solar system. From the perspective of astronomical observations, the straight line distance from here to the solar system is actually less than 2,000 light years. If humans want to return to the solar system, including midway supplies, it will take more than 200 years to reach the destination, or at most 300 years. But now humans cannot go there because that direction is the direction of the center of the Milky Way, which is also the direction of the 6th level civilization battlefield. Humans have to go in the opposite direction, toward the end of the Orion arm. Go as far as you can, and try to stay away from the battlefield of the 6th level civilization. The farther away you are, the weaker the aftermath of the supernova will be. Humans really don't know what the war of the 6th level civilization is like. But judging from the bombing of the solar system and the Centauri triple star system, and the situation of the star destroyer cannons they have, the battlefield of the 6th level civilization must be full of various stars being destroyed. After all, now humans have clearly known that the 5th level civilization has the ability to destroy stars. So the turmoil caused by the war of the 6th level civilization is bound to be full of various large and small star explosions. Of course, although it is a voyage without a specific purpose, humans still have things to do, such as continuing to look for the star map information obtained from the Pioneer's crystal drift bottle, finding the location marked in the star map, and finding the small universe left by the pioneer. The key to the small universe is now in the storage room on the Lyra, also in the shape of a rhombus crystal, and looks like a smaller version of the large rhombus crystal drift bottle. I don't know if it's because of special hobbies, the awakeners and pioneers that humans have seen. These two sixth-level civilization creations have their own characteristics. One likes to create a golden section rectangular shape, and the other is a rhombus crystal style. The starry sky is vast, and the galaxy is vast. Not long after, the human fleet set foot on the Star Road again. After the creation upgrade, the fleet cluster of human civilization is smaller than before, with only 3 million planetary warships plus less than 1 million residential spaceships, biosphere spaceships, and other planetary spaceships. However, if the fleets of vassal races are included, there will be more. After all, most of the spaceships and warships of those vassal races are still of the third-level civilization style, but they have been equipped with warp engines by humans. Currently, only humans have planetary-class battleships. It's not that humans are stingy and don't build planetary-class battleships for those vassal races. It's just too time-consuming, and they can't take care of so many. Moreover, the cannon fodder plan implemented by humans at the beginning seems to have no great effect now. After all, if they encounter other fourth-level civilizations, those third-level civilization battleships equipped with only warp engines are useless. As for letting the dog-headed people drive planetary-class battleships, it's not impossible. But that's also a matter of building more battleships in the future. Now the 3 million ordinary planetary-class battleships of humans are basically operated by strong artificial intelligence. But it's not a strong artificial intelligence controlling a large number of battleships, but a strong artificial intelligence controlling one battleship. The reason is that planetary warships are too complex, and human artificial intelligence technology cannot allow a strong artificial intelligence to control a group of warships, which will cause the host to crash. In other words, technology itself promoted the emergence of a large number of strong artificial intelligence fleets during the third-level civilization period. But in the fourth-level civilization, it also became a restriction on the emergence of large-scale strong artificial intelligence fleets. Although machines are all making machines, the design and manufacturing of the host carrying strong artificial intelligence is still participated by humans personally. Not for anything else, but mainly because they are worried that these strong artificial intelligences will have problems. Yes, after discovering that the thought and printing technology seemed beyond the control of the third-level civilization, humans were worried about the problem of their means of preventing strong artificial intelligence from rebelling. Therefore, humans have always been the ones to personally create strong artificial intelligence, and never allow other strong artificial intelligences to have the ability to automatically create another self. In other words, this voyage of humans was the first large fleet warp voyage after truly embarking on the fourth-level civilization. So the destination was not chosen too far away, but a nearby star system from the departure point, only 18 light-years away. In the third-level civilization, it would take humans at least 36 years to reach this distance. But now it only takes 1 year, 9 months and 18 days to reach it. With the development of technology, the Milky Way has become smaller for humans, and interstellar travel no longer takes a long time. An interstellar civilization is truly worthy of the name. After the launch order was issued, the ships of the human fleet wrapped themselves in warp bubbles. And then, like the scenes in movies and TV dramas, the ships in the warp bubbles were stretched and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. This is not because the battleship and the warp bubble are actually stretched, but a visual illusion caused by the warp speed of 10.079 times the speed of light. Just like a spaceship coming from the depths of the starry sky at superluminal speed. An optical observer first sees the spaceship appear instantly, and then sees the afterimage of the spaceship moving backwards. If you want to see the real situation of the fleet during its movement, you have to use tachyon detection. Chapter 696. Sailing in the starry sky is lonely. But humans who have come all the way from the solar system have become accustomed to this loneliness. Living in spaceships, warships, scientific research ships, and biosphere spaceships, people have become accustomed to life on spaceships, and to this kind of life sailing in the universe. This is what wandering civilization is like. There is a saying in the Earth Age that the 4 seas are home, which is a portrayal of human civilization today. The mother star is gone, and no star in the universe is a place where humans are attached. Humans now have their home on spaceships. In this era, due to the popularity of gravity potential well technology, almost no one has the idea of finding a suitable planet to live on. Moreover, with the current human shipbuilding technology, if people cannot look at the dark universe from the porthole, they actually don't feel that they are living on a spaceship. We have long been accustomed to the voyage time of dozens or hundreds of years each time. This time, the voyage of more than a year is nothing at all. Ordinary people can spend it by chatting with friends and drinking a few glasses of wine. After reaching the fourth level of civilization, the living environment of human beings has become better. First of all, the application of gravity potential well technology allows humans to experience the feeling of Earth's gravity again without worrying about the Coriolis effect. In addition, because the spacecraft has become larger and larger, people's residences and corresponding areas have become wider. The residential spacecraft is naturally not as big as the Tianqin, but it is not much smaller. The length of a residential spacecraft from bow to stern is also 220 kilometers, and the width and height are also about 160 kilometers. Of course, its shape is not a regular rectangular block, nor is it a streamlined melon seed shape like a battleship, but more like a plump pufferfish after being inflated. This form has a larger volume, which conforms to the design concept of a residential spacecraft. Other types of spacecraft that require a large volume are basically designed in this way. Like battleships, the volume of these spacecraft is actually at the same level as planetary battleships, but the purpose is different, so they are also called planetary spaceships by humans. Although the manufacturing process is not as demanding as that of a battleship, it also has its own complexity. It is two different extremes of complexity from the manufacture of battleships. It's just that because there is no problem of carrying naval guns, their structure does not have the high strength requirements of battleships. The huge size of the living spaceship allows it to have enough space inside for humans to build various facilities. It is divided into many layers, and because it is so large, it has roads, streets, and general transportation tools. Of course, the so-called transportation tools are not all like the cars of the Earth era running on 4 wheels on each floor. There are more various magnetic levitation trains sailing on the sky routes of each floor. And there are many personal wearable flying equipment like mechas, and their principle is also magnetic levitation. Unlike tactical armor, it is a light suit similar to a modified space suit, specially used for living and traveling inside a spacecraft. Tactical armor has strong destructive power, so it is generally not seen on the streets of civilian spacecraft. They are mostly used for activities on the surface of planets. So now humans living in spacecraft probably have ground-running, orbital transportation that orbits along the sky track, and simple personal flying mecha. Personal flying mecha is especially popular, and many people have one. It is amazing that humans could have used simple magnetic field technology to achieve flight in spacecraft without gravity. However, people were eager to realize simulated gravity technology and return to the Earth's gravity environment. Now that they have realized such a gravity environment, they like to fly in the sky. Fortunately, the manufacturing capacity of private institutions is also good, especially in the field of mecha. The Mecha Interest Club founded by Su Yinxian now has many sub-institutions. These institutions use the technology of the Mecha Interest Club to manufacture personal flying mecha for people in need. With more people flying, personal air crashes are inevitable. After all, there are always people who like to fly mechas. For this reason, humans have added relevant laws on personal air crashes to the existing traffic laws. However, although personal air crashes do occur, there will be no deaths. At most, they will cause internal bleeding, and in serious cases, at most, broken hands and feet. After all, humans are all strengthened and modified, and are very resistant to collisions. Those who are injured are basically the result of forgetting to turn on the overclocking mode or failing to do so in a hurry. And it is very simple to recover from such injuries with human biotechnology today. Actually, the so-called air crash law is not for compensation between the two parties involved in the air crash, but for compensation for damage to the facilities in the spacecraft caused by the crash. It is the type where people don't fall, but flowers and plants are damaged. Today's planetary spacecraft is as big as an island. Naturally, there cannot be only steel jumbles on it. Many plants that survived in the past and plants that were brought back from other biospheres and genetically modified are used as embellishments of various landscapes. This allows humans to finally experience the comfort brought by green cities again after many years away from Earth. Even the road surface has the solid feeling of concrete. And there are also natural soil and rocks, which are all dug from rocky planets. Although many new generations of humans have not personally experienced the days of life on Earth, under the influence of the new government's propaganda on the image of the human mother planet and the older generation. Most people can still feel the beauty of harmony between man and nature. The plants that humans brought out from Callisto were very limited. Fortunately, after discovering the dog-headed planet, a wave of plants were collected. On this basis, humans used advanced genetic modification technology, plus some genes of native plants on Earth as samples to conduct comparative editing and modification of those plants, so that some plants finally adapted to the living environment of humans. Which is why there is now a spaceship city decorated with flowers and plants. Of course, these new plants cannot be the same as those on Earth, and some of them are not even green leaves. And the so-called flowers are also very different from the plants on Earth. But different styles also bring different beauty to the human living environment. This is technology changing life. Because the ship is designed according to the technical scheme that each floor has an independent gravity potential well. The other side of the lower ceiling is the upper floor, which is full of gravity potential well technology related equipment. So in order to facilitate residents to go up and down in different layers, a weightless area is specially set up. The interior of the living spaceship is like stacking the screens of multiple islands one by one. Its construction difficulty can be imagined. But it is also very practical. It is easy for a planetary spaceship to accommodate 200 million people, being able to create such a living environment with their own hands. Humans are completely qualified to become a space race. Except for the flagship Tianqin. The other human warships are slightly smaller. The size of ordinary planetary warships is between Tianqin and the living spaceship. Chapter 697. The entire fleet of ships sailing at warp speed is led by humans, and the small boats of other races follow behind the large fleet. They are all spaceships that have been replaced with warp engines by humans. Seeing that each spaceship is larger than their own civilization, it would be a lie to say that these vassal races are not envious. Especially the Qian civilization, which has almost surrendered to humans. Envy is written on their faces in their society. The entire social elite is basically humanity boasting. The alien version of Lin and others belongs to it, and their network is full of praise for humans. For example, in order to fulfill the individual dream of flying, humans have specially designed personal mechas to show their respect for life. Humans' dining environment is cleaned 7 times a day. Humans' living spaceship environment is as beautiful as their mother planet, etc. There are even more outrageous things. No one knows where this fake news came from, or whether it is the imagination of netizens of the Red Flame civilization. On their website, there are even statements such as humans' toilet water is so clean that it can be drunk directly. You can tell at a glance that this is exaggeration. In order to show that what he said was true, the individual of the Red Flame civilization who expressed this view also wrote a long article about his experience of having the honor of visiting the new human spaceship, and specifically stated that he had tried toilet water. He said it in a very concise manner, and those who didn't know believed it to be true. And this kind of thing was brought to the human internet by human residents, who climbed over the firewall to watch it as entertainment after dinner. The titles were generally, "How do people from the Red Flame civilization view humans?" The reaction of people from the Red Flame civilization after seeing humans living in spaceships. Shock. Individual life forms of the Qian civilization actually claim to like drinking human toilet water. Some netizens who were interested in doing something even acted very professional, and then made some headlines on the internal network, such as the fact that people of the Qian civilization like to drink human toilet water leads to a study on their individual life characteristics. Of course, when there are rumors, there are naturally people who clarify them. These people are either people on the human side, who often climb over the wall to go inside the affiliated civilization, or vice versa. In fact, the human leaders have seen these behaviors of climbing over the wall to go online. But they are just civilian in nature, and don't pay much attention to them. They just treat them as entertainment projects for individual life. So they all turn a blind eye. However, after the human fleet cluster sailed for more than a year, it stopped at the first target star for a while, carried out some simple supply replenishment there, and then continued along the previously planned route. The second voyage spanned an even longer distance. Humans directly crossed several stars and sailed 100 light years. After arriving at the destination, they carried out another large supply replenishment there, probably stopping to use the matter and energy in the star system to produce antimatter or something, and then continued to move forward after completing the replenishment. During this process, humans did not find any traces of other civilizations, nor did they encounter any strange phenomena. as if they were the only ones left in the universe. This is a normal phenomenon of space travel. Nothing to be surprised about. Humans have been accustomed to it for many years. And it would be abnormal to encounter a civilization every step. In this way, humans have traveled one distance after another, crossed one star after another, and have unknowingly traveled thousands of light years. And now, the human fleet, which is sailing at a warp speed of 10 times the speed of light, suddenly detected that there is a very dense nebula on the route of the fleet. According to the detection data feedback, the nebula is very large, with a diffusion radius of at least 50 light years, and its overall shape is a flat sphere. Judging from its appearance and structure, human astronomers believe that there should be a gravitational source in the center of this star field. Otherwise, the nebulae in the universe and the stars generally do not appear in such a regular shape, but will present various irregular shapes. The disk of the nebula, or its ecliptic plane, is exactly at a 90-degree angle with the Milky Way disk. If you look from the position of the solar system, if the technology is advanced enough, you can probably only see a thin line. Of course, you have to be able to see it. This is an interstellar star field, and it is in the middle of nowhere, without the light of stars to illuminate the nebula. It is extremely difficult to detect the existence of the nebula with only the faint light of the stars in the universe. But using other detection methods is another matter. At least now humans can clearly see its shape and size. After discovering the nebula, humans further increased their detection efforts. And then they realized the special features of this star field. Its density is much denser than the nebulae that humans have encountered before. Soon, human scientists came to the conclusion that such a dense nebula is very unfavorable for the fleet's warp speed. If the human fleet continues to move forward at a warp speed of 10 times the speed of light, it may cause a huge load on the engine, and it is not suitable for long-term maximum speed navigation. There are two solutions. One is to take a detour, and the other is to reduce the warp power to pass through. Reducing the speed to pass through is obviously the worst option, because it is not as fast as taking a detour. So after reaching this conclusion, humans decided to take a detour without much hesitation. However, as the first magical phenomenon of the universe encountered during the voyage, humans did not intend to just leave it alone, but sent out a probe to observe and record it. After all, this dense nebula was the first time humans encountered it, and it was reasonable to conduct a scientific investigation on it. However, such an ordinary decision allowed humans to discover more magical places in this nebula. After the probe came to the edge of the nebula for close detection, humans were surprised to find that this dense nebula was not dark, but would flash from time to time like fireflies. In the visual effect pictures sent back by the detector, humans decided that this picture was like seeing a flashing firefly in the distance in the dark night of the Earth. These lights are very weak, and most of them are blocked by the dense density of the nebula itself and are difficult to transmit outside the nebula. In other words, the human detector is close to the edge of the nebula. Otherwise it would not be discovered. From the feedback of the spectrometer, the composition of the nebula is mainly common hydrogen molecular cloud, mixed with a small amount of helium. Such a large nebula should have gathered together over a long period of time due to the difference in gravity, and then formed a new star or became a failed star. But after observation, humans found that this nebula had no tendency to gather together further. This strange phenomenon soon attracted the interest of scientists. So more unmanned probes were sent out. Scientists planned to let unmanned probes go deep into the nebula to see what these twinkling lights were. Chapter 698. The nebula is dense. But it is just a nebula after all. Human creations can penetrate even gaseous planets. So entering the interior of the nebula is no problem. The radius of this nebula is not actually too large for today's human navigation technology, and there is no need to explore the entire nebula. Human scientists are just curious about what the phenomenon they have never seen is. So after the exploration spacecraft entered the nebula, it went straight to those flashing spots. After getting closer, humans discovered that these flashing spots could actually move. Especially after the exploration spacecraft approached, those flashing spots actually moved like flowing water. At first, humans thought it was a coincidence. But after the probe spacecraft approached, the flashes moved away from the probe spacecraft again and again. Only then did humans realize that these flashes might be able to sense the approach of the probe spacecraft. In order to confirm this conjecture, humans gave the probe spacecraft an order to go straight to those flashes. As expected, those flashes were really avoiding the probe spacecraft. Could it be that those flashes are some kind of creatures? or some kind of alien civilization creation? The former has aroused great interest in humans, while the latter has made humans more cautious. However, no matter which one it is, human exploration will not stop. Even if there is a problem, it is just some exploration spacecraft, and humans have plenty of them. With this in mind, humans then sent some exploration spacecraft and let them go deep into the nebula to collect data and observe, especially for the observation of flashpoints. However, the deeper they go into the nebula, the more flashpoints humans find, and even large patches of fluorescent powder appear, as if they are the gathering places of flashpoints. Out of curiosity, a probe spacecraft crossed the distance of light years and headed straight for the area where the fluorescent powder was located. However, before the probe spacecraft got within 1 astronomical unit of the area where the fluorescent powder was located, humans discovered that this piece of fluorescent powder immediately began to move from a quiet state, just like the previous flashpoint, and then moved away from the probe spacecraft like a group of fireflies in the sky avoiding pursuit. However, the movement speed was very slow, no different from an ant walking in front of the probe spacecraft. However, when humans thought that the exploration spacecraft could easily get close to the fluorescent powder and catch some for research, the next scene made everyone a little confused, because they all saw that when the exploration spacecraft approached them within a few kilometers, the fluorescent powder suddenly disappeared. Of course, it was not disappeared by the naked eye, but it really disappeared from human detection methods. Human exploration spacecraft are not only equipped with optical detection methods. That is to say, the fluorescent powder formed by these light spots either has some ability to avoid detection, or everything before was the human detector broken, or they really left in some way that humans don't know. After some deliberation, humans think the first possibility is more likely. If the detector is broken, the monitoring system will definitely give a prompt, and humans are still very confident in their creations. As for the possibility of some kind of teleportation ability, it is even smaller. After all, if there is such an ability, why wait for human detectors to get close before using it? And the sudden disappearance of those things formed by the gathering of flashing spots has also made humans doubt their previous judgments. After a round of observations, human scientists have ruled out the possibility of alien creations. They think it is most likely some kind of magical natural phenomenon. Of course, some people think it is some kind of space creature. How could natural phenomena avoid human exploration spacecraft? So it can only be some kind of space creatures. Only living things have the instinct to avoid and have some means to hide themselves. Just like the camouflage and pretending to be dead skills of some magical creatures on Earth. However, the information sent back by the probe once again refreshed the 3 views of mankind, because the probe spacecraft detected that the disappeared fluorescent powder actually appeared in an area thousands of kilometers away. It was at this time that other exploration spacecraft also discovered the same phenomenon. They found that these light spots seemed to teleport. Whenever the spacecraft approached, they would disappear in place, and then appear thousands of kilometers away. Seeing this, the well-informed humans had a few words in their minds: quantum macro-tunneling. But people soon realized that they were wrong. This phenomenon of disappearing from one place and appearing in another place was completely different from the previous pioneers' diamond crystals. So it was definitely not quantum macro-tunneling. So what is it? More exploration spacecraft were sent out, which enabled humans to explore multiple regions and multiple target locations at the same time. And thus, humans discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, when those light spots disappear somewhere, another light spot will light up hundreds to thousands of kilometers away. And the increase and decrease are almost instantaneous. At least the current detection methods of human beings cannot detect the delay. For this reason, many scientists believe that it should not be another light spot, but the same light spot. Sure enough, after a period of observation, it was found that it was indeed the same light spot. Maybe it is some kind of space creature. Just when many people thought so, the observation results once again made them deeply doubt their judgment, because a certain detection spacecraft was lucky enough to capture the details of the so-called luminous spots. And people were surprised to find that there was nothing at the luminous point. And this flickering light seemed to have no source. Originally, humans thought it was the light emitted by some creature composed of hydrogen ions. But it turned out not to be. Instead, it seemed to be emitted from the void of space. And the light source seemed to have no entity. This result surprised humans. So people thought that the appearance of this light spot was a natural phenomenon. At this point, the views of humans on what the light spot is were divided into 2 parts again. One part insisted that it was some kind of magical natural phenomenon, and the other part believed that it was some kind of magical void creature. Anyway, if you don't know them, or have never seen them, you can just call them magical. Humans have also tried to capture these light spots and study them, but they can't capture them at all. Not to mention that once you get close to them, they will move away like creatures seeking good fortune or avoiding danger. Just the fact that no real light source has been found makes it difficult for people to start. Observation and detection have no results. So how can scientists give up? So in order to find out what these light spots are, a bold experimental plan came into being. Chapter 699. Humans who found nothing in the exploration could have just left. But they couldn't stop their curiosity. So after some discussion, they decided to conduct further exploration and research experiments. It was also part of the capture research plan of the scientists, who believed it was a certain creature. They originally wanted to let the exploration spacecraft capture it directly. But in the subsequent observations, humans found that the so-called light source was not a diffuse substance at all. And it was difficult for human exploration spacecraft to capture the light points because they would disappear and appear in another place once they got close to them. Although the place where it disappeared and appeared was not far from each other, the speed of the transfer was so fast that it was almost instantaneous, making it difficult for humans to salvage it for observation. Therefore, humans had to find another way. First of all, scientists believe that this flickering phenomenon is unique to this nebula. Whether it is caused by some kind of creature or a natural phenomenon, it exists based on the nebula. If this guess is correct, then humans will not worry about the danger of the subsequent capture plan. After all, for humans now, these flickering spots are unknown things. If you want to study it, you must first have a certain understanding of it, at least to know whether it is dangerous. This is how we determine whether they exist based on the nebula. If they exist based on the nebula, then humans can prevent the spread of various researchers on it through vacuum belt isolation, thereby avoiding unknown dangers. Then, the so-called bold plan is obvious. Humans plan to dispatch a group of engineering ships, and then use the force field generated by the force field generator on the engineering ship to push or cut off part of the nebula to see if those light spots can still disappear from the cut nebula and run into the big nebula. As soon as they said it, humans parked their fleet about a light year away from the nebula and began to implement this exploration plan. A large group of engineering ships were arranged in a specific team, and then they slowly cut into a section of the nebula like a snowplow, sucking the dense nebula into the engineering ships and compressing it. And like a mole digging a hole, they dug a series of winding channels in the nebula, and finally opened up and connected these channels, which was considered to be a successful separation of a part of the nebula from its main body. Humans have long been able to extract hydrogen, helium and other elements from the surface of gaseous planets. So this kind of nebula clearing work is actually not difficult. After clearing and isolating a small nebula, humans continue to use this method to reduce the size of this small nebula, and continue to reduce the activity range of the isolated light spots, and finally achieve the purpose of capturing. The target has been determined. That is, at the edge of the entire large nebula, humans have detected a gathering of light spots there. The area that needs to be isolated is not large, probably only a few thousand kilometers in radius, which is easy to achieve with the current technological strength of humans, and does not take too much time. In less than half a month, humans successfully cut out this star field, and then immediately began to shrink it. During this process, human exploration spacecraft also surrounded it, and aimed all detectors at the light spot gathering area. This method is like intercepting water to catch fish, which is very reliable. The effect is also very significant, because humans were surprised to find that the clusters of light spots showed the same behavior as before, trying to avoid danger and stay away from the human engineering ship operation area. But they did not disappear like before. This discovery made human scientists very excited, because to some extent, it has confirmed human conjectures. That is, those light spots are actually some unknown creatures, and their movement is extremely dependent on the nebula. As the volume of the separated nebula becomes smaller and smaller, the cluster of glittering light spots is truly seen by humans for the first time. The volume of the separated nebula has shrunk to a sphere of only half a few hundred meters, and the area occupied by this group of glittering light spots is about 100 meters. At this distance, the detector can already clearly capture the appearance of the glittering spots. Humans discovered that the light spots really seemed to appear out of thin air, which puzzled human scientists and was simply unscientific. Because even now, even if it is close observation, humans still can't judge what this thing is, and don't understand its light mechanism. Human scientists are naturally unwilling to accept this, and even asked the new government to send a research ship to the location of the split small nebula for field investigation, but were rejected. Humans don't want to repeat the mistakes of the silver fog incident. Before figuring out what these light spots are, humans are absolutely not allowed to get close to them, let alone the personnel going out of the cabin to investigate after the research ship arrives. After learning from their mistakes, humans would rather give up the study of this phenomenon than take the risk again. Science was very dissatisfied with this, but it could only continue to observe it through unmanned exploration spacecraft in the hope of discovering some different phenomena. As a result, it was discovered. After observing the gathering place of the flashing spots in the separated part of the nebula for a period of time, humans found that the light in the gathering place of the flashing spots became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared. Since then, the small nebula that was separated has never shown the phenomenon of glittering again. At the same time, humans did not find that the flashing spots inside were teleporting like in space, nor did they find it in the big nebula. This phenomenon gave humans the feeling that the separated light spots died because of the lack of some elements. This is even more puzzling. Then, humans continued to observe the area where the light spots disappeared for a long time, and the results were still the same. There was no way, and humans who did not want to give up the research had to look at another flashing spot on the edge of the big nebula again. This time, after splitting off part of the nebula again, humans did not wait and observe as they did last time, but instead launched a small probe directly to the light spot, intending to make zero-distance contact with it. The contact made humans even more confused, because humans saw that the light spot stopped running after they had nowhere to run. But the spatial point where the light spots were located changed with the flow of hydrogen elements in the nebula. After the small probe rushed into it, the light spots did not spread into the inside of the probe without reason, but remained in the hydrogen cloud. This small detector also swept part of the hydrogen molecular cloud into the storage device according to human requirements. But those light spots disappeared after entering the hydrogen molecular cloud into the hydrogen storage device of the detector, and the hydrogen molecular cloud became a normal hydrogen molecular cloud. In this regard, human science, far away from 1 light year, judged that the light spots were some kind of space creatures relying on hydrogen molecular clouds, and a series of human operations changed its environment, causing it to die. As for what kind of creature it is, and what its characteristics are, scientists cannot answer. Of course, there are all kinds of speculations. For example, when in doubt, the quantum mechanics theory says that this creature is some kind of quantum life. This explanation also explains how they move, saying that this quantum creature uses the spatial gravity difference caused by the vacuum mouth hydrogen molecular cloud to achieve instant movement, which is a displacement completed in the quantum world. This explanation is not mainstream because of human cognition problems, and there is no way to further study it. Another is the natural phenomenon theory, which has fewer supporters because there is no way to explain it. Next, humans continue to observe and study these light spots in various ways, but there was still no more evidence to prove what it was, and subsequent progress was almost zero. Scientists attributed this to the lack of development of human science and technology. Helplessly, humans had to give up further research and set foot on the star map again. Before leaving, humans naturally recorded the location of this nebula in the star map, hoping to come back to explore it later when there are relevant clues. Chapter 700. Humans are very interested in the study of the magical phenomena in the universe, so they are reluctant to leave. But there is no way. They have been here for decades, but they have not gained anything except some phenomena they have just learned, and they don't even have a way to continue their research. In fact, humans originally had a plan to capture them, but in the end they found that they had no ability to capture those glittering bright spots, and they didn't even know what they were, let alone why this huge hydrogen molecular cloud had such a strange phenomenon. In this case, humans can only choose to leave temporarily and continue on the road to the starry sky. However, although there is no substantial progress, it has also increased human cognition of the universe, letting humans know that there are such strange phenomena in the universe that they have never seen before, things that even the fourth-level civilization cannot understand. The universe is indeed magical. The universe is far from what you see when you stay in one place. There are countless unknown and unheard of things hidden in the depths of the vast sea of stars. The discovery here will also make humans realize that as a wandering civilization, they can indeed see more than if they stay in a star system or a star field. Although wandering will increase the risk of civilization being destroyed, danger also brings opportunities. Just like the small universe created by the Awakener Juan for humans. It is there. And there are 2/3 of human astronomical particle colliders in it. This is the opportunity of a third-level civilization. If it is a civilization that has always stayed near its mother star and expanded outward with its mother star as the center, it may not be able to discover the small universe deep in the starry sky until it dies. When they discover the small universe, they will find the astronomical particle collider left by humans inside. Although it is incomplete, the core components of the collider are still there, because humans only dismantled its acceleration part. Taking a step back, even if the particle collider can no longer be used, the resources in the small universe are not enough to support the long-term development of a third-level civilization. But seeing an astronomical particle collider of that length can always inspire a third-level civilization. At least it will make them think that this may be a necessary device for advancing to a fourth-level civilization. So they will make up their minds to work hard. Maybe this is the factor that prompts a third-level civilization to advance to the fourth level. And this is an opportunity. The same is true for humans today. If it were not for a wandering civilization, humans would never have discovered this nebula. And the knowledge and insights gained from discovering this nebula might affect humans' judgment of certain things in the future. This is probably what is meant by God's will. In particular, the conjecture that it is a living thing may provide some ideas for humans to understand other life in the universe. Humans have long known that there is more than carbon-based life in the universe. But if the bright spot in this nebula is life, it will greatly expand the direction of human intelligence collection. In other words, because for humans, the shining points of this nebula are still unknown things, based on the vigilance of unknown things. When humans decided to leave, they did not take back the probes that were previously sent into the nebula, but let them return to the outside of the nebula, and then left them in that void. Yes, in a sense, they were indeed abandoned by humans. But they were not abandoned without any value. It was not just those probes, but also the unmanned engineering ship that was sent out to work. Before leaving, humans transported a batch of materials and a space work platform, and then asked the engineering ship to build an observation station outside the nebula to conduct long-term observation of this nebula. At the same time, it is also the maintenance and repair center for the batch of detectors to ensure their working life. According to human estimates, the antimatter energy system of this observation station and maintenance and repair center can last for about 10 years. After the antimatter is exhausted, the heavy nuclear fusion reactor will be activated. After the heavy nuclear fusion is activated as the energy system, the work platform can last for 20 years. At the same time, the platform will enter a low-energy working state. That is, it will no longer maintain the detectors, but only maintain its own observation of the nebula. 30 years later, this temporary work platform and observation station will be completely extinguished and become cosmic scrap metal. In other words, after humans leave, they can continue to observe the nebula for another 30 years. Naturally, this information cannot be transmitted to humans in real time, so humans have specially placed an unmanned spacecraft to collect information. When the platform dies, it will carry the 30 years of information and start warp speed navigation to catch up with the route planned by the human fleet. In fact, humans can also make the life of the work platform longer, but it is meaningless. For example, if we observe for hundreds of years, the human fleet will have already disappeared, and the remaining ships will not be able to catch up with the human fleet. 30 years is just right. Humans plan to stop at the next destination for supplies, and build a few planetary ships as backup, or provide living standards for the alien races who have contributed to the development of human civilization, like planetary residential ships and other types of ships. Humans will produce more if they have time to prepare for the growth of battleship clusters in the future. A civilization needs to increase its living space, and it cannot wait until it is almost out of places to live before thinking about building new spaceships. Humans quickly arrived at the next destination and stayed there for 30 years. After building a batch of new planetary spaceships, they continued their journey. During this period, humans also waited for the spaceship full of 30 years of observation data. But unfortunately, there was still no new discovery. The light spots in the nebula were still flashing there, and no one knew what the principle was. Humans have also tried to observe the whole situation. After all, Some experts have proposed such a view. Maybe the whole new cloud is a kind of organism. However, after comprehensive analysis of the flash points in many places, humans have not found any connection between them. And the flash points generally do not show the appearance of transmitting additional information signals to the outside. It can be said that nothing was gained. But there is nothing to regret. Anyway, the location is recorded on the star map. As long as the nebula moves around the center of the Milky Way like other stars, humans can find it again. Of course, it is estimated that it will take humans to reach a higher level to find the nebula again and continue to study it. Previous exploration and research have clearly told humans that the level 4 civilization is far from meeting the standard of exploration. If the cognition is not enough, exploration is useless. Chapter 701. The universe is indeed empty. And humans who have reached the 4th level of civilization feel this even more deeply. Because even with such a high level of interstellar navigation capabilities, they have traveled hundreds of light years, and still have not found any planets with life along the way, let alone encountering other alien civilizations. Sometimes humans have a little doubt that the Awakener once specially arranged so many alien civilizations before. And now, humans think that the Awakener one should still be busy with the war with the Harvesters. So he has no time to look at human civilization. So humans do not encounter alien civilizations as frequently as before as if they were arranged. The Awakener one stopped staring at him. Humans were right about this. But they were wrong about the war between the Awakener and the Harvester. After all, there was no relevant information. So it was normal to guess wrong. Of course, humans didn't know it yet. And they thought the war would last for tens of thousands of years. Humans are still on the star path, heading towards the end of the Orion spiral arm. But there is no exact destination. During this period, humans did not give up observing the vast galaxy. And they still did not give up that glimmer of hope. During the warp speed navigation, it is really difficult to observe the stars in the Milky Way through the light in the universe because of the superluminal speed. Therefore, every time they stop to resupply, astronomers are eager to unfold the array of sky survey telescopes and then observe the stars. There are two purposes. One is to locate one's position in the Milky Way. This is very important. If you are not careful when sailing in the starry sky, you will get lost in the vast sea of stars. Therefore, every stop is to locate and correct the route. The second is to observe and find the star map position given by the Pioneer Diamond Crystal Drift Bottle. This is what humans have always insisted on and have never given up for many years. After years of insisting on astronomical observation, a delightful discovery was finally made one day. Yes, one day. Although human individuals can now stay awake for a month without sleeping, the unit of time is still the time concept of the Earth era. First, human society is already accustomed to such a unit of measurement. Second, no matter how the unit of time is changed, it will not have any impact on scientific research itself, but will only cause unnecessary confusion to human society itself. Today is the last day for humans to complete resource replenishment and prepare to set foot on the star map again. The relevant departments have urged the astronomical departments to quickly put away the survey telescope array. However, astronomers seem to have procrastination and delayed for half a day. So, when the survey telescope array rotated to a certain direction of the starry sky, they found several stars that seemed to be a bit similar to those shown in the star map. The reason why it is said to be a bit similar rather than certain is because of the observation angle problem. The positioning method used by humans in interstellar navigation is still the same as before, using familiar celestial bodies and familiar constellations to locate their positions. After setting foot in the starry sky, pulsar positioning is no longer practical because humans no longer stay in a fixed place like the Earth. Therefore, although pulsars are very stable, their two-axis pulses, like a starry sky flashlight, cannot always have the conditions to sweep across the area where humans are located. So in fact, after humans changed their position, some pulsars that were originally visible through the Sky Survey Telescope array can no longer be seen. And of course some other pulsars that were originally invisible can also be seen. In this case, humans first determine the direction of the galactic center to determine their approximate location, then find familiar constellations through observation of the stars, and then compare the observation results of their previous location to determine their current location. So when astronomers found that the star combination in a certain starry sky was a bit like the star map provided by the Pioneer Diamond Crystal Drift Bottle, they immediately compared the observed starry sky with the previous starry sky with great joy and expectation. and then converted the starry sky observed at the current location of humans into a 3D star map with the help of strong artificial intelligence. Then, they took out the star map given by the pioneers for comparison. The star map given by the pioneers was certainly not a piece of parchment, nor a flat drawing, but an advanced 3D image map that can be rotated and viewed from all angles. The reason why astronomical scholars want to convert the starry sky they observe into a 3D map is to be able to match it with the pioneer star map. And this comparison made them burst with excitement. Found it! Found it! The location in the star map must be. It must be. It must be here. An astronomer shouted excitedly. Just now. He thought that only the number and position of stars matched. But the types of stars did not match. However, after his colleague added the factor of time to the cosmic evolution model, the two star maps matched. Although it was not a perfect match, the slight difference was within the allowable range of observation error. Moreover, human cosmic evolution theory and stellar evolution theory may not be correct in every aspect, so it is normal to have some deviations. The news was soon known to the entire human high level. Finding the location shown in the star map must be a big deal, because everyone knows that it is a small universe left by the pioneers in the Milky Way. The diamond crystal drift bottle has already shown that it is what the pioneers left for the new generation of civilization in the Milky Way. The things left by a civilization capable of embarking on a long voyage must be good things, and humans cannot miss them, especially after getting the things given by the Awakener. Humans are even more looking forward to what the pioneers left behind. Maybe, like the Awakener, they left their special technological products in the Milky Way. And what is the special technology of the pioneer? It is quantum macro tunneling. If humans really get that thing, combined with the consciousness link system given by the Awakener, I dare not say that they can fight across civilization levels, but they are definitely invincible in the same level of civilization. Of course, this is just human imagination. What is in the pioneer's microcosm can only be known after arriving in it. And it has been 3 billion years. Maybe the things inside have already decayed under the erosion of time. But as long as there is hope, humans don't want to give up. However, when they saw the exact location of the star map, everyone was dumbfounded. There is no other reason. The location of the star map is the Perseus arm, and the arm where humans are now is called the Orion arm, which is a branch of the Centaurus arm. In other words, humans must sail across the spiral arm to reach their destination. Cross-spiral arm sailing? Humans didn't even dare to think about it before. Even if they have mastered warp speed sailing and reached a warp speed of 10.079 times the speed of light, it is impossible to cross the spiral arm directly at one time, because the void between the two spiral arms is too vast, and it is impossible to cross it at one time without replenishment. Now, if humans want to go to the location indicated by the star map, there are two ways. One is to move towards the center of the Milky Way, go around the Perseus spiral arm after reaching the center of the Milky Way disk, and then return from the Perseus spiral arm. The second is to find an area where the two spiral arms are closest, and then cross the stars one by one along the star road there. The space between the spiral arms is not entirely empty. There are stars between them, but the distance between the stars is very far. The good news is that humans have calculated that the destination of the star map is opposite the spiral arm where they are at the moment, and it is also on the edge. If you can cross the spiral arm, you can reach it directly. Chapter 702. The real situation of the Milky Way is different from the Milky Way map that humans often see in the Earth era. Or in other words, it is different from what ordinary people know from the pictures they see. It has 4 spiral arms in total, namely the Skew-Cross arm, the Sagittarius-Carina arm, the Perseus arm, and an outer arm formed by rotation, which is an extension of the Perseus arm. The well-known Orion arm is actually a branch of the Sagittarius arm. The front section of the Sagittarius-Carina arm is the Sagittarius arm, and the end of the Orion arm is the Carina arm. The Orion arm is the spiral arm added between the Sagittarius-Carina arm and the Perseus arm, and the location of human beings now is the middle and end of the Orion arm, separated from the Perseus arm by a vast void space with extremely sparse stars. The location shown in the star map is just opposite, and human telescopes can see it. But because the distance between the stars is too far, they cannot directly cross it. Yes, even between the spiral arms, there are stars, and those stars are bound by the gravity of the galactic center like other stars in the Milky Way, and rotate around the center of the Milky Way. However, The stars between the spiral arms are not as dense as those within the spiral arms. They mostly exist as single star systems, surrounded by vast emptiness. And there is no village in front, and no shop behind. Therefore, humans must find a place with more stars. It is impossible to turn around and head towards the center of the Milky Way, because in today's human cognition, that direction is the battlefield of the sixth-level civilization. So where to go? The humans who originally planned to set sail redeployed various instruments and equipment, especially various telescopes, for astronomical observations. We try to find possible star paths across spiral arms by comparing actual observations with the Milky Way star map stored in the database. Yes, star paths. Star paths paved with stars. Most humans sail in the Milky Way disk, which will have a certain impact on observation. For example, from the perspective of humans, we cannot see the whole Milky Way, but only a dense cluster of stars with a large center and small stars on both sides. As for the entire Milky Way disk that people usually see, it is a Milky Way map synthesized by computers after humans measure the distance and position of many stars. In fact, humans do not have a bird's-eye view of the Milky Way. There is a feeling that one does not know the true face of Mount Lu because he is in the mountain. In this case, it is not difficult for humans to find a connection point between the two spiral arms where there are more stars. It can be said that there are stars everywhere, just with different numbers, thicknesses and thinness. Therefore, in order to find a feasible star path, humans decided to send out more probes and spacecraft to fly up and down the Milky Way disk to provide humans with a certain angle of view. Of course, this is not easy. After all, although the Milky Way is a flat club-shaped galaxy, its Milky Way disk is still very thick. Taking the center of the Milky Way as an example, the thickness there is at least about 12,000 light-years, and the location of the solar system is about 6,000 light-years thick. The thickness becomes thinner as you go outward, and the thickness of the Milky Way disk is about 5,000 light-years where humans are now. Of course, humans are not in the center, which is one of the reasons why the plan to launch probes in the upward and downward directions is feasible. This is due to the choice of human navigation routes. In order to avoid encountering other civilizations, humans generally choose the upper end of the Milky Way disk, where the stars are not very dense. Perhaps humans are lucky enough. After multiple explorations and observations, they soon found a possible route. It is about 2,000 light-years away from where humans are now, and the direction is exactly in the direction of human navigation today, belonging to the middle and end of the Orion spiral arm. After years of observation, humans have found that there are some sparse stars between the two spiral arms at that location. It is the most likely place for the Orion spiral arm and the Perseus spiral arm to pass through. And it is also the place with the most stars between the two spiral arms. It can be said to be the fuzzy connection point of the two spiral arms. If it is really passable there, then the route that humans need to take to reach their destination is probably in the shape of a character. If the void between the spiral arms is regarded as a river, then it will take humans 2,000 light-years to reach the ferry from where they are now. If you add in the distance of turning back and crossing the spiral arms, the total journey will be 8,000 light-years. 8,000 light-years. If it were before, humans would not even dare to think about it. A level 3 civilization would have to run non-stop for 16,000 years. Of course, a level 3 civilization cannot cross it, because the distance limit between stars blocks the possibility of a level 3 civilization crossing. The primary stage of the 4th level civilization cannot be crossed, because the navigation technology of the primary stage of the 4th level civilization can only reach the speed of light. That is, 1 times the speed of light. After a major breakthrough in the Grand Unified Force Field, it has the ability to navigate at 10.079 times the speed of light, which is the intermediate stage of the 4th level civilization. Of course, these humans don't know it yet. After all, humans have directly mastered the 10.079 light speed warp technology from the beginning. So now the entire human civilization believes that as long as they enter the 4th level civilization, they can directly have such navigation technology. Traveling at 10 times the speed of light would take 800 years. But this is just an ideal state. It is impossible to travel at full speed. That is unrealistic. Not to mention whether the warp engine can withstand it. The energy resources stored in each ship cannot support it, and it needs to be replenished midway. Warp sailing is different from conventional power sailing. Conventional power sailing can also shut down the propulsion after accelerating to a certain relative speed value. allowing the ship to enter a uniform motion state. But warp sailing cannot. If a ship wants to maintain the speed of light or superluminal warp speed, it must ensure that the warp engine is always working. Once the warp engine is turned off, the ship will exit the warp state. This is easy to understand. It is due to different navigation technologies, so the actual navigation time is much longer than the theoretical time. In other words, after discovering this possible star road, human civilization did not hesitate, but chose to go directly to the distant ferry on the star road to see if the star road is really feasible. Anyway, it is far away from the battlefield of the 6th level civilization, so humans naturally have no hesitation. The fleet, led by a planetary-class ship and carrying a large number of affiliated civilization spacecraft, sank into the void like a big fish leading a school of small fish. With the current antimatter reserves of the human fleet, it can travel up to 500 light-years at a time. After that, as long as there are resources to continue to produce and replenish the antimatter inventory, it can continue on the road. This is also the reason why humans feel they can cross the spiral arm. As long as the distance between stars does not exceed 500 light-years, humans have the confidence to cross the spiral arm safely. The Orion arm is too dangerous, so it would be better to go to the Perseus arm. After embarking on the star road, many humans thought so. Chapter 703. It took humans almost 300 years to travel the star path across the spiral arm for 2,000 light-years, at a warp speed 10 times the speed of light. And the extra time was all spent on replenishing materials and energy. After arriving at the so-called ferry, for the sake of safety, humans deployed the Sky Survey Telescope Array and all detectors aimed at the direction of the Perseus spiral arm, and measured the stars on the road ahead one by one. Then the distance between each star measured was installed to plan the route. This is a route that is more than 4,000 light-years long. There are indeed many stars distributed between the two spiral arms, but they are extremely sparse, even thinner than what humans have said before. Take the two stars closest to the human fleet in the direction of the Perseus spiral arm at this moment. The distance between them is 170 light-years, and the farther the distance between the stars is, the farther it is. The distance between some stars exceeds the limit of human navigation technology. So although there are stars ahead, in order to avoid a dead end, humans must measure all the stars between the two spiral arms in this direction, and then plan as many star paths as possible. However, the reality is not as expected. After detecting these stars one by one, humans found that there is only one feasible star path. The other routes are either too far apart between stars, or are simply a dead end. That is, there is nothingness ahead without stars. What is troubling humans is that there is an area on this only traversable planetary route where the distance between the two nearest stars exceeds 500 light-years, and it is estimated to be about 550 light-years. This has exceeded the maximum distance that the human fleet can sail at one time. But the good news is that there is a cloud of hydrogen molecules in that area, and humans may be able to obtain some substances by collecting hydrogen molecules to supplement energy. This is theoretically feasible, but there are risks. If something unexpected happens, the human fleet may die there due to exhaustion of energy. That position is still in the second half of the star road. In this regard, scientists have proposed a plan. They think that they can first accelerate the fleet's normal speed to 50% relative to the speed of light, and then let the entire fleet advance 50 to 60 light-years by inertia, and then start the warp speed to cross the remaining distance. This method seems feasible, but they overlooked a problem. That is, the human fleet's own calculation method of resource loss for the so-called one-time travel of 500 light-years. You must know that it is not just about warp speed sailing. The acceleration and deceleration of normal sailing has also been calculated. Therefore, if you want to use inertial navigation to make up for it, the distance is far more than 50 or 60 light-years. Taking into account the acceleration and deceleration consumption, it is probably hundreds of light-years. 100 light-years at 50% relative speed is 200 years. And the needs of human life and production during this period must be taken into account. This calculation is another account. The extra 50 light-years compared to the mileage of a tank of oil is blocking the way for human progress. If this problem is not solved, human beings will not be able to complete this cross-spiral voyage. This is unacceptable. We have already seen the destination. Now this is the only way to go. Because if we go further, we will reach the end of the Orion arm, and it is impossible to cross to the Perseus arm. So if we want to find the location of the small universe marked in the star map, we can only go through here. But how to solve the endurance problem? The most direct way is to improve navigation technology and solve the problem thoroughly. However, technology cannot be improved by just saying it can be improved. This is a gradual and cumulative process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. There is no way to rush. In this regard, the new human government proposed a feasible plan, which is to sail in a relay manner, just like the aerial refueling in the Earth era to increase the range of aircraft. But there are some differences. In the Earth era, aerial refueling is still carried out within its own range of activities, and the mother aircraft can return to the ground base after refueling. But now humans cannot do this. Humans need to sail across the spiral arm, and they will not come back once they go. So the mother ship that serves as aerial refueling cannot be used, and can only be used as a gas station. It is a one-time thing, because bringing these motherships will only increase the energy consumption of the fleet. Therefore, humans plan to build a batch of large transport ships first. Let them fill one of the two star systems 550 light-years apart at the edge of the spiral arm with the produced antimatter, and then let them sail to the other side first. After about 1/3 of the way, let them shut down the warp engine and stop there to wait for the subsequent human fleet. After the large fleet catches up, the remaining antimatter of these transport ships will be used as fuel. After replenishing, they set out on the star road, crossing the two most distant stars, so that they can reach the opposite star system and achieve the goal of crossing the spiral arm. As for those transport ships, needless to say, they will definitely be abandoned in that empty space. This is a highly feasible plan, and it is also the only way for humans to cross the Perseus arm. Since it is feasible, let's do it. This plan and the proposal for humans to go to the Perseus arm next were first discussed by Yu Yuan at the new government conference. After it was determined, the entire human fleet moved forward towards the area with sparse stars without saying a word. After several delays, humans followed the planned route to the most distant star system and started the relay navigation plan. Through the data sent back by the Sky Survey Mirror Array, Yu Yuan quietly looked at the stars in the holographic screen, and from time to time looked at the large transport ships busy mining resources and loading materials on the screen next to him. These transport ships are moving the antimatter produced in the antimatter factory onto their own ships. After filling a ship with antimatter, they will set foot on the star journey first, and then wait for the large fleet to come and claim it, and then be abandoned by humans. Looking at the busy factories and fleets of transport ships, Yu Yuan suddenly felt a little emotional. Perhaps those so-called civilization relics, traces of alien civilizations, and alien civilization creations may also have abandoned spacecraft like ours now. Yu Yuan muttered. Abandoned spacecraft will become space junk, and perhaps such things will be discovered by other civilizations. I wonder if any civilization will be amazed at the efforts made by humans, an unknown civilization to them, to cross the spiral arm. Tens of thousands of transport ships loaded with antimatter set sail, and after they set sail, the human fleet continued to mine and produce antimatter to refuel the entire fleet. After completing the supply, the fleet will embark on the most difficult section of the spiral arm. As long as they cross this star road, humans will successfully cross the spiral arm. After all, there are no stars that are closer to them, so humans don't have to worry about supply issues. Chapter 704. With the help of the navigation technology of the intermediate stage of the 4th level civilization, the journey of mankind across the spiral arm was relatively smooth. Although they had to come up with a relay navigation method to cross the two stars with the largest distance, there were no accidents on the journey. After emptying the antimatter on the transport ship, it took the human fleet only 30 years to travel the rest of the way and reach the star on the other side. And in this star system, humans were surprised to find some traces of civilization. Originally, humans planned to blow up a rocky planet here to replenish some materials, and then use these rocks as heavy nuclear fusion fuel to produce antimatter. After replenishing the antimatter fuel, they went directly to the Perseus spiral arm. But when the probe spacecraft arrived at the target star system and fed back the internal situation of the star system, all the human leaders shuddered. This star system has a red dwarf star, which is the most common in the universe. As the main sequence star, humans who have not encountered a single star system for a long time find it very rare. Scientists explain from the perspective of the evolution of the Milky Way that it may be because the density of matter here was low in the distant past, and the mass was not enough to form a multi-star system. This red dwarf is 1/3 larger than the well-known Proxima Centauri. But it still belongs to the category of red dwarfs. As a main sequence star, it has 4 planets under its gravitational bond, 2 of which are rocky planets, and the other 2 are gas planets. However, these 2 gas planets are not typical Jupiter-like planets. They both have beautiful ring belts like Saturn's rings. One of them is very small, only about 600 times the size of the Earth, which is considered small among gas planets. If compared with Jupiter, it is less than half the size of Jupiter. The 2 gas planets are located in the 2 outermost orbits of the main sequence star, and one orbit takes about 20 years. The first and second orbits are the orbits of the 2 rocky planets, but they are very close to the red dwarf, much closer than Mercury is to the Sun, and are within the range of tidal locking of the red dwarf. It is precisely because they are too close that the average surface temperature of one of the planets facing the star is around 800 degrees Celsius, which is very unfavorable for mining. The temperature has reached the melting point of granite. The magma formed by the melting of granite is acidic magma, so most of its surface is a magma ocean, and only a small part of rock such as andesite can still maintain its rock properties. The other one is even hotter. The temperature of the side facing the star is thousands of degrees Celsius, which can basically be said to be a half magma planet. But the side facing away from the star is kept at about -100 degrees Celsius all year round. On one side is the extremely hot magma, and on the other side is the cold world, a world of ice and fire. The images sent back from the probe are quite spectacular, especially the hot-cold dividing line, which is the dividing line between hot and cold, and the dividing line between day and night. Because one side is scorched all year round, the 2 planets always have a very hot core, so that volcanic eruptions often occur on the side facing away from the red dwarf. In theory, volcanic eruptions will bring a lot of gas to the surface of the 2 planets, and then form the planetary atmosphere. But the fact is that the mass of these 2 planets is too small, and their gravity is not enough to bind the atmosphere, so that over the years, their gases have escaped into the universe, and then were blown into the vast space by the occasional stellar wind of the red dwarf. And because these 2 planets are semi-magma planets, the internal activities are so intense that the gases inside them have been ejected, leaving only rolling magma. In such an environment, it is very troublesome to use star destroyers to blow up planets to extract minerals, because they are too close to the star. If they are blown up, the entire planetary fragments will be exposed to the star's flames and turned into lumps of magma in the starry sky. Large structures will also be reassembled into a magma ball under the action of gravity. Therefore, if you want to obtain mineral resources from these 2 planets, the best way is to send mining equipment to their backs for mining. However, it seems that humans no longer need to mine on these 2 planets, because humans have discovered a large group of asteroids in the orbit of the other outermost gas planet. It is the gas planet that is less than half the size of the Wood. There are large and small asteroids scattered in its inner and outer orbits, some of which are thousands of kilometers long and some are tens or hundreds of kilometers long. It looks like an asteroid belt, but it is in the orbit of a gas planet. No one needs to tell them. Human scientists can see the anomaly at a glance. It is normal for such an asteroid belt to be in the orbit of a planet, not in the orbit of a gas planet satellite. Sure enough, after the probe was used, scientists quickly discovered the anomaly. They found that these asteroids were distributed very unevenly. Not all of them were distributed in the satellite orbit, but concentrated on one side. This kind of distribution is very familiar to humans, just like the distribution of planetary fragments when they use star destroyers to mine. Sure enough, after a close field investigation by a probe spacecraft, people found that these asteroids should now be put in quotation marks, because they are not asteroids at all, but planetary fragments. This obviously could not be the explosion of the planet itself, but the work of a certain civilization. A certain civilization came here and destroyed the 2 rocky satellites of this gaseous planet with star destroyers. So why did they destroy the only 2 planets on this gaseous planet? The answer is obvious. Just like humans did in the past. For heavy metal minerals, for energy, for various resources. That is to say, a long time ago, there may have been a civilization that sailed across the spiral arm like humans do now. Except that humans sailed from the Orion arm to the Perseus arm, while the unknown civilization sailed in the opposite direction. Now this wandering planet fragment, like a pile of asteroids, is the trace of their resource exploitation in the past. It seems that it's not just humans who use star destroyers to mine for convenience. Other civilizations do it too. Seeing this, many people muttered silently in their hearts. That's right. After all, there is no absolute overlord in this universe to restrict the behavior of all civilizations. No one cares about bombing planets. So each civilization will do whatever is convenient for them, judging from the mining method and the behavior of crossing the spiral arm from this position. The technological level of that civilization should be similar to that of humans today. Otherwise they would either cross directly or not be able to get through. And now these planet fragments. After detection, humans found that they have not been fully utilized. And the spectrum detector has detected some spectral information of heavy metals. For civilizations that have achieved heavy nuclear fusion, rocks themselves are a kind of fuel that can be burned to obtain energy. So this piece of planet fragments is a ready-made resource collection site. Chapter 705. Of course, before mining, the entire satellite fragment mine must be thoroughly explored and ensured to be extremely safe, so as to avoid the existence of creations, like the silver mist, that cause heavy losses to mankind. At the same time, safety measures must be prepared. After the silver mist incident, humans are always vigilant about unfamiliar planets and unfamiliar places. The silver mist incident has also become an indelible mark in the history of the human starry sky. Humanity not only dispatched tens of thousands of unmanned probes, but also asked the Chian civilization to dispatch a large number of exploration spacecraft to investigate. Of course, the Kuntai people, the Nair people, and the dog-headed people were not idle either. Like the Chian, they also took the lead for humans. Their individual lives directly drove a third-level civilization spacecraft, warships, and exploration spacecraft equipped with warp engines to the satellite fragment site for field exploration. These vassal races were not unhappy with the arrangement of humans, but were very active in completing the tasks, because they would gain contribution points by completing the tasks assigned by human civilization or contributing to the entire human civilization fleet. And then, they could exchange their contribution points for their own technological products from humans, or even buy a fourth-level civilization residential spacecraft. Under such temptation, several other races were involuted, and they could not help but work hard. After rounds of exploration, humans finally confirmed that the rocky satellite fragments in the orbit of the gas planet were not dangerous, and even no remnants of technological creations were found. It seems that the unknown civilization packed up very cleanly when it left, without leaving a single screw. The human plan to infer the technological level of the unknown civilization through technological creations failed. But there is no need to be disappointed. After all, humans did not have high expectations for this. And if they could not find it, they would not have to worry about the trouble of each other's detection. After the detection information was summarized on the human flagship Tianqin, scientists quickly inferred the power of the unknown civilization's weapons based on the size and distribution of the satellite fragments. It is likely that it is a star destroyer like humans. With this conclusion, combined with the fact that unknown civilizations also take this route, their technological level is obvious. And it is highly likely that it is about the same technological level as humans today. However, the time factor must also be taken into account. When the unknown civilization arrived here, it was at the same level as humans. Not at this time, because they may have broken through the original level after years of development. However, this is not the focus of this human exploration of the satellite fragment mining site. There are two focuses of human exploration. One is to ensure safety, and the other is to confirm that the situation in front of us is really the work of unknown civilization mining, rather than other wars. That is to say, there really is a civilization that crossed from the Perseus Arm and came to the Orion Arm at some unknown time. After reaching this conclusion, the human leaders thought of a very famous organization, the Perseus Community. Marshal Yu, we are really going to enter the Perseus Community's sphere of influence this time. In Yu Yuan's office, a staff officer spoke up. In addition to him, there were several people from the headquarters and Jupiter, Manuinai, Ikai and others present, except for Ikai, who came here to talk to Yu Yuan about life sciences when he had nothing to do. Everyone else was here to discuss the upcoming arrival at the Perseus Arm. Just as the staff officer said, they were worried that they would enter the territory of the Perseus Community this time. After all, humans had already discovered traces of unknown civilization in the Perseus Arm when they arrived here. Who knows if they will be discovered by the Perseus Community when they run to the Perseus Arm? Staff officer have you forgotten that as far as we know, the Perseus Community is a level 6 civilization organization? But it only says that the founder of their organization was born in the Perseus Arm. Not that they must be in the Perseus Arm. You know, the Galactic Heart Alliance broadcast also mentioned the Perseus community. Well, when the Awakener Juan took us away, the Perseus community also participated in the battle, which means that the Perseus community appeared in the Orion Arm. At this time, a member of the command center, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, immediately helped Staff Officer He to recover the memory of who knows how many years ago. He continued, besides, given the nature of the Reapers, if they knew that the Perseus community had been hiding in the Perseus Arm, there was no reason for them not to go to the Perseus Arm to find. Makes sense. Looking at everyone talking, Ikai, who had been listening for a while, couldn't help but speak up. In my opinion, it's more than that. Didn't the Awakener of One say before that he was going to fight the Reapers? That's a fight between the civilization of the extragalactic galaxy and the civilization of the Milky Way. I think that the Perseus community, as the top force in the Milky Way, has no reason not to participate in such a big event. Even if they don't participate, they will definitely focus on that. So even if their nest is still in the Perseus Arm, we don't have to worry too much in the short term. We are just looking for the small universe left by the pioneers. Once we find it, we will be safe. After that, we can return to the Orion Arm along the route we are taking now. Right? Having said that, has Academician E ever thought about why that unknown civilization wants to go from the Perseus Arm to the Orion Arm? A person from the command center, who was thinking about something, turned his head to look over. What does this have to do with us looking for the small universe left by the pioneers? Ikai also turned his head to look over, and the two looked at each other. Of course it is related. Why would an unknown civilization leave the Perseus Arm? We think it is impossible to sail across the spiral arm for no reason. Unless Manueme put down the teacup in her hand and also participated in the conversation. She said, unless something happened in the Perseus Arm that year, so that some civilizations took the risk of sailing across the spiral arm in order to find a way out. Well, of course, there is another possibility. That is, the unknown civilization also knows that there are some advanced civilization relics in the Orion Arm. Just like us now. We don't know when the unknown civilization passed by here. And the unknown civilization may just be a wandering civilization. Another member of the headquarters also spoke, as if he treated Yu Yuan's office as a meeting room. What's the point of discussing this now? No matter what, we have come here, and we must not go back. We must go to the Pioneer Microcosm. A group of people at the side of Supik kept talking, and they couldn't help but express their own opinions. He was right. We must go. But it was not completely right. Because reasonable analysis can better help humans who arrive at the Perseus Arm to understand the situation of the star field they are in, so as to have a direct impact on the strategies they may adopt against the alien civilizations they may encounter during daily navigation. Do you still remember the news about the destruction of the solar system that we got from the fake interstellar trading market of the Red Flame civilization? At this time, Yu Yuan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked around and spoke. The chief is saying that the civilization that destroyed the solar system and the Centauri 3-star system may be related to this unknown civilization. Everyone must remember this incident. So as soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, someone answered, "That's not right. I remember that the news said that the one who destroyed the solar system was a level 5 civilization. Level 4 civilizations don't have the ability to destroy stars." Chapter 706. It is true that a level 4 civilization does not have the ability to destroy stars. But have you ever thought about it? It was then, and it is now, when that unknown civilization crossed from the Perseus Arm to the Orion Arm. It was a level 4 civilization. But who can guarantee that they have not made any progress after reaching the Orion Arm? Manueme put down her crossed legs and spoke slowly. Her words clearly shared the same view as Yu Yuan. After a pause, she continued, at the beginning, we got news from the fake interstellar trading market of the Chian civilization, saying that it was a level 5 civilization that crossed the arm and headed for the Perseus Arm. At that time, the Chian civilization got news from the real interstellar trading market, saying that it was a level 5 civilization that rebelled from the Perseus community. In my opinion, the level 5 civilization might not have become a level 5 civilization when it rebelled, but was promoted after arriving at the Orion Arm. Perhaps they also dared to do so because they found a certain civilization relic and thought they could get rid of the Perseus community. Now, no matter what, we have found clues that an unknown civilization has crossed from the Perseus Arm to the Orion Arm. I think, if we follow this clue, we may find the murderer who destroyed our solar system. This trip to the Perseus arm. If we encounter other local civilizations, it is also a good opportunity to inquire about this information. After hearing this, everyone nodded secretly. Some people who did not remember the specific content of the news they received from the Red Flame civilization had already searched the Tianheswang database through their built-in chips. This search showed that the information humans received was exactly the same as what Manuimei said. And Manuimei missed a little. The news received from the Red Flame civilization also mentioned that the reason why that civilization defected from the immortal community seemed to be because they obtained some special technological creations during a civilization ruins exploration, and also received news from the previous generation of voyagers. Looking back from the perspective of current human cognition, the previous generation of voyagers were pioneers. So it can be inferred that the special technological creation is likely related to the special technology of the pioneers. Or perhaps, it is a special technological creation of the pioneers. In this way, the civilization that destroyed the solar system must still have that kind of creation in its hands. If humans are able to seek revenge one day, they must be careful of that unknown special technological creation. It seems that there is nothing to gain from discussing it together. At this moment, a scientist in charge of space mine exploration suddenly pushed the door open and passed a report to Yu Yuan. When Yu Yuan saw the person coming, he knew what the report was about, because he was the one who asked him to do it. He asked a group of experts to form an investigation team to use big data to deduce the time when the two satellites were destroyed based on the observation and exploration information of the space mine, the on-site situation, the geological situation, the distribution of rock satellite fragments, etc. Now that this person has come, it means that there is already an answer. After taking a look at the report, Yu Yuan's face became more serious. In other words, the existence of this space mine or the destruction of the two satellites was at least 7,000 years ago. 7,000 years ago. Yes, it was before. Which definitely matches the human era on Earth. This kind of time calculation is the same as geological survey, with a huge error. So 7,000 years ago is just a conservative estimate. And it is very likely that the actual situation is more than 10,000 years ago, with the navigation ability of a level 4 civilization. It is not far to reach the solar system from here. Not to mention that the civilization that destroyed the solar system had reached a level 5 civilization at that time. So after seeing this report, Yu Yuan believed that this unknown civilization that had blown up two satellites here was the main suspect. Very good. You can also take a look at this report. And you don't need to express your opinion. Keep it in mind first. And when we reach the Perseus arm, we will find a way to find out clearly before making plans. Yu Yuan shared the report file with everyone present, and copied a copy and uploaded it to the Human Data Center for storage. The hatred of destroying the mother planet is impossible to eliminate, and we must find that damn unknown civilization to settle the account. Of course, human civilization itself must have the ability to do so. According to the intelligence, the unknown civilization has reached at least the 5th level of civilization. So before humans reach the 5th level of civilization, they have to hide it. Even if they find out the name of the civilization and where they are, they cannot reveal that they are the survivors. Otherwise, there may be a catastrophe. Of course, hiding does not mean that we cannot use the external name of human civilization. Even if we use the name of Earth civilization, other civilizations will not know where the civilization came from, as long as we do not reveal the detailed data of the destruction of the solar system in the database. No other civilization will know that humans are the survivors of that year. This is how the contact between cosmic civilizations works. After all, it is a translation. For example, the name of the Nair civilization is a name given to them by humans from the Chinese character library after they learned the meaning of the translation. However, for the sake of safety, Yu Yuan felt that after arriving at the Perseus arm, it would be better not to say that he came from the Orion arm. Only by hiding one's true intentions can one survive better. Only by surviving can one reason with others and take revenge. After a brainstorming session, seeing that everyone present had finished reading the contents of the report document, Yu Yuan changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's put this aside first. The main reason I called you here this time is that I have an idea that needs your consideration." Hearing Yu Yuan say this, Ye Kai was about to get up and leave, because he felt that there was really nothing for him to do here, and it would be more refreshing to go back and be with his wife and discuss the mysteries of life. Humans have been in the fourth-level civilization for a long time. But there has been no major progress in the field of life science. Take the human enhancement technology for example. It is still the same as the third-level civilization. As a leader in life science, Ikai is under a lot of pressure. Because of this matter, many people have said that if he can't make any achievements, he should stop occupying the toilet. He was also a little upset by these rustling sounds. So he found an excuse to come to Yu Yuan to relax. Just to meet an old friend from the Earth era. After recalling the events of the Earth era with Yu Yuan, and listening to a lot of things about the Perseus arm, Ikai felt that he was in a much better mood. However, as soon as he stood up, Yu Yuan stopped him. Academician, you might as well listen. Life science is not something that can be rushed. Yu Yuan has learned that the branch technologies developed from the core theory of the fourth-level civilization, or the main technology path, are not too related to life genetic engineering. It is not surprising that Ikai cannot make any achievements. Chapter 707. However, before the others arrived, Yu Yuan talked to Ikai about this topic. Now that humans have entered the technical evaluation stage in life sciences, the body strengthening project has not made any progress. It seems to be very difficult to continue to make humans stronger. Human genetic strengthening seems to have reached the end of carbon-based life. But Ikai believes that this cannot be the end. And carbon-based life still has room for development. For example, those creatures collected by humans from the Null planet and the Wolf Life planet. Some of them can be called super life, and many of their abilities are not yet possessed by humans. However, Yu Yuan has a different view. He believes that it is impossible for humans to copy all the powerful abilities of carbon-based organisms to themselves. And there is no need for that. What human life science needs to do now is to find a new direction. That is, research on spirit and consciousness. Yu Yuan also told him this when discussing with Ikai before. But Ikai seemed to disagree. He still insisted on his point of view to strengthen humans again from the genetic and physical level. For this reason, he also specifically told Yu Yuan what he was doing at the moment. He was doing research on the bioforce field. Yu Yuan was also familiar with the concept of the bioforce field, which was in the human database. It is generally believed that the bioforce field is the biofield, which is the material extension of the biological organism. It can transmit the material induction or action between organisms, or between organisms and other objects. It is an information material belonging to life, and the basic material of biological evolution. The generation, development, progress and evolution of all life depend on the combination of organisms and biofields. Especially the information function of biofields is very important. The biofield is also a life material form with special extension in the universe. It has a rigorous and complex structure. It is a special result of the leakage of the internal field characteristics of general matter under special structural conditions. It is the manifestation and form of the spacetime existence and function of life. Ikai wants to study the bioforce field and combine it with the grand unified force field and force field control technology currently mastered by humans, so that humans can achieve the ability to fly within the planet without the help of mechas, aircraft and other technological creations, relying only on their own bioforce field. Listening to Ikai's statement, Yu Yuan even thought he was talking about Superman. After all, it's impossible to think about this. How big is the magnetic field of the planet? Compared with the gravity of the planet, it is very small. To be able to lift such a heavy body of a human, how powerful a biological force field must humans produce? At that time, it is estimated that humans themselves would be magnetized first. Besides, human mecha technology is now mature, and it is unnecessary to do such research. However, Yu Yuan did not stop Ikai directly. If he has an idea, let him do it. Anyway, there are more than one biologist in the human world. Moreover, even if Ikai couldn't come up with what he said, it might be possible to come up with other related branch technologies. Based on this consideration, Yu Yuan generally would not easily deny some seemingly impossible research routes. With the current size of human beings, it is not a problem to support more research projects. However, what Yu Yuan wanted to talk about after asking Ikai to stay was not this, but another thing about human beings arriving at the Perseus arm. The people present were either leaders of the headquarters, or top scientists and scholars, as well as trusted figures appointed by Yu Yuan himself, such as Zhu Pit and Man Yuimei, and fleet commanders such as Tom Dong Guiyu. Seeing that Yu Yuan had something to say, everyone put on an appearance of listening attentively. Man Yuimei also put away the look of eyes that she had been looking at Yu Yuan. and replaced it with a familiar serious and magical look. Although it was not a formal memory at this moment, the people present felt that it was more important than a formal memory. As the leader, Yu Yuan saw that everyone had entered the state. So he spoke, "We are about to arrive at the Persis arm, which is also a new beginning. And we now have several vassal races, and their ethnic communities have developed to a considerable scale. Therefore, considering comprehensively, I plan to establish an organization, an alliance headed by our human civilization, and with subordinate races as branches. Please give me your opinions on what this alliance should be called." It turned out to be the formation of an alliance. Everyone suddenly realized that it was something depressing, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. As soon as the voice fell, Ikai, who had just sat back on the sofa, said, "Star Ocean Community." As soon as these words came out, Yu Yuan almost spit out the tea he was about to swallow. What Star Ocean Community? Ikai is not finished with the game of the Earth era. After so many years of getting along, Yu Yuan already knew one of Ikai's hobbies, which was to put the names of creations or organizations in certain games in the Earth era on today's humans. The name of the organization certainly cannot be called the Star Ocean Community. But Ikai's words opened everyone's mouth, and everyone expressed their favorite names. Orion Alliance, Galaxy Justice League, Star Voyage Alliance, Interstellar Alliance, Star Ocean Cooperation Organization, Community of Shared Prosperity and Destiny. Listening to the names one by one, Yu Yuan fell into silence. In fact, he didn't care about the name. The reason he wanted to create an organization was because he saw that the number of individuals of the subordinate races was increasing. Take the individual lives of the Nair civilization as an example. They were just a scientific research team before. But as time went on, their skills had multiplied to several hundred million, and they could already be considered a civilization on their own. The same is true for the Kuntai people and the dog-headed people, two races that were thawed and reproduced by humans, not to mention the Qian civilization, whose individual lives are more numerous than humans. Therefore, Yu Yuan believes that they can form civilizations one by one, and then attach themselves to an organization dominated by human civilization, and then act under the name of the organization in the Persis arm. After all, the top bosses in the Milky Way mostly exist in the form of alliances and unions, and such a name will also let other civilizations that may come into contact with them in the future know that we are not just a civilization, but an organization composed of a group of civilizations. This is Yu Yuan's consideration for establishing an organization. As for the form of the alliance, it is definitely not a voting system, and humans must have the final say. The alliance is only an alliance in name. However, since we are going to form a civilization alliance, the Kuntai people cluster will be renamed Kuntai Civilization, and the Nair people cluster will also be renamed Nair Civilization. And like the Qian civilization, humans will give them certain autonomy. The name of the dog-headed people cluster is a bit awkward. According to convention, it should be called the dog-headed people civilization. But everyone thinks that this name looks a bit awkward. So the dog-headed people got another name, the Heavenly Dog Civilization. This name is similar to the name that the dog-headed people on the dog-headed planet gave themselves, the Great Dog Civilization. As for the name of the organization, everyone discussed and decided to call it the Star Alliance. After the name was determined, the next step was to discuss the details of the establishment of the Star Alliance, such as how to manage the civilizations within the Star Alliance, what kind of reward and punishment system should be used, and what currency should be used for communication between Star Alliance members. Chapter 708. Star Alliance is the abbreviation. The full name is Star Alliance. The ultimate goal is the Great Voyage. But now humans have not announced the full name, mainly because their civilization level is too low to make it public. It is estimated that humans will not dare to contact other aliens with a full name until they reach the 6th level of civilization. So now only the Star Alliance is told to its members. Yu Yuan's idea for this alliance is to assign tasks in the future and let the members of the Star Alliance go out to collect intelligence and other tasks. This not only expands the range of human perception of the starry sky, but also can intimidate other civilizations that are not well informed to a certain extent. And many small things do not require humans to take action themselves. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. As for worrying about betrayal, Yu Yuan is not very worried, because there is a thought imprint, and the entire civilization of the Star Alliance members is not sent out. Their individual life bodies will still be with the human fleet. The Star Alliance currency is naturally called Star Coin, which is a virtual currency used to measure the contribution of Star Alliance members to the Alliance. For example, how many Star Coins are obtained for completing a dispatched exploration mission? How many Star Coins are obtained for discovering a strange phenomenon in the universe? How many Star Coins are obtained for collecting data on related exploration targets? How many Star Coins are obtained for discovering unknown alien civilizations? And so on. There is also the use of Star Coins. When discussing the details of establishing the Star Alliance, it naturally cannot be missed. It has a general currency function, and is also the currency for transactions between the member civilizations of the Star Alliance. It can be used to purchase some fourth-level civilization creations from human civilization, and can also be used to buy planetary-level residential spacecraft, and even planetary-level battleships, for one's own civilization. Of course, it cannot be a consciousness-connected planetary-level battleship, which can only be driven by humans. And because there are high-end planetary-level battleships, ordinary planetary-level battleships have become something that members of the Star Alliance can buy. The right to issue Star Coins is in the hands of humans. Human currency experts believe that the emergence of Star Coins will gradually replace human contribution coins, because Star Coins are the universal currency in the Star Alliance. And people with Star Coins can also buy some products from other civilizations. Of course, this is a good thing. As for the products of other civilizations, of course, most of them are cultural products or products that provide emotional value to humans. Others can learn from others. Although other civilizations are not as advanced as humans, they are not completely without merit. Since strong artificial intelligence has become popular among humans, currency is no longer that important. There have even been calls for the abolition of currency. But if currency is abolished, what can be used to measure the equivalent of exchange behavior between human individuals? This problem has never been solved. Unless humans themselves do not need to exchange items with others, currency still has value. The emergence of Star Coins is naturally criticized by those who advocate the abolition of currency. But after all, they are a minority of people who are bored, and the new government does not care about these people at all. Strong artificial intelligence is powerful, but not omnipotent. So even if we reach the fourth level of human civilization, we still cannot satisfy everyone's desire for things. However, basic living security and entertainment requirements have long been free, and physical enhancement has also become free. Only the enhancement and transformation in the direction of specialization still requires money. So if we measure the current human civilization according to the idea of Earth communism, then communism has indeed been achieved. The communism of basic life and materials needed for survival. Things like planetary battleships, scientist positions, and leadership positions that are related to the human civilization are naturally impossible to achieve communism. Everyone knows this. And over the years, the spiritual civilization construction carried out by mankind within itself has also achieved great results. The most significant is the labor consciousness of mankind. Although not everyone has become a saint with noble thoughts, they consciously go to work and leave according to the regulations of the administrative department. They personally feel that they should make due contributions to human civilization and contribute their own strength to the prosperity and growth of mankind. Such cognition has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, especially after embarking on the fourth level civilization and achieving a warp speed of 10.079 times the speed of light. Human civilization has become more prosperous. The thoughts that predicted the future of civilization and hedonism disappeared overnight. There is no soil for the development of degenerate thoughts. Almost everyone wants to make human civilization stronger, and then have the ability to avenge the Earth that was destroyed that year. If there is a greater goal that the new government promotes among humans, it is the Great Voyage, following the footsteps of the pioneers, with the Awakener who said he would wait for humans together, embark on the road of the Great Voyage to explore, find and witness more mysteries of the universe, so that human civilization can climb to a higher level. If leaving a name in history was the glory that ancient people dreamed of, then the desire of the entire human race now is to leave a name in the universe. Leaving a name in the universe does not mean killing people through the universe, but to develop civilization to a very high level, so high that it can have a significant achievement in the history of the development of the universe. For modern humans, it is not wrong to say that such a goal is too high, but the goal must always be set higher, so that humans will not sink because of having no goal. In other words, Star Coins not only allow Star Alliance member civilizations to purchase technological creations from humans, but also implement the Star Coin settlement system within their civilizations. These monetary systems do not need to be formulated from scratch by humans. They only need to refer to the monetary system of the Earth era and make corresponding modifications. The essence of the currency in the interstellar era has not changed. At most, in order to adapt to the cognitive differences formed by racial differences within the civilizations of the Star Alliance, some changes in transaction behavior have been made. With experts who study the monetary system, these are not a problem. After the establishment of the Star Alliance, for the sake of mankind, the Lyra is both the flagship of mankind and the military and political center of the Star Alliance. All the policies of the Star Alliance come from the Lyra. As a result, there is an additional department on the Lyra that is responsible for the daily affairs of the Star Alliance. Yu Yuan is still the highest director of this department, and he has multiple positions. It is a bit tiring, but Yu Yuan knows the importance of holding power tightly, and others are also happy to see this. After the establishment of the Star Alliance was finalized, it was announced and implemented soon. The affiliated races will be allowed to go to the space mine to mine, and then build their own starships. Of course, they can also buy human ones directly. While finalizing the establishment of the Star Alliance, humans are also in full swing in the supply of various energy materials. After completing the supply, it will be another 400 light-year journey. Then, after arriving at the target star system, continue to repeat this process. After repeating this several times, you can really reach the Perseus arm. Chapter 709. As time went by, humans set sail and stopped to resupply, and then continued to sail after resupplying. Gradually, humans finally discovered that the distance between the stars in front of them was getting smaller and smaller, and the density of the stars was getting larger and larger. Seeing this, everyone realized that human civilization was about to truly enter the main category of the Perseus spiral arm. Even the shortest route between the two spiral arms is nearly 5,000 light-years away. Because of the need for resupply, humans cannot go in a straight line. In addition to the time for resupply, the time spent on the journey is actually more than 500 years. After reaching the main body of the Perseus arm, humans cannot stop and must continue along the originally planned route. It will take about 2,000 light-years to reach the real star field in the star map. During the hundreds of years across the spiral arm, humans not only rushed on the road, but also did scientific research activities and academic research. However, because large-scale scientific experiments are not suitable during the warp period, the research progress of many disciplines is not great. Even so, time has allowed humans to consolidate the scientific and technological achievements of the fourth-level civilization. For example, in the field of gravity potential well technology, humans have carried out several rounds of iterations, and the results of the technological iterations have also been updated to their own creations. The equipment in the floor of the Lyra has undergone a round of updates. Finally, after completing a certain voyage, humans truly set foot on the Perseus arm, a vast spiral arm of stars. Humanity has completed the feat of sailing across the spiral arm, which is undoubtedly a thing that can be recorded in the annals of human history. The member civilizations of the Star Alliance also feel extremely proud of this because they also personally participated in this great voyage. There are 4 major spiral arms in the Milky Way. The Perseus arm is one of them, and the Orion arm is just a small branch of the Sagittarius Carina arm. As a large spiral arm, the Perseus arm naturally has more stars than the Orion arm. The more stars there are, the more likely it is that civilization will be born. Humans have come to a wider place. From the star map, the location where humans cross from the Orion arm to the Perseus arm belongs to the second half of the Perseus arm towards the center of the Milky Way is the Orion arm. Then the Sagittarius and Carina arms, the Southern Cross arm, and further in is the Rhombus arm, and then the Milky Way's core. The density of stars there is very high, and it can be said that there are many stars. But the environment is also relatively harsh. From where humans are, after crossing the Perseus arm, we reach the end of the Rhombus arm. Beyond that, there is nothingness. If you have the ability to sail far, you can go out and leave the Milky Way. And after the end of the Rhombus arm, there is actually a cantilever formed by the gathering of stars. From the observation data, it is an extension of the end of the Rhombus arm, but humans call it the outer spiral arm. The extension of the outer spiral arm spans most of the outer edge of the Milky Way, and it is more than 100,000 light-years from beginning to end. It belongs to the sparse star-gathering star field outside the Milky Way disk. This area can also be called the outer edge of the Milky Way. The stars here are usually not counted in the diameter range of the Milky Way because it is too sparse. From the perspective of humans, it is like a vast nebula, with a feeling of mist and thick clouds. Therefore, if the extension zone of the outer spiral arm is also included, the diameter of the Milky Way is actually more than 100,000 light-years. It is based on the observation of the outer spiral arm extension star field that humans have discovered that the rotation speed inside and outside the Milky Way is not the same, which proves the indirect evidence of the invisible and intangible dark matter. It can be said that the outer arm extension star field of the square spiral arm has greatly helped the development of human scientific theory. Unfortunately, humans currently have no ability to go to the extension star field of the outer arm, because the span of the void space between it and the Milky Way disk is too large, and it is completely impossible for the navigation technology of the fourth-level civilization to reach it. The span of the void is on the scale of 10,000 light-years, and only the fifth-level civilization and the sixth-level civilization can go there, according to the Milky Way star map drawn after many years of observation. The shortest route to the extended star field of the outer arm is to pass through the end of the Perseus spiral arm. The Milky Way is so vast that it can accommodate countless civilizations and give birth to countless civilizations. At the same time, it can also cover up the traces of most civilizations. In the eyes of many civilizations, the Milky Way is a lonely place without any trace of civilization. The vast scale hides everything. And at the same time, the vast scale is also protecting the birth of one primitive civilization after another, and protecting the growth of one low-level civilization after another. Humans are one of the lucky ones. Although they encountered an unexpected disaster on the eve of reaching the first-level civilization, they were protected by the vast galaxy. So the unknown civilization that destroyed the solar system did not discover humans, and thus had the opportunity to escape and thrive. The vast galaxy is like a double-edged sword. It is not only the biggest obstacle to communication between civilizations, but also a natural barrier to protect weak civilizations. Just like today's humans, if they do not personally send probes to the target star system to detect each planet, they will not be able to find out whether there is an intelligent civilization inside the star on an interstellar scale. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why humans have traveled thousands of light years from the Orion arm to the Perseus arm, but have not discovered other civilizations. Perhaps a civilization is in a star near the human route, but no one has discovered each other. It is better not to discover it. Humans are now focused on going to the small universe left by the pioneers, and naturally do not want to cause trouble. Therefore, when arranging the civilizations of the Star Alliance to explore the safety of the route, they did not let them go to the star system outside the route. In this way, after humans arrived at the Perseus arm, they did not waste too much time. After completing the supply, they continued to embark on the last 2,000 light-year star journey, aiming directly at the location shown on the star map. This is the last stroke of the route. After completing this journey, they will reach their destination. There is no difference between sailing in the Perseus arm and sailing in the Orion arm. They are both warp sailing, replenishing materials to make antimatter fuel, and then continuing. And during this long journey, because they did not encounter any alien civilizations, humans also spent a rare leisure time coming to the new star field. For the sake of safety and the concealment of their own routes, humans did not use star destroyers to bomb planets and mine as they did when sailing in the Orion spiral arm. After all, that would be too conspicuous. If other civilizations discovered traces of bombing planets, they could easily find the route of humans, and thus the destination of humans. Therefore, after leaving the star system, where the two satellites were bombed by the unknown civilization, humans have been using traditional mining methods to reduce the probability of exposing their routes. Hiding oneself has become one of the means for humans to survive. Even if they have reached the fourth level of civilization, humans still do not forget to be cautious. Chapter 7:10. The time of sailing is always boring. But humans would rather sail on in such a boring way, because it means that no civilization has discovered their route, which means they are safe. When we arrived at the Perseus spiral arm, the density between stars gradually increased. But because it was still at the edge of the spiral arm, it was not too dense. The average distance between stars was about 70 light-years, which was close enough for the route across the spiral arm, and humans did not need to worry about resources. With the technology of the fourth-level civilization, as long as there is a star system, energy can be obtained. Even if there is no rocky planet, enough light elements such as hydrogen, helium and hydrogen can be obtained from gaseous planets. And then, They can be used for light nuclear fusion to obtain energy. And then the light nuclear fusion energy is used as a reactor to separate and obtain the antimatter of hydrogen molecules. Of course, if there is no rocky planet, heavy metal elements cannot be obtained. But the universe is so big, and there are so many stars in the Perseus spiral arm. Humans don't have to worry about this. If there is no rocky planet, they can continue to move to the next star system. After all, every voyage will not use up all the fuel. Faced with an average stop of 70 light-years, humans do not plan to travel one star at a time. But each voyage spans at least 300 light-years. The human fleet can travel 500 light-years at a time with full fuel. The main reason for traveling more than 300 light-years is to save some fuel to deal with possible emergencies. And not traveling 70 light-years at a time is for concealment and time saving. In this way, the human fleet sailed along the edge of the Perseus arm, year after year. Suddenly, at a certain point in time, the Tianqin received a message from the exploration team, saying that a medium-mass black hole was found near the route, less than 5 light-years away from the route, and asked the Tianqin whether to change the route. Less than 5 light-years is very close. Getting too close will affect warp speed navigation. So of course we have to change the route. After receiving the news, the Tianqin immediately asked Light of the Milky Way to change the route according to the detection information. It did not change the entire route directly, but turned a corner in the void, bypassed the black hole and continued to move towards the destination. The human fleet has surplus fuel every time it sails, so turning a few corners in the universe is not a problem. After conveying the order to the entire fleet, the human scientists were not idle. After the application was approved, they sent more detectors to the area where the black hole was located. Black holes are the most mysterious celestial bodies in the universe. Humans used to observe them from afar. After setting foot in the starry sky, humans have been busy all the time. They have no time or experience to get close to a black hole for observation. This time is an opportunity. The fleet passed by a black hole, and scientists certainly did not want to miss the opportunity to observe the black hole up close. So this black hole detection mission was launched. The unmanned probe is one aspect. After obtaining approval from the new government department, scientists also dispatched 3 scientific research ships. As scientific researchers, the scientists themselves were also on the scientific research ships. Of course, since the black hole needs to be observed at close range, the new government cannot just send 3 research ships and unmanned exploration spacecraft to go there. Some escort warships are still needed. A warship squadron led by a planetary-class warship and thousands of C-class warships performed the escort mission. However, although it is a close-range observation, in fact, with the current technology of mankind, it is impossible to get very close. The close distance is only relative to the previous observation of black holes by mankind. This is a medium-mass black hole. After preliminary observation, human scientists preliminarily estimated that its mass is about 130 times the mass of the Sun. The medium-mass black hole belongs to a type of black hole predicted by astronomical theory in the human Earth era, and it has also been confirmed by observation in the Earth era. But this is the first time that humans have observed it at such a close distance. According to the mass classification, the next level is the stellar mass black hole, and the next level is the supermassive black hole. Theoretically, there are also primordial black holes that were born the earliest and have extremely small scale and mass. Yes, that's right. Primordial black holes are not the extremely huge black holes in the common people's impression. On the contrary, their scale and mass are extremely small. According to the definition of human physics today, the mass range of medium-mass black holes is between 100 and 100,000 times the mass of the Sun. A black hole with 130 times the mass of the Sun obviously belongs to this category. It is not a stellar black hole. As the name suggests, it is not formed by a supernova explosion of a star. A long time ago, humans speculated and obtained relevant data from cosmic observations, believing that the formation of such black holes is the result of black hole mergers. The purpose of this trip by scientists is to collect more data on the formation and evolution of medium-mass black holes, so as to improve the human theory of cosmic evolution and add more scientific observation data to the human scientific treasure house. Such scientific investigations are crucial for a scientific and technological civilization, and they are the accumulation of quantitative changes in scientific development. Generally speaking, when a very massive star runs out of fuel, its core will collapse under the action of gravity, and then a supernova explosion will occur to form a black hole. However, the traditional theory of human astronomy believes that when a star collapses, it will not produce a black hole with a mass between 65 and 135 solar masses. The reason is that when the core mass of a star is greater than 65 times the mass of the Sun, its internal high-energy gamma rays will be effectively converted into electron-positron pairs, a phenomenon called pair instability. The pressure generated by these particle pairs is much weaker than the light pressure of photons, so that gravity prevails. In this way, the outer layer of the star will collapse inward, and the star's nuclear fuel will accelerate in an uncontrolled way. As a result, the star will not leave any traces of a black hole after the explosion, but will be completely blown up by the explosion. Humans have naturally never seen such a process. But scientists can verify the correctness of this theory from another aspect by observing various types of black holes. And the black hole in front of us is a good object for observation. For example, collecting optical images of the black hole's complete accretion disk, etc. For safety reasons, the human scientific expedition team watched the black hole from a distance of 1 light-year away, and at the same time let the unmanned probe continue to approach to explore the various phenomena manifested by the black hole. This space is very empty, judging from the age and distribution of stars in the nearby star field. It is indeed possible that 2 black holes merged. However, according to the current preliminary observation data, the time when this black hole merged should have been a long time ago, at least hundreds of millions of years. After humans began to observe this black hole seriously, they soon discovered some wonderful phenomena. Chapter 7:11. As early as the Earth era, humans have mastered several methods of observing black holes, which are also the main methods of observing black holes, which are invisible stars. Because they cannot be seen directly like stars, black holes can only be observed indirectly. One of them is the star observation method. By observing the abnormal movement of stars in a certain star field for many years, it is discovered that there is a black hole in this area that binds these stars. This method does not work here, because there are no stars around this black hole. Another way is to confirm the existence of a black hole by observing its accretion disk. According to the principle of conservation of angular momentum, as matter gradually approaches and is sucked into a black hole, a rotating accretion disk will form outside the black hole's horizon. Humans can indirectly discover the existence of a black hole through the temperature radiation and high-intensity X-rays generated by the collision of gases in the center of the accretion disk. Unfortunately, this method does not work here either, because the matter around this black hole has long been swallowed up by it. It has no accretion disk, and is a silent black hole. The third method is actually related to stars. It is a combination of the first 2 methods. It is to determine the existence of black holes based on the celestial system formed by black holes and visible stars. In this case, there is usually an accretion disk, but unfortunately it is not applicable to this black hole. The fourth method is the well-known gravitational waves, which are used to determine the existence of black holes through the gravitational waves generated by the merger of 2 black holes. Obviously, this black hole completed the merger long ago and has now become a quiet black hole again. So this method does not work either. The reason why the Star Alliance civilization exploration team sent out by humans was able to discover this black hole was not because of these 4 observation methods, but because they discovered the gravitational lens effect at the location of the black hole. In astrophysics, the gravitational lens effect is well known to everyone. Simply put, a strong gravitational field distorts the path of passing light, so that observers on the other side of the strong gravitational field see a false light source. It is worth mentioning that if the observer has been observing at a fixed position, he cannot find out whether the position of the light source he sees is real or false. However, humans are sailing, and it is not difficult to find the changes by careful observation and comparison. So this black hole was discovered. However, now that we are close to black holes, humans can no longer use these indirect methods to observe black holes, because there is another way to directly observe black holes in theory. That is Hawking radiation, also called black hole radiation. Hawking radiation does not follow the area law, but the larger the black hole, the smaller the Hawking radiation, and the smaller the black hole, the larger the Hawking radiation, so that a micro black hole created by a particle collider in a laboratory will disappear instantly as soon as it appears. This is also the reason why scientists do not worry about the danger of black holes created in the laboratory. The essence of Hawking radiation is related to quantum field theory, and is related to virtual particle pairs spontaneously generated in the void due to vacuum quantum fluctuations. Human scientific theory describes such a possibility that when virtual particle pairs are generated by quantum fluctuations near the event horizon of a black hole, negative energy particles will be sucked into the black hole, while positive energy particles will escape from the black hole. From the outside of the black hole, these escaped positive energy particles are Hawking radiation emitted by the black hole. In this process, the black hole absorbs negative energy particles, thereby reducing its internal energy, and the black hole evaporation phenomenon occurs. Hawking believes that since the ordinary spacetime of a black hole does not allow negative energy particles to exist stably, the phenomenon of positive energy particles entering a black hole and negative energy particles escaping is impossible. So Hawking radiation can only radiate positive energy particles. Humans predicted the existence of Hawking radiation in the Earth era, and of course verified the existence of this phenomenon from other physical facts, but never directly observed black holes through Hawking radiation from astronomy. The reason is very simple. The Hawking radiation of a black hole is too low. Looking up at the stars from the solar system and observing black holes tens of thousands, or even millions of light years away, it is impossible to directly observe the Hawking radiation of a black hole. Let's put it this way. The Hawking radiation of a black hole with the mass of the Sun is only about 0.00000001 to 600 millionths of a Kelvin. The mass of this black hole is 130 times the mass of the Sun. So the Hawking radiation is even smaller. It is far below the temperature of the cosmic background radiation. So it is definitely impossible to detect Hawking radiation from a distance. Even with the current technology of mankind, it can only be discovered by launching detectors closer. This is what human scientists do now. After stopping the research ship until it is safe, they launch detectors one by one to the black hole, in order to facilitate the real-time transmission of observation information. They also dispatch several spacecraft for relay communication. As the detector got closer and closer, the black hole's imperceptible Hawking radiation was finally captured by the detector, and humans finally saw the black hole directly for the first time. From the moment the black hole was truly observed from this angle, every piece of data transmitted to the human research ship was precious. Human detectors continued to approach and reach the Roche limit radius of the black hole. Macroscopic celestial bodies exceeding this radius will be directly torn apart by the black hole and then turned into matter. These materials will continue to collide before falling to the event horizon, thereby emitting a large amount of radiation outward. This is what people usually know as the black hole accretion disk. Black holes are different from ordinary celestial bodies, because extreme celestial bodies, such as black holes, have a place called the innermost stable circular orbit inside the Roche limit orbit. The innermost stable circular orbit refers to the closest distance that an object can get to a black hole. No matter what object is ahead, it will fall into the black hole at a speed close to the speed of light. This is the plunge zone of the black hole. This radius position is calculated according to general relativity, and is 3 times the radius of the black hole. Human detectors cannot reach the boundary of the plunge zone to observe this black hole, because if it exceeds the Roche limit, the detector will be decomposed. Of course, this Roche limit radius cannot only look at the mass of the black hole, but also depends on the level of human detector creation. It is difficult for human detectors to reach the innermost stable circular orbit, let alone the Schwarzschild radius, because no matter how strong the material of human detectors is, once it exceeds 3 times the Schwarzschild radius, the detectors that are not torn apart by the tidal force of the black hole will fall into the black hole and fall to the event horizon and never return. The so-called black hole radius is not the real black hole singularity radius, but its Schwarzschild radius, which is where the event horizon is. After calculating the Roche limit radius, human detectors entered a stable orbit, and while circling to stabilize their orbits, they then observed the black hole in a circular manner. However, scientists want to do more than just observation. They also want to throw something into the black hole to observe the process of accretion disk formation. They plan to use thrusters to push a rocky planet here, let it fall into the black hole, and then observe. However, this experiment will inevitably take a lot of time. Obviously, humans don't have so much time to spend here. So these scientists who are interested in exploration can only settle for the second best. Launch a few probes into the black hole, do the following experiment, and throw some space garbage or minerals carried by the planetary spacecraft into it, and then observe. If you don't want to waste time moving asteroids to nearby star systems, you can only do this. They also want to test whether the probes made of alloy number 2 can reach the innermost stable circular orbit of the black hole, so as to observe the black hole at a closer distance and accumulate more data for the quantitative change of science. Chapter 712. The first batch of probe spacecraft sent out consisted of 7, all of which arrived safely at the Roche limit critical orbit calculated according to the relevant parameters of the mass and material of the probe and the mass gravity of the black hole. The process of the probe spacecraft flying to the black hole was very regular. It started with warp speed, and after reaching a certain range of the black hole, it was time to use conventional propulsion to navigate. The orbital distance was precisely calculated, and there were no accidents. The second batch was still 7 probe spacecraft. But this batch of spacecraft did not sail as regularly as the first batch, and 3 of them sailed directly at warp speed to the Roche limit critical point of the black hole. This batch of exploration spacecraft is of experimental nature. Their navigation status and self-status are detected by the instruments on them in real time, and they are also under the camera monitoring of the previous batch of exploration spacecraft. These 3 spacecrafts almost had accidents. The warp navigation direction was disordered before the warp navigation reached the Roche limit of the black hole. It was not that human instruments were directly broken. The force field generator was not broken. It was just disturbed by the strong gravity of the black hole, and the warp force field was out of control. And then the exploration spacecraft flew crooked. When the exploration spacecraft flew off course, humans could still see from the feedback data of the monitoring module installed on the exploration spacecraft that the spacecraft's warp force field automatic control system was still trying to correct the strength and direction of the force field. But it was ultimately in vain. The more the intelligent system of the exploration spacecraft corrected, the more out of control it became. And eventually it became like a headless fly running around in the warp state. And then, it was directly pulled over by the gravity of the black hole at a superluminal warp spiral. And finally the warp engine directly malfunctioned, and it was forced to exit the warp state and fall into the black hole. It turns out that warp speed travel is very dangerous under extreme gravity, especially near black holes, which is much more serious than the experiments conducted by humans near the orbit of gas planets. It has reached the point where the aircraft was destroyed and people died. When humans conducted experiments on gas planets, the experimental spacecraft was indeed forced to exit the warp speed, but the warp engine was not broken. The experimental spacecraft could even enter the normal navigation mode after exiting the warp speed state, and then push itself away from the close orbit of the gas planet. Some experimental spacecraft can even be forced to land directly on rocky planets after being forced to exit the warp state due to the needs of extreme experiments. With the current shipbuilding technology and material technology of human beings, their ships can completely resist the gravitational influence of conventional planets. It is not a problem for planetary warships to land on planets, and they will not be torn apart by the gravitational tides of these ordinary celestial bodies. So although it is not suitable for warp speed navigation in the near orbit of conventional celestial bodies, there will be no situation of aircraft destruction and death. To be precise, with the current warp speed technology of human beings, as long as the human spacecraft flies to the space orbit, it can start the warp speed and leave the planet like the Earth. Although there are still some risks, the process of entering the warp state will be slower, and it cannot directly enter the warp speed of 10 times the speed of light. But it is still possible to enter the warp speed of 1 times the speed of light. Of course, it is still difficult to start the warp speed directly on the surface of the planet. After many experiments, human scientists have concluded that the human warp force field is not strong enough, and it has not reached the level of violent entry into the warp speed. Material technology and warp engine manufacturing technology are also one of the influencing factors. In short, scientists believe that with the advancement of technology, humans will one day be able to enter the warp speed directly on the surface of the planet. The purpose of this warp speed experiment near the black hole is to collect more data for research in this area. And these data will also provide valuable data for humans to navigate in various cosmic gravitational environments in the future. If we encounter neutron star environments, magnetars, etc., human scientists will also need to conduct relevant navigation experiments to collect data for humans. As an interstellar civilization, such data is necessary, because these things can be said to be the hidden strength of a civilization. 3 of the second batch of exploration spacecrafts eventually fell into the black hole, but they also brought precious scientific data to mankind. The other 4 were doing another experiment, They approached the black hole in a proper manner, and continued to approach the black hole without stopping after reaching the position of the first batch. After reaching this point, they released several meteorites that were sealed in metal boxes by humans from their storage space. So human scientists saw the process of natural objects being torn apart by gravity within the Roche limit of the black hole. After the metal boxes were opened, the meteorites released from them were decomposed by the gravitational tides. Cracks appeared on the surface of the huge meteorites like pancake foam. And then, they were torn apart. The tearing into large pieces, and the large pieces being torn into pieces happened almost simultaneously. After only a few seconds, the huge meteorite was torn into small pieces and then powder. Finally, under the pull of the black hole's gravity, it was pulled into a long dust belt. And then due to the conservation of angular momentum, it orbited the black hole and fell inward. This process was recorded by humans truthfully, and became a real data in the database for celestial body interaction simulation. It is certain that humans will call this data when they need to simulate celestial body collisions in the future. These real data will make human simulations closer to reality, rather than computer deductions out of nothing. Obviously, the positions reached by the 4 exploration spacecraft have exceeded the Roche limit radius of black holes to natural celestial bodies. However, the 4 spacecraft are human technological creations. Their materials are far more powerful than natural objects. Therefore, the black hole cannot tear them apart within the Roche limit radius of natural objects. The logic of this principle is easy to understand. If there are enough of these shredded materials, they will form the accretion disk that people are familiar with. After releasing the meteorites, the 4 exploration spacecraft continued to approach the black hole, and their destination was the innermost stable circular orbit of the black hole. But humans obviously overestimated the material technology of these 4 spacecrafts. They followed the footsteps of the previous meteorites before they reached the innermost stable circular orbit. Seeing this situation, scientists know that with the current strength of conventional materials, it is impossible to reach the innermost stable circular orbit of the black hole. Since conventional materials don't work, let's use alloy number 2. It was the plan of human scientists to launch a probe spacecraft made of alloy number 2 to the black hole. They were well prepared before they set out to study the black hole. So the 3rd batch of probe spacecraft was launched soon. The results were quickly fed back to the Scientific Research Center for this exploration of the black hole. The detectors made of alloy number 2 inside and outside lived up to expectations and exceeded the range where the previous batch of detectors were torn apart. However, they ultimately failed to reach the target orbit because the internal detection instruments were torn apart by the strong gravity, and then lost control and were completely captured by the gravity of the black hole and pulled inside. In the end, even the empty shell made of alloy number 2 could not maintain its original shape and was torn apart by the strong gravity. And the location where they were torn apart was also detected by humans. It was about 4 times the radius of the black hole, which was still a little short. But human scientists were not discouraged, because if this black hole has an accretion disk, then this place is already inside the accretion disk. Chapter 7:13. Humanity is already very powerful to be able to achieve this. When the data was transmitted to Tianjin by scientists, and even when the news of these achievements was seen by the scientists of the civilizations of the Star Alliance, they were all shocked beyond words. Black hole, the most extreme celestial body in the universe. The scientists of the civilizations of the Star Alliance never thought that they would see news about the exploration of black holes one day. But they saw it here, against the backdrop of such extreme celestial bodies as black holes. The powerful material technology of mankind once again refreshed their cognition. However, this is not the end. After the 3rd batch of exploration spacecraft completed its experimental mission, human scientists sent the 4th batch of exploration spacecraft to the black hole again. Well, the 4th batch is not very accurate, because there is only 1 exploration spacecraft this time. This is the exploration spacecraft that humans have invested a lot of money to build after deciding to initially explore this black hole. This spacecraft is not big, only about 3 kilometers in size. From the size, it is obviously a Lake-class spacecraft. For its stability, humans have made its appearance into an eggshell-like structure, and all of them are made of strong materials, including the frame. It is filled with various technological creations made with gravity potential well technology, the purpose of which is naturally to generate a corresponding gravity field to protect the important instruments and equipment inside the detection spacecraft. It can be said that it is a strong material detection spacecraft. The production process of strong materials is very high. It takes a lot of time and cost for humans to make such a detector. It can be said that in order to conduct scientific detection of black holes, humans have really spent a lot of money this time. And such a carefully built detection spacecraft really lived up to expectations. It successfully crossed the farthest distance of human creations before, crossed the threshold of 4 times the radius of the black hole, and its internal instruments still maintain normal operation. Such a result made scientists feel relieved and excited at the same time. Hold on. Keep going. Keep going. Because this experiment was broadcast live on the Human Network platform. Everyone who followed the progress of the scientific experiment prayed silently in their hearts. As this carefully built exploration spacecraft got closer and closer to the black hole, everyone's hearts became more and more tense. With the improvement of the level of civilization, human science and technology have accumulated more and more. Therefore, nowadays, the time required for humans to start learning and graduate has increased from 50 years to 80 years. And the time required for specialized knowledge has reached 100 years. There is no way. There are more and more branches of science. And the number of required courses has also increased. Humans attach great importance to the development of science and even science. So learning is inevitable. It is precisely because of this that ordinary people have a good scientific literacy. So they know what it means to cross 4 times the radius of the black hole, which means that human creations will flood into the area of 3 times the radius of the black hole. Well, this is not nonsense. Because the so-called black hole 3 times the radius orbit area is actually the innermost stable circular orbit of the black hole. The innermost critical orbit where a mass object can stably run around the black hole. And it is also the destination that humans expect the detector to reach in this black hole exploration operation. Beyond this orbit, no matter what it is, as long as it is mass, it will lose its stable orbit and fall into the black hole at nearly the speed of light. Black holes are so magical that no intelligent civilization can resist the temptation to explore them, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. With everyone's heart hanging in the air, the exploration spacecraft made of strong materials finally successfully arrived at the outer edge of the black hole's 3 times radius orbit after circling the black hole several times. It was only 1,700 kilometers away from the critical innermost stable orbit in the calculation of the close orbit distance around the black hole. Yes, near orbit. Since this black hole is formed by the merger of black holes formed by the collapse of stars, as predicted by scientists. It is not a stationary black hole, but a rotating black hole. The difference between a rotating black hole and a stationary black hole is that a stationary black hole is spherically symmetrical, while a rotating black hole is an axially symmetrical ellipsoid. Such a black hole will pull the surrounding spacetime to rotate with it. This kind of rotation belongs to the rotation of the reference frame, which is very different from the orbiting phenomenon and has very important research significance. Therefore, the orbit of human creation here is naturally elliptical. So there are near and far orbits. More than 1,000 kilometers is considered face-to-face on an astronomical scale. So humans cannot let this exploration spacecraft get any closer. If it goes any further, humans will lose this exploration spacecraft that has taken great efforts. This exploration spacecraft is not used to crash, but to continuously observe the black hole at close range. So it is considered a success up to this point. Then, the exploration spacecraft aimed at the black hole for face-to-face observation. And such observation also brought humans a new perspective on observing black holes, enriching the human scientific database and refreshing the impression of black holes in human concepts. As time goes by, the exploration spacecraft presents the appearance of the black hole photon ball to humans intuitively. Yes, the photon ball. The reality in the human holographic screen is not a dark black hole, but a black hole covered by a layer of vast light ball on the surface. This is completely different from the black holes that humans usually see on the internet. It is not a pattern of black inside and a circle of light outside. But there is no black, but only a vast light ball. However, the light ball is obviously different from the light of a star. It appears very distorted, so that the human detector can see itself in its own lens. Of course, it cannot be seen all at once, but is the result of long exposure, because there are too few photons entering the detector in a short period of time to form an image. People know that this phenomenon is the result of light hitting the surface of the detector and then being diffusely reflected, then being distorted by the black hole, and returning to the detector's optical receiving device after a circle. As time went on, people discovered another magical phenomenon. From the time of the peripheral detectors, it can be seen that no matter where the detector is in the black hole orbit, the silhouette of the detection spacecraft that has almost reached the innermost stable circular orbit can be seen. From the perspective of other peripheral detection spacecraft, the strong material detection spacecraft seem to have countless clones all of a sudden, spread all over the corners outside the black hole photon sphere. The distortion of time and space caused human senses to have illusions. Amid the cheers of the people, human scientists began to conduct experiments on black holes based on this detector, such as emitting photon beams to it, observing it with various detection methods, etc. After a series of observation experiments, human scientists also confirmed a previous human theoretical solution to the black hole photon sphere, and the fact proved that the solution was correct. It refers to the region between the orbit of 1.5 times the Schwarzschild radius of the black hole and the Schwarzschild radius surface of the black hole, i.e. the event horizon of the black hole, which belongs to the photon sphere of the black hole. Here, the massless particles such as photons can run stably. The photons coming from all directions of the universe will bend here due to the strong gravitational force of the black hole. Many photons will turn around here and eventually become a light shell. This is what humans see when they see a black hole from a holographic screen. However, because there are not many photons, this layer of light shell appears very light. When human scientists transformed their perspective into the data perspective of tachyon detection feedback, humans once again saw an even more amazing scene. From the perspective of tachyon detection, the radius of the black hole's blackness suddenly expanded by 1.5 times from the Schwarzschild radius. This phenomenon also verified another related photon ball phenomenon solution of human black hole theory. Chapter 714. In the history of human scientific development, there have been many studies on black holes, and there have also been many studies on black hole photon balls. After all, the reason why black holes are called black holes is that their gravity is so strong that it can even capture light, which is why they are difficult to observe in the starry sky. The study of black holes is inseparable from photons. Or in other words, most of the physical research in the universe is related to light. Black holes exhibit three physical properties: mass, charge, and angular momentum. Now this black hole is obviously formed by the merger of ancient stars that exploded and formed black holes. In the past years, it has swallowed up all the dust nearby, and even the accretion disk is gone. Such a black hole grows larger because it swallows matter. And it also shows a neutral charge because the matter is electrically neutral. Therefore, if it is studied through direct observation, it can only be studied through the two parameters of mass and angular momentum. However, its influence on other objects around it is also one of the ways to study it, such as its photon ball. The photon ball of a black hole is the photons that are trapped by the black hole's strong gravitational force and cannot escape temporarily. They are like a layer of light shell attached to the black hole, making the black hole look like a magical light ball whose back can be seen directly from the front at a close distance. And the thickness of this light shell has long been calculated by humans through the principles explained by general relativity, which is 0.5 times the radius of the black hole. The Schwarzschild radius of a black hole is the radius of the sphere formed by the black hole's event horizon. In other words, the so-called thickness of the photon sphere is from the black hole event horizon to 1.5 times the Schwarzschild radius of the black hole. So, what does it mean that humans discovered through the perspective of tachyon detection that the dark radius of the black hole suddenly expanded from the original to 1.5 times the radius? The outermost edge of the photon sphere to the black hole singularity is also 1.5 times the black hole radius. Both are 1.5 times the radius. Is it a coincidence? Or is there another reason? On this issue, scientists clearly told everyone that this is not a coincidence. The explanation of this matter has to start with human research on the black hole photon ball. Scientists calculated a certain black hole solution in general relativity and found that the black hole gravity received by photons on the photon sphere is exactly equal to the centrifugal force generated by them orbiting the black hole. And the direction is opposite. Well, there is nothing abnormal about this, and it conforms to the normal logical thinking of human beings. The centrifugal force of photons outside the photon ball is greater than the gravitational force received by the black hole. The speed of photons is fast, reaching the speed of light. So photons cannot be restrained here. The faster the speed, the greater the centrifugal force. This is also normal and logical. But the solution in the photon sphere is unexpected and does not conform to normal human logic. because the direction of the centrifugal force of the photons in the photon sphere is reversed, and the centrifugal force becomes negative, pointing to the black hole. That is, the faster the photon is in the photon sphere, the greater the traction it receives from the black hole, which is very counterintuitive. However, no matter how fast the photon is, it is still the speed of light, because they are light. So the faster the photon is, the greater the negative centrifugal force it receives seems to be a nonsense. Actually, it is not the case, because in general relativity, this centrifugal force reversal to negative only applies to particles with zero mass. That is, photons. Other particles with positive mass will fall directly into the black hole once they enter the photon sphere, and cannot run stably in the photon sphere at all. This is why the photon sphere is called the photon sphere instead of the accretion disk. So, since the faster the speed of the photons in the photon sphere, the greater the negative centrifugal force they receive, and the centrifugal force received by the photons on the photon sphere is positive and equal to the gravitational force received by the black hole. So the speed of the photons in the photon sphere is slower or faster than that of the photons on the photon sphere? Which one of them is the speed of light? In this case, should we change the definition of their speeds to a faster speed of light and a slower speed of light? If so, which one is the real speed of light? Can the speed of light be changed? Or are their speeds still the same? According to the calculation results that the centrifugal force on zero-mass particles such as photons in the photon sphere is negative. And the faster the speed, the greater the negative centrifugal force. They should have fallen into the black hole long ago. How can they still run stably in the photon sphere? After all, there is no positive centrifugal force. The negative centrifugal force and the gravity of the black hole on them all point to the black hole singularity. The forces all point to one direction. So they should not have the so-called stable operation area. And there is no photon ball. But the facts of the universe tell humans that the photon ball does exist. That is, photons can still run stably and counterintuitively under the condition of negative centrifugal force. It is impossible that the universe is wrong. And it must be that human beings' own theories are wrong? Or is it that human beings' theories are also correct, but they just do not conform to human beings' normal logical thinking? If it is the latter, then the question is back to how can photons run stably? Should the speed of photons be faster or slower the closer they are to the event horizon? The speed of light is different, but it is fast or slow. Has the speed of light really changed? Obviously, as long as the calculation result is recognized, the speed of light will not change, because it is the result obtained from the general theory of relativity. And the premise of the establishment of the theory of relativity is that the speed of light is constant. The speed of light in a vacuum remains the same for all observers, regardless of the speed of the observer. This is the famous principle of the constancy of the speed of light. Therefore, the speed of light observed by humans should remain consistent. There is no such thing as a faster or slower speed of light. So what physical phenomenon happened here in the photon ball that caused such contradictions in the phenomena observed by humans? The answer given by human scientists is that the speed of light does not change. But this piece of spacetime has changed. As for why tachyon detection can get such results, it is because tachyons are also subject to negative centrifugal force here, and because the faster the speed, the greater the negative centrifugal force. So superluminal tachyons cannot get out after entering this range. So humans see in the feedback that the radius of the black representing the black hole becomes larger, and it is the same as the radius of the photon ball. This is the only way to explain the phenomenon of black holes getting bigger as seen in tachyon detection. If this conclusion is correct, then human scientists can determine that tachyons have the same physical properties as photons under certain special circumstances. Coincidentally, this conclusion is completely consistent with the process of humans obtaining tachyons. After all, humans obtain tachyons from astronomical particle collision experiments. And particle collisions are the interaction of the four fundamental forces. Tachyons are the result of their interaction. And now they are somewhat related to photons. That is, they are related to electromagnetic force. Does that mean that humans can start to study tachyon technology from this direction in the future? This is obviously worth a try. I believe that the scientists who participated in this black hole exploration are already planning their own research direction after the exploration is completed. Perhaps if we continue to study in this direction, we may find the type of tachyons that can be used for weapons as predicted by tachyon theory. As for the reason why the centrifugal force of photons reverses its direction in the opposite logic within the boundary of the photon sphere, That is another branch of scientific research. Chapter 715. Scientists said that the reason was that time and space had changed. But it was just one sentence. They did not give a specific explanation. But their research on this did not stop. In the following time, scientists threw various experimental objects into the black hole, such as strong materials, various antimatter rays, etc., and then observed them through the detectors launched before. In this way, the experiment was carried out again and again, and human civilization gradually found some useful things from the massive data. For example, the theory of time-space specificity has been brought up again. Some scientists said that the reason why the centrifugal force reversal phenomenon occurs in the photon ball is that the time coordinates and space coordinates in the black hole are interchanged. That is, the Schwarzschild radius r becomes the time axis, and the original time coordinate t becomes the space coordinate. This statement seems to be the case. It explains the phenomenon that matter will fall rapidly to the singularity. That is, the position where r equals 0, after passing through the one-way membrane. It is the result that the space coordinates in the one-way membrane have been interchanged with the time coordinates. But it just seems that the inside the black hole in this theory originally refers to the area from the event horizon to the singularity. This area is the area where the time and space coordinates are replaced, not the photon ball. In response to other people's doubts, the scientist who put forward this view explained that the final outcome of matter after entering the innermost stable circular orbit of the black hole can only be to fall into the black hole, and the photons on the surface of the photon ball cannot come out either, and will eventually be swallowed by the black hole in one direction. The photon ball that people see is just the scattered photons on the critical surface of the photon ball. There is a theory in the theory of black holes in human civilization today that the singularity of an ordinary black hole is only infinitely close to it, but not a real singularity. And the space outside the singularity, the time, from the perspective of the space-time dimension, is not everything there. At the same time, within the black hole event horizon, where r is equal to 0, the space coordinates inside the one-way membrane have been exchanged with the time coordinates. So it is obvious that the time direction within the black hole event horizon points to the position where r is equal to 0. The massive matter in the innermost stable circular orbit and the zero-mass photons in the photon sphere conform to the one-way membrane description of this theory. So scientists who insist on this view feel that their views are correct. Another group of scientists do not support this rigid view, but they believe that the human replacement of time coordinates and space coordinates in the black hole event horizon is correct. But they also understand that this theoretical inference cannot be found in experiments with current human technology, because that requires understanding the nature of space and time, or at least having a deep understanding of these two physical quantities, and obtaining information about the time attribute that has been pulled out by the black hole and converted into the space attribute, or vice versa, in order to verify whether this theory is correct. Obviously, this is a dead end for the current level of human technology. For this reason, most scientists scoff at the idea of explaining the counterintuitive characteristics of the photon ball from this direction. And they believe that the centrifugal force of photons does not exist at all. It's very simple. The centrifugal force theory is for the mass reference frame. Photons have no mass at all, so there is no centrifugal force reversal. This theory directly points to the core argument of scientists' previous research on photon balls, forcing scientists who have been studying this for many years to face the problem. In particular, the problem of stable operation of photons in the photon ball cannot be explained by centrifugal force. It can also explain the phenomenon that tachyons cannot escape. After all, tachyons have negative mass, so it is logical to be subject to negative centrifugal force. However, after some calculations and inferences, scientists believe that the zero-mass photon is caused by the strong gravity of the black hole, or that the strong gravity distorts the spacetime. To explain this, there are two different views among them. One school believes that the black hole swallows matter in and out, which means it swallows the spacetime itself, while the other school believes that it only swallows the matter that exists in the spacetime. The difference between the two is easy to distinguish. If space is regarded as water, then the black hole in the former is an existence that exists in the water and swallows water infinitely. The latter black hole is a hole that exists in water and curls the water into a hole that leads to the infinite abyss. The water around the hole is all still, but because of the curling, it has a downward potential energy around it, so everything falls into it, which is gravity. Human scientists are not all black and white. Some of them have put forward their own views based on these two schools of thought. They believe that both have their merits and are biased. If space is regarded as water, then the swallowing of a black hole should be to carry the water flow to do rapid twisting and rotating motion, and to make all the surrounding matter have the potential energy to fall inward. Of course, this is just an inappropriate metaphor. The situation of a black hole is of course much more complicated than a vortex in water. However, this group of scientists believes that their views are correct, because it can explain why photons in the photon sphere form a stable photon sphere, and why the photons in the photon sphere in general relativity show the phenomenon of negative centrifugal force, but can still be stable in this area. The reason they gave is also simple. That is, the speed of space rotation is too fast due to the strong gravity within the range of the black hole photon sphere. Of course, space and time are one. So the so-called expression of space rotation speed is actually the distortion of space and time. That is, the degree of space-time distortion is greater than the speed of light. Everyone knows that in the depths of the distant universe, the speed of space-time expansion is greater than the speed of light. So there is the saying of chasing the first ray of light in the universe. Now this view tells humans that the degree of space-time distortion in the black hole, or the rotation speed of space itself, is also greater than the speed of light. This leads to the speed of light and it never catching up with the space in front. And finally the space itself goes around the black hole and catches up with the light again. This is why humans use photons as a research perspective to obtain anti-logical calculation results. As for tachyons, they are faster than light, and because of the negative centrifugal force of negative mass, they fall directly into the black hole, which is consistent with the calculation. This argument can also be extended and used to explain the black hole theory, describing the illusion that objects stick to the black hole and never fall into the black hole after falling into the event horizon of the black hole. In short, in subsequent research, this view has gradually been recognized by more and more scientists, so that it has almost become the new knowledge of the entire human cognition of black holes, before other theories come out to overturn it. It is basically considered to be correct, because it can explain cosmic phenomena. Chapter 716. If a theory can explain actual universal physical phenomena, it is considered correct. Not all phenomena in all fields. Just like classical mechanics, it cannot explain quantum phenomena, but it is still correct in the macroscopic world, in various mechanical relationships involved in daily life, and even in the calculation of planetary gravity. Humans still use classical mechanics equations, and these things are the same whether on Earth or elsewhere in the universe. The theory proposed by human scientists now is the same. It is not applicable to various mechanical relationships involved in daily life, but it is applicable to the black hole photon sphere environment and even the event horizon environment. So in this respect it is also applicable to any black hole. This is the isotropy of the universe. No matter where you are in the universe, the physical rules are the same. Of course, artificial changes do not count. Just like the diamond crystals of the pioneers told humans that quantum entanglement could be used for long-distance communication but not now, which was the result of interference from a god-level civilization. If the pioneers had not left this message, the civilizations in the Milky Way, or the civilizations born in the large star field near the entire Milky Way, would not know about this. In this case, one day when they travel far to other areas where the rules of quantum entanglement may not have been modified, they will doubt the principle of spatial isotropy that they have always believed to be correct. Once this principle is overturned, the cosmological view of this civilization will change dramatically, which may cause this civilization to give up on itself, think that exploring the unknown is futile and eventually perish. Of course, it is also possible that this civilization will go down another path and give birth to another extreme cosmic sociology. Time flies. 40 years have passed in a flash. If it were the Earth era, such a long time would be enough for a person to experience vicissitudes. But in today's human society, 40-year-olds must still be in school. And to normal people, it is just a flash of time. However, during this period of time, humans have completed the exploration of this black hole. Not all of it, but all the exploration that can be done within the scope of their own technological capabilities. The theory of the physical rules of the black hole photon ball has also been developed from its infancy to a relatively complete theory during this period. At the same time, humans have also obtained 40 years of close-range black hole observation data. Both theoretical and actual detection data are human wealth. Although human technological creations cannot cross the innermost stable circular orbit, cannot really get into the photon sphere, and cannot step into the event horizon and the black hole, these data will also lay a solid foundation for human exploration of black holes in the future. This experience of close-range exploration of black holes and the data obtained can be obtained relatively easily by wandering civilizations. Of course, they also need to be lucky enough to encounter black holes during cosmic travel, just like humans, or they would go on a long voyage to explore black holes. If a settled civilization wants to obtain these data, it must form a long-distance fleet to travel to a star field thousands of light-years away. Take humans, for example. If they can stay on Earth all the time, then if they start a black hole exploration scientific research mission, they will have to form a large fleet to travel 2,800 light-years away to reach the nearest black hole. Obviously, the navigation technology of the third-level civilization is difficult to achieve, because it means a long voyage of more than 6,000 years. After all, the time for supply and maintenance must be taken into account, and it may take even longer if some sudden cosmic events occur. Only a level 4 civilization can effectively carry out long-distance voyages of this scale. However, looking at it from the other side, as long as civilization wants to progress, as long as civilization wants to continue to improve its technological level, long-distance voyages are necessary. Even if the main civilization does not go, it must send out scientific research fleets to explore, because perhaps the embryo of a certain pre-scientific and technological thought is hidden in a special celestial body in the vast sea of stars. Perhaps the proposal of a certain scientific and technological theory requires close observation of black holes or other special celestial bodies to obtain relevant data. This black hole exploration not only allows humans to obtain tangible scientific data, but also makes the top human leaders realize the value of this data. The top leaders even think that if there is really such a legendary fair interstellar trading market, then these observation data may be sold. Where there is market demand, there will be related products, just like the life potion, alloy materials, scientific and technological information, scientific and technological creations, biosphere resources, and the like that people know. After all, information can become a commodity. Humans still remember the time when they sold fake information to the Nair civilization. Even so, humans actually have a good impression of the Nair civilization. It is the first civilization of the same level that lives in peace with humans. Unfortunately, the starry sea is vast, and it is difficult to meet again since they parted in the past. Moreover, humans have now left the Orion Arm, so it is even more difficult to meet. But it doesn't matter. Now humans also have a Nair civilization here. Of course, they are not the real Nair civilization. It's just that these Nair people still miss their original civilization, so they didn't change the name of the civilization. In the past 40 years, in addition to exploring black holes, humans have also stopped in nearby star systems to replenish various resources. After 40 years of stable development, the ships of human civilization and even the entire Star Alliance are filled with various supplies. And various matters related to the establishment of the Star Alliance have also been improved in these years. So it is time to set off again. The destination has not changed, and it is still heading towards the location shown on the star map along the originally planned route. This is the last leg of the journey. After setting off, the Star Alliance, led by human civilization, is extremely cautious. Every time they arrive at a star system, there will be a detection team to explore the way first. These are all exploration tasks accepted by the member civilizations of the Star Alliance. There are also detection spacecraft patrolling the route of the large fleet. These things are now mostly carried out by the civilizations of the Star Alliance members. They are like the marching scouts of the Star Alliance, traveling between the Star Alliance fleet and the exploration area. With their constant patrols, the vision of the Star Alliance fleet has been greatly increased, and the possibility of being attacked by other civilizations has been reduced to the minimum. The performance of the Star Alliance, led by humans, seems to have some cosmic forces. The star road is long, one light year after another, hundreds of light years after hundreds of light years. As the distances are crossed, the planned route has also been traveled by humans in the first half. The journey here is no different from the previous journey. I still haven't encountered other civilizations, nor have I encountered life planets. This feeling is good, as long as the last 800 light years can continue. The human route across the spiral arm will be perfectly completed. There is no coincidence in the world. Chapter 717. when humans continued to embark on the Star Road and were on the last 347 light-year journey. The Tianqin received a message from the Outer Exploration Spacecraft team of the Grand Fleet. Because the Grand Fleet was sailing at warp speed, the message was not transmitted by electromagnetic waves, but by tachyon communication that only a fourth-level civilization could master. Nowadays, the human communication system has been completely upgraded, and the communication between each spacecraft and warship has been replaced by tachyon communication. But the traditional communication system has not been completely abandoned, and it is still used inside each ship. The network system inside humans is actually included in the traditional communication system. The communication system in traditional electronic technology is really too convenient, and there is no delay problem when used in a spacecraft. As for the communication between spacecrafts, there is no way. It does not mean that traditional electromagnetic wave communication will fail after the spacecraft enters the warp speed. After all, both spacecrafts are in the warp speed. From the perspective of light, the two spacecrafts are actually stationary. The problem lies in the communication between the spacecraft in the warp speed and the spacecraft not in the warp speed state. This traditional optoelectronic communication cannot solve it, and can only use tachyon communication. Therefore, the communication form of human civilization today is a combination of the two, with tachyon communication between ships and traditional electromagnetic waves inside. As for why tachyon communication is not used inside ships, the reason is very simple. Humans do not have tachyon conductors as lines like photoconductors. However, when the signal was transmitted to the Tianqin, the scientists who saw the signal form were also a little confused for a while, because they had no idea what information was carried in the signal. They only knew that it was definitely not a signal form that could appear in nature, because according to the report of the detection spacecraft team, what they received was not an electromagnetic wave signal, but a tachyon signal of tachyon communication. Those who are familiar with the four fundamental forces know that in the macroscopic universe, only electromagnetic force and gravity are long-range forces. So there are only two types of waves that can propagate in the universe, namely electromagnetic waves and gravitational waves. The propagation of tachyons is not in the form of waves. It is just a superluminal particle that carries identifiable information, and its detection mechanism is a bit similar to neutrino detection. But its mechanism of action is quite different, or its range is wider, which is why it can be used for tachyon detection. The basic principle of tachyon detection is somewhat similar to the detection principle of radar electromagnetic wave reflection. It also shoots tachyon streams from the warship into the universe, or directional emission. After all, tachyons themselves are faster than the speed of light, and no force is needed to occur. These diffused tachyons will encounter various things in the universe, such as planets, spacecraft, molecular clouds, gravitational waves, etc. Yes, it can also reflect back gravitational waves that belong to spacetime fluctuations, and the reflectivity is stronger than other objects. This tachyon used for communication and detection seems to be very sensitive to changes in time and space. Humans don't know why, but they know this effect. The tachyons acting on macroscopic objects will be captured by the receivers of the same detector system after reflection. These reflected tachyons will have different spin properties due to the different objects they touch. Humans detect tachyons by detecting these properties. The amazing thing is that this touch and reflection will not affect macroscopic objects. Even similar to light pressure, there is no pressure. So a spacecraft without a tachyon detector will not realize that it is being detected by tachyons. Tachyons seem to be closely related to gravity among the four fundamental forces. They are born in the grand unified force field, but their reaction to electromagnetic fields is not as strong as that of gravitational fields. Therefore, tachyon detection can clearly detect stars in the universe ahead, while it is more difficult to detect objects like spacecraft. And the farther they are, the more difficult it is. For example, the current tachyon detection technology of human beings can achieve almost zero delay communication across a distance of 2 light years for communication. But it will be hard for detection because tachyons need to return. If it is farther away, the tachyons generated by humans will be distorted, and no information can be obtained from its properties. So generally speaking, receiving a tachyon signal basically means that the party that sends the tachyons is within 2 light years of the receiving party. If the other party's tachyon technology is as advanced as humans, because humans cannot receive tachyon signals if it is farther away. This is another characteristic of tachyons. The distance it runs in the universe is positively correlated with the strength of the grand unified force field that generates it. Once it exceeds its fidelity distance, it will disappear directly in the universe, as if it has returned to the universe itself and been absorbed by space itself. And there will be no trace of it. And precisely because of the nature of tachyons, they are not suitable for cosmic broadcasting, unless there is a very powerful tachyon generator that can reach thousands of light years. But if you think about it, you know that this is unlikely. Although human technology has not gone far in the field of tachyons, combined with our understanding of the background of the universe, we know that it is impossible. Because if there is such a powerful tachyon detection, it means that a level 4 or 5 civilization has the ability to clearly detect things in an area thousands of light years away from itself. With this ability, those low-level civilizations and life planets have long been swept away. So there is no chance for development. Therefore, the possibility of tachyon broadcasting is not high. And for this reason, humans were indeed shocked after receiving this message that was obviously sent by intelligent life. Judging from one's own experience, 2 light years is too close. If the unknown civilization that sent the tachyon signal is just ahead, then at the current speed of human navigation, it will collide head-on in 2 months. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, as soon as the information from the detection spacecraft was received, the Tianqin and other warships, and the scientists on the research ship immediately returned to their jobs and immediately analyzed the unknown information. First, from which direction does the information come? Tachyons are very directional. The direction in which the detector of the human exploration spacecraft receives the signal is the direction from which the signal comes. This is easy to judge. It comes from the side and front of the direction of the human fleet's advance, with an angle of about 45 degrees. Tachyon detection is very convenient and can detect information outside the light cone. But it also has a disadvantage. That is, if the other side is a fleet, then when you detect the other side will also know your existence, which is equivalent to both sides being lit up in the other side's radar at the same time. Of course, if the other party is a detector, then the humans who are now lit up should only be the detection spaceship team that received the tachyon signal, because the main body of the human fleet is a certain distance away from the detection spaceship and has not received the tachyon signal. Humans who checked the form of the tachyon signal soon discovered the strangeness of the signal. It is segmented, and there is an obvious time interval between each segment, but the length of each interval is different. The reason for this signal is that the tachyon transmitter does not emit tachyons continuously, but one shot and one stop. One shot and one stop in this cycle. This emission form seems to be intentional, because tachyon detection does not need to be emitted in this way. Humans who see this signal form feel more like a signal form of 1 and 0, rather than a continuous tachyon signal of tachyon detection. What does it mean? Human scientists are a little confused. Chapter 7:18. No matter how confused you are, normal research work still needs to be done with the confusion you can't figure out. Regarding the first contact process between 2 civilizations, humans already have various ready-made procedures and plans. After all, humans have come into contact with many alien civilizations. But this form of signal is the first time humans have received it. Before stepping onto the 4th level of civilization, it was all electromagnetic wave signals, which humans are very familiar with. However, it takes a long time for the first contact with other civilizations to be able to understand each other's meaning, and it is not quick with experience in this area. In fact, if different civilizations want to understand each other's meaning, they need a long time to understand each other, or both sides are willing to reveal their language information. After all, it is possible that the 2 civilizations are not carbon-based intelligent life, and their understanding of the universe is different, and the language logic is even more different. So it does not mean that humans can easily understand the meaning of unknown signals just because they have had experience in contact with aliens. As for the existence of the Galactic Axis Alliance and the Awakener, they can directly let humans understand their meaning, and it seems that they don't need to communicate with each other for a long time. But that is probably only a 6th-level civilization like them. Humans now have to follow the normal communication process honestly. Therefore, after entering the working state, scientists immediately turn their attention to the information fed back from humans' own tachyon receiving devices, which was the characteristic information of the tachyon sent by the other party. Generally, humans want to know what their tachyon detection has detected, and they all look at it this way. But the results disappointed the scientists. These said tachyons did not seem to carry specific information. but rather seemed to be emitted without any processing. How could this be? Could it be that the source of the signal was not the work of a certain civilization? Seeing this situation, some scientific researchers were also confused. But they soon realized that they were a little naive. Because there are no naturally generated tachyons in nature. And the source of the sound of tachyons must be related to the grand unified force field. Why is that? While some scientists were puzzled, Zhao Yuqin, a scientist in the field of communications, expressed his thoughts. Could it be a simple 0 and 1 signal? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. It seemed really possible. In fact, everyone realized this aspect at the beginning. But they all reached the 4th level of civilization and tachyons. So they didn't continue to think about it. Now, after hearing Zhao Yuqin's suggestion again, they thought seriously and looked at the content displayed in the signal receiver, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But there were also action-oriented scientists who didn't fall into deep thought. That is, Zhao Yuqin. While other scientists were still thinking about something, he walked directly to a workbench in front of him, raised his hand and clicked something, and then waved his hands in the refreshed holographic screen. Time is tight, and there is no time to delay. As he moved, the holographic screen appeared one by one with modular programs that he had called from the database. And then he saw that he imported all these modular programs to let Tine Hezwang help calculate. On-site programming is definitely unrealistic. Although Zhao Yuqin knows how to do it, he doesn't have enough time to do it. However, he doesn't need to do it because the Human Data Center has the corresponding application modules. He only needs to select what he needs, and then do the export and import work. His current operation is to edit the signal received by the tachyon signal receiver separately, and then let Tine Hezwang associate the tachyons that appear in the signal at regular intervals with time, compile a simple digital code, and then use 1 and 0 to replace the time when the signal is received and the time when the signal is not received. After only 2 breaths, the light of the Milky Way completed its work, and then people saw a series of 0s and 1s on the holographic screen. There were also 2s, which confused scientists including Zhao Yuqin. But before they could ask, they heard the voice of the light of the Milky Way in their office. Gentlemen, when I was sorting out the data, I found that the program edited according to the instructions of academician Zhao Yuqin did not match the information sent from the tachyon detector, judging from the time interval and whether the signal was received. Our signal receiver received not 2 signals, but 3. So I made corresponding adjustments according to the actual situation. I used 2 to represent the 3rd signal form, and 2 appeared. The light of the Milky Way is a comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin, and it is also the most powerful artificial intelligence of mankind. Obviously, it is very smart. Show me the signal and time-related parameters of the receiver, Zhao Yuqin said without hesitation, and he said to the light of the Milky Way, "Okay." Before he finished speaking, the calculation was completed first, and a series of values based on the length of time intervals, and whether or not a signal was received immediately appeared on the holographic screen. Scientists and researchers looked carefully, and found that there were indeed 3 signals instead of 2. It was not that scientists had missed it before, but that the transmission of tachyons was far faster than the speed of light, and it was almost real-time within its effective transmission range. So the intervals between signals received by human receivers were actually very dense, and the interval between the presence and absence of signals was only very short, and it was still within the recognizable errors set by humans. So this situation occurred. But after the Tianhe light was connected and read, it was found that the so-called things within the error actually had other obvious rules. So it intelligently divided them out. So what is in front of everyone now is a string of numbers like 012, 000, 011, 122, 110. Of course, everyone knows that this kind of string of numbers may not be the real characters of the signal transmitter, but it is just localized by humans. But this does not affect it. Just like using -1, 0, 1 or ABC to replace it. Humans just know that it is 3 different signals. When seeing such numbers, the first thought that comes to scientists' minds is ternary system. They looked at it a few more times and found that it was indeed a ternary signal, because the time intervals in the signal group received by humans were clearly divided into 3 sections, without any surprises and very accurate. And it was definitely not caused by errors. But what does this series of numbers represent? Whether it is binary or ternary, humans are very familiar with it. But humans cannot bring it into their own system encoding and then translate it according to their own language system. After all, it is a signal from an unknown civilization. In other words, the signal source did not send its own dictionary at all. And in fact it could not send it, because the so-called dictionary can only be sent after the two civilizations communicate with each other. And it is impossible to understand it if it is sent unilaterally. Chapter 719. Because the initial information exchange between two civilizations is only in this form. There is no such thing as sending a sentence or a word. Even if it is sent, the other party cannot recognize it. Just like when one person sends a sentence to another person, it is not actually a sentence. The underlying layer is a series of binary numbers. It is a sentence that is translated by the computer after this series of values. This is the translation of the corresponding dictionary. The same is true for communication between civilizations. You must know what the other party's 000, 111, 011 numbers correspond to, and what characters these things have, in order to understand the other party's writing system. It is true that physical phenomena are the same language of the universe. But the signals between civilizations cannot carry complex physical phenomena. They are only 0 and 1. Therefore, if you want to communicate faster, you have to use physics and mathematics together. It is best to have their own display devices. The spacecraft face each other and show each other their corresponding text and corresponding objects. Just like what humans did with the Nair civilization back then. But now humans and the unknown signal source do not have such conditions. So it is difficult to communicate. It is difficult to communicate. And there is a risk of the other side discovering the fleet. What should we do? Yu Yuan, who had just come from the cockpit to the hall where the scientists were, saw this situation and had two choices in his mind. 1. Destroy the target. And 2. Turn around and leave before the other side discovers the human fleet. It is not fear, but caution. Humans do not want other civilizations to know the purpose of their coming here, and do not want to expose their purpose of looking for the small universe left by the pioneers. That is a small universe left by a level 6 civilization. Humans definitely do not want other civilizations to know about this opportunity. Given the mutual discovery nature of tachyon detection, a war between two civilizations would be the result. Yu Yuan did not act impulsively, but first understood the situation. Is there only one signal source? Yes, Commander Yu. I have confirmed it again and again. There is only one. Zhao Yuqin replied. Yu Yuan nodded, but did not continue to talk. Instead, he directly used the brain chip to open the virtual UI, operated it to connect to another department, and then asked, "What's the situation on your side?" His voice was transmitted to the Saturn battleship through the communication equipment he carried on his body. It was the flagship of the Third Fleet of Mankind. The detection spacecraft team that detected the tachyon signal was under the jurisdiction of the Third Fleet. As soon as the voice came out, the voice of the commander of the Third Fleet, Buguyu, came from Yu Yuan's communication device. The detection spacecraft team has approached. The target is a detection spacecraft. The target has not yet discovered our fleet. According to the latest intelligence, the target detection spacecraft is approaching our fleet at 8 times the speed of light, with an angle of 45 degrees. Our detection spacecraft team has sent a tachyon signal response to it, but the target still repeats the previous signal form and has not responded to our communication information. No detection spacecraft was found around it. Based on this, we analyzed that it might not be a detector, but a broadcasting spacecraft with other purposes. As for its purpose, we may need to decipher the tachyon signal information it sends out to know. Okay, I know, Yu Yuan said, and then he pondered for a while before continuing. Let our detection spacecraft keep an eye on it, and at the same time, the Third Fleet will turn with the large fleet to avoid its direction of advance, and let the detection spacecraft team be prepared to destroy it. The purpose of the fleet's evasive turn is to prevent the other party from discovering the human body. But if the target detector has warp detection equipment, it will still find the warp traces of the fleet and indirectly discover the direction of the human body. So it is still necessary to be prepared to destroy it. Understood? The detection team of the Tengu civilization has been ordered to conduct in-depth detection of the target. If it is confirmed that there are no other spacecraft in the space behind it, then it can be basically confirmed that it is not a detector, but some kind of spacecraft broadcast system. Buguyu expressed his judgment. Yu Yuan nodded secretly. He understood what Buguyu meant when he said that it might be some kind of spacecraft broadcast. The tachyon technology of the 4th level civilization is not suitable for cosmic broadcasting because the distance is too short. For example, if the tachyon technology of human beings is used for broadcasting, it is not as far as the conventional electromagnetic wave broadcasting. However, the advantage of tachyons is also obvious. That is, it is almost instantaneous within its effective range. Therefore, the fourth-level civilization can use this method to broadcast in the cosmic region. That is, to launch a warp-speed navigation probe with tachyon launch function in all directions of the starry sky, and then let it broadcast to the area it passes through like a signal source that continuously sends signals. It's like throwing a light source that shines regularly into the dark abyss. And using this method, the existence in the dark abyss can say what it wants to say. This way of shouting to the universe is much more efficient than electromagnetic waves at the speed of light. Humans have also thought of the broadcasting form of the fourth-level civilization. But because of the need to hide themselves, humans have not built such spacecraft. After hanging up the phone with Buguiyu, Yu Yuan once again cast his eyes on the scientists present. Any progress? It is impossible to know what the other party means unilaterally. But we are trying to lay out these numbers in plain in space. Zhao Yuqin replied. The computing power of Tianhe light is very powerful. As soon as Zhao Yuqin replied, a large number of numbers appeared in front of everyone. First, there was a large number of simple two-dimensional plane layouts. Unfortunately, humans can't see anything except a bunch of numbers that look like garbled codes. Then, there is the layout of this pile of numbers in three-dimensional space. There are also many of them. One of them was highlighted by Tianhe light, and everyone's eyes were naturally attracted to it first. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. You will see a picture when you look at it. To be precise, it is a three-dimensional pattern composed of a large number of densely packed 0, 1, and 2 numbers. It seems that this signal does not need to be translated at all. And its content is this picture? Everyone knows what this picture is at a glance. Because it is too obvious that this group of densely packed numbers piled together is a star system pattern. The stars in the pattern are made up of a pile of 1s. The planets are made up of a pile of 2s. And the vacuum between the planets is full of 0s. Obviously, this is a digital drawing of a star system. Not only that, in another holographic screen, there is another star map composed of a bunch of 0s, 1s, and 2s. But this map is not a star map within a star system, but a star map of a star field somewhere. The 0s in the image still represent the vacuum of the universe, and a bunch of 1s stacked together represent stars. But the 2s here are obviously not planets, because they appear between each star. And it looks like a line of 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 replaces the 0 representing the vacuum, and is connected to a bunch of spherical ones representing the stars at both ends. In this way, humans immediately understand the meaning of these 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Because the number of 2s connecting the stars is different, and they form a series of 2s of different lengths. Obviously, these 2s here represent the distance between the stars. Humans do not know how much distance a number represents, but they can think of it as a distance unit. There are as many 2s as there are distance units. The result can then be proportionally compared to one's own star map, and star fields with the same distance ratio between stars can be found. In this way, one can compare which star field in the real universe the star field represented by this digital star map corresponds to. Chapter 720. Comparing the distance ratio with the corresponding star field in the real universe requires humans to have very accurate star maps and powerful supercomputers. Neither of them can be done without it. Human computers are definitely powerful enough, but accurate star maps are not necessarily so. Because the Milky Way is so large, humans can only guarantee the accuracy of their star maps within a few thousand light years. The farther the distance, the greater the observation error. This is certain. So the most accurate star map humans have is the area near the solar system in the Orion spiral arm. Of course, as the scope of human activities expands, accurate maps of other star fields in the Orion spiral arm are also mastered. However, this is the Perseus arm, and humans have only been here for a short time. Although they have been observing the starry sky, the actual observation time is only the time when the large fleet stops to resupply. It is impossible to conduct large-scale astronomical observations during warp-speed navigation. In other words, if the star field displayed in the digital star map is too far away from humans, humans may not be able to find it. Although it is unknown what the purpose of the civilization behind the dissemination of this digital star map to the universe is, humans have no hesitation. From the moment the digital star map was analyzed, the light of the Milky Way began to search the star map in the database to find the target star field. For the current situation of human beings, it is not important what the purpose of the civilization behind the digital star map is. What is important is to find the target star field first. Only by knowing the star field pointed to by the digital star map can human beings confirm whether their route has been exposed and whether they are still safe. However, before that, we must first determine whether there are other transfer probes behind the probe that sent the digital star map. If there are, then human beings must take advantage of the fleet before it is exposed and decisively let their own detection spacecraft team destroy it. If there is really only one probe, it means that it is just a signal-sending device and has no connection with the civilization behind it. While confirming this, the fleet also needs to make evasive turns. At least not let the other party's probe enter the fleet's detection range head-on to avoid exposure risks. After such actions, the Tianjin received news from the Third Fleet again, saying that they have ruled out more detection teams from passing the target and confirmed that there are no other transfer probes behind the probe. After receiving this news, the senior executives on the Tianjin can basically confirm that the target is not a probe in the actual sense, but just a signal-sending device, and it is likely to be some kind of propaganda or some kind of distress signal. This is the first reaction of humans after knowing that there is no relay detector behind to transmit tachyon signals. After all, although tachyons are faster than the speed of light and communicate almost in real time, they have an effective range. If they exceed the range, they will disappear directly. Therefore, if you want to achieve low-latency communication over long distances, relay equipment is indispensable. Since there is no relay equipment behind the target detector, it means that even if the human detection team is detected, it is only detected by the target detector and is not exposed to the vision of the civilization behind it. General Yu, do you want to destroy the detector? At this time, Buguiyu of the Third Fleet sent a communication. Yu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "No. Our fleet has already avoided its route, so there is no need to make trouble. At present, we have not found the star field where the digital star map is located. If it is in a distant star field, it is fine. If it is in a nearby star field, it is inevitable that the other party's detector has some high-power electromagnetic wave pulse device or something. This signal-generating device is obviously a mobile speaker. If we rashly attack it, it may trigger some emergency function. Therefore, destroying it may become a warning. Our purpose this time is very clear. It is better not to make trouble before reaching the destination." Understood. After receiving Yu Yuan's instructions, the main body of the Third Fleet also turned with the main human fleet, and then told the exploration spacecraft team not to act rashly. In this way, the signal source spacecraft passed by the human fleet. It was like a car with an advertising loudspeaker that you usually see on the street. It came from afar and approached the human fleet, then passed by the human fleet, and finally disappeared in the vast sea of stars. It did not change its course during the whole process. It seemed that there was no high-intelligence program in it, but just a broadcast that repeated the digital star map to the star field around it according to the set program. The intelligence level is not high. Seeing this result, humans made a conclusion about the intelligence system of the signal source spacecraft. It is a spacecraft used to promote the star field in the digital star map, or it is a distress signal, because the tachyon signal is obviously aimed at the fourth-level civilization and above. Such a spacecraft is not very technologically advanced. Even if it is captured by other civilizations, nothing useful can be researched. The simpler it is, the lower its production cost is, which is the basis for large-scale production. On this basis, there is no problem in sending a large number of devices to all directions of the universe. For this reason, it also meets the characteristics of a distress signal spacecraft. However, if it is a distress signal, a level 4 civilization sending a distress signal to the universe, and the destination is still a star system, this may be questionable. The reason is simple. A level 4 civilization, that is a civilization that has the ability to navigate at superluminal speeds. How could it be trapped in a star system? And if it is a distress signal, even if other level 4 civilizations receive the signal, they will probably go to rescue it if they are crazy. We are both level 4 civilizations. If you are in trouble, wouldn't it be the same if I go? If it is really a distress signal, judging by the human experience of the explosion of the solar system, we would avoid it and definitely not approach it. Excluding this possibility, the only thing left is some kind of advertisement. Humans have encountered interstellar broadcasts several times. The first one was a broadcast from the Galactic Axis Alliance. It was a really deadly broadcast. The second one was a broadcast from the Red Flame civilization pretending to be an interstellar trading market. It was really nonsense, and was eventually wiped out by humans. So, is this kind of broadcasting with superluminal information source also done by some interstellar organization? Where is the standard star system in the digital star map? While everyone was thinking, Tai and Hezwang retrieved 2 star fields with high matching degree, both in the Perseus spiral arm. One is about 1,700 light-years away from the current location of human beings, in the direction of the Perseus spiral arm, with a matching degree of 3%. And the other is 327 light-years ahead of human beings, and it happens to overlap with a part of the star field that human beings are targeting this time, with a matching degree of up to 86%. Chapter 721. This result made all the decision-makers on the Tianqin frown. Did the light of the sky match correctly? Could it be a coincidence? This is too much of a coincidence. For a moment, everyone on the Tianqin explained in disbelief. Why did they match anywhere else but the target star field of this trip, from the star map retrieved by the light of the sky? Although it did not completely overlap with the star map obtained by humans from the diamond crystal of the pioneers. If the so-called star field range is expanded a little bit, it is the same star field. The star map given to humans by the diamond crystal consists of 5 stars, while the star field on the digital star map has 7 stars, 3 of which overlap with it. And the star system with all its internal details revealed is one of the 3 stars. That is why everyone shouted coincidence. Yu Yuan also walked around the hall where the scientists were with a frown, repeating in his heart, unexpected. Indeed, humans have been very cautious all the way, fearing that other civilizations would discover their whereabouts, and then destroy the small universe adventures left by their pioneers. But they did not expect that there would be other civilizations there. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It turned out that all the carefulness in the past was in vain. General, based on the range of tachyon detection, as long as we don't go directly to the star system marked by it, we may not be discovered. We can first search in the nearby star system, which is still within the range shown in the Pioneer star map. At this time, a military personnel spoke up. His words immediately broke the silence. It's unlikely. Another military personnel shook his head, thought for a while and continued. Since the other party has marked the star map openly, there is no reason to hide in a star system. Since a level 4 civilization has marked that star system so clearly, then they must have precautionary measures for the stars near that star system. Hearing this, Yu Yuan nodded secretly. Indeed, the average distance between the stars in that star field is only about 6 light-years. A level 4 civilization can set up precautionary measures for nearby stars at any time, and it would be abnormal if there were no precautionary measures. If humans are stationed in a star system and are so unafraid of being exposed and making a big fuss, then the surrounding star systems must be full of detectors. Not only that, detectors will also be set up in the starry sky between the stars, and full coverage of tachyon detection is inevitable. Alien civilizations are not stupid. They can't just leave their doors wide open without any warning. It's true that there are civilizations with good intentions in this universe, but there is no powerful civilization that has set a set of peaceful rules for the Milky Way that everyone needs to follow. So we must always be vigilant among the stars. So, we will definitely encounter this unknown civilization this time. I wonder what they mean by sending out this star map so widely. Do they want everyone to explore the ruins left by the pioneers? A scientist stroked his hair and expressed his doubts. No. I think it's our preconceived notions that are wrong. As soon as the voice came out, a member of the command center took over. Maybe the unknown civilization doesn't know about the small universe left by the pioneers? Maybe all this is really just a coincidence. Because if they know where the pioneers' small universe is, such behavior is too abnormal. How can a civilization be so selfless as to call other strange civilizations all over the universe to share the relics of advanced civilizations together? The scientist just now turned his head and looked. Are you saying that they actually have another purpose for broadcasting in the universe in the form of digital star maps? Isn't it obvious? The member of the command spread his hands and asked back. What is the purpose? I don't know about that. The other party just sent a star map. Who knows what the purpose is? At most we can only guess. Before the two sides have real contact and can communicate with each other, humans cannot really know the other party's purpose. Everyone continued to discuss, but to no avail. And finally they all looked at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, who had been listening to their discussion, naturally knew what those eyes meant. So he looked around and said, We have come across the spiral arm with great effort. So we can't just give up. So we still have to go. At least we have to know what the unknown civilization's purpose is. After a pause, Yu Yuan looked at the member of the command who had just spoken, and continued, Gu Miyong is right. The other party may not know about the microcosm. So I think we can go. But we can't let them know that our purpose is the pioneer's microcosm. Under this premise, we must first figure out what that unknown civilization is doing there. Everyone obviously agreed with Yu Yuan's decision. They had come across the spiral arm. So how could they just give up? So, they continued to discuss Yu Yuan's decision. In that case, we can use the broadcast received from that unknown civilization as an excuse. But our entire civilization is here. And I don't think we could all go there at once. Perhaps we can follow the method of contacting the Red Flame civilization before, and let the Star Alliance member civilization go to explore first. I think it's feasible. Let's stop here first. Well, it's 10 light years away from the star system they marked, which is a good location. It's just right for our civilization to dock in this star system. But I don't think it's necessary to let the member civilizations of the Star Alliance try it out. The reason is simple. The fleets of those affiliated civilizations are too simple, and not big enough. At first glance, it's obvious that they are level 3 civilization warships, with warp engines, and other detection equipment stuffed in. The other party is obviously a level 4 civilization. If we try it out like this, it will have a counterproductive effect. It's better to send our fleet directly to contact them. That makes sense. But the main civilization must also be protected by a fleet. That's for sure. We have more than one fleet. And the member civilizations of the Star Alliance can also be on guard near the star system, where the main civilization is located. In this way, even if there is danger, we can give early warning. I think it's feasible. After everyone talked about it for a while, they looked at Yu Yuan again. Yu Yuan thought for a moment and said, this is the general strategy. But the specific measures still need more detailed regulations. Let's go back and prepare first. In 4 hours, everyone will hold a meeting to discuss the problems that may be encountered during this trip, possible sudden dangerous situations, and emergency plans. After saying that, he turned around and left the hall, heading for his office and driving cabin. At the same time, he asked his secretary to send the situation to the leaders of each department and inform them to prepare for the meeting. The destination was still more than 300 light years away, and the matter was not urgent enough to make a decision immediately. In this case, brainstorming could make up for the omissions of one person's decision. The meeting was a virtual network world meeting, which was the same as the previous meeting method where everyone lay in their own cabins and controlled their own virtual characters to discuss in the virtual world conference room. This technology has been realized by humans in the third-level civilization, and now many game worlds created by humans are completed with this technology. Chapter 722. The results of the meeting were as expected. The vast majority thought that they should go, and only 1 or 2 people thought that they should avoid danger. That was true, but there were dangers everywhere in the universe, not only from other civilizations, but also from the relics left by advanced civilizations. Humans have reached the 4th level of civilization, and according to the classification of civilization levels by those civilizations at the top, they also belong to the category of interstellar civilization. The stars are bright, and you can go there. It's not like low-level civilizations that have to hibernate year after year across the interstellar space. The realization of warp speed has greatly improved the speed of navigation and promoted the efficiency of civilization in using time. Humans did not rush to the target recklessly. The living spacecraft must be hidden, and if it is not necessary, it is best not to reveal the fact that they are a wandering civilization. Everyone thinks that this arrangement strategy is more appropriate. The main body of the civilization did not go, and even if there is any danger, it will not put the entire civilization at risk of destruction. After the matter was decided, the human fleet turned a corner in the void and continued to sail towards the destination. It took humans only more than 30 years to reach the vicinity of the target star field, which is more than 300 light years away. However, as planned, the human fleet did not sail to the target star field together, but first docked at a star system outside it, and let the main civilization station there, set up various warning measures outside the star system, such as tachyon detectors, communication transfer stations, etc., and also let the member civilizations of the Star Alliance patrol the space near this star system. After that, the departing fleet was supplied with resources. and then set off to the target star field. Humanity was lucky. No detectors of other civilizations were found in the star system where the main civilization cluster was docked, and the distance of 10 light years was just right. If there was any emergency, the fleet would only take 1 year to arrive. The increase in speed also makes it easier for the fourth-level civilization to make various arrangements in the interstellar space. Of course, it also means that the scope of the fourth-level civilization has become larger, not limited to one star system. Humanity, a fourth-level civilization, is like this, and other civilizations are not much worse. Therefore, when the first fleet of mankind just arrived at the target star field, it was detected by the detector of the unknown civilization. Of course, humans also discovered the existence of the other party's detector. After all, tachyon detection is mutual. This time, the fleet representing humanity to go to the target star field to test the reality was the first fleet, where the flagship Tianqin was located. This fleet has a total of 1 million planetary warships, of which there are 2,800 planetary warships equipped with the consciousness connection equipment given by the Awakener at that time, including the Tianqin, which is the most powerful fleet of humanity at present. As for the second and third fleets, each is equipped with 100 planetary ships equipped with consciousness connection equipment, with the flagships Jupiter and Saturn respectively, and the ordinary planetary warships under their jurisdiction are also about 1 million. From this point of view, after reaching the fourth level of civilization, the number of human warships is much less than that of the third level of civilization. For example, the Chian civilization at that time, at the third level of civilization, their fleet exceeded 10 million. However, combat effectiveness is not just about quantity, especially at the fourth level of civilization. Each of those ordinary warships is controlled by an independent strong artificial intelligence consciousness, and the combat effectiveness of a single ship can be said to be rising sharply. Of course, if a strong artificial intelligence can control a fleet, humans actually prefer that. But the fourth level of civilization warships are too complicated, and it is very difficult for a strong artificial intelligence to control a warship. In fact, if humans are not very good at mechanical technology, they even need people to assist in driving. So a strong artificial intelligence can't control a fleet like a third level of civilization. Therefore, at the fourth level of civilization, the crisis of intelligent machines like the third level of civilization will not occur at all. And there will be no intelligent machine civilization like locusts in the universe, unless that intelligent machine civilization breaks through the limitation of creating itself. If so, it will really be a cosmic locust. However, if that is the case, the intelligent machine civilization composed of countless strong artificial intelligence consciousness bodies will also be limited by distance, and they cannot ignore the limitation of the effective distance of tachyon communication, unless their king does not care about his throne and spreads to the universe at all costs in order to expand his race. So if you encounter a level 4 intelligent machine civilization, it must be a kingdom, with one person as the king and all his subordinates are copies of himself. Of course, there is another form, which is like the strong artificial intelligence consciousness of humans now. Each one has its own independent number, and the personality template that gave birth to its self-consciousness when it was manufactured is not all the same. This is another model. If strong artificial intelligence launches a rebellion and destroys humans, then the intelligent machine civilization form must be a mechanical empire. Sometimes humans can't help but wonder if the famous silicon-based Federation in the Milky Way is in this form. In theory, humans should have sent out a low-level fleet to spy on this time. But in the end, it was the first fleet that came out. One of the reasons is that the first fleet came not in the name of human civilization, but in the name of the Star Alliance. If the other party is a civilization, then when hearing the name of the Star Alliance, the first thing they would think is an interstellar organization with many civilizations. So the fleet they see in front of them is definitely not all of its strength. This is also a kind of deterrent force, which may avoid many unnecessary troubles. Didn't the Red Flame civilization fake the interstellar trading market when it saw the low-level civilization and thought it could manipulate it at will? However, it is said that what appeared within the detection range of the first fleet of mankind was a detection spacecraft team, 0.98 light-years away, and mankind detected a total of 12 tachyon signal sources. This is the result of passive detection. That is, the number of tachyon detection sources received by mankind. When the human fleet took the initiative to launch tachyon detection, it was found that there were about 30 detection ships in the distance. The reason for saying about is that it is possible that some ships are behind other ships and cannot be detected. For the sake of navigation safety, the 1 million warships of mankind started tachyon detection on the way to the target star field to scan all directions. Because of this, the detection ship team was detected as soon as it entered the detection range. Of course, the human fleet must also be in the field of vision of the other party's detector. If the other party's grand unified force field technology is at the same level as humans, the two sides just met. And before humans could send a message, the opposite ship, like the broadcasting ship that humans encountered before, sent a digital pattern composed of 0, 1, and 2 to humans by sending tachyons at short intervals. Chapter 723. It was still a ternary signal, and it was still a digital star map, like the one sent by the previous broadcasting spacecraft. What does it mean? Are you talking by looking at the picture? Seeing the pattern displayed on the holographic screen after being processed by the computer. Yu Yuan and others all looked puzzled. It was fortunate that this unknown civilization could think of using these forms of pictures to start the first step of communication with other civilizations. Although it was only a digital star map, and it was the same as the star map sent by the previous broadcasting spacecraft, it at least conveyed a message to humans or other civilizations. We are willing to communicate. Obviously, this is a signal of goodwill. At least it will not let two unknown civilizations that meet for the first time go to war immediately in endless suspicion. As for the meaning of transmitting this star map again now, this time, Yu Yuan did not directly let the people present speak and speculate, but guessed it in his heart. With his intelligence, he quickly thought of two possibilities. One is to ask questions, and the other is to indirectly spy on the depth of human beings in the field of computer technology. As for asking questions, humans have clearly arrived in this star field. But this unknown civilization still sent the same star map as before. In Yu Yuan's opinion, such behavior is like asking, "Did you come here because you received the star map we broadcast?" If not, it seems unnecessary to send the same star map when all humans have arrived here. It should be regarded as the first encounter between two unknown civilizations, and then send some other information to find ways to communicate, such as starting from mathematics and gradually involving language communication, and finally reaching the point where both sides can communicate with each other. As for the second possibility, the depth of human computer technology is to see how long it takes humans to reply after receiving the information. It is difficult for those with poor computer skills to arrange and combine ternary information into a correct digital star map in a short time. General, how should we reply? It seems that someone has considered this. So he reminded Yu Yuan while he was still thinking. Reply to them with the same ternary information in the same frequency and tachyon mode. Yu Yuan had obviously considered it. And when he saw someone asking, he blurted it out. In this short time, Yu Yuan had certainly considered it. Replying to the message in this way has two meanings. If the other party means to ask, then it is to tell the other party, yes, we came here because we received the ternary signal from the broadcasting spacecraft. If it is a test, then we will respond quickly to show that our computer technology is strong, and that we are at the same level of civilization, since both parties are within their respective tachyon detection ranges. This method of sending tachyon information is no different from face-to-face communication, and it is also real-time. So, just after humans sent the digital star map, the other side responded within a few seconds. It is also ternary digital information, the same arrangement and combination, and the same picture. The difference is that this time the image is no longer just a star map, but there are some more things on the detailed map of the star system. From the outside, it seems to be a ship, because there are enough 0, 1, and 2 in this detailed map. The picture on the holographic screen is like a picture composed of 0, 1, and 2 as pixels, and the overall picture is large. So the spaceships look very vivid, although the outside is very different from the spaceships known to humans. It looks a bit like an irregular building, but it can be clearly identified as a spaceship, because the picture moves after the Milky Way light receives the subsequent tachyon information and processes it, and adds it to the picture. On the holographic screen, humans saw a series of digital flows appearing at the tail of the spacecraft composed of digital pixels. It was very vivid, and it was obviously the propeller at the tail of the spacecraft. It was a big job to build such a picture with ternary numbers, and it also tested the level of computers and artificial intelligence to analyze it. It was also a good thing that this civilization could come up with such a means of communication. After replying to this message, they continued to output. So humans saw such a dynamic digital picture composed of 0, 1, and 2. After the ship that looked like a building approached one of the planets in the star system, some ships flew out from the planet and transmitted some numbers to the fleet. And then the fleet left the star system. Then the numbers on the screen all turned to 0. And Yuan and others could see that the screen was refreshed. Sure enough, the next moment the screen showed the previous star system map again. And then another group of ships with different appearances entered from the edge of the image and came to another planet in the star system. And finally the same dynamic picture appeared as before. After a while, the dynamic image was refreshed again. The appearance of the spacecraft that appeared for the third time was also different, as if telling humans that the spacecrafts represented different civilizations. Looking at these dynamic images composed of digital pixels, Yuan couldn't help but be speechless. This is really talking by looking at the pictures. And it really uses images as a communication language. And looking at the meaning of the dynamic image, it seems to say that many civilizations have been here? So what exactly is this place? What is this unknown civilization doing here? Is this a place where many civilizations have come and communicated? Civilization communication. Could it be another so-called interstellar trading market? After thinking for a moment, Yuan spoke directly to the air, light of the Milky Way. Use the same method to compile a three-dimensional dynamic map with digital pixels. The content is that our fleet encountered the broadcasting spacecraft 320 light-years away. After receiving its signal, we turned here to find out. The true situation of the human fleet must not be revealed. Having encountered the interstellar trading market pretended by the Red Flame civilization, humans are naturally much more vigilant. I don't know whether this unknown civilization likes to communicate with dynamic images, or for some other reason. After the human side compiled Yuan's words into digital pixel images and sent them over, the other party quickly gave a reply message, which was still a dynamic image composed of digital pixels. However, the content this time seemed a bit difficult for humans to understand, because the content was much more complicated than the previous times. Not only did the dynamic image show the star system, but it also made a close-up of the planets inside. There were also dynamic images composed of numbers on the top of each planet and on the top of each fleet. It seemed to be a mark, but humans obviously couldn't understand what it meant. Somewhat helpless. Such communication is like two people who have never learned sign language signing to each other in the air, with only a partial understanding. To solve this problem, we need to communicate further, starting from mathematics and using this image to tell the other party our language information. And then if the other party also cooperates to send the corresponding language information to humans, then a communication system can be established. So the question now is how to tell this unknown civilization that humans need to communicate further. The brains of the human elites were not rusty, and they quickly came up with a solution, which was to use digital pixel animation to tell the unknown civilization. As for the content of the animation, it was probably a process in which several small spaceships separated from the human fleet entered the star system and exchanged digital information with the planets in the star system. Chapter 724. The unknown civilization seemed to be addicted to image communication, and seemed to understand the meaning of the digital dynamic images sent by humans. After humans sent the dynamic images in the form of digital signals, they quickly replied with several digital dynamic images. The image showed that the human fleet was moving from outside the star system to the inner galaxy, but was blocked by a digital image as big as a planet during the voyage. The image was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, showing a circle with a symbol like a tic-tac-toe. And then the human fleet stopped. Another picture shows several small spaceships flying out of the human fleet, and then also flying into the inner part of the star system. In the middle of the journey, they were also blocked by a digital image as big as a planet. But the content of this image was a circle, and there was no pound sign in it. Then these spaceships did not stop but continued to move forward. Oh! Now humans understand. It seems to be similar to a traffic signal. One of the symbols should mean no passage, and the other is allowed to pass. The unknown civilization agreed to let humans send a team of exploration spacecraft to communicate. Sure enough, after humans dispatched the exploration spacecraft team, the exploration spacecraft team of the unknown civilization was allowed to pass. The exploration spacecraft team dispatched by humans this time was not unmanned, but had humans in it. After all, they were going to communicate, and drones would definitely not work. There are definitely risks in doing this, but it is very necessary. And the relevant experts who boarded the exploration spacecraft also volunteered to go. Of course, Even if no one volunteered to go, they would execute this instruction under command. Humans have reached the starry sky, and it is impossible for them to live in comfort every moment. It's hard to say. If we talk about danger, the first fleet of mankind is very dangerous now. But mankind must face it. Humanity has never lacked courage. The exploration spacecraft team passed the exploration spacecraft team of the unknown civilization and headed for the target star system. But not all of them sailed in at once, but stopped a spacecraft in the void after sailing about 1 light-year. The role of this spacecraft is obvious. That is, communication relay. The place where the first fleet of mankind encountered the exploration spacecraft team of the unknown civilization is about 7 light-years away from the target star system. And the farthest effective range of tachyon communication is only 2 light-years. So the relay station is necessary. The unknown civilization was also silent on this point. They did not stop humans from stopping their spaceships as relay stations. Such actions also improved their impression in the minds of humans. They did not stop the layout of real-time communication lines. It seemed that the other party should not have any bad tricks. As the exploration spacecraft team went deeper, especially after arriving at the outer edge of the target star system, the situation here was finally clearly seen by humans. The first fleet to enter the field of view of the exploration spacecraft team's tachyon detector was a fleet of about 500,000 ships. After they entered the field of view of the optical detector, humans found that their construction style was the same as the broadcasting spacecraft they encountered before and the exploration spacecraft teams that were still communicating with the first fleet of humans through images. At first glance, they knew they were from the same force. In the tachyon detection field of view, the human exploration spacecraft team not only detected this fleet, but also other unknown warships in this star system. The specific number is unknown, because it did not enter the optical detection field of view. So the construction style is also unknown. It is not known whether it is a fleet of unknown civilization, but their number is at least 4 million. After the human exploration spacecraft team arrived at the target star system, they did not have the opportunity to continue to approach and observe directly, because the fleet of 500,000 warships was already oncoming. The two sides just stopped at the outer edge of the star system, looking at each other from a distance of 100 kilometers. Such a distance is no different from face-to-face communication. It is reasonable to use electromagnetic waves to communicate. But unexpectedly, the human exploration spacecraft team received the same tachyon signal as before. And it was still a digital dynamic picture encoded with ternary information as before. Are you addicted to talking about pictures? When the information was transmitted to the Tianjin through the relay station, everyone was a little speechless. What's wrong with this unknown civilization? It actually keeps communicating in this way. However, they did not interfere with the communication of the exploration spacecraft team, because there was a delay in the communication between the Tianjin and the exploration spacecraft team 7 light-years away. Tachyon communication was almost real-time within its effective range, but the signal transfer of the relay station took time. So the Tianjin was far less convenient to communicate with the other party than the exploration spacecraft team. Although there were only 3 relay stations, and the delay was about 30 seconds, it was actually not advisable to communicate through the relay station all the time, because the relay station was undertaken by a small spacecraft. And if the small spacecraft wanted to maintain the relay station status, it had to maintain the full power operation of the large unified force field inside it. And in addition, it had to maintain the reception, conversion, and transmission of the relay tachyons, and its energy consumption was higher than that of normal warp navigation. So this relay communication method was not sustainable. For this reason, it is actually difficult to use relay communication to assume a low-latency communication network between star systems. Building a large tachyon antenna in a star system is not a big problem. The problem lies in the star systems. Those relay communication platforms in the void must rely on the supply ships to supply them with antimatter fuel. Otherwise, they will soon lose the relay communication function. It can only be antimatter fuel, because the energy level of nuclear fusion cannot stably produce a grand unified force field. Interstellar transportation also requires antimatter fuel as the cost of warp navigation. So it is indeed feasible to establish such a low-latency communication system across several star systems. But the maintenance cost is extremely high, at least in the eyes of a level 4 civilization. Of course, if there is a settled civilization that really needs this, it is not impossible to do it. After all, there is a need. Maybe those relay stations can develop into a void fortress. However, It is obvious that wandering civilizations like humans do not need it. And the unknown civilization in front of us does not seem to do so. In other words, the communication between the human exploration spacecraft team and the unknown civilization is still continuing. Humans also follow the principles of communication with strange civilizations, first teaching basic mathematical cognition and mathematical symbols. Then various simple basic physical experiments lead to the textual expression of the laws that were basically discovered at the primitive civilization level. And finally, from shallow to deep. If the other party also responds to humans in the same way, then everyone's language and text have common points. And after more communication and polishing, they can communicate with each other, as long as the aliens have normal logic. This communication method is basically no problem. Humans communicated with Kuntai civilization, Nair civilization, and Qian civilization step by step in this way. It is effective and has a precedent. And humans are very relieved. Chapter 725. However, what humans could not have imagined was that the unknown civilization still said ternary digital dynamic images, which really made humans feel that this civilization was just like some netizens who were addicted to posting pictures and could not even type. Humans discovered that this unknown civilization not only used dynamic images to represent simple experimental processes, but also used dynamic images to represent the text descriptions of experiments and simple physical laws. This is a bit exaggerated. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan could not help but complain in his heart. And he even almost thought that this unknown civilization was having a bad taste. After all, it was too illogical. However, before Yu Yuan could finish his complaints, he discovered the special features of those dynamic images that annotated human text. To be precise, these dynamic images did not seem to be images, but were likely the text of an unknown civilization. The images were two-dimensional, but they were not static like human Chinese characters, but were animated images, just like the pictorial characters of the time when humans created oracle bones, because some characters could obviously be guessed to correspond to real things. But the difference was that they would move. This is not only very interesting, but also a bit incredible. Humans have been in the space for so many years, and have encountered several civilizations, but have never encountered a civilization that uses animated text. If these dynamic texts are really the texts of this unknown civilization, then the text development process of this civilization is very intriguing. Because if you think about it, you know that according to the normal history of text development, there could not be dynamic text at the time when text appeared. There is no other reason. The technology does not allow it. After all, how could there be a primitive civilization that could make text move just after inventing it? So if the dynamic text is the text of this unknown civilization, there are three possibilities. First, after the technology of this civilization developed to a high level, it carried out a text reform and changed its writing system into the current dynamic text. Second, the race of the unknown civilization has a natural imagination for dynamic things, or a dynamic capture perspective. Third, one or two possibilities exist at the same time. Anyway, according to normal human logic, no one would think that the unknown civilization invented dynamic text from the beginning. However, what surprises humans even more is yet to come. After a long period of communication with unknown civilizations, humans and unknown civilizations finally know the electromagnetic wave frequency bands used by each other and the meaning of the signals, which is equivalent to the two sides communicating with each other through network protocols. In this case, the communication between the two sides is finally not limited to dynamic images composed of digital images, but can directly transmit real universe images to each other through electromagnetic wave signals. Of course, this so-called real universe image is only what humans think is real, the reality of the universe seen from the perspective of human eyes. Not all aliens, because not every race's eye sensitivity band is the same as humans. Different photosensitive bands will definitely make the same thing look different. Just like humans see crows as black, but crows see crows as not black. In the crow's view, their companions are colorful black. This was verified when we first encountered the Nair civilization. And the world seen by the Nair people is different from that of humans. They are covered with black keratinous shells that humans think are like beetles. But in their eyes, they are actually divided into different colors. However, these do not affect the communication between the two sides. The unknown civilization sends picture information to humans according to their perspective. And after transcoding, humans turn it into their own perspective. The fact that the two civilizations can reach this level of communication shows that both sides have basically mastered each other's language dictionary. And the text of this unknown civilization is indeed dynamic text, as humans thought before. Their text is like a series of moving short video pictures, which keep moving over and over again. This form of text has never been seen before, and humans can't figure out how this unknown civilization can understand those strings of moving text at the same time. After effective communication, humans saw various pictures sent by the unknown civilization, all of which were pictures of the star system. It was precisely because of these pictures that humans truly understood what this unknown civilization was doing in this star system. The pictures showed the starry sky, planets, and batches of spaceships with different construction styles. Not just the batch of spaceships that humans had observed at the beginning. The pictures showed that they were docked somewhere in the space of this star system. And then, they were exchanging various materials with the spaceships of the unknown civilization in this star system. In addition, the unknown civilization also sent humans information about the interior of several planets in this star system. There are planets with steel buildings on the surface. And there are also floating work platforms in the space that are obviously processing factories. The most eye-catching is a super large space structure with a background star. It looks like an umbrella suspended in the orbit of the star ball. The span of the entire facility is at least 800,000 kilometers. Or in other words, the diameter. Because this facility is a circular facility like an umbrella. At first glance, humans didn't know what it was. But after seeing its detailed description, they realized that it was actually a Dyson sphere. No, it should be said that it was a Dyson cloud. It blocked 1/6 of the luminous area of the star. But it was not visible from the current human perspective because it was on the other side of the star. After reading the introduction, humans realized what this so-called 1/6 Dyson sphere was. It was indeed a stellar energy collection device. It could be called a 1/6 Dyson sphere or a Dyson cloud. The purpose of collecting stellar energy is to provide energy for a space factory. This factory is located in the Dyson cloud. And it also clearly tells humans that this is an antimatter factory. And the Dyson cloud is specifically used to provide energy for this antimatter factory. Humans have the ability to build Dyson spheres at the third level civilization level, and have also built large projects of the same level as Dyson spheres, astronomical particle colliders. So the appearance of Dyson clouds here in this unknown civilization does not shock humans. But they also express their feelings for such a large project. Humans are well aware of the materials consumed by the Dyson sphere project. Even for such a Dyson cloud, the metal materials needed would at least hollow out the rocky planets in 2 star systems. However, the images that surprised humans were from the image data of one of the planets. In that image data, humans saw a planet full of vitality, with all kinds of strange creatures everywhere, which was obviously a planet with life. Not only that, there are obviously intelligent life on this life planet. But humans are not sure whether it is the creature of this unknown civilization, because it stands to reason that no civilization reveals its race form to other civilizations at the beginning. And the intelligent life on this planet seems to live at the level of just entering the information age. The aircraft flying all over the planet and falling from the sky are not the intelligent life forms seen by humans, but intelligent creatures wrapped in strange-shaped mechas whose forms cannot be seen. The images of this planet show a lot, and humans have never seen the intelligent life living on the planet coming out of various spacecrafts. If the previous scenes made humans think that this should be an interstellar trading market, then the situation on this life planet made humans confused. Chapter 726. What's going on this planet? Everyone who saw the various images was thinking. However, as more images appeared, people's expressions began to change from confusion to thoughtfulness, and finally to disbelief, because they saw that those intelligent creatures that could live on that planet without any protective equipment seemed to be a kind of cargo. In the images, there were already several groups of aliens wearing space suits of different shapes, strange mechas, or aircraft of various shapes, and they were asked to, please, on board were specially used transport spacecrafts, and some strange animals from the planet were also invited to board the spacecrafts along with the commanding creatures on the planet. Seeing this, even the dumbest humans could guess what was going on. The various resources on this planet, especially the biosphere resources, seemed to be sold as goods by that unknown civilization. In other words, the so-called unknown civilization might be a civilization doing interstellar business. Thinking of this, the people on the Tianjin looked at each other in bewilderment and immediately thought of the Qian civilization of the past. They couldn't help but wonder, could this unknown civilization be a fake interstellar trading market like the Qian civilization? It is still too early to draw a conclusion on this matter. After all, humans have just come into contact with this unknown civilization. However, one thing was quickly confirmed. As the two sides accumulated contact time, they finally completed the communication of language systems starting from basic mathematics and universal physical knowledge of the universe. As humans thought, the text used by this unknown civilization was indeed dynamic text. In the initial contact and communication, humans realized that the individual life of this unknown civilization seemed to be good at reading dynamic image information, to the point of being easy, but the static perspective was relatively poor. In other words, their dynamic vision is very good. They can clearly capture the movement trajectory of a mosquito that humans think is just passing by. Of course, this is not something that this unknown civilization tells humans directly, but it is something that humans learn through the comparison of text dictionaries after the two sides communicated with each other's writing systems. Similarly, humans know this characteristic of theirs, and the unknown civilization can obviously also know the characteristics of the human biological eye, a sensory organ, through human dictionaries. However, although they knew, neither side said any prejudiced words to the other on this issue. Humans did not mean to mock their poor static vision, and they did not mock humans for their good dynamic vision. Perhaps there would be some discriminatory voices within the civilization, but in the communication between civilizations, there would definitely be no such words. After all, judging from the speed performance, everyone has reached the 4th level of civilization. Humans have encountered many alien races with different races and characteristics. As an unknown civilization doing interstellar business, they have also seen a lot. Everyone knows that there is more than one race in the universe, and the characteristics of intelligent life are also different. At this level, the other race is not judged by appearance, but by intelligence. Being able to reach the 4th level of civilization is considered to be able to enter the stage of the universe. Because of the mastery of warp speed navigation, the 4th level civilization has truly turned the interstellar space into a smooth road, which is completely different from the 3rd level civilization and below. As for what this unknown civilization does, humans soon got accurate information. As expected, this unknown civilization is engaged in interstellar trade, and this place is an interstellar trading market in their description, which belongs to an organization called the Perseus Trade Federation. According to the unknown civilization, the Perseus Trade Federation was founded by a level 5 civilization, but it is not an ancient organization, but a new organization. They are a member of the Perseus Trade Federation, a civilization that specializes in doing business in this star field. As for the name, the literal translation is Gurgi in Itulu civilization, which means the Great Gurgi civilization. Gurgi is a transliteration, according to some syllable translation they sent. It is the name of the birthplace of their civilization, so it can be called Gurgi civilization. This name is very common, just like the Earth civilization that humans often call themselves. However, because this civilization always likes to post animated pictures, the first impression it gives to humans is that it often posts animated pictures. So some people in the human world also call it the animated picture civilization. Compared with the Gurgi civilization, this name is much simpler and more straightforward, and it is remembered by the majority of humans as soon as it appears. During the communication, this animated picture civilization also told humans that although they are members of the Perseus Trade Federation, in fact, their civilization is free, and they usually only need to abide by the organization's trade regulations to do interstellar trade business with other civilizations. The trade organization basically does not interfere in the development of civilization. However, if any civilization develops to level 5, it will be able to apply for a permanent seat in the organization and become a shareholder of the trade group. The benefit of becoming a shareholder is that the civilization can share the technology obtained from the trade of various civilizations under the organization. And of course, it can also conduct friendly technology exchanges and cooperation with other members of the council to strive for the level of level 6 civilization together. However, no civilization among the members of the Trade Federation has successfully advanced to level 5 civilization. So the Trade Federation has only one level 5 civilization. The dynamic image civilization also told humans that this area of about 8,000 light years is the territory of the Perseus Trade Federation. There is basically no danger in doing business here, and there will be no situation where the 4th level civilizations rob each other, because the 4th level civilizations that have such a situation have been eliminated by the founder of the Perseus Trade Federation. That is, the 5th level civilization. So this is a peaceful and safe star field. There are also fifth-level civilizations that come to this star field from other star fields. But they all give face to the Perseus Trade Federation, and none of them cause trouble. They basically just come here to complete the trade and then leave. In addition, the Dynamic Picture Civilization also introduced some things related to the Persian Trade Federation to humans, and finally invited humans to join the Trade Federation as members, and then do business together, conduct various exchanges with other civilizations, and grow together. Humans of course declined this proposal, and also revealed that they came from a member civilization called the Star Alliance, and could not betray the organization. The Dynamic Picture Civilization expressed understanding, and then introduced the situation of the trading market they hosted to humans. Indeed, as humans thought before, the spaceships that came in and out of the Dynamic Pictures and exchanged numbers with the planets were indeed here for trade. And the Dynamic Picture Civilization also told humans that there is another level 4 civilization inside the galaxy, which is also a civilization that came here after receiving the broadcast not long ago and has not left yet. They also said that if humans want to communicate or even trade with them, the Dynamic Picture Civilization said that they can assist in communication. But if the two parties trade directly without going through the Perseus Trade Federation, then the trade must give 50% of the trade items to the Trade Federation as tax. And if it is a knowledge product, it needs to be shared with the Perseus Trade Federation. Chapter 727. A good calculation. Eating both ends. This is definitely a freeloader. After hearing such an introduction, all the humans present had such a sentence in their minds. The Dynamic Picture Civilization told humans that this is the rule of this star field, and the rule of the Perseus Trade Federation. Listening to the introduction of the Dynamic Picture Civilization, that is, the Gurgi Civilization, Yu Yuan and the human high-level people on the Tianqin confirmed one thing. That is, this Gurgi Civilization does not seem to know that this is the location of the Pioneer Microcosm relics. And the Perseus Trade Federation where they are located does not know either. After confirming this, humans also became interested in this so-called trade market. Since they were here, it was important to figure out what this trade market was. Thus, a more in-depth exchange began. After sailing for several months, the first fleet of humans that was allowed finally arrived at the star system where the Gurgi civilization was located. It was here that humans saw the prosperity of this star system. The galaxy showed that the optical detector was full of transport fleets, some traveling between planets, and some transport fleets sailing between stars. The first fleet of humankind was greeted by a fleet of 7,000 warships. The construction style of the warships in this fleet was obviously that of the Dynamic Picture Civilization. There was a warship in the fleet that was very conspicuous because it was obviously larger than the other warships. Even larger than the human flagship Tianqin. It was probably their flagship. This was indeed the case. The Dynamic Picture Civilization told humans that this was their flagship Gurgi, which was equipped with a warp engine that they had purchased from the Trade Federation at a great cost. The maximum warp speed could reach 38.941 times the speed of light, which was the peak speed of the 4th level civilization. 38.941 times the speed of light? The peak speed of a level 4 civilization. After hearing this introduction, the humans secretly remembered this sentence. And at the same time, they were secretly worried, because that was almost 4 times higher than the current speed of humans, which meant that it would crush the human fleet. I hope there is only one. The crowd thought with a sweat on their faces. There should be only one ship. After all, they said that they spent a huge price to buy the warp engine. And if they had such technology, the original broadcasting spacecraft would not have been only 8 times the speed of light. In addition, experts analyzed that the Dynamic Picture Civilization told humans so directly probably because they wanted to use the Gurgi to give humans a warning. Obviously, their goal was achieved. Such a speed did refresh humans' understanding of the 4th level civilization. And they also understood that the 10.079 times the speed of light they mastered was not the limit of the technology of the 4th level civilization. The 7,000 warships of the Dynamic Picture Civilization did not show any fear in the face of the first fleet of 1 million warships of the human race. Their flagship Gurgi even demonstrated 38.941 times the speed of light in front of the first fleet of the human race, and then designated a docking location for the human fleet. The so-called docking location is not an orbit in the star system, but an empty void, which is about 60 astronomical units away from the main sequence star at the outer edge of the star system. If this distance is distributed according to the planets in the solar system, It is in an orbit farther than Pluto. This arrangement makes humans very satisfied, because in the cosmic void instead of near the planetary orbit, the human fleet can enter the warp speed and leave directly without being affected by gravity. Similarly, such an arrangement also makes humans feel the kindness of this dynamic picture civilization. As for the other level 4 civilization mentioned by the dynamic image civilization, which is still in this star system, it is also in a similar orbit as humans, but on the other side, about 120 Australian dollars away from the first fleet of humans. For a level 4 civilization, this distance is very close, so humans can easily know the number of their fleets, which is about 2 million. As for the fleet of the dynamic image civilization, humans have also detected it. They are stationed in the inner orbit of the star system, in the orbit near one of the gas planets, and the number is about 4 million. The specific warship models cannot be detected by humans due to the obstruction of the planet, but the dynamic image civilization clearly tells humans that they are all planetary warships. Excuse me, what kind of trade do you do? After the communication channels between the two sides were completely opened and there was no problem in communication, Yu Yuan asked on behalf of the human side. Although he had seen a lot from various images before and knew a lot from the introduction, he still thought it would be better to ask after the formal communication. And this question asked many expected and unexpected answers from humans, because both parties use tachyon signals to communicate in the interstellar space. There is no delay even if they are separated by dozens of astronomical units. The answer of the dynamic image civilization was quickly transmitted back to the Tianqin. The knowledge system includes scientific theories, scientific conjectures, mathematical conjectures, including cosmological evolution theory and stellar evolution theory. Of course, in terms of technology, various technological creations are also within the scope of trade, and cosmic news is also included. In terms of resources, antimatter fuel, biosphere resources, and even intelligent life, space creatures can also be traded. There are also special categories, but this category generally belongs to bulk trade, which level 4 civilizations generally do not have the ability to complete, and there is no need to know about it. Of course, since you are a member civilization of the Star Alliance, you can learn about it. The so-called bulk trade is actually a whole life planet package for sale. Maybe you need it. Right? Our Perseus trade market not only has various commodities of level 4 civilizations and below, but also what level 5 civilizations want. It can be said that in today's Perseus cantilever, only our Perseus Trade Alliance has it. That is, Gaia Life Form. What? Gaia Life Form? Seeing this reply, humans thought the translation was wrong. But after checking the dictionary several times, they found that it was correct. The dynamic image civilization was talking about Gaia Life Form. Of course, humans didn't know that when the harvesters were encircled and suppressed, a Gaia Life Form was invited but never showed up. However, in human cognition, Gaia Life Forms are basically powerful existences. I didn't expect to hear that it was a commodity that can be sold here. Such a contrast made everyone a little uncomfortable. Could it be that a level 5 civilization is so powerful that it actually sells Gaia Life Forms openly? I didn't expect you actually have Gaia Life Forms for sale. After hearing this news, the human beings didn't know what to reply. But they didn't want to keep the other party waiting for a long time, so they had to pretend to exclaim. But such exclamation was regarded as a kind of knowledge of goods. So as soon as the message was replied, the dynamic picture civilization replied again. Of course, the Gaia Lifeform was discovered by a member of our Perseus Trade Federation. It is a Gaia Lifeform larva. It is said that the member used this contribution to exchange for a set of real shield technology system. That is the real level 5 civilization technology. It's a pity that it was not discovered by us. Alas, the dynamic picture civilization's words aroused the interest of the human beings. So Yu Yuan asked on behalf of the human side, sorry, can you tell us about this Gaia life form? Although our civilization has heard of this form of life from the Star Alliance, we don't know much about them. We only know that their combat effectiveness is very strong, and they have many incredible powers. Chapter 728. Ha ha ha. A line of expression appeared in the communication. Laughing. Happy. Happy. This kind of statement. The translation control translated it into ha 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 that humans can understand. So far, the communication between humans and dynamic image civilizations is still achieved by sending text chats to each other, rather than voice translation. because the text-language system is more accurate than the voice-language system. For two civilizations that have just talked to each other, text translation is obviously more useful. Where did you get the news to tell you that Gaia's life force has become stronger? And there are many incredible powers. I'm afraid that your star alliance has been deceived by some civilization. Yes, Gaia life is hard to come by. Sometimes even the 5th level civilization has never really seen them. And the civilization of our Milky Way was previously shrouded in the shadow of the 6th level civilization organization. So it is normal for information exchanges to have loopholes. The dynamic picture civilization made up for the relationship between human civilization and the Star Alliance with its own self-imagined remarks. They seemed very sincere or perhaps confident, and did not seem to doubt the half-truths and half-false statements of humans about the Star Alliance. As for the human problem, they also introduced it. Originally, this kind of information would be charged. But since this information is also related to trade, it is given to you for free. The combat power of Gaia life is actually not strong. On the contrary, they are very weak, because their body is a living planet. Of course, if it is compared with primitive civilization, Gaia life is indeed very strong. But that is only primitive civilization. When civilization develops to the first level of civilization, Gaia life will not pose any threat to technological civilization, because they can neither move their body nor threaten the starry sky. On the contrary, it is easy for technological civilization to destroy it. All it needs to do is destroy the ecology of a planet. Because in a sense, Gaia life is actually the biosphere consciousness of the planet. They are just dead bones in a grave. They can only manage their own little piece of land for their whole life. If the planet is destroyed, they will die. They are not a threat. But they are of great research value, especially for level 5 civilization. It is said to be the best carrier for studying some kind of technology. We don't know what it is specifically. We only know that Gaia life is very important to level 5 civilization. Many level 5 civilizations are looking for Gaia life everywhere. As you know, where there is demand there is a market. So our Perseus Trade Federation also does Gaia life business. For members like us, or for level 4 civilizations. Although we don't know what technology level 5 civilizations use Gaia life to study. And we ourselves cannot study Gaia life. As long as we can find a Gaia life, we can get enough value points from the Trade Federation. With value points, we can buy a lot of technological products from the Trade Federation. And even the relevant information of the theory of everything, the theoretical foundation of level 5 civilization, can be bought. That is our second way to upgrade to level 5 civilization. And it is also one of the important reasons for us to become members of the Trade Federation. After reading this passage from the dynamic picture civilization, everyone on the Tianjin had bright eyes, as if they were all thinking about something. Indeed, the information they obtained from it was not only about Gaia life, but also other useful information hidden in the dynamic picture civilization. For example, from the sentence, and the civilization of our Milky Way was previously shrouded in the shadow of those 6th-level civilization organizations. They keenly realized that there were things that humans did not know. It was shrouded in shadows before, but not now. And about Gaia life, it is indeed that humans have misjudged it. If Gaia life is a biosphere consciousness, it is indeed pitifully weak. It is not surprising that it has become a commodity sold by technological civilization. After all, such a life form can be killed by humans with one shot. The main body is not even a planet, and it cannot even set foot on the starry sky. Such an existence is indeed weak for a level 4 civilization. However, humans are more concerned about why level 5 civilization needs Gaia life, and what are the conditions for the birth of Gaia life. Of course, you don't need to ask these things to know that the dynamic picture civilization will not say, or they probably don't know. However, since the question about Gaia life is free, humans also asked it with the mentality of not asking it. The dynamic image civilization really said that it didn't know, and then continued to popularize the matter of Gaia life to humans. Level 5 civilization will of course search for Gaia life on its own. But the Milky Way is so vast that it is impossible to complete the search with the power of a single civilization, even if it is just the Perseus spiral arm, because there are more than just our Perseus Trade Federation, and Gaia life is something you can only encounter. First of all, it must be a prosperous life planet. This is a prerequisite. As for the latter conditions, we don't know much. We only know that life planets that can give birth to intelligent life generally do not give birth to Gaia consciousness. For example, This planet will not give birth to Gaia consciousness. We have already detected and confirmed this. Do you have equipment to detect Gaia consciousness? Yes, but it is a 5th level civilization technology product. We can't make it. We can only use it. Speaking of this, our trade market also has such products for sale. Since you are so interested in Gaia life forms, you must not want to miss this product. To be honest, although the detection of Gaia consciousness is a 5th level civilization technology, the best detection equipment for the Perseus arm is the products of our Perseus Trade Federation. You know, Gaia consciousness is actually very good at hiding itself, and other 5th level civilization products may not be able to detect them. Do you still remember what we said before? A member of our Trade Federation discovered a Gaia consciousness. In fact, it was not found in the universe, but was found at a large interstellar auction. At that time, other civilizations thought it was an ordinary original ecological life planet, and only biosphere resources could be used. But our detection equipment detected the traces of Gaia consciousness. Alas, it's a pity that we didn't find it. A large interstellar auction. It sounds like it's still an auction of life planets. Seeing the dynamic picture civilization say so, humans now have some doubts whether they are still living in that dangerous universe. How come the cruel cosmic background deduced at the beginning changed when I came to the Perseus spiral arm? Civilization exchanges, trade markets, and even options of life planets with cosmic treasures. Is this still the universe I know? Is this the main theme of the Perseus spiral arm? But when did the civilizations become so harmonious? The 5th level civilization actually joined the 4th level civilization to do interstellar business together. What kind of magical rhythm is this? Chapter 729. It is a good habit to ask when you don't understand. But between cosmic civilizations, asking directly when you don't understand may also cause certain adverse effects. And it is likely to expose your own ignorance and weaknesses. If you encounter a malicious civilization, it may be a disaster. So although humans are very confused about this, because they have boasted that they are members of the Star Alliance before, they cannot act as if they know nothing. Even if they want to ask, they have to find a reasonable reason. So, under Yu Yuan's instruction, the relevant experts on the Tianqin quickly analyzed the information obtained from the dynamic map civilization so far, with the aim of finding the possible reasons behind these inadvertently revealed information. For example, from the sentence, and the civilization of our galaxy was previously shrouded in the shadow of those 6th level civilization organizations. Humans came to the conclusion that the improvement of the cosmic environment may be related to those 6th level civilizations or organizations that they were familiar with before. Thinking of this, humans naturally thought of what the Awakeners said when they left and what they were going to do. After this, the experts connected them and finally concluded, it is related to the war between the Awakeners and the Harvesters. They speculated that the war between the two top level 6 civilizations might have led to the participation of other level 6 civilizations in the galaxy. And eventually they all suffered heavy losses, so that the level 6 civilizations in the galaxy had to temporarily withdraw from the galactic stage and hide away to lick their wounds. Some experts on the human side even boldly speculated on the reason for this result, which was that the Awakener defeated the Reaper. And then other galactic civilizations saw this and ganged up on the Awakener, an alien civilization from an extragalactic galaxy, and eventually suffered heavy losses from the Awakener. As for the Awakeners, it is estimated that they are not much better. After all, the fact known to humans is that the Awakener 1 did not appear until they walked out of that small universe. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that Juan was sacrificed, and the other is that the war was beyond the Awakeners' expectations. They did not expect to face not only the Reapers, but also other level 6 civilizations in the galaxy. This guess is obviously wrong. But from the perspective of humans today, it is understandable to draw such a conclusion, because humans have obtained the consciousness connection device from the Awakeners and know the power of the third-person driving mode. So such a guess is reasonable in the eyes of humans today. In other words, it may be because of that war that those top level 6 civilizations temporarily disappeared, and those previously hidden level 5 civilizations in the Milky Way all emerged. The purpose of these level 5 civilizations emerging, according to the information obtained from the dynamic map civilization, human experts believe that these level 5 civilizations are trying to break through the shackles and take advantage of this window period to reach the level of level 6 civilization, in addition to burying themselves in research. The most effective means of civilization progress is communication between civilizations, collision of ideas, etc. Of course, There are many kinds of communication between civilizations, and destroying the other party to obtain the other party's scientific and technological information is also a kind of communication. But the cost of doing so is obviously much greater than peaceful communication. In addition, time is tight, and these level 5 civilizations are not sure how much time they have. So only peaceful communication is the fastest way. After getting these reasonable inferences, Yu Yuan replied on behalf of the human side. I didn't expect to find such a story behind Gaia consciousness. It seems that our Star Alliance has to replace Gaia consciousness detection equipment this time. Maybe we will be the next one to pick up the bargain. However, we are new here and don't know your trade methods yet. Let's talk about this in detail after we officially discuss trade. He first expressed that his Star Alliance had the intention to buy, and then changed the subject. Since we are here, we must trade. But compared to trade, we are more interested in the war between the top 6 civilizations at this stage. We have also received some news from the Star Alliance headquarters, but it is not comprehensive. So we are not sure how long our peaceful days can last. It just so happens that you have news products. So I guess this news is also included in the product range. The message sent from the Lyra was quickly replied. But it was not what Yu Yuan imagined. The dynamic picture civilization did not directly say the relevant news, but asked back, yes, this is indeed a news product. But you also said that your Star Alliance also has relevant news. It is not as ignorant as the Orange Star civilization. You just think the news is not comprehensive enough. In fact, no level 5 civilization can know all this information. So we intend to give you this information product as a token of our Trade Federation's sincerity. Of course, provided that you also exchange the relevant information you know. Seeing this reply, the humans understood at once that this was not sincerity at all. It was clearly a test. To test whether humans really had relevant information. To test whether the so-called Star Alliance in the mouth of humans really existed. And this reply also made humans sober up. The universe has not changed. The exchanges between civilizations are still so cautious. And each civilization remains vigilant against unfamiliar civilizations. Even in this place that seems to be a real interstellar trading market. Therefore, exchanging information may be that the dynamic image civilization really has this intention. Or it may be that they all know and are simply testing whether the information humans say is correct. If humans have not heard of the 6th level civilizations such as the Perseus Community, the Silicon-based Federation, the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Reaper, and the Awakener, then they will definitely be exposed. Fortunately, humans know a little bit, especially thanks to the explanation of the Awakener Juan before leaving. Humans even know where the war took place. Based on this, humans first told the dynamic image civilization what they knew. Names such as the Perseus Community, the Silicon-based Federation, the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Reaper, and the Awakener all appeared in the reply information. And they also pointed out that the Awakener was an extragalactic civilization from the Triangulum Galaxy. They also specifically explained that this explosive news was obtained by the leader civilization of the Star Alliance from the edge of the battlefield, which can be said to be hard won after a narrow escape. He even told me the location where the war broke out. Of course, he didn't tell me about his guess about the course of the war. After all, if the animated civilization knew the course and outcome of the war, it would be exposed. I didn't expect that the powerful Awakener civilization came from the extragalactic galaxy. This information is enough to exchange with us. It seems that you Star Alliance also have your own information channels. But you still miss a lot. In that war, there were more than just those civilizations. There was also a life form called the Remnant, who participated and played a huge role. Although it was killed by the Reaper in the end. But he did buy a long time for other level 6 civilizations to eliminate the conventional forces of the Reapers. So that even if the plans of the Awakener and the top beings in the Milky Way to encircle and suppress the Reapers failed, they still had enough time to severely damage the conventional forces of the Reapers. In fact, we, the level 4 and even level 5 civilizations, should be grateful for that war. Without it, our Trade Federation would not be possible now. It is also because of it that we have a precious period of development time. The dynamic picture civilization got the news from nowhere, and described the general situation of the battlefield at that time as if it was on the battlefield at the time. It was also in their description that humans first learned about the existence of electronic warships. Chapter 730. It was also from the statement of the dynamic picture civilization that humans learned the true situation of the battlefield at that time, which was completely different from what their experts had guessed before. It was true that the Awakeners and the Harvesters fought, but it was not the Awakeners fighting a group of Galactic Level 6 civilizations alone, but a large group of Galactic Level 6 civilizations plus the Awakeners fighting the Harvesters together. But they still failed in the end. The reason points to the electronic warships. According to the Dynamic Picture civilization, the turning point of the battle was the appearance of the electronic warships. Of course, the Dynamic Picture only knows that there is such a thing, and its combat power is superior, but we don't know what its specific capabilities are. The Dynamic Picture civilization didn't know where it got the news from. Maybe from the Perseus Trade Federation. Or maybe they collected it during the interstellar trade. In short, any one of them is more accurate than what humans guessed. Of course, humans also doubted whether the Dynamic Picture civilization's statement was true. But they only doubted it, and did not speak out their guesses openly. A person who does interstellar trade, unless he has a sudden impulse like humans did at the beginning, generally will not sell false information. Therefore, after hearing this news, humans are actually very worried about the Awakener illusion. But they can only worry in vain, and can only silently hope that he is fine. That is a war between level 6 civilizations, and humans can't even get close, let alone provide help to the Awakener. The Dynamic Picture civilization said it in a serious manner, and the human expert group believed that what they said was true, with a probability of more than 90%. Because humans also learned from them the reason why the Perseus Trade Federation was established. That is, the Perseus community was almost broken apart in that war, and many level 6 civilizations that originally belonged to the Perseus community were directly wiped out. And the level 5 civilization that established the Perseus Trade Federation was originally a subordinate civilization of a level 6 civilization that was wiped out. After the level 6 civilization was wiped out, they were lucky enough to survive from the periphery of the battlefield. So they had the opportunity to become independent again. And then, they were able to establish the Perseus Trade Federation. The purpose of establishing the Federation was just as humans thought. The animated civilization did not hide it, and told humans directly that it was all for the purpose of taking advantage of this window period, when the top civilization was licking its wounds to exchange civilizations, and break through to the 6th level of civilization as soon as possible. This statement was consistent with what humans had seen and heard since they came here. And it was also consistent with the behavior of the animated civilization. So it was still very credible. This wave of information exchange between the two sides did give humans a lot of insights, especially about the Reapers and the war. After the information exchange was completed, the Dynamic Picture civilization began to talk to humans about the main topic. That is, to give humans a detailed introduction to their Perseus Trade Federation and the general situation in this star system. Although humans have learned some of it through those video materials before, it is not as detailed as this face-to-face communication. First of all, the equivalent of the transaction. At the 4th level of civilization, this transaction equivalent is different from that of the lower civilization. The Dynamic Picture civilization told humans that this level of civilization transactions generally use antimatter as the equivalent of measuring prices. For example, some creations are worth tons of antimatter. No trading points are used, which makes humans feel sincere. To be honest, if the Dynamic Picture civilization says that all transactions here need to be measured by their points, and everything must be converted into points in the trade market before trading, then humans will not be so willing to trade. Humans have seen a lot since they set foot on the starry sky. This practice of using the points of the trading market to measure the value of items can only deceive civilizations that have just left their home planet and have little knowledge of the interstellar. After all, your points cannot be used universally among civilizations. But antimatter is different. After all, this is a positive matter universe, so it almost does not exist in nature. Anyway, humans have never seen a planet that is an antimatter planet. In other words, the production of antimatter requires costs, including time costs, technical costs, and energy costs. And antimatter is a necessary fuel for level 4 civilizations. Every level 4 civilization knows the difficulty of producing it. So every civilization has a scale in its heart, and it seems fair to use it as a general equivalent. But it is just a general equivalent. Some things cannot be bought with antimatter. For example, in the list listed by this Dynamic Picture civilization, some theoretical knowledge cannot be bought with antimatter, but can only be exchanged for the scientific and technological knowledge they value. This is equivalent to barter. This model is actually very common in interstellar transactions. It is equivalent to taking what each party needs. as long as both parties think they have made a profit. Such a transaction is possible. Then there is an overview of the trade zone. There are a total of 16 planets in this star system, 6 of which are large gas planets, and the remaining 10 rocky planets, except for the life planet, are resource collection sites and various mineral factories of the dynamic picture civilization. It can be said that the so-called trade zone is not limited to a certain planet, but can be found in this star system. This is very different from the red flame civilization that humans encountered before, which pretended to be an interstellar trading market. It is probably due to the changes caused by the more advanced navigation technology. Of course, there is also trade on the planet. That is, the life planet that humans paid attention to before. As humans guessed, the landing spacecraft and various strange mecha robots that came out of them in the video materials before were not the natives of that planet, but buyers from the starry sky, just like the current humans and another civilization that is docked here. The animated civilization said before that the civilization seemed to be called Orange Star Civilization, a very casual name, just like human civilization occasionally calls itself Blue Star Civilization. It is probably because their home planet appears orange in their biological vision. As for the natives of the life planet, they still live on the planet, and can only live on the planet because the animated civilization does not allow them to go to space. Yes, the natives of the life planet have developed to the point where they can launch rockets into space. But they happen to encounter the animated civilization that came here at this juncture. And then, they were tragic. Well, that was a long time ago. According to what humans know, the living conditions of the natives on this planet are not bad except that they are not allowed to go into space. But it is very sad for their entire civilization, because they are being sold as goods by the animated picture civilization. The landing spacecrafts were used to by the natives. The animated picture civilization has no guilt for this behavior. Anyway, this planet belongs to them, including the natives on the planet. They even introduced the specific prices of the natives on the planet to humans, and hoped that humans would buy some back. In this regard, humans did not comment, and at the same time realized that the universe is still the same as before. If a weak and malicious alien civilization encounters, it will be a disaster.